Hey guys. This is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter was the lost legend of the Chrome Wizard. Here is short summary. Vanished as a child, Harry returns during the Triwizard Tournament, not as a student, but as the Chrome Wizard. Cloaked in mystery and power, he's no longer the boy Dumbledore once knew, but the legend the world forgot. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry never thought he would be in this position, but here he stood in the hallway of a prison, a place he had no desire to ever see the inside of. Not to mention preparing to see the person sitting on the other side of the door, a person he had thought he would never lay eyes on again. Mr. Johnson, the Director of Magical Relations for the UK, had contacted his parents with a request just before they were ready to leave. One that he was hesitant to entertain, except his therapist had said that it may be an opportunity he may want to consider when he and his parents had asked her about it. The meeting would be in controlled conditions, he would not be left alone, and most of all it may help put some of his demons to rest. So here he stood in the hallway of a minimum security prison on the outskirts of London, mentally preparing himself to deal with one of the people responsible the things done to him before he was taken to Fairgrove. His aunt, Petunia Dursley, well not Dursley, she had evidently divorced the whale, Vernon, at some point and had gone back to using her maiden name, Evans. Harry had wanted Shah or Lady Akko to accompany him in to speak with Petunia, but her therapist had, after seeing the pair, suggested that they may not be the best choice, because of their resemblance to her sister, Lily. So, in the end Tanem has agreed to accompany him. Harry took a deep breath and looked at his father, who smiled gently at the young man and said, "You don't think you can do this, we can leave. No one will force you if you don't think you're ready." Harry looked back at the door, and shook his head slowly. Aye, he stuttered, then took a deep breath. "I'm afraid I'll lose control, Dad." Tanem put his hands on Harry's shoulders and turned him to face him. "Remember, I'm going in there with you. Any sign of it getting out of hand and it's over." He pulled him into a hug. When he let him go, he looked him in the eye. "This is your choice, son." Harry nodded, and turned toward the door. "Let's see what she wants." Tanem motioned to the guard standing next to the door. Soon it was unlocked and he was gesturing for them to enter. "This is a minimum security institution," he said. "However, you will be monitored during your visit. If you wish to leave at any time, just approach the door. The monitor will alert me." Harry really didn't listen to much that the man said. His mind had gone blank when he saw the woman sitting at the table in the center of the room. She looked different, older, but somehow more healthy. Gone were the gaunt features. Her face was now more full and rounded. Her mousy brown hair was now a deeper shade with some gray, and a pair of glasses hung around her neck on a delicate chain. He felt Tanem nudge him when the guard stopped speaking. Harry glanced at the guard, then, taking a deep breath, stepped forward into the room. Petunia looked up from the table when she heard the door's lock clunk open. Her therapist had requested the use of this room, the family meeting area, rather than the one that would normally been used for just two people. It was much larger, enough so several families could meet at the same time at the different tables, and the windows along one wall made it feel even larger. The use of the room was not for her comfort. She had no illusions about that. It was for the comfort of the young man standing just outside the now open doorway looking at her. The first thing she noticed was his piercing green eyes, her sister's eyes, staring at her. She watched as they hardened, the uncertainty they had held replaced with a hardness that could only come with hatred. When he stepped forward, she flinched. Gone was the young man, in his place was her father striding across the room, angry with her. It took her a moment to force those images away. As she forced them down, she took note of the differences. His hair was darker and too short, his chin was the same but his features were sharper. The largest difference, however, was his hands were empty. Whenever she had seen her father angry like this, he had had a leather shaving strop in his hand. By the time he had sat across from her, she had banished the last of her father's image from her mind. "You wished to see me?" he said, his voice filled with ice. She nodded slowly. She glanced to her right toward her therapist, then back to Harry. "Aye." She took a deep breath. "Aye, I wanted to say, I'm sorry. She watched with morbid fascination as his face contorted from icy anger to red-hot rage. Sorry, he said softly. Sorry, he said as his voice raised. Sorry. He snapped to his feet. Sorry. For what? Being locked in a cupboard and starved. Being beat by that monster. He screamed at the now sobbing woman. He felt a hand gently grip his shoulder. Son, take a breath. Tanem said, pulling his attention away. Please, Harry. Harry stormed off toward the windows, the heaviness in the air caused by his magic receding as he went. Well, that went better than I expected. Tanem said. Petunia sobbed into her hands. I don't know what to say. I should have stopped it. Taken them away. Tanem sat and let her cry, while keeping an eye on Harry as he regained his composure. Once he was sure he had and was listening, he asked the question he knew Harry wanted to ask. If you felt that way, why didn't you leave? She didn't look up from her hands. Still sobbing, she answered. I didn't know where to go. My parents had passed, but they would not have been an option anyway. Our minister was one of V. Vernon's best friends from school, so was the chief constable. He had lived in Surrey his entire life. She dabbed at her eyes, and looked up, then over towards Harry. I don't know what to say to him. Lily never knew what it was like at home after she left. Our father, he drank. He hid it when we were younger, but later, it got worse. Things were tough at home. Mother and I ran our store more often than not, as he was drinking more and more. He started becoming angry, violent, the smallest thing would set him off, but when Lily came home, he was all smiles and sober. She sniffed and dabbed her eyes again. She came home with the most amazing stories, unicorns, spells, friends. Even when she was home, she rarely spent much time with us. One of her friends lived close by, they spent most of their time together. I grew to resent her for everything. I worked hard in school and got into university on a scholarship. When I told my parents, Mum was happy for me. That's where I met Vernon. A year later we were married, because I was pregnant. Our first child was stillborn. Vernon, I guess he blamed me. He had quit university and began to work for Grunnings. It was owned by his best friend's family, while I worked at our family store. My father passed about the same time. Mum followed 6 months later. Vernon had me put the business up for sale. With the proceeds we purchased our house. A year passed and I became pregnant with Dudley. While I was pregnant, things seemed to get better. She sighed. I was deluding myself though. She looked at her therapist and he nodded his encouragement. I had escaped my father for someone just like him. When Harry arrived, she began crying again. I nearly fainted when I saw him. I didn't even know Lily had been pregnant, and yet there was the proof with her emerald eyes. She turned toward Harry, who was still standing looking out the window. You were left on our doorstep sometime during the night after your parents' death, with a note fastened to your blanket. It warned that people would be after you. Vernon was livid, and I was as well. I had so much hate built up at your mother. She was crying again. I wanted to send you to an orphanage, but the note made it clear that was against whatever rules they had. Harry stood quietly and listened to her story. In her own way she had been as trapped as he had, only hers had been one framed by her choices. He turned toward her. Why didn't you say something at the trial? He asked. I tried at the beginning, she said looking down at her hands, but after a time I stopped. Every time I thought about saying something, it felt wrong. I feel that I deserved the sentence. When I arrived here I met Dr. McElroy, and I began talking with him about it. Harry looked at the unassuming man in his tweed suit, then at Tanem who nodded, then back to the man. You know about, then. The man smiled. I am a squib, yes. Harry shook his head. That's not a term you hear where I'm from. You would be known as an adept there. You will have some form of magical ability even if you can't actively use magical energy. He said absently, then looked at Tanem. Petunia stood and walked toward Harry, but stopped a distance away. I was angry, but it should never have been directed at you. I should have been stronger. Harry looked past her at his father. She spoke again. I don't expect you to forgive me. What I allowed to happen. She broke down crying again. Harry's eyes swung back to her. I found out recently about the man that left me at your house, Albus Dumbledore. He is partially to blame. I'll find out more about what he did that night. I can pass along what I find out if you want. She shook her head. No. I'm still trying to come to grips with my decisions. Whatever other things may or may not have contributed, it don't matter. He looked at her rather stunned. Again she shook her head. None of that matters anymore. She looked up at him. My choices led to being estranged from Lily. My choices led to my marriage. It was my choice not to stand up to him. Being here is part of my penance. I just wanted you to hear the entire story, not as an excuse, but an explanation. He nodded. She went to stand next to the doctor. I asked Dr. McElroy for some help, and he agreed. The family photos, and some other things, I asked him to arrange for you to have them, and I'd like to ask something of you. If you could, please look in on Dudley from time to time. They will only tell me he was adopted, and that your family helped arrange it at your request. Harry nodded. He was. From what I was told, he is doing well in school. She smiled softly. Good. I hope both of you are happy. They stood in an awkward silence, till Harry spoke again. Can you tell me more about my birth mother? A smile bloomed across her face. Of course. She was born. Remus sat across from the man he now knew as Kevin Silverhair, next to Sirius. The man had a stack of papers in front of him. So, Sirius tells me that you are one of the most intelligent men he knows. Kevin said, shuffling the pages. Remus chuckled. Compared to him, probably. Hey, Sirius cried. I think I've been insulted. Remus looked over at him. An excellent example. I know you were insulted. He said with a grin. Watch it, Moony. Or you'll find all your clothes in the most shocking pink I can find. He snapped back. See no imagination. But he held up his hands in surrender when he saw Sirius's hand twitch toward his wand. Anyway, what can I help you with, Mr. Silverhair? Kevin glanced up from the pages. Oh, I thought Sirius had told you already. I want to hire you. The Lady Akko and I are starting a business here. Remus leaned forward slightly. A business. He glanced quickly at Sirius, and back. Here. In London. Kevin sipped from his cup of coffee. Diagon Alley. We're opening a bank. Remus's eyes widened. A bank. But you can't. You're muggles. Even then it wouldn't be allowed by wizarding laws. The only bank allowed is the one run by the goblins. It's in the treaty, after the last goblin uprising. Kevin laughed. If that's the case, then there is no issue, because what they are running isn't a bank, it's just a glorified safety deposit box. This will be a modern finance institution. We'll also offer loans at competitive rates, corporate, home, and personal checking accounts, savings accounts, investment counseling, both magical and non, along with the same form of services the goblins provided, without the cheating. We'll even do currency conversion without a charge, providing they have an account with us. Remus was doing an impressive interoperation of a fish as he continued. It will be quite secure as well. Remus turned to Cyrus. Is he serious? The Wizengamot won't stand for it, let alone the goblins. Sirius chuckled. Oh, he's serious, Moony, and I intend to be his first customer as well. Remus' confused expression intensified. Are you both insane? He asked again, his gaze traveling between the pair. Sirius was laughing fully at that point. Oh, very funny, Sirius, ha ha. Remus said, assuming it was a joke. I assure you, Mr. Lupin, this is no joke. Said Kevin. That is the plan, and we plan to open as soon as the staff is in place. Sirius's laughing calmed. Moony, trust me, he's serious, and this is something you will want to be a part of. He looked back toward Kevin. You know about magic. Kevin nodded. Then you need to know about. I have a medical condition. Kevin waved his hand in dismissal. I am aware about your view lycanthropy, it doesn't concern me. He went back to shuffling his papers, looking for something. Remus looked toward Sirius for answers. I learned a lot over in the States, Remus. Not the least of which is that lycanthropy is not seen there as it is here. In some cases it is even seen as a bonus. What? He said, stunned. It's true. They treat it like illness, and different forms of treatment is available there. Much more effective than what is here, I assure you. Said Kevin. He passed a stack of papers across the table to Remus. This is an employment contract. It includes your salary details, along with your heath benefits, as well as a description of your duties, if you choose to sign. He flipped through the pages as he read, his eyes growing large at the salary. Finally, he looked up at the man across the table. I still have a few questions before I sign. Caven nodded. How do you know about magic? Sirius chuckled. That, old friend, is the real prank. He said with a smile pointing toward Caven's now deglamored ears. Harry plopped into the chair across from his father, watching as he tightened the straps for the brace he wore on his left knee. Tandem grinned at him as he flexed his leg. Any luck? He asked. Yeah, Harry replied. Just got off the phone with him. He said he'd ask, but no promises. He'll call back this afternoon. We need to start thinking about a plan B, just in case. Tandem sat back and rubbed his chin. Well, when in doubt, start at the beginning. Let's see the poem again. Harry reached into his backpack and pulled out a legal pad. On it was written, Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. After reading it again, Tandem approached the riddle again. We know, thanks to Caven, that the screech from the egg is what a merperson sounds like in open air, and thanks to Hermione's book, Hogwarts: A History, that there is a small village of them in Black Lake on the castle grounds. Harry nodded as Tandem continued. Come and seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground. You need to find and get to their village, or follow their voices to another location, underwater. His voice tailed off. Harry sat forward, elbows on his knees. Are we sure of that? He asked. I mean, what kind of a spectator sport would that be? Underwater. In a lake. In the middle of February. It may be frozen over as far as we know. Is there any chance that we may need travel someplace else? Tandem had talked about that possibility with the others, so he conceded the point. It's possible, but we don't think it likely. It's not so much the ability, but the logistics of doing such a move. All of Hogwarts, the contestant schools, and the audience. The information they had received was 9 a.m. arrival time at Hogwarts. We believe all of the events will be held on the castle grounds. Okay, but can we have Plan B address the possibility of being somewhere else? Harry asked. Tandem nodded. Probably a good idea, just in case. They settled into the seats discussing their plans. Hermione wanted to scream. She had been researching being a witch versus being a mage for weeks, and still felt no closer to a decision. She had spoken with Sirius, Tandem, Chinthless, Mr. Davis, of the American Magical Education Department, and still had no idea of what she wanted to do. She couldn't talk to Luna, as they had decided that they didn't want to influence each other's decision. Her mum and dad, they were supportive of whatever her choice would be but weren't much help making the decision. Her head thumped into her pillow as she flopped bonelessly on the bed. What in the bloody hell am I going to do? She murmured. A knock brought her attention to her bedroom door and the blonde head that soon peeked around the now open door. Hermione, can I talk with you for a minute? Luna asked quietly. Hermione sat up and patted a place on the bed next to her. Of course, Luna, how does it feel to be home? The young blonde patted her way over and slid up onto the bed, her knees pulled up in front of her chest. Good. A little strange but good. I know we said we wouldn't talk about. Her voice trailed off. Hermione nodded. Yeah, I guess you can't make a decision either. Luna sighed. No, I think I have, but I thought it would be easy at first. I thought I'd keep using a wand. It's what I was brought up with, but I saw so much when I was with Chinthless and Lady Akko. Hermione nodded. Yeah, it was the same with me. Char, Tandem, and Mr. Silverhair took time to show me a lot. She reached over to her desk and grabbed her notebook. I started a list of pros and cons. Tell me what you think, she said as she passed it to Luna. The younger girl quickly read through the list, then sighed at her sister. Okay, I agree with most of this, but in truth I think it boils down to just a few arguments. She took a deep breath and set the notebook to the side. A wand is a focus, and allows much finer control at the sacrifice of adaptability. To deal with that, over the years, spells were created to allow the users to access a wider range of abilities quickly. Hermione agreed, as Luna continued. Non-focus users make many more adjustments on the fly to borrow Harry's example, but they must have drastically better focus, and any spell they wish to do quickly must be refined through practice. Hermione shrugged her agreement. From what I have been able to figure out, that's about right. The training method is where they differ. They both make use of runes, but how they use them is different. Focus magic users create spells through arithmancy and runic formulae, where non-focused use sight to make adjustments and changes, using runes as a power tap, and in runic arrays only. That is why the first thing they tend to learn is how to use mage sight. Luna smiled softly. From what I was taught by Lady Akko, limited sight is the first step, yes, but the second is personal warding. Something I will need to learn regardless of the path I choose. My natural gift leaves me open to attacks. Thankfully my home and Hogwarts warding had some of the protections I needed interwoven into them. They protected me from some of the dangers. Hermione was confused. Luna had never said anything about how her gifts could be dangerous. Danger. From what? The young woman deflated slightly. Before we left for Lady Akko's home, they took me aside and talked with me about what it meant to have a gift like mine. It is something highly sought after, for various reasons. She shuddered, her voice dropped to the barest of whispers. Some would seek to kidnap me, others to kill or sacrifice me. Hermione gasped, and gathered her in her arms. Why? Who? Luna's arms wrapped around her sister. Chinthelus said the largest threat was from the Unseelie Court, or some of the nastier unaligned. Evidently, my gift is one of the strongest they have seen. Some would seek to use that power themselves or to keep me from using it. Period. Chinthelus thinks that, with training, I may be able to see the nature of the spell a magical is forming as they do it, and counter it as it is used. He told me to be careful. Who knows how strong my sight is, as it could make me a target. Hermione hugged her sister tighter as she began to cry. No matter what, we won't allow that to happen. Luna sniffed, as she sat up. That's why I am here. I want to use non-focused magic, but I need someone that I trust. Hermione's mind sped through the implications of her sister's words. A small smile crept onto her lips. Okay, we do this as a team. You doing non-focused, and I'll do focused, but I think I had better learn to use limited sight and shielding as well. Luna's face lit up. Exactly what I was thinking. Now the first thing you need to do is. So this is it? Asked Chinthelus, looking at the building at the end of a cul-de-sac. Yes, it was listed as a Potter holding, Caven said as he pulled into the parking area. From what I gather, it was rented to a family that passed away several years ago. It has an open floor plan, and I have the insides being updated. When the car stopped, they both stepped out and walked toward the entrance. I figured after hearing about the way the other schools arrived for the tournament, you may have wanted to do something similar. Caven chuckled as he pulled the door open and ushered Chinthelus inside. I admit I thought about it, for about a half a minute. A submersible tall ship, and a flying coach please, he said, rolling his eyes. These people. Chinthelus chuckled in turn. You should have seen the pictures from the Quidditch World Cup. These people are anything but subtle. Multi-story tents, in flashing colors, there was even one covered in clover. Caven shook his head. Idiots, did you know that the owner of the grounds they used is in an asylum? Chinthelus frowned deeply as he continued. He had had his mind messed with so often it has compromised his short-term memory. He has a lot of trouble retaining anything new. Then there was his family's encounter with those cloaked people. At least they survived. Is his prognosis promising? Caven nodded. They are hopeful, and his family has been nothing but supportive. Chinthelus nodded. That's good. They walked in silence for a few moments till they reached the entryway. After pulling open a pair of metal doors, Caven spoke again. The school's offices will be out here. He gestured to the offices that were under construction around them. The portal will be in a specially constructed receiving area. The Brits are footing the bill for this and will be buying the installation at the end of the school year. He walked a little farther into the large open room. 6 classrooms, 1 set up for chemistry or potions, 5 practice areas, 2 more outside, a large library. With 6 computer stations to start with, we are putting the wiring in for a dozen more during the renovation, and a cafeteria. It will be a good start for them. Chinthelus nodded. And for now, we use one of Sirius's properties as a travel hub, he said. It will do for this year, and the portal will be temporarily connected to the one being placed in Hogwarts. And when will that be installed? An evil smile grew on Caven's face. It will be there before breakfast tomorrow. Dong. 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 Albus sat bolt upright as the castle bells tolled. He fumbled on his nightstand for his glasses and wand. Within moments he was headed out of the door from his bedchamber, waving his wand in an intricate pattern so his robe appeared over his sleeping attire along with a pair of slippers on his feet. Another wave saw his pointed hat settle upon his now somewhat less disheveled hair. As he was tying his robe he saw the other professors exiting their chambers in similar states. Minerva straightened her glasses and fussed with a few straggling hairs as she asked, "Albus, what is going on?" As she exited the doorway of her new quarters, the headmaster's suite. "I'm not entirely certain, Minerva, but I believe that the bells were sounded by Argus." He shook his head slightly. "I gave him the means to do so when he came to work here, as he is a squib and cannot access the wards. I apologize for not informing you, it had slipped my mind over the years." Minerva nodded. "Very well. Do you have a way of finding him?" Albus placed his wand in the palm of his hand. "Point me, Argus Filch." The wand bobbed into the air just above his hand and pointed down the grand staircase toward the entrance. Minerva sighed, and shook her head. "Appoint me spell, heads of houses. Please check on your charges, I want to be sure that all of our students are safe. Then place the 7th year prefects in charge and join us." 4 of their number peeled away and hurried down the hallways. "Phileas, please organize a search of the castle, I'll be with Albus." The diminutive man, and new deputy headmaster, started speaking softly to the others as the newly minted headmaster and Albus moved down the stairway. As they rounded the corner at the bottom of the stairs they spotted Argus Filch, the caretaker of the castle. He was pacing in front of the entryway stroking his cat Mrs. Norris. "Argus?" Albus asked. The older man turned to face them quickly. "Dumbledore. Headmaster. A train arrived at the station." "Calm yourself, Argus. Take a moment, then tell us slowly," said Dumbledore. The grizzled old caretaker stopped and took a deep breath. "A train pulled into the valley when I was overseeing the changes Professor Sprout requested to the greenhouse. I left the elves finishing the last of it, but the train, it is nothing like I've ever seen. Hagrid is down near the ward line, he's watching them now. They're unloading something." Albus stroked his beard. "And the people in Hogsmeade? How are they reacting?" Argus thought about it for a moment, saw a few of them, poking their heads out but keeping clear. The elder man nodded. "Very well. Thank you, Argus. Minerva, I believe you had better alert the Aurors. I am not aware of any arrivals today. Mr. Potter and his school are to arrive sometime today, could it be them?" She interrupted. "Mr. Potter's group arrives today?" Albus asked, turning toward the headmaster, slightly angered that he was not told. "I received word from Headmaster Chintlis late yesterday," she said, as she began transfiguring her night clothes to something she could wear out even if it would only last a few hours. "They have been in London for a few days and originally planned to arrange for their arrival a few days ago, but some local business has kept them busier than expected." Albus following suit with his own clothes, they began walking toward the gate to Hogwarts. "You received word yesterday. Why did you not inform me?" he asked, a little more than perturbed by her omission. "It was after dinner, Albus, and you had already retired for the evening. I would have told you this morning, over breakfast. I was not expecting anyone at such an early hour, let alone a train to arrive. They must have left London not long after the headmaster sent his owl." Albus replied, his anger dissipating. "I would not have expected them to arrive like this either. At any rate, shall we greet our guests?" They walked in silence for a short time, the only sounds coming from beyond the crest of the hill. A low throaty hum filled the air around them, punctuated by an occasional bang of metal on metal or shout. As they crested the hill they spotted Hagrid, now standing on the other side of the ward line and fence talking in an animated fashion with another person. He was short, even by their standards, only reaching just above the knee of the half-giant. Albus stuttered to a stop as a group of like individuals, 5 in total, came from around the edge of the station house. "Dwarves." Minerva pulled up short, next to him. "Albus." He shook himself. "Dwarves, Minerva. Those people, they are dwarves." "Dwarves. But they haven't been seen in centuries." How can you be sure? She asked. He started walking again slowly. During the war, in the mountains, when I was looking for Grindelwald, I stumbled across an outpost. I had had an accident, become lost as well as losing the majority of my supplies. They made their displeasure over my inadvertent trespassing known to me, and removed me from their mountains. It was an unpleasant encounter, but not one I am likely to forget, let alone my hosts for that adventure. Are they a threat? She asked. He watched as the leader of the group, or the one he assumed was the leader, laughed at something with Hagrid. It appears not, but we must be wary. They are easily insulted, and have quick tempers, or at least that was true of the group I met. They had just passed the ward line when Hagrid noticed their approach. Hedmas, his eyes moved quickly to Minerva, then Albus and back. Sorry, still getting used to da. He gestured to the short, broad-shouldered, barrel-chested man standing next to him. Headmaster McGonagall, Professor Dumbledore, this is Thresin of the Stonecrafter clan. The man turned toward them. Call me Theo, he said, presenting his calloused hand to Minerva, then Albus. Got a delivery for Hogwarts. He gestured back toward the tracks and the large yellow and black monster of a train sitting just beyond the station, as he looked over the paperwork in his clipboard. One mobile classroom with lounge area, one mobile crafting area, 2,000 square feet, 2 large generators, and fuel. He flipped a page. Propane for the classroom and craft area, 2 large tanks 500 gallons each, and 2 diesel for the generators, 500 gallons each. Please remind them to contact us when the tanks reach 1/4 full, for any refills they feel necessary. They looked at him confused as he flipped another few pages. We have also been informed that you employ house elves. He looked at them. They nodded slowly. Strange you call them that. We always called them imps. Anyway, any object or building with either of these symbols, he indicated the Fairgrove logo and another with a stylized stone hand holding a mason's square, is to be off limits. They are not to enter, move or have any form of interaction with them or anything they are connected to or contain. Failure to abide by this may result in serious injury to them or others. Is this understood? Again they nodded slowly. Excellent. He flipped a further page. They have left the placement of the buildings up to you. They do request, however, that the craft building be further away, as it can become quite loud when in use. I would suggest that as well. As for the classroom, it should be near the main building as they plan to take meals with your students. He flipped another page, and began again without looking at the confused group. Now, we have a separate delivery for Hogwarts as well, one that must be signed for by the headmaster, as once this school year is complete it will be given as a gift to Hogwarts. He passed the clipboard to her along with a ballpoint pen. Please sign next to the X at the bottom to confirm delivery. One of my men will then follow you to the school and discuss where you would like it to be placed. Minerva's hand reached unsteadily toward the dwarf's outstretched hand. Classroom. Crafting area. Generators. I don't understand. The dwarf harumphed. They are the things requested delivered by Chintless. What else do you need to understand? These are the things he believes are necessary for his school to be here for this. Now, please sign so we may be about our work. Minerva glanced at Albus, unsure what to do. He gestured at the papers so she signed. Very good, the dwarf said, taking back the clipboard, and pulling several pages away. Here are your receipts, please keep them for your records. We will place the new classroom first. He put his fingers to his lips, giving birth to a piercing whistle that came in 4 blasts. 3 dwarves soon appeared at their sides, each saying, Boss. Phil, is the classroom unloaded? He asked. Aye. Both sections be down. They be hookin' up the tractors now. Where ye be wantin' it? He looked expectantly at Minerva. Ah, next to the greenhouses would be best. The path has been charmed to protect against most weather and snow. She glanced at Albus and he nodded slightly. Yes, that would be best. Mr. Filch, the man by the gate, will lead you there. He nodded, looking over at the man, and headed back toward the train. Jack, Theo asked. I'll start unloading the crafting room as soon as they are out of the way. The first 2 sections will be in place by noon. We'll finish up and test everything in the afternoon, say about 4 or so. He nodded, and turned to Minerva. And where would you want it? Be warned, it may be loud. Albus, she asked directly. He took over at her prompt. What will they be crafting in this room? Theo shook his head. Not my concern. It was packed and labeled when we picked it up. All we do is assemble the building. They will arrange what was shipped inside. Albus nodded. In this case then, Minerva, might I suggest it be placed near Hagrid's? As long as he does not believe the noise would be a problem. Just for safety's sake. Knowing that the large man's curiosity and jovial attitude would have him over quite often, he would let him know what was going on inside. Hagrid smiled. It won't be a problem, Professor. I'd be happy to help. Minerva nodded. Hagrid will show you the way when ready. The dwarf known as Jack turned on his heel. Best come with me then, might even put you to work. You look like you may be able to keep up with me, boys. The last dwarf stood quietly waiting till Theo spoke again. Reba, you see to the last. The female dwarf looked surprised for a moment. Are you sure? She asked. He smiled at her. I am daughter. He placed a hand on her shoulder, but I will be watching. She smiled back at him, turning to the headmaster. Where would you like the portal placed? Minerva looked more confused than ever. Portal? What's a portal? That conversation had gone poorly, the elderly man remembered later, an entirely new conveyance introduced in such a fashion. Though in the end it had been unloaded and moved to the castle, they had put it in the anteroom just off the great hall as it could be locked and wards placed on the doors easily. He sighed as he sat at the head table to begin his breakfast, which he dipped up absently as he thought about all that they had seen in the last 24 hours. The buildings that had been moved onto the grounds were, in a word, ugly. Large boxy things with a skin made of something called aluminum, that had been painted white. He hoped the new fallen snow would soften their appearance somewhat. Then came the activation of the portal, that was rather less exciting than he had expected. Once it had been erected in the room, the female dwarf, Raba, something like that, had placed a stone device in a slot. It had glowed and it was finished. Not exciting at all. He had insisted on testing it, however, first one of the dwarves, then himself. The portal itself impressed him. One moment he stood in Hogwarts, the next in a well-appointed home in London where he had met Sirius, and had a short discussion about why the method of transport was necessary. What he had heard did not please him. He had hoped that Harry's return would see him beginning to develop ties with the other students, even see him attending classes with them. He was not prepared for what he had heard, that he and the two girls that had left Hogwarts would be studying Muggle subjects as well as magical. And while visitors, both students and professors, were welcome, they would be asked to leave if they became disruptive. He took another bite of his breakfast as his attention was drawn to the side door where the portal was as Harry and the two girls entered, laughing at something unheard. Each had a bag draped over one shoulder, presumably filled with school work, and wore Muggle clothing. Trainers, blue jeans, and coats, leather in Harry's case, some form of cloth in the girls'. No ties, nothing to identify their school, no form of unity he could see. It was disappointing to say the least. Minerva entered soon after along with Headmaster Chinthlis, discussing something on a stack of papers between them, then finally a man he did not know. He was not overly tall and wore a blue three-piece suit. His eyes seemed to miss nothing as they passed over the room before landing on him at the head table. Albus could almost see the fire begin to burn in them as he approached. He placed his briefcase on the floor and offered Albus a card. Mr. Dumbledore. My name is J. Noble Daggett. I am a solicitor. I have been retained to pursue the matter of a vehicle you vanished, one belonging to a Mr. Silverhair and his company Fairgrove Industries. I believe that this would be something you may wish to speak about in private. Albus looked down at the card. He had forgotten about that miscalculation. He sighed. Best he deal with this now, but he still did not think that such a thing could be worth anything close to what had been reported. He stood. Please follow me, Mr. Daggett. Daggett. There is an office we can use this direction. He moved toward the side door. Just as he was about to open the door, it swung open, allowing a number of others to enter, led by a pair of women speaking together, Lady Akko and Maria Malden. My, it is good to see you, my dear. Her warm brown eyes turned to ice in the blink of an eye. Dumbledore. What had he done to earn this from one of his former students? I do hope you have been well. She glared at him for a moment. That is no concern of yours, Mr. Dumbledore. She snapped and brushed past him and into the great hall. As he pondered this turn of events, several others emerged from the portal, passed him by without comment, and Phileas shut it down and secured it under the watchful eye of the young female dwarf Reba. Ah, Phileas, I'll see to securing the room. Mr. Daggett and I need a few moments to discuss my mistake with the vehicle upon young Harry's arrival. He watched as the man pulled a very thick set of pages from within his briefcase and started arranging them in stacks on the table. If you would be so good as to inform Minerva, and have her inform my classes, at least for the morning, I have a feeling I will not be available for some time. Phileas nodded quickly and passed out of the doorway. Harry nodded toward Victor Crumb as he walked by, and again at Cedric. Dropping his bag on the floor, he sat next to Susan as he waved at Fleur. Susie Q, good to see you, he said, helping himself to a plate. Harry. Her eyes widened. You're back. He quirked an eyebrow. Nope. Just your imagination. You're still sleeping. He wiggled his fingers in the air, mimicking a cascade. This is one of those dreams where you will suddenly realize you came to class and didn't wear anything. She looked at him with a confused expression, as Luna smacked him on the head and Hermione said, never mind him, he's just fooling around, it's a muggle thing. She scrunched up her nose in distaste as she used the word. She looked at Harry. There has to be a better word than that to refer to the outside world. Harry shrugged as he dug into his backpack, and pulled out a jar full of something red, which Luna grabbed from his hand. Good you brought some. Harry chuckled. Please, Luna, feel free, you know you could have brought your own. She scowled at him, then broke into a smile. I did. She popped the top loose and started dipping large spoonfuls onto her eggs. This way I have more later. Harry looked at her with a lopsided grin. I live to be your Sherpa, Miss Luna. Her face broke into a wide grin. Of course. Go forth, my minion. Bring your queen more salsa. She waved her hand dismissively. Harry rolled his eyes. Give me that. He grabbed for the jar, only to miss as she moved it further away. No. It's mine now. She smirked, just as Hermione pulled it from her hands. Really? You too? She said in an exasperated voice. Must we do this every morning? She took a spoon and dipped some onto Harry's eggs, sealed the lid and placed it in her own bag. Harry smiled as Luna stuck out her tongue, then they looked at each other for a split second, then back to Hermione and said as one, yes. She pursed her lips and shook her head. Susan looked on as the pair, Luna and Harry, began to eat. This happened every morning while you were gone? She asked Hermione. Some form or another, she said, dipping up her own plate. Yesterday it was the battle of the last scone. She shook her head. Luna ended up with strawberry jam in her hair before it was over. Harry interjected. You were the one that threw it. Hermione looked sheepish. You moved. Besides, that was a family breakfast. Luna chimed in. So is this. Hermione scowled at her. We're in public. Luna just waved it away, and went back to her meal. A voice from behind them said, please come to the classroom as soon as you have finished your breakfast, we are already behind for the morning. The trio of students answered, yes, Professor. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Malden. Turning back to their meals, Susan asked, behind? It's just past 8:30, how can you be behind? Hermione answered as she buttered a slice of toast, our classes start at 8 every weekday. Harry nodded. Yeah, this will probably be one of the few breakfasts you see us at. We'll need to be in class by the time the hall normally opens, at 8. Why so early? Susan asked. Harry shrugged. We need to keep to a schedule. My normal school starts at 8:30, but because of the tournament things are a little messed up. And we didn't want a large gap in the mornings. Hermione continued. Harry's day starts much earlier, 5 am. We didn't want to disrupt it any more than necessary. Susan looked stunned. 5 in the morning. Why in Merlin's name? Harry smiled. If you want something bad enough, you make sacrifices and work to achieve it. That's why. Then he went back to his breakfast. So Susan, how was your Christmas? Asked Hermione, after an awkward silent moment. Mr. Dumbledore. A voice said. Mr. Dumbledore. May I please have your attention? Albus looked up from the stack of papers before him at the man. Please, pardon my lapse, Mr. Daggett. He let loose a long sigh. Even seeing the documentation and photographs you have provided, I find myself at a loss. It is hard to believe a Muggle vehicle could be so expensive. Are you disputing my client's records? He asked, bristling visibly. I can assure you. Albus interrupted. No, I am not. I am merely stating it is at the edges of my comprehension. You see, the only times I have been concerned with the cost of an automobile is when it is a budget item within my purview as Chief Wizard of the Wizengamot. The last purchase for a ministry car was in 1967, if I remember correctly. 6 were purchased along with a bus, and at nowhere even approaching this. He shook the paper. Mr. Daggett chuckled. I imagine it is quite a shock then. Many things have changed in those few years, Mr. Dumbledore. Do you remember what they were? He thought for a moment. They are quite large. For a Muggle vehicle, something called a Daimler Majestic, purchased, at the time, for what I thought was a ridiculous sum, 1,000 galleons each. Mr. Daggett shuffled his papers for a moment, checked a couple of numbers, then calculated a figure. So somewhere around £5,000 sterling, that was quite expensive at the time. Today something comparable would be much more expensive. He did a bit more figuring. My Jaguar, for instance, was around 73,000 American dollars, or just under 46,000 pounds sterling. 9,200 galleons. Albus looked dumbstruck. Your auto cost over 9,000 galleons. Mr. Daggett nodded. It is a very nice car. Now about a payment plan. Sirius opened the door and stepped into the well-appointed office. Good morning, Amelia, he said as he moved to sit. Sirius, she said, looking up briefly. What can I help you with this morning? With a clink, he sat a stack of gold coins on the edge of her desk. She looked up from her paperwork and quirked an eyebrow at him. And this is for Scrimgeour's wand, he said with a smirk. Harry stepped on it and broke it when he went to escort Harry to that farce of a hearing. Her eyes narrowed. Really? She spun her chair around and opened a drawer behind her and pulled out a file. It says here his wand was broken after Harry fell after the Portkey took funds from the general fund to replace it. Sirius shrugged. I would tend to believe Harry and Lady Akko. Scrimgeour tried to grab Harry. Harry sidestepped his grab. Scrimgeour fell and hit his head. Harry stepped on his wand as he tried to get around him. She said absently. I wonder what else he left out. Sirius shrugged again. Harry promised Lady Akko he'd pay for it, so there it is. She placed the folder on her desk and scooped up the coins and placed them on the folder. I doubt that is the only reason you dropped by, Sirius. Quite, he said with a smile. First, have you spoken to Mr. Bagman? She sighed. I did. I was on his doorstep the morning after he arrived home from his tour. She sat back in her chair, a look of aggravation on her face. The man is a self-important idiot, and that may be a bit generous. Sirius snickered. I've never had the honor. Oh, believe me, it is an honor you would just as soon avoid, she said with a small smile. It took me some time, but I finally got him to talk about writing the contract, and looked at his notes from the meetings he had with the headmasters. They were a mess. In the end, he just made it as simple as possible. And Dumbledore's involvement? He asked. Minimal, she said, but after speaking with Bagman, I believe that was by design. He looked at her with a confused expression. Bagman told me he was often unavailable or would be in a hurry when he tried to speak with him. He nodded. So you believe he deliberately left him with minimal support, or instruction? Correct. She nodded. It won't be enough for them, he said, somewhat upset himself. I didn't think it would be, she said honestly. Unfortunately, I see very few options open to me to pursue. I wish it was different, but there was nothing illegal done. I would expect a grievance to be filed by the Muggle government on behalf of Harry in short order, he replied. I have been told that they do have laws concerning something called criminal negligence. He held up his hand to stave off her objection. They understand that little will come of it, but they are playing by the rules of the Muggle governments for this. Why? In Merlin's name. What good will it do? She asked. He shrugged. Possibly nothing, at least here at the ministry, but, he leaned forward, placing his elbows on her desk. Ames, you knew Lily. Did she ever take you anywhere, in her world? Amelia smiled softly. We went to the cinema once. She was a fan of someone named Audrey Hepburn. She wanted to see one of her shows and James was off with you someplace. It was good. He was glad she had such a memory. You knew I went with Harry back to the States? He asked. She nodded, wondering what he was getting at. I went to the cinema with them several times, James and Lily that is, but after this trip, Ames, you have no idea what it is like out there. He stood up and began to pace, then stopped himself and took a deep breath. Sorry, old habits, they have made amazing advances, things that once you know about, they would be difficult to give up. He turned to look at her, she looked confused. I'm not explaining this well. He ran his hand through his hair. The reason they want to do things this way is, he sat again. The British Muggle government is having serious problems with our way of life. She sat forward quickly. What? I know a few of them know about us, but. Sirius cut her off. Ames, it's not that, he sighed. It's more than just that. Do you remember the man that owned the campground the ministry used for the World Cup? She had to think about it for a moment. John? No, Johnston. Yes, I remember him. Do you know how often his memory was modified? He asked. She stood and walked to a cabinet along the side of the room. Rummaging inside, she pulled out a folder. FIF 57, she stuttered, stunned by the number. Ames, he's in their version of the Janus Thicky ward at St. Mungo's. He's having problems with his memory, he can't seem to form new memories correctly, and he's not the only one, they have case after case of people that have been obliviated. She looked stricken at the news. Are you sure? He nodded. I don't know if it was just carelessness, or something else, but according to one of the experts from the colonies, it has to do with the lack of magical protection of the mind, as well as the people noticing the changes easier now, missing time, meetings, forgotten facts. These aren't the simple farmers from when the obliviation started. Amelia made her way back to her chair as he continued. It's not just that. They are noticing the Muggle baiting as well. It has been caught a number of times by their versions of magical photographs. Not to mention the things that happened in the last war. She froze. They have pictures. He nodded. Of a couple of attacks that I saw. One led by the man himself. It was hard to watch. He was attacking a Muggle born and his family. They have been trying to keep it quiet, but that has been hard for them. They want to help these people and our government has been ignoring every attempt to speak about it. So when Harry turned up at Fairgrove, they took the chance and began to receive assistance from the American magical community. She sighed deeply. She had known that the minister hadn't been in contact with the government often, but had no idea that they had wanted to talk with them about something like this. She didn't know how long she had been lost in thought when his voice pushed through again. And with this new bank cave-in as opening in Diagon Alley. She sat bolt upright. What did you say? Mr. Tannum. A pleasure to meet you, said Minerva, as she shook his hand. It's just Tannum, ma'am. Nice to meet you too, he said as he entered her office. May I present Joe Brown, head of Fairgrove Security, he will be heading up our security for our stay. He offered his hand, which she shook. I believe you know Maria Malden. Ms. Malden, it is good to see you again, Minerva said, offering her hand to the woman. PR Headmaster McGonagall, she said icily, neglecting to take the offered hand. Tannum, I haven't much time, they will be heading to the classroom anytime. The new headmaster was taken aback by her former student's reaction to her. Ms. Malden, have I done something to offend you? She scoffed at the woman. You lied to me and my family. That is what you did. She turned back to Tannum. I need to get down and make sure everything is in order. He nodded. All right, we'll be around all day. She nodded and walked back out the door and down the stairs. Minerva looked confused as she moved back around to the far side of her desk and gestured to the others to sit. Odd, she was such a promising young woman. I wonder what she meant. Tannum motioned toward the chairs as he spoke again, and of course you know Shar and Chintlis. His voice roused her from her thoughts. Yes, of course. Please be seated. May I ask why you feel it necessary to have a security person? No offense, Mr. Brown. Shar spoke. For our peace of mind, Headmaster. Harry has already been entered into a tournament he has no business being in, as it is for adults. She ticked off a finger and continued. Kidnapped twice, and his mind assaulted. Minerva's eyes grew as large as saucers. Not once but twice. That is why. Are you sure of this? She asked. Attacks on the mind are greatly looked down upon. Shar laughed. My Harry is more than certain. One of them not only tried with Harry, but he also did it to Headmaster Chintless, my mother, and me. But, how? Minerva sputtered. How did we know? Shar's snarl turned feral. Because we have dealt with better mind mages than he could ever dream of. Tannum's hand settled on her shoulder. Shar, he said softly. Please. She turned enough to face him. She glared at him for a time before taking a deep breath. Fine. We'll deal with him later. He turned toward Minerva. I hope you now begin to see our reasoning. All she could do was nod her agreement, while wondering how deep a hole Albus had dug for himself with these people. I am beginning to. Yes. Now, is there anything we can do to help with this event Saturday? He asked. No. She smiled. I believe everything has been taken care of. Do you need any help procuring formal wear? No. It is taken care of, he replied. Very well. She was hesitant to ask but thought it was best. Harry is aware that he must have a date, correct? Shar shrugged. He is taking Luna. She would have been underage and he didn't think it would be fair to ask her to miss out on such an event when it is just the three of them. Minerva's smile widened. Indeed, she said, then chose to change subjects. Do you have a copy of your class schedules? I find myself interested in the differences in what is being taught. Tannum smiled. This is exactly what they were hoping for. You will be most welcome. Please feel free to attend any classes or drop by the workshop. Though if the workshop doors are closed we do ask you not to enter as the person or group do not want to be interrupted. I don't know that we have any projects that would require that but you never know. Minerva made a note on one of the pages Shar had handed her. Now, he continued, we have a few other things to talk about as well. Harry looked back toward the shore where Hermione and Luna sat talking quietly just behind his body, still sitting in meditative lotus pose. He smiled as Luna looked up at his astral form and waved at him then turned back to her conversation. Astral projection was one of his favorite forms of magic, it was true freedom. As long as his body was safe, and the tether between his body and wandering spirit was intact so he could find his way back, this was the ultimate in freedom. Nothing could hold him. Not even gravity. His grin grew larger as he swooped and dove above the surface of the lake for a couple of minutes, causing Luna to laugh at his antics before he plunged into the darkened depths below him. Well, that's not exactly true, he thought as he began to look around, trying to get his bearings before he began mapping the lake. Almost nothing can hold me. He knew there were wards that could, or if he was in a room that was constructed entirely of cold iron, but he doubted that anyone here knew that. He bobbed back upwards so his head was just above the surface and taking in a couple of landmarks he set to work. He began with a trick that FX and his father had adapted after watching a marathon session of war movies, releasing a pulse of magic into the water he then waited, magical sonar. Over the next 2 hours he developed a mental picture of the depths. Other than 2 deeper areas it was mostly what he had been told to expect from a mountain lake. One area led into a cave system. He would only look into that if it was necessary. The other, however, seemed to have a more or less flat bottom that looked to be large enough for what he was looking for. He swooped downward for a closer look. It didn't take him long to find the Mer village, surrounded by what he assumed was the plant life they farmed. Grinning wildly he made note of the layout then made his way back toward shore, taking note of each landmark as he passed. Dr. Margaret Mead was forgiving of many things, especially considering her feelings about the state of magical Britain, but the possibility of further injury coming to her young charges while here was not one of them. So, when they were packing up to come back she had as well. Once in London she had set about renting everything she felt necessary in case of injury during this insane tournament. Within the first day she had arranged for the majority of things to be delivered to Sirius's house. All the equipment necessary to stabilize up to 3 critical patients, as well as several minor, and transport them to an area of a hospital in London for further care. This was all added to the things brought for the classroom, as it would be closer to the castle. She stalked through the castle toward her destination, the infirmary. When she opened the wooden door she shook her head. The entire castle was drafty and cold. Did she really expect anything different from the infirmary? No, she decided, she didn't. Inside she found stone floors worn with years of use, steel frame beds and divider curtains. In all a dozen beds, each with their own side table, otherwise it looked like something from an old Victorian-era motion picture. "Can I help you with something, my dear?" An elderly lady asked, stepping out of what Margot assumed was her office. "Yes, I believe you can," she said, trying to keep her voice professional. "My name is Dr. Mead. Are you Madame Pomfrey?" She smiled, as she smoothed the wrinkles from her apron. "Yes, I am. A doctor, you say? Muggle medicine." Margot ignored what she felt was a slight. "Actually, I hold credentials in general and emergency medicine, as well as their counterparts in magical healing." Her eyes widened. But you are so young." Margot cut her off. "I assure you it is quite true. I have been retained for the last 7 years by Fairgrove, as director of their medical facility." The matron had heard Albus talk about the company that Harry worked for, but she had never heard him speak of any magical connection. She watched slightly dumbstruck as the woman moved past her and began looking through her magical stores. Reading the labels on some and moving them aside, occasionally pulling loose a stopper and sniffing or holding it up to the light, checking on the color. "Why is this not locked up separately? It's an opium derivative, highly addictive. It needs to be dispensed carefully, and not left where it can pilfered by a student looking for a high." Pomfrey looked at her oddly. "It is just a pain relief potion. Laudanum is available at any apothecary." "It is also addictive," she snapped back. "Why you would give this to anyone here is beyond me. It is outlawed in this form by both of my governments, as well as the British one. It is illegal to even have the plant it is made from. Besides, there are many other pain relievers that are of a better quality available, not to mention less addictive." She shook her head. This was not why she was here. She didn't come here to teach. "At any rate, I wanted to come and speak with you about Harry, Hermione, and Luna. As of now, I am informing you that if any of them come to be injured here, they are to be taken to their classroom. It is on the path to the greenhouses." The elderly lady pursed her lips. "I am." Margot turned toward her, eyes hard, menacing. "They are in my charge. I will not allow you to undo all my hard work with Harry or Hermione." She stalked closer. "It has taken me over a month to undo the skeletal damage to Hermione. Her bone density was dangerously low. The nerve inflammation was ridiculous. What in the hell were you thinking?" She continued to rant. "By all rights, she should have died the night she was attacked. And I'll admit whatever you did to save the poor girl's life must have been amazing. Hermione should have been sent home till at least the end of the winter break. Her magic was still trying to cope with the injuries. You assigned her no supplemental diet to help her body have the building blocks to repair. You did not restrict her magic so it could do its work." The matron looked almost stricken by her words. "She told you she was still in pain. You ignored it. There is no way I am letting you treat her. Let alone Harry." She took a deep breath to calm herself. "Look, I understand that you care. I know that you would care for them to the best of your abilities, and those are formidable, especially given how you managed to save Hermione's life after the troll attack, something I am planning to speak with you at length about, but they are both under my care. I will see to them." Margot headed toward the woman's office. "Now, I want to know how you did manage to save Hermione that night, and why you chose not to disclose the severity of her injuries to her or her parents." Saturday came faster than Harry thought it would. They had been surprisingly busy the last few days. Between school and fittings, they had kept the trail hot. Though this morning had surprised him, he and his fellow males had been roused at the ungodly hour, on a winter Saturday anyway, of 8 am and shoved out the door. They were informed that they were not to return until 4 p.m. and could use the downstairs parlor to dress, as well as the shower on the first floor. So started their day, one they spent like most men left to themselves, or at least among this group, looking at cars. BMW, Alfa Romeo, Ferrari, Aston Martin. They moved from one showroom to another, browsing, sticking their noses under the hood or under the car, asking to speak with mechanics. That's normal, right? They arrived home at the appointed time, and not a moment sooner, knocked and went inside. Each of them moving in turn upstairs, then to the parlor, just as they had been told. Harry was the last to retrieve his clothes from the rack they were placed on to air after they had been checked for wrinkles. Black silk socks were first, followed by well-shined patent leather shoes. Next came the shirt, white with a bib of something the tailor called Marcella, small diamond shapes used to add texture to the fabric, a turn-down collar, and double cuff, to which he added silver cuff links with onyx stones, and a bow tie that matched the silk facing of his jacket. Next were the trousers, flat front with a single braid down the side, along with suspenders, or as his tailor had called them, bracers. To that he added a waistcoat, along with a gold pocket watch, a gift from Sirius, and finally his jacket. Looking in the mirror, he had to admit it looked good, and it wasn't that uncomfortable. Tanem and Sirius stepped up behind him in similar outfits. "You look nice, Harry," said Tanem, Sirius agreeing with him. "You'll turn a lot of girls' heads," Sirius said with a smile. "Though I'm hoping I can still turn one or two. You'll be stiff competition." Harry chuckled. "Why do you want to turn the heads of a bunch of girls still in school? Do I need to worry about their fathers hunting you down?" Sirius tried to look scandalized. "Fathers? Ye gods, man, I'd be more afraid of Sarah than them," he said in a mocking tone. "As well you should," said a venom-laced voice from the doorway behind him. He whirled toward the sound to see the elven woman standing in the doorway in a shimmering butter-yellow evening dress. "Sarah, how long enough?" she said, her venomous voice giving way to tinkling laughter. "Now be a good puppy and give me a key." "Hello." He walked across the room to her. "My pleasure. You look amazing." He gently kissed her cheek after a warning about messing up her makeup. "The others will be down shortly. Tanem, Shar wants you to be sure the cameras are ready. She wants pictures before we leave." He nodded and went toward the kitchen. A few minutes later, the group had gathered in the entryway waiting for the rest of the group to come downstairs. Harry's mouth went dry when he saw the pair of sisters. He had thought that Hermione looked amazing the night of the award banquet, but each of them tonight put that memory in the shame. Gone were Hermione's slightly large front teeth and unruly hair. Evidently she had somehow convinced her parents to allow Margot to work her magic on both. Her smile shone brightly as they made their way down the sweeping staircase. Her deep blue ball gown lightly brushed her at the ankles, and a string of pearls glowed around her neck. She looked every bit the sophisticated lady. Luna, on the other hand, her smile was infectious, and warmed him to the bottom of his toes. Her hair was done up into a loose bun with ringlets framing her face, and her lavender dress seemed to shift colors slightly as it moved between a rose and blue. Before he could say anything, they were lined up, and camera flashes were obscuring their vision. In between poses, as the adults decided on what they wanted next, he complimented each in turn. Moments later, they were standing in front of the portal on their way to Hogwarts. Lisa Granger watched as her new daughter was led into the Great Hall on the arm of the young man that had changed their lives so greatly in such a short time. She had always considered herself a good judge of character, although that thought had taken a beating when dealing with magicals, or perhaps it was just that she had felt that she could trust the person of Minerva McGonagall, and it had been their government that had tested her. Whichever way it was, that young man and his family had restored her belief. She glanced across the table toward her other daughter, who was dabbing her eyes and smiling brightly. A few months ago she would have never conceived of such a thing, but here she stood, proud mother of a pair of amazing daughters. She clutched the small, but magical bag in her hand unconsciously as it contained the final adoption papers for Luna. They had decided to tell both of them tonight after the ball. The week had been quite a whirl for them as well, and while it was nice to be home, a lot had changed. Luna had marveled as Tanem, Shar, and Chinthless had worked on the wards and shields of their house. She had said that it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, interconnected domes of crystal in a kaleidoscope of colors. The wards were constructed to not only protect the family and home but alert them to an intrusion well before the first attack could be launched. The way that it had been explained to them was it was like an overlapping spider web. A single vibration along any strand would vibrate others and pass it along. Even a passive detection charm or a person's ambient magic, if not recognized, let alone someone trying to bypass something, would set off both visual and audio alerts within the house's new non-magical alarm system. The same had been done to their office. The office, she turned her head slightly, her eyes passing across a clapping Tanem and Shar, and sighed slightly. Tannum had about laughed himself silly at the sight of their office when they arrived to begin their work on its wards. Everything had been changed. It seems that Caven had a penchant for doing such things, or so she had been informed between fits of laughter. The Elven Lord took his position seriously, and provided the best tools available for his people. Inside there was new equipment, furniture, cabinetry, even the magazines had been replaced. It had both her and Robert quite flummoxed. They had tried to argue about what had been done, but in the end Tannum had told her it was just something they would have to live with, and that Caven wasn't human. To him, they were his people, and refusing it was just not something they could do. They were as much a part of Fairgrove as he and his family were. When he told her the story of how his parents had gone from farmers to horse breeders, they began to understand this was an investment. An investment in their future, not just theirs but their daughters as well as Fairgrove's. It was no wonder the man's people were as loyal as they were. Her attention drifted back to the couples making their way up to the main table, Luna's arm wrapped around Harry's. They were soon seated and she picked up the evening's menu that had been printed on a piece of parchment placed upon the place setting as part of a spectacular display. She read it over and began wondering how each of the 3 entrees would be prepared and served. When she looked up, several of the others had already received their appetizers. Confused, she looked toward Hermione, who smiled back at her, then indicated the menu with a slight nod, then spoke her soup choice out loud. Almost instantly a bowl of French onion soup appeared. She glanced down at the soup, then up at her daughter. Is this how most meals here are served? Hermione chuckled. No, but the food is always quite good. She sipped her first spoonful. And this no exception. Normally it is served family style, however. I watched the headmaster order while you were looking at the menu. She nodded toward the head table. Lisa nodded and went back to her musing, finally deciding what she wanted and starting on a wonderful meal. Conversation at their table drifted from topic to topic till it seemed to settle on their plans for the rest of the term. Tannum shrugged as he spoke. Other than their classes and Harry getting ready for the second task, we need to make time to go back home for a few days because the 19th is the hearing with Harry's school. Char grumbled. I so want to beat that man into the ground for this. Tannum shook his head, and that is why we are going to let the Fairgrove lawyers handle this. We just need to be there to make an appearance, to give the situation a human face, so to speak. Robert nodded. That will be important, from what I understand about the situation. He is really pushing this, isn't he? Char sighed. The problem is he's right about some of it. She stirred her soup absently for a moment. We want Harry to attend school, and have friends, be a teenager. When he started racing, it was a weekend thing, something fun for the family on the weekends. Tannum took her hand, as she continued. The first time I saw a pure joy in his eyes was when he finished his first race. He seemed so alive. Tannum took over as she dabbed at her eyes. His guitar is a therapy he grew to love, but racing, is, his lifeline. If Dix has his way, we won't have much of a choice. We'll either need to see if we can make an arrangement with a private school, or homeschool him. Lisa listened with a keen interest. He does seem rather driven, she said. Tannum chuckled. That is one way of putting it, I guess. For a while we were afraid that he was doing it because he was trying to fit in, trying to win our affection, but this is something he wants for himself. A smile tugged at the corners of Robert's mouth. Can I ask why he chose cars? Why not something like Formula One? Or a rally? Well, Tannum wiped his mouth with his napkin. We took him to a couple of Formula races when he was younger, but NASCAR is the name in racing in the States, and it is growing by leaps and bounds. Robert swallowed his bite then asked, NASCAR? Tannum elaborated. National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, he said. Oddly enough, the races grew out of a rough time in the States, Prohibition. All of the Grangers looked at him oddly and he continued. Several civic-minded groups banded together to try and outlaw the production and sale of alcohol. It worked too. They managed to get a law passed and it lasted for about 13 years all told, but just as you would expect, it didn't go over well with everyone. He continued to explain as he ate. That, and the taxes put in place after the repeal gave rise to a new type of criminal, called the bootlegger. Lisa sat up, and spoke in surprise. Criminal. He nodded. It started out that way, Though these weren't your normal criminals, they and most of their community didn't see them as such either, most of the time because they were drinking what these individuals peddled, whiskey or other alcohol. He took another bite then continued. Now, at the time something else was happening in Florida, on Daytona Beach. It was gaining a reputation for being the place to go to test yourself and your car. Speed records and racing were happening all up and down that beach. So that is where the best drivers and cars went to test their skill, both behind the wheel and with a wrench. It wasn't long before a man named Bill France started to organize things. It has grown from then to be one of the largest sports in the States. It is getting almost as popular as baseball or football, well, American football, not the type they play here. He continued, the thing about it is, the cars that are driven, other than their paint job, look like the ones anyone can go and purchase off a showroom floor, and just about any reasonably able shade tree mechanic would know what everything is under the hood, other than some of the safety equipment. No computers, no telemetry, no unidentifiable bits and bobs. At the lower levels or in one of the other associations, like SARA, it can even be done as a hobby. Robert looked a little confused. What is the difference between SARA and NASCAR? Originally it was where it started, the rules, and types of courses. Some of that has changed over the years, however. SARA started in the Southwest and has spread east, while NASCAR has done the same in the other direction, and raced more often on road courses versus the round tracks. The deciding factor for Fairgrove, however, was the use of reproduction parts, and being able to use non-ferrous parts instead of steel or iron. Both of the Grangers nodded their understanding and he continued. NASCAR has a larger following now, because they have done an exceptional job connecting with their fans. Further dinner conversation was diverted by the band beginning to play and the champions escorting their dates onto the floor. Lisa watched as Harry began to lead Luna across the floor. She chuckled. Why does Harry look so nervous? Shar snapped another picture of the couple before she spoke. This is the first time he's been to a dance and not been in the band. He is nervous about dancing. One thing was running through the mind of the youngest champion. Don't step on her toes. The young blonde he was dancing with looked up at him with laughter filling her eyes. Relax, Harry. It is just you and me, dancing. He gave her a lopsided grin, then placed his right hand in hers and his left on her hip and set off around the dance floor. As the next song began, he found himself with his arms around a different young woman, as Luna was replaced by Hermione. She shrugged. She made me promise I'd dance the second dance with you. Then Sue, then Fleur. I think your dance card is filling rapidly for the night. He sighed softly. I'd rather be playing. She shook her head slightly. I know. They began to glide across the floor as the music began again. It had taken some doing, but Harry finally managed to exit the dance floor and found a place to sit and take a break along with a much-needed drink. No sooner than he was joined by a red-headed girl he really had no wish to speak with again. He started to stand, but her hand on his arm paused him as she said, Harry, please, I want to apologize. He cut her off. Then why are you talking to me? I'm not the one you did something to. He snarled. The girl sniffed, her eyes glistening with tears. I tried. They won't even let me try. He turned toward her and glared. And you thought this was the place to do it? He gestured to the ball. Here. She shook her head. No. I've been trying all week. They have been avoiding me. I've really tried. Tears began to fall down her cheeks. I even have tried to speak with you, but. And what did you expect? He hissed. You threatened them, hurt them. I can see why they would avoid you. I know. She snapped back. But what else am I supposed to do? I've tried everything I could think of. I even tried owling. But all they did was circle and come back. I didn't know what else to do. I've thought about what you said, and read what was written in the prophet. I started to think about things, the way I've acted. I just want to say I'm sorry. She looked up at him, her face streaked with tears. Suddenly her eyes grew wide. Ron. No. A hand grabbed his shoulder and spun him around. He only got a glimpse of another redhead before his vision exploded into brilliant shards of light. Harry sprawled across the floor, his ears ringing, before he could gather his wits. A weight landed on him and lights exploded behind his eyes again. Before the third blow landed, he had pulled his arms up to guard his head and was twisting his body so the blow landed on his upper arm. He thought he could hear yells over the roaring of blood in his ears. It took a few moments to realize the blows had stopped, and another few for him to be able to make sense of the voices. "T.S. from Gryffindor, Mr. Weasley. For attacking another school's champion," scolded Headmaster McGonagall. "He did something to Ginny. She was crying," yelled the boy. A female voice yelled back, "It wasn't anything he did, Ron. It was me. I was trying to apologize. I was wrong. I was trying to ask Harry for his help. I wanted to apologize to Luna and Hermione for what I did, for hurting them." Tears were falling freely down her cheeks as she spoke. "I hurt them, Ron. Both of them. I did. And I can't live with myself. I don't want to be that person anymore." She collapsed to her knees. "That's why I got you to bring me. They wouldn't give me a chance to talk to them. Not that I blame them. And Harry has been so busy, I couldn't pass up the chance to talk to him tonight. I thought if I could explain myself to Harry, maybe he would help me." Her brother looked at her with confusion evident on his face. "Why would you want to apologize to Loony Lovegood and the bookworm?" "Because of what I did, Ron," she yelled. "I attacked them. I hurt them. I thought it up. I've called them names. Laughed at them. Luna was my friend, Ron. My best friend. Till we came here. I never called her that. Not once. As for why we went after Hermione. Because she was smart. Because we saw her with Harry Potter. That was stupid. I was stupid. I was wrong. And I wanted a chance to tell them I'm sorry." If possible, he looked more perplexed by her answer. "Potter, I can understand. He's important. Those two, though, they." She jumped to her feet and slapped him. "They are people, Ron." Then she turned and ran out of the Great Hall. McGonagall stepped in front of the stunned young man. "Mr. Weasley, you will go directly to your dorm. I expect you in my office immediately following breakfast in the morning. We will be speaking with your parents about this." She pointed toward the doorway. "Now, Mr. Weasley." The boy glared at Harry as he passed and headed out the doors. When he was gone, she turned to Harry, who had made his way from the floor to one of the chairs. "Mr. Potter, I apologize on behalf of Hogwarts. The behavior that was exhibited here tonight is not what is expected of our students." She sighed. "Please come with me, I will escort you to the hospital wing." Tanim and Char had finally made their way through the crowd and to their son's side. "We will have him seen to Headmaster. I believe you have other things that need to be seen to tonight." Minerva looked at them both sadly, and nodded, making her way out into the hallway. Harry sat on the examining table as Margot made notes on the pages inside of a manila file. He sighed. This was one of the things he hated. Not that Margot was a bad person, but seeing any doctor was something he had grown to dislike. Tolerate, yes, but still dislike. She stood up, withdrawing a penlight from her pocket. "Just the 3 blows then?" He nodded. "Okay. I want to check for concussion." She flipped the light on and pointed it at each eye. "Equal and reactive. Any blurring or double vision?" He shook his head as she probed gently at the slowly forming bruise at the corner of his left eye and temple. "Expect some swelling and tenderness. How's the jaw?" He glared at her. "Right. Sore. Anyway, nothing's busted. You're fine. I'll fill out the paperwork for your injuries and get them submitted to Sarah and Child Protective Services. You need at least 2 witness incident reports, but I don't think that will be an issue." She walked over to the small desk. "I think you have visitors." She pointed toward the door. He stepped out of the examining room into a crowded classroom. He sighed but forced a painful grin to appear on his face. "You didn't need to ruin your evening waiting for me. It was no big deal." Hermione harumphed. "We leave you alone for one song and you end up under Margot's care. Do you hate dancing that much, Harry?" He nodded. "Yep. That's why I hit that guy's hands with my face." He quipped back. Luna smiled at him. "Well, let's hope you taught his knuckles a lesson." Tanim stood, from where he had been leaning on the desk at the front of the room, and walked toward him. "Nothing major then." Harry shook his head. "Nah, just rang my bell a little, he got lucky." Tanim took hold of his chin and turned Harry's head slightly to see the bruise next to the eye. "And that is all it takes, one time lucky." "Yeah," he said quietly. "Anyway, I'll be fine in a few days." Dumbledore spoke up at that point. "Mr. Potter. Madame Pomfrey could." He was cut off by Margot's voice as she walked out of her office, folder in hand. She could, but won't, she said matter-of-factly. I have spoken, at length, with her recently about the care of any of our students. She crossed the room, ignoring his sputtering protests, to a locked file cabinet, opened it and placed the new file inside. Then turned to speak. As I said, I have spoken with your med witch at length. None of our students will have any form of magical treatment without my okay. She turned to the rest of the group. I gave Harry some aspirins, other than that he's okay. She smiled at the group of teens. Off with you, go have fun. The group knew better than to hang around, so they made their exit and headed back toward the castle. Harry, Hermione began. Don't, he said, stopping to look at her. Hermione, you have nothing to apologize for. You didn't make the guy hit me. That's on him, and as for, what's her name? Ginny, Ginevra Weasley, Luna supplied. Harry nodded. Yeah, whatever. She chose a bad place to try and start her apologies, this wasn't the time or place. Hermione sighed. Yeah, I guess. He smiled softly, then clapped his hands. Right. Now let's get back. I think I'm behind on my dance card for the evening. I'll have my work cut out for me to get caught up. He offered an arm to each of his companions. Shall we? Margot watched at the door with Char, as the teens made their way back up the pathway to the castle, a smile playing across her lips. As two other girls appeared at the doorway to the castle, waiting for them, she gave a knowing look. He has no idea, does he? She asked quietly. Not a clue. He's 14, and his head is full of cars and music. He's still young. At least he didn't have that girls are icky thing growing up, Char replied to her longtime friend with a quiet voice. And why would he? Most of the ones that he has been around at Fairgrove were as rough and tumble as the boys, some more so, Margot said. Char nodded slightly. It's good he's making some friends, he just hasn't seemed to be able to connect with any of boys here. Margot chuckled. Mental maturity, he's more grown up, focused, the ones he may be able to make friends with are probably older. He has always seemed more at ease with older males than those his own age. I imagine most of them his age are still dreaming of bright futures, but have no plans or idea of how to arrive there. Harry, on the other hand, knows what he wants and has a plan. Char sighed, and sometimes that really bothers me, he misses out on so much by not being that normal teen. Margot smiled. Harry has never been normal. His early life would never allow it. Neither did your own. Charcoal saw to that. Char grumbled at the mention of her father. Ariel is keeping an eye on his development, and has had a lot of experience dealing with these issues. You can trust her, you know that. Dumbledore was looking aggravated by the time they turned and walked back into the room. May I ask why you would not allow our med witch to take care of such a simple matter? She could have handled it in moments and he would be completely healed. Margot shook her head. That is one of the problems with this place. You do everything with magic. Stupid people. She stomped toward him. And you have never taken into account the damage you could be doing. She spun toward Tanim. I'll be taking a copy of the reports back with me. She went back into the exam room and slammed the door. Tanim sighed, and sat back down on the desk. Albus, just because you can do something, doesn't mean it is the best course of action, especially healing. He propped his knee up. Margot spoke with Madame Pomfrey about the care of our students, and has made it very plain that she is the reason why any injuries will be overseen by her, personally. But, Dumbledore began. No, said Char, moving behind Tanim and placing a hand upon his shoulder. The care of our son is our choice. Dumbledore sighed and made his way out of the building. How do you think he'll take tomorrow? She asked as she gathered him into a hug. He stood as she did. Not well. He ed her. All the cards will be on the table when they open the doors in the morning. She nodded, and stepped away, pulling on his hand. All the more reason for us to enjoy tonight. Let's get back up to the ball. You owe me several dances, while I still can. She smiled brightly at him. He chuckled. Like you'd let a little thing like being pregnant stand in your way. When they had returned to the ballroom, Harry was pleased to note the style of music had changed. Gone was the orchestra. In its place was a group that called itself the Weird Sisters. He suspected it was a name chosen from Macbeth, but with these people who knew. It was an odd sort of group, heavily influenced by non-magical, glam, rock, with a gothic twist, and bagpipes, who in their right minds amplifies bagpipes and puts them in a rock band. Though a little odd, some of their tunes were not bad. He had to admit he had heard worse, but they weren't anywhere near Gas Can, but then again he may be biased. It had taken 2 dances each before he convinced the girls he needed another break and something to drink, when he saw her again. A petite thing sitting at the edge of the room, short black hair curled in slightly just below her jawline, her dress a soft sea green. She swayed slightly in time with the music, but hadn't moved from that chair the entire time he had been dancing. It had been hard not to notice as she seemed to be the only person not in a couple or group. Abandoned by her date, no doubt. He thought while sipping his drink. Before he knew it, he had approached and asked, "Would you like to dance?" And held out a hand to her. She looked up, startled, then kind of stared at his hand. "You look like you would like to, please. It will be fun, I promise." He gave her a smile when she looked up at him again. Slowly she took his hand and stood, a skeptical look upon her face. He led them to the dance floor and out into the flow of people. 2 songs later he led her back to her chair. "Thank you for the dance, you are very light on your feet. My name is Harry Potter, Ems. Parkinson. Pansy Parkinson," she said. "It is I who should thank you, Mr. Potter. You have been most gracious with your time, and you dance very well also." He chuckled slightly. "I'm just glad I managed to keep from stepping on your toes. I must apologize for leaving you, however. I believe my date for the evening will be looking for me, as they have announced the last song of the evening will begin shortly." She nodded. "It is just as well. I need to head back to my dorm room." She curtsied and headed toward the doors of the Great Hall. He was joined shortly by Luna. "Harry, did I see you dancing with Pansy Parkinson?" she asked, taking his hand and leading him back onto the floor. As he wrapped his arms around her, he nodded. "I saw her when we came back from the classroom. She looked lonely, and like she wanted to dance." "She's Draco Malfoy's girlfriend," she said, cutting him off. He looked at her confused. So, he wasn't dancing with her, and she wanted to dance. What's the big deal? He's going to be angry, Harry. So what? He should have been here with her then. Albus stomped his way toward his office, only to become more aggravated when the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to said office didn't hop out of the way as he approached. This was unheard of. Why wasn't the damn thing moving? A voice from behind him froze him in place. "Albus, is there something you needed to see me for?" He turned to face Minerva, realization flooding him. This was no longer his office. It was hers. He was no longer headmaster. "I'm sorry, my dear." Force of habit, he turned back toward the statue, and placed a hand on its head. "I wasn't thinking about where I was going. Do you have a few minutes? I find myself in need of a friend." She smiled softly. "Of course, Albus." She approached the gargoyle and it hopped away. "Shall we have a nip? I could use one. I had to flow Molly and Arthur Weasley tonight. That boy of theirs, Ronald, attacked Harry Potter in the middle of the ball," she said as they made their way up the stairs. Albus sighed. Surely, that was not necessary. It was just a misunderstanding. "Be that as it may," she said as they made their way to her desk, and she poured them each a drink. "He assaulted a champion from another school. I made it clear that the students were to be on their best behavior tonight." Albus cut in. The boy believed he was defending his sister's honor. Minerva let out a scornful bark. "Ha! That boy has been spoiling for a fight for weeks. He had detention 16 times over the halls." 16, Albus. "Then there are his grades. I've been visited by each of his professors, save 2, you and Severus, about him. He is disruptive in class, and what homework he does turn in is barely legible. This was the final straw. I will be meeting with him and his parents in the morning about his future here." He knew the boy could be difficult, but, Minerva, he is just spirited, young, he will settle down. She shook her head. "Albus, it was going to happen regardless. This has just moved the timetable ahead. Now, was there something else you wished to speak about?" He could see from the look in her eyes that the subject was closed. he decided he would attend the meeting with the family in the morning to try and help smooth things over. He sat back in the large wingback chair. Indeed, I went down and checked on young Ha. He stopped himself, Mr. Potter. The injuries were minor. One blow to the chin, another near his eye. What concerns me, however, is that they would not allow Poppy to correct such minor things. Minerva sighed, and took a sip from her drink, before speaking. Probably for good reason, if what Poppy has heard from their healer, Margot, is correct. She paused a moment to let Avis mull that over for a moment. They would have refused for several reasons, the first of which is, each injury, whether magically corrected or not, leaves some trace. Harry's health is monitored closely by two other groups, besides Fairgrove itself, something called Child Protective Services, a government body that deals with the safety of children that have been adopted or at risk. The other is the governing body of his racing association, Sarah. She took another sip of her drink. While only Child Protective Services has magical connections and could find such injuries, if something remained undiagnosed, it could be of concern within Sarah, as they are concerned with his overall fitness. As for Child Protective Service, it would definitely be an issue with them as they monitor him closely because of his background. Albus nodded. Understandable, but would they not wish it to be healed as soon as possible? Especially with such a reasonable explanation. She agreed with him. It would have been, and she nodded. True, however, there are other considerations. She sipped again. Margot had a long talk with Poppy, who then came to me to discuss what she had learned. She leaned forward. According to Margot, not every injury should not be just healed using magic. She held up a hand to keep him from speaking. Life-threatening or potentially debilitating injuries are the exception, then by all means magic should be used. She sighed. I don't understand all the implications, but using magic to heal the body does have some effects that need to be addressed when it is done. From what Poppy has learned, our magic is strained by the protection and repair process. Our magic seeks to protect us during the injury, failing that it goes into what she called a preservation mode. She continued, magic then tries to repair any damage done to the body. All the energy remaining in our core is focused on repairing the damage that has been done to the exclusion of everything else. To heal properly requires a few things: proper diet, rest, magic, something called physical therapy, and, most important, time. Minerva poured herself another drink. Potions and healing spells help. The spells allow direction of the healing magic, and potions supply a boost of energy or other effects. She told her some other things as well about the potions we use. Most of them have Muggle versions now. They don't work as fast, but they do work, even for magicals. Albus looked stunned. Using magic during the healing process is dangerous. Our bodies do the majority of our healing during sleep. A drained core when we sleep hampers healing, but there are other dangers as well. Improper or insufficient diet can be detrimental as well. Higher intake of some foods is recommended for certain injuries, but the largest danger is overhealing. We, as magicals, take chances with our health with little regard to the damage that can be done to us. She took a deep breath, then continued. Take this tournament for example, children fighting dragons. And none of those responsible for this fiasco saw any problem with it. We have numerous injuries every week from something as simple as pranks. And every one of those injuries remains a constant drain on their cores and bodies. That revelation, if true, gave them both much to think about. Harry was the first of the younger generation to make the journey downstairs, however the rest of the house was deep in discussion about something in the paper. You think they will notice? Asked Sirius. Maybe we should have put in a 2-page ad. Tannum shook his head. What? You don't think a 1-page ad is enough? Especially in moving color. Harry looked over his father's shoulder and stared at the page in shock. Grand opening. Fairgrove Savings and Loan. All deposits guaranteed. Asterisk. Let your galleons work for you. 4% annually. Below the headline, all of the services offered were listed, from personal and business loans to storage vaults of all sizes and free currency conversion with an account. Harry shook his head. Banking, at least the kind he was used to, had come to the wizarding world. Tannum sat back. Well, however it goes, I'm sure the elves will handle it. Sirius folded the paper so the ad would show and laid it on the table. Are you sure we can't help? I feel bad just sitting here. Shar wrapped her arms around her son. No, they didn't want any of us in the middle of the mess that is likely. Morning, sweetheart. We're going out to breakfast soon. Run up and knock on the girls' doors for me. Then get ready. We thought it would be a good day to do some shopping. He nodded. I need some guitar strings. Can you remind me to pick some up? She key. Ed him on his forehead. I'll add it to the list. Anything else you need? He shook his head. Don't think so. She lifted his chin so she could look him in the face. Not too bad. How does it feel? Sore. But not so bad. Had worse, he said. She nodded, and as he headed back upstairs, she called after him. Did you have fun last night? He turned to look at her, a small smile playing across his face. Most of the night was good. Too much pomp and circumstance for me. She laughed. Yeah, well, it can't all be jeans and t-shirts. I can always hope, he said, then bounded up the stairs. Shar turned to the rest of the group. Kaven has a plan. They should already be dealing with the goblins as we speak, and Sirius spoke to Amelia. As for us, we'll need to wait and see. Kaven Silverhair, Lord of Fairgrove, led the way out of the Goblin Run institution. Behind him followed several of his people and Chintless. It had been an entertaining morning for all of them. For the first time in over 100 years, he and his friends had donned their armor and made their way, under extensive glamours, through the portals and into their own bank. Inside, he greeted their chosen daytime managers Remus Lupin and Tiberius Hale. He had to smile looking around at the inside of their building. It looked like a real, modern bank. It was just as he had asked. Is everything prepared? He asked. Remus spoke. Final checks were finished last night. We're ready for our first deposit. Good. He led his men out the front doors into the alley. We will be back shortly. Be prepared. For the first time, 20 true elves set foot on Diagon Alley. The look of both the patrons and the goblins themselves had been something to behold, confusion slowly blossoming into fear as 20 elves in their shining armor and armed with blade and bow made their way into Gringotts. Witches and wizards scattered as they passed. Whispers filled the air around them, and once inside, the lobby quickly emptied as patrons decided their business was not absolutely necessary at the moment. Kaven stepped forward to the main teller desk and dropped a pair of keys in front of the diminutive creature. I am removing the contents of the Fairgrove and Black accounts and closing our dealings with your establishment. The goblin snapped up the keys. Where do you wish it delivered, elf? Here, goblin. He smiled wickedly. We will be doing the accounting right here at this station, so we might discuss any discrepancies immediately. Then we will speak of delivery, under my men's supervision. The goblin audibly growled. As you wish, elf, but as of that delivery, all your dealings with Gringotts will be complete, and you or your people will never set foot on goblin ground again. Agreed. Unless you threaten, attack, or hold one of my people within, for whatever the reason. Agreed. The little curs could be quite efficient when they wished to be, especially under the watchful gaze and threat of elvish blades. A short time later, the Fairgrove Bank had its first depositors, along with its first visitors from the Ministry of Magic. Amelia had been dreading this day from the first time Sirius had began to explain the plan to her. In all of her life, she had not expected to deal with something like this. If she had to pinpoint a moment, this is where she would say the migraine that was still plaguing her began. She had come into the office early this morning to make sure everything was prepared, and within minutes of the delivery of her copy of the Daily Prophet, Cornelius Fudge was standing in her office flanked by Dolores Umbridge and Albus Dumbledore. They had demanded that she personally accompany them to see about this new savings and loan being opened by Fairgrove. They had to do something about it immediately. The goblins were going to be enraged. It was another goblin rebellion in the making. Minutes later, she was leading a contingent of Aurors and politicians down Diagon Alley, only to be greeted with the most stunning sight she could have imagined: armed and armored goblins and elves lining the alley. An elf in shining silver armor stepped away from the doorway of the new business, and strode toward them. He's armed. Protect the minister, screamed the banshee in pink. Stand down, yelled Amelia. Dolores, you do not order my men. We cannot afford a battle to begin here in the middle of the alley. Especially with the goblins. The elf stopped in front of them, left hand on the hilt of his sword. She recognized him. Mr. Silverhair? She asked. He tore his angry eyes from the offending pink creature. Ah, Madam Bones. Mr. Dumbledore. So good to see you again. Please pardon the disruption we have caused, just a few more minutes and the transfer will be complete. You're an elf, she said stunned. Indeed I am, he said, his grin growing. Is that a problem? Dolores had had enough at this point. All the elves are dead. She drew her wand. With a speed that defied thought, Caven's sword flashed through the air between them, removing the length of her wand from just above the handle, and returned just as quickly to its scabbard. Woman, you dare to attack the Lord of Fairgrove. I could claim your life for such. Be glad all I took was your wand. He glared at the others in the group. I recommend that the rest of you do not follow her example, as my men, as well as the goblins until the transfer has been completed, would respond poorly. The people assembled tore their eyes away from the fallen wand end and to the elves stationed around the ally, each with their bow in hand and an arrow nocked. Fudge paled at the sight, but finally spoke. I don't believe, elves. His mind finally began to process what was in front of him. Amelia. Albus. Do you know this elf? She nodded slowly. I didn't know he was an elf. She shook her head, and chuckled. You did say you knew about magic for a long time. Minister, may I introduce Caven Silverhair, head and I guess Lord of Fairgrove, Harry Potter's employer. Caven chuckled. More than that, I am also his liege. Though he believed the only person paying attention to that statement was Amelia, as the others' attention was still being held by his men and the goblins. Lord Silverhair, may I present the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge? Caven nodded. A pleasure, sir. Fudge's eyes returned to the man in front of him. Yes, quite, Potter. Caven nodded again. It has been my pleasure to know the young man for several years. He's a good lad, hell of a driver. I have high hopes for his future. Confusion crossed Fudge's face, but his parents, they're muggles. How? Amelia continued her introductions. Dolores Umbridge, Undersecretary to the Minister. She gestured to the toady in pink, who was still fuming over the loss of her wand, and finally Albus Dumbledore, whom you know. Caven nodded again. Please follow me, we can be more comfortable inside. He motioned toward the building. I'm sure you have several questions. Thinking back on it, she had to admit Caven had handled the situation masterfully. He met them in a position that kept them off guard, then moved them into surroundings he would be comfortable with and left them off balance. The inside of the Savings and Loan building was nothing like any other business in the wizarding world. It was bright, the colors vibrant, and impeccably clean. The floors were polished marble with red and green carpet runners, desks were of a light-colored wood and each had some form of box on top with a glass front. Once they were inside, he led the group to a well-appointed conference room on the second floor. Once they were seated in the cushioned chairs, he asked, Now, I expect you wish to speak with me. That had been an understatement. Albus had taken the opportunity given to attack with fervor. It was almost comical to watch. Each point he raised was neatly dispelled by the Elven Lord, almost as if he expected each one and understood the laws involved. In the end, it boiled down to a couple of main facts. First, the treaty between the goblins and wizarding world that resulted in the creation of the goblin-run bank, Gringotts, had no bearing on the Fairgrove Savings and Loan, as they, the elves, were neither goblin nor wizard. Caven went on to explain what they were offering and how it differed from the services offered by the goblins. And while they would offer some storage for goods, it would never be enough room to store a house full of objects. He also pointed out that while they could choose to leave their gold in the other establishment, or discourage the use of the Savings and Loan, they would be depriving their people of the valuable resource being offered. He then went on to explain how having more disposable income, as well as standardized rates and criteria for loans, could generate a greater taxable base. She could almost see the galleons shining in Fudge's eyes. To top it off, he had the blessing of the Muggle government. They were affiliated with Barclays, a bank that had history in the UK going back to the 1600s and one of the largest financial institutions in the world. In the end, they had walked out the door, each with a full-color brochure, and assured that any problems with the goblins could be handled as there was no conflict with the treaty. She shook her head again. The stunning part of it was that the goblins had never said a word. They had to know exactly what was happening, yet they had not filed a complaint or said anything. Even stranger was the silence that Dumbledore had fallen into during their discussion. In the end, he had taken the pamphlet provided and just walked away, without saying another word. She withdrew a pain-relieving potion from her bottom drawer and took a sip, then picked up the brochure and began to read. The door into the headmaster's office opened and a plump ginger-headed woman walked in just before her husband, also a ginger but with much more gray. "Molly, Arthur," Minerva said, standing. Molly and Arthur Weasley both nodded. "Minerva," they said in tandem. They then took note of the young woman standing next to the desk. "Ginny." She quickly crossed the room and hugged each of them in turn. "Minerva," Arthur began, "you said you needed to see us this morning. Ginny, I'm happy to see you, but why are you here?" Minerva answered. "Arthur, young Ms. Weasley may not be the reason I asked you to meet with me this morning, but she is involved." She sighed. "I know I didn't explain much last night other than that Ronald had been in an altercation, but that is just one of the reasons for this meeting. I had expected your son to arrive before you. As it is, I had to send Phileas to gather him. It seems he has lost track of time during breakfast." A few moments later, Phileas came in leading the youngest of the Weasley boys. "Headmaster, Arthur, Molly, Ms. Weasley. Good morning," he said, walking toward them. Ron looked around at the group nervously. "Mum, Dad, what are you doing here?" Minerva stood. "I asked them to come, young man. I have informed them of some of what transpired last night, but before we go any further, I want to hear your version of the events." Ron's face reddened with anger. It was Potter's fault. His hands flexed in anger. He did something to Ginny. She was crying. His explanation faltered at that point. Minerva stood and walked around the edge of her desk. "And that was sufficient reason to assault Mr. Potter?" "Yes." Ron growled. "That bastard thinks he is better than us. Him and his muggle junk. He was supposed to be here." Dumbledore said. "He was going to be in Gryffindor. His bed has been there for him since first year." "Enough," yelled Arthur, rounding on him. "That young man has had enough hardship in his life without you acting like this. As for what Dumbledore may or may not have said, that doesn't matter." He glared at his son in disappointment. Ron shrank back from his father's rebuke and Minerva stepped in. "Ronald, you knew of the situation between your sister and Mr. Potter, did you not?" He reddened again. "Of course, you're going to side with the git on that as well. Now that Granger and Loony are part of his little. It was Ginny that cut him off this time." "Ron, that's not fair. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. Luna was my friend when we were younger." She took a deep breath. "Mum, Dad, I tried to talk to Harry last night. It was a mistake to do it, I know that now." Tears started falling down her cheeks. "I've been trying to talk to Hermione and Luna all week. I thought if I could talk to him he could help." Molly wrapped her in a hug and she continued. "I just wanted to apologize. I didn't think it through." She pushed away from her mother. Then Ron showed up. Arthur sighed. "Ron, while trying to protect your sister is admirable, what you did was wrong." "But," Ron began. "No, Ron, you could have stepped between them, checked on Ginny, even informed a professor. Physically attacking him was inexcusable. Even worse, he is a representative of another school, and your headmaster specifically requested that you be on your best behavior for the ball." He continued. Arthur turned to look at Ginny. "I'm disappointed in you as well, Ginny. That was the wrong place to try and apologize." She nodded. "But I am proud that you are attempting to." He knelt in front of her. "But you need to be prepared. Even if they forgive you, they may never be your friend." She nodded, and stepped in to hug her father. When Arthur stood again, Minerva spoke. "Ms. Weasley, you are dismissed." Ginny looked at her parents in turn, then made her way out of the office. Minerva waited till the door had closed before speaking again. "Now, Mr. Weasley, we have a few more things to discuss, besides the incident last evening. Would you care to explain your behavior as of late, including your tardiness this morning? After that, we will discuss your grades, especially the state of your homework over the break." Pansy made her way toward the Great Hall to eat breakfast alone for the second time since arriving at Hogwarts. The first had been the day before after a gigantic row with Draco, most of it focusing on her accepting the offer of a dance from none other than Harry Potter. She sighed, as she thought about it even now. It was just a dance, for Merlin's sake. He and his friends had decided the dance was boring, and having nicked some fire whiskey thought that being drunk would be more fun. It wasn't her fault that he had woken up in Goyle's bed, BPD. Though it was funny. Unfortunately, because of dear Draco's caustic nature, she had never been close to the other girls in her year. Hence her current situation, which unfortunately was not something that could be remedied at the current time for fear of reprisals from Draco's daddy. It had always been assumed that she and Draco would marry, something cooked up by their mothers, and she had tolerated him for her mother's sake, but after Draco's latest fit and letter home, their mother's friendship had been severely damaged, if it survived at all. That, however, had never been her intent. She just wanted to dance at her first ball. She hoped her mother realized that much and could understand. If it had been anyone else, would the outcome have been any different? Possibly, as long as the person in question wasn't a Gryffindor, of course, but Harry had brushed Draco off like a bug the first time they met, and that had not sat well with the Ponce. For now she was alone, no friends, and unfortunately now a potential target of Draco's wrath, and with relatively little protection within her own dorm, as his godfather was Severus Snape, their head of house. As long as it did not get too far out of hand and draw the attention of the headmaster, the little git would be safe. So, for the time being, she needed to stay on her guard. Hence her being on the way to breakfast at such an early hour, as the Great Hall was one of the few places she could be guaranteed safety. There were always people coming in and out, and at least one professor in attendance. However, what she found this morning in the Great Hall was not what she had expected. Minerva had spent the second half of her day, after her meeting with Ronald and his parents, listening to Albus's story about the people from Fairgrove. Every word seemed more ridiculous than the last. First had been the ad that had everyone in a flap. A new bank had been opened in Diagon Alley. Next was that it was owned by the Fairgrove head and he was an ELF. The thing that stunned her the most was that the goblins had yet to say a word about it. When he had finished speaking, Albus looked spent, exhausted, frail. After a few moments of silence, he had stood without saying a word and walked out of her office. Later that evening, when he did not appear for dinner, she had a house elf check on him. He was apparently just sitting on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. She rose early the next morning, intent on being in the Great Hall when Harry and his group arrived. When Phileas had originally informed her that would be at 5 a.m., she had almost balked at the idea, but was just too curious in the end, not to be there. Harry had exited the portal first, at a jog, along with about a dozen other people, including Sirius Black and Joe Brown. Each greeted her by name or title as they passed, exiting out the door and onward, each of them dressed in some form of odd gray garments and caps, each emblazoned with the Fairgrove emblem. Next were Luna and Hermione, but while they greeted her, neither seemed as chipper, or awake, nor were they running, or dressed as Harry and the others had been. Ms. Granger. Ms. Lovegood. Luna shook her head. It is Ms. Granger now, headmaster. Luna Celine Granger. The paperwork was finished the night of the ball. Be but your fath. She began. Hermione stepped in between them, her back to Minerva. Luna, why don't you go see if there is any pudding? Luna nodded slowly, her eyes unfocused, and moved off into the Great Hall. Hermione whirled toward the elder woman. How dare you? She hissed at the woman. Her father wants nothing to do with my sister. He gladly signed the papers giving my parents custody. That man hasn't been a father to her in years. And I'll thank you not to bring him up again, especially in front of Luna. She turned and stormed through the door. Minerva heard a chuckle from beside her. Guess she told you. Ms. Malden. Minerva quirked her eyebrow in confusion. Why would Zeno do such a thing? He dotes on that girl. Maria cut her off. Once perhaps, but that didn't seem to be the case after his wife's passing, but I guess that was missed by his friends. Minerva bristled at the slight. Zeno was always a private person, and they often took journeys for their paper. We often did not see them for months at a time. Maria shook her head. And when she arrived at school, did she act normally? She was wearing summer clothing in the middle of winter, according to Hermione. Sundresses and sandals. And no one saw any issue. Let alone the bullying from your own students. She held up her hand to forestall the woman's answer. The Grangers noticed. And helped. First Hermione. With clothes and friendship. Then her family. With love. She is a Granger now. Minerva felt her heart sink. Luna's mother had been one of her favorite students when she had attended Hogwarts. Ms. Malden, may I ask you, what you meant by stating I lied to you? She asked, changing the subject. Maria's head snapped around, her eyes searching the woman's face for deception. Finding none, she almost laughed. You really have no idea, do you? She paused briefly, studying her face again. I'll offer you a deal. I'll give you a little something to think about, then I want you to come and sit in, today, on my classes. Just sit in the back and listen. I have extra books you can follow along with and things for you to take notes with. Then at the end of the day we'll see if we can answer that question. Deal. Minerva thought about it for a moment. She had planned on sitting in on the classes at some point. All right, if you think that will help explain it best. Maria smiled. Okay. Classes start promptly at 8. Now, for what you need to think about. How many Muggleborns do you see on a regular basis? In Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, the Ministry, or even here at Hogwarts? She turned and headed out the door toward breakfast. When Pansy opened the door and stepped into the great hall, she had to stop for a moment and try to wrap her mind around the sight before her. Where she had expected the hall to be predominantly empty, given the early hour, what she found was a room populated with a number of people she didn't know, all of them happily eating breakfast while singing along to a song she had never heard before. Harry Potter sat on the staff table, guitar in hand, as everyone in the room sang along, other than the headmaster and Professor Flitwick. Play acoustic version of I Love a Rainy Night by Eddie Rabbit. I would add lyrics, but that isn't allowed. Harry hopped down and took a mock bow as he did, and swung the guitar, acoustic, to where it could comfortably rest across his back. He then trotted back to the table where Granger and the Lovegood girl sat. It was at that point she shook off her stupor enough to walk toward the Slytherin table, passing by a group who seemed to be spread out around the Hufflepuff table. Laughter erupted from the end closest to her, drawing her attention to Sirius Black, in the midst of some tale, flailing his arms wildly to emphasize some point. Her eyes were next drawn to the beautiful woman sitting on his right, as she swatted him on the arm, all the while a bright smile shone upon her face. She was still watching as the woman moved to brush a runaway flip of hair back behind her ear, an ear that came to a gentle point. That was when she again stopped walking, all pretense lost, as she stared at the group before her, eyes darting from one to the next. Elves. Real elves. Elves were in Hogwarts. When Harry had finished his last tune, he hopped down from the table with a mock flourish. He had almost started laughing when he saw Pansy stutter to a stop when she had entered the Great Hall. I guess they don't hear much music in the mornings in this place, he thought to himself as he played. Glancing at his watch, he saw they had a little time before needing to head toward the classroom for the morning, so he went back to the seat he had abandoned when his crew had convinced him to play something after their workout and breakfast. Getting the girl's attention, he motioned toward Pansy. How long do you think? Hermione glanced over her shoulder to the girl making her way across the room, and smiled. Depends on how observant she is. Laughter rang from down the table, as Luna spoke. The question is, what will she do if she notices? I bet on fainting. They watched as their subject's eyes grew wide, then traveled up and down the table, seeming to widen more each time they found a new focal point. Then, suddenly, they rolled up into her head and she collapsed into a heap on the floor. Yep, fainting. I've never seen Raxperts attack so quickly, Luna said with a small smirk. Hermione looked back toward her sister, and just shook her head. Pansy had been taken to the hospital wing in short order, the headmaster assuring them that she would be fine a short time later. On their way to their classroom, the trio had an unexpected blonde visitor. Potter, growled the boy as he approached, book-ended by his bodyguards. How dare you? Harry looked up from the notebook in his hands. Oh, great. The daddy wannabe. Just what I needed this morning, he said under his breath. What do you want? Taking note, the boy's wand was already in his hand. You dare to try and take something from a Malfoy? He spat. Harry looked at him confused. Take. What in the hell are you talking about? Pansy. He yelled, brandishing his wand. She's mine. Yours. He scoffed. Yes. He almost screamed. She's my girl. Then why was she alone? Hermione asked. Shut your mouth, you filthy mudblood. He roared, his wand flicking toward her. Harry stepped to his right, keeping his body between the wand and Hermione. Look, I didn't mean to ruffle your feathers. I just saw someone that wanted to dance. That's all. You should have kept your nose out of my business. He snarled. I challenge you to a duel. Harry's head snapped back in surprise. Are you serious? Tonight. Malfoy snapped. I will have my satisfaction. Harry laughed. Oh no. You offered the challenge. It is up to me to determine time and weapons. His eyes hardened. What are to be the stakes? Draco's wand faltered. Weapons. This is a wizard duel. We use wands. Harry smirked. As you must remember, I have no wand. Besides, you challenged me to a duel, and by the rules of dueling, the challenge chooses time, place, and weapon, especially as you have named me thief. So I will be choosing where and when, as well as the choice of weapons. Your only choice left is the stakes. Draco's mind raced. He had wanted this to be a wizard duel. He glanced around and cursed mentally, seeing his yells had drawn a large crowd. He had let his anger get away from him and not made the best choice on where to confront Potter. You will apologize, on your knees, to my father and I before the third task, and you will compensate me with a piece of property, of my choice, from the Potter holdings as soon as the duel is complete. Harry almost laughed again, especially as there were no Potter land holdings any longer. Agreed, he said flatly. My terms are. He really didn't want anything from the little idiot but thought he knew something that would almost be as bad. You will apologize to Hermione for using that derogatory term, mudblood, as well as calling her sister loony, in front of everyone in the Great Hall before the final feast after the third task, and you will never use it again. Agreed. He offered his hand. Draco looked at him in shock. He didn't want anything for himself. He took the outstretched hand. Agreed. His father would be pleased. Once he destroyed Potter in the duel, they would take the most valuable thing he had. Maybe his father would allow him to take Potter Manor. Harry's face then twisted into a predatory grin. All that remains is choice of weapon. He made a show of pacing, as if he was in thought. However, his choice had been made the moment he had been challenged to a duel. I believe I shall choose. He spun to face the blonde, racing. Draco's face broke out into a wide grin. That was something he knew he could win. He already owned a top-of-the-line racing broom. The Nimbus 2000. The only thing faster is the Firebolt, and he was sure with a reason like this he could convince his father to buy him one. Harry continued, once I have the course decided on, I will contact you with the details. He walked around the now smiling boy and continued calmly toward his classroom. As soon as the door to the castle closed, he started chuckling, finally ending up with his back against the wall almost in tears. His two companions looked on in confusion. When he had calmed and could take a breath, Hermione asked, okay, what is the joke? He's going to race me. He choked. Race me. Luna was the next to laugh. You never said what kind of race. He nodded. But that's not the best part. Even if he somehow won, all he would get would be the apology. The Potter holdings don't include any property. I sold it all to Caven. He's going to get a kick out of this. Once their laughter died down, they continued toward the classroom. Now I just need to find a track, and cars. Minerva picked at her dinner. Somewhere during the day what remained of her appetite had seemingly left her. When she had first stepped into the classroom that morning, she had been pleasantly surprised to notice what little chill accompanied her and the others in from the outside had been quickly banished by the small building's exceptional heating system, as well as the room being extremely well lit, by what she now understood to be the Muggle method of both. Harry and the girls made their way to small wooden desks and retrieved their supplies for the morning, each of them opening their texts. As they got settled, Ms. Malden took the opportunity to show Minerva around briefly. Before heading to the front of the room, she placed a selection of texts on a spare desk and offered her its use along with a writing utensil, called a Bic pen, and a small empty book for notes. The book had fascinated her at first. Each page had lines to help a person keep their writing from wandering all about, and the sheets were bound with a thin strip of metal twisted into a spiral. Hermione had chuckled when she had asked how much something like this cost, and the reply had stunned her. You could get 2 of these notebooks for the cost of a single piece of parchment. And if Hermione could be believed, and she had no reason to doubt her, She could take notes for an entire year of a class in a single one. Then there was the pen. No ink to worry about. No spillage. And it was dry within seconds. Truly remarkable, and at a price that was cheaper than could be readily believed, dozens of them for the cost of a single quill and ink. Their first lesson of the morning had been mathematics, a discipline known as algebraic geometry, rather interesting. Not too far removed from some of their own classes in arithmancy, though she was at a loss as to how such information would be useful to muggles. It was soon time for a break and change of subjects. It went on like that for most of the day, with only small 5-minute breaks for the children to stretch, use the restroom, and get something to drink. At noon they took a longer break to eat, the children choosing to stay in the classroom while they did so and talking quietly or reading. Minerva had been surprised to see the breadth some of the subjects covered. The world history text they used was one such example. She had even asked to take a copy with her to look over more closely, for history had always fascinated her. She had been told it was just an overview of each region, but if she found something particularly intriguing, they would be happy to put her in touch with a source for more information and books. When the students started work after lunch, she was in for another shock. Each student pulled out a gray rectangular box that they then opened and pushed something inside. The box inside the lid then lit up and writing appeared. Minerva had been told for years that Muggle electricity didn't work around magic, but there sat the proof that that was wrong. They had then explained that these devices, laptop computers, were machines that could both store and retrieve huge amounts of information, as well as be written into, called typing using the keyboard. She then watched as Harry plugged his into something called a printer, and a few short minutes later she was holding a stack of paper on which was a report he had been preparing to turn in to be graded. It was easy to read, no deciphering horrid handwriting, no fading ink, no smears of ink, in all a delight to go through compared to what she was used to. She was then told that while these computers were still quite expensive, there were other ways of accomplishing the same thing, even without electricity, with something called a typewriter, and at a much more reasonable price. In all, the day had been quite eye-opening for her, stunning in some ways. It had given her much to think about. Just before 2 o'clock Tannum, Albus, and Phileas stepped in quietly and took seats near the desk she had been using. In short order Ms. Malden had ended the Muggle classes for the day and passed the classroom over to Tannum. He walked to the front of the room and sat on the tall stool, pulling on the brace around his knee to place it in a more comfortable position before he began to speak. In deference to our guests, he gestured to the people sitting at the rear of the room. I thought today we would do a bit of a review. If you have any questions, please write them down and we will try and get to them during our discussion later. He waited for a moment, quickly checking each person's face for understanding, then continued. Okay, Hermione. He turned to her. What are the 3 general classifications of a human's access to magical ability? The bushy-headed girl answered quickly. Mundane, adept, and magical. He nodded. Correct. Now here in Britain the term mundane is often replaced with Muggle. However, from what we have learned, this is a somewhat derogatory term. Luna. What are the general classifications within the adept range? Luna thought for a moment, then answered. The 2 major classifications are achieved and natural. Each of those can be further broken down into 3 other categories: physical, mental, and mystical. Good, he responded. Harry, what are the types of magical ability? Harry sighed. Focused, non-focused, ritual, and guardian. Tannum nodded. Questions so far? He asked after seeing the small discussion going on in the back of the room. Tannum almost laughed out loud when Albus's head swiveled toward him, eyes wide, looking like a schoolboy caught talking in class. The elder man cleared his throat. Ah, yes, several actually. Could you explain the adept range more in depth? Tannum nodded. Of course, I understand this is new territory for you. He stood and went to the whiteboard that was mounted on the wall, and began to write. Adepts can be divided into 2 major categories, and as Hermione has told us, these are achieved and natural. He tapped achieved. The achieved group are impressive, to say the least. These are not normal everyday mundanes, rather they have gained their abilities through intensive training or study. These abilities can normally, but not always, be placed into one of 3 categories: physical enhancement, mental enhancement, are mystical abilities, and in some cases they fit more than one of these categories at once. He stopped and recapped his marker, then turned to address them better. The best example I can give is a man I met a couple of years ago in New York. His name is Shang-Chi. Normally he is what we would classify as an achieved adept with physical abilities. He was trained from the time he could walk to become a living weapon, though that didn't work out very well for his trainers as he dismantled the group over the years after his escape. Tandem sat again. Shang-Chi can push his body farther, faster, and harder than should be physically possible for a human. I personally saw him go toe-to-toe with a vampire in hand-to-hand combat. He matched him blow for blow at a speed I could scarcely follow, but he can also heal himself or someone else to a smaller amount, by focusing the same energies, which he calls Kai, but which would be classified as a mystical ability most of the time. So he could be classified as either physical and mystical. Quote. He sighed as he continued. Mental abilities can be developed the same way. Jackson Phelps is a great example of that, and he does fit into only a single category. After 40 years of doing his job, he has developed an astounding ability with numbers. With a single glance of an accounting ledger, he can give you not only the totals of the page but the entry number and any specifics listed. Amazingly, he can also retain that knowledge and put it to use months if not years later. He shifted slightly, as he continued. The mystical category fits most of the things that are difficult to categorize. They may be able to see ghosts, heal, any number of things. He paused. Does that help any? Minerva spoke slowly. Muggles can develop theses types of abilities through training. He nodded. They can, but it takes years of dedication and work. A focus that is almost singular in its scope, something that is exceedingly rare, though a little less so in the Far East, that is Asia, as such a life is more easily accepted there. He pushed his way off the stool again, and tapped the other example written on the board. The natural form is more common. They are usually what you would call a squib. He smiled when he saw the stunned faces at the rear of the room. Even though they may have a limited ability to control magic, they often develop a singular type or connection to a higher level. It may range from the simplest of things, like the connection to a particular type of plant or type of animal, to something like pyrokinesis, the ability to make things combust. Phileas spoke for the first time. That is incredible. Why don't we see any examples of these types of abilities? Tandem nodded in understanding. It probably has something to do with the way some of the things are manifested. From what we have seen since our arrival, most of your adepts are shunned, and if they have such abilities they may have never been in a position that they could be realized, or they hide them. Your own Mr. Filch may fit such a category. His connection to his companion, Mrs. Norris, may well be such an ability. Who knows how many more are out there? Or what those abilities are? He shrugged. Albus then asked the obvious question, are they dangerous? Tandem shrugged again. All of them. No. Most are harmless. I mean, how dangerous can a person be if he has an affinity with grass or trees? Knows how to best cultivate and help them grow. But are they all like that? Number. Unfortunately, some can be very dangerous, especially if they do not learn to control their gifts, or if their gifts spiral out of control. However, most of the time those types of abilities are more of a danger to the wielder themselves, at least early on. Tandem shifted slightly. But that is a discussion for a different day. Today is just to give you an overview of things. He clapped his hand lightly. Now, any other questions? Albus answered again. The classifications for magical, could you elaborate? Of course. Tandem smiled. They are exactly as they seem, though there is often some crossover in the training. Think of them more as disciplines rather than definitive classifications. He gestured to the three of them. You would be classified as primarily focused users, while I am non-focused, and while I do not, personally, know of a ritual user in Britain at the moment. Luna spoke quietly. Anthony Ludgate. He's a druid. I think he would qualify. Tandem chuckled. Most likely. How do you know Dr. Ludgate? She looked down at her feet. I don't. His name was in my mother's journal. She worked with him when she was still with us. He addressed the people in the back. Drive Ludgate has written several published texts on ritual magic, specifically druidic magic. I have never met the man, but I am somewhat familiar with a few pieces of his work. He turned back to Luna. And while he is a ritual user, he is one that is an achieved adept, one that has spent his entire life to achieve the level of proficiency. He knelt next to the young blonde. If she worked with him, then she must have been an amazing woman, he is highly respected. He then gathered her into a hug. When he stood again, Albus had another question. You use the term focused for one of the magical types, is that in reference to wands? Tandem moved back to the board as he spoke. Harry, do you want to take this one? Wands are one of the most prevalent, at least with those that are from a Western culture, along with the staff. Otherwise, it could take almost any form, from something like a ring, to a doll, or even paint. It tends to be cultural. Harry sounded bored as he gave his answer. Tandem smiled. That's right. A wand is the most common focus in the US, but it is not uncommon for it to be other things as well. In Japan, for instance, you will find a large assortment of objects as families tended to customize their focuses more. Fans were and are very popular, but there are many other types as well. Tandem sat again, adjusting his knee. However, they all share some traits, especially if they are meant to be multi-use items, ones meant to last for several years, like a wand. They are constructed from something with a connection to Underhill, contained by a material native to Earth. He sat for a moment and let the group at the back of the room digest that chunk of information. For example, Hermione's wand of vine wood and drake heartstring. A drake is a creature that has a powerful connection to the unformed, and can easily maintain its connection even living here on Earth its entire life, so much so that the heartstring is almost completely made up of the unformed in an adult drake. The casing, in this case vine wood, acts as a governor, a stabilization measure, as well a channel of access for both the unformed it contains and the user's magic, allowing an increased amount of control. He let that settle for a moment as he gauged the room. Only Harry seemed not to be paying rapt attention, but then again he had heard this information before. The unformed that is within the wand makes some things much easier for a focus user, such as conjuration. Abilities such as conjuration, as well as others, use small amounts of the unformed to form the object needed. When released, an amount is regained, but some is lost in the transition to energy, normally as light, heat, or sound. So eventually, if Hermione used her wand enough to create, repair, or change an object often enough, the unformed contained would be exhausted and the wand would become nothing more than a beautifully crafted ornament, suitable for only energy-type casting. Looks of confusion began to show on many of the faces in the room. However, that is only true because her wand's core is not from a still living source, as a heartstring can only be collected after a drake has passed. A core from a living source, especially if freely given, will regenerate the unformed eventually, even more quickly if the source in question can pass into Underhill. Minerva sat back in her chair, as she absently scanned the students assembled for dinner, lost in her thoughts. It had an odd logic to it, the things Tandem had gone on to explain about foci. A core from a deceased source was more often used by someone with her specialties, as there was no life on the other end drawing on the same resources, making it more readily available. While a living source was better as a focus for something more along the lines of charms. She was sure that this would spark many a discussion over the coming years between her and Phileas. However, it was the revelation that had come during their short discussion of non-focused magic that put her off her evening meal. As they were cleaning up, Albus had asked about young Mr. Potter's training. Tandem's answer still troubled her now, over 2 hours after she had heard the answer. Albus stood by the door and watched as the trio of students began the walk back toward the castle, and Tandem locked the door to the classroom, though he didn't understand the necessity of that either, as Hogwarts was the safest place in Britain. Mr. Tandem, what have you taught young Harry? If I followed you correctly, when you spoke of non-focused magic and used him as an example, you were speaking of things others had taught him, not of anything you had taught him. Tandem shrugged and began to walk toward the castle, and you won't hear me speak of what he has learned from me either. I made a vow, never to teach my discipline to anyone outside of my family. Albus nodded, then asked. I assume that that was a requirement placed on you by whomever you were apprenticed to. I was asked much the same type of thing by the person I trained under in alchemy, Nicholas Flamel. He wished me to only accept one apprenticeship in my lifetime. Alas, that person has yet to appear. Tandem shook his head. No, nothing like that. My vow was necessary for a different reason, to protect my friends and family. Albus had looked confused, Who could be powerful enough to threaten someone like your friends the elves? Tannum laughed at the absurd naivete, and after hearing his reply she had to agree. Oberon. He had said, then continued along the pathway. She picked absently at her dessert, as she thought. Oberon, king of the Fae, had forced Tannum to make a vow not to teach what he had learned to anyone other than family. What had the man found that was that dangerous? To gather the attention of the king of the Fae, it must have been something truly terrifying. Time seemed to flash by for the trio and their families, and in short order they found themselves preparing to travel back to the States for Harry's school board hearing. Even with just being gone a couple of weeks, everyone was ready to be going home. Even the Grangers had started thinking of it as home more and more, so when they had been invited to accompany the Fairgrove group, they had jumped at the chance to return. If the truth were known, the elder Grangers may have been more excited by the prospect than their children. They had discussions, privately, about what they had seen over the time since they had met the people from Fairgrove, and while they had not reached a final decision, as of yet, they were reluctant to separate their family again. That was a decision to be left for a later date. Today they were here to support Harry's family. So, that had led them to sitting with the small but growing family, waiting for the school board to complete their deliberations and call the group back into the meeting room. The small talk had almost exhausted itself when a man in his 40s with graying hair and mustache approached. Mr. Tannum, Ms. Shar, he said with no small amount of contempt. I almost didn't think you would make an appearance tonight, seeing as you are too busy for Harry to attend school like other students. A firm hand on Shar's shoulder held her in place as Tannum stood slowly. Mr. Dix, I do not believe that. Dix cut him off in mid-sentence. You aren't doing him any favors by allowing him to work for those he paused, then spat, people. He needs. This time Tannum's hand couldn't keep her seated. Those people are our friends. She hissed. And while I respect your opinions, they are just that. Your opinions. And we are his parents. She took a step closer to him. What we decide, as a family, is none of your concern. When it affects his education, in my school, it is my concern. He snarled back. He leaned closer and whispered. And it may also be the concern of somebody else, say, CPS. Her eyes narrowed. Are you threatening us, Mr. Dix? His lips twisted into a vicious smile. Just stating the obvious. As an educator, I am required to report any possibly dangerous or erratic situations one of my students could find themselves in. It is doubly troubling when it is one concerning an adopted child. They have already been through so much and need to be protected from things all the more. He then spun on his heel and walked back across the waiting area. Only the arms of Tannum wrapping around her kept her from pursuing him. He whispered in her ear. That is exactly what he wants. Let it go, sweetheart. Don't give him the satisfaction, or the ammunition. She took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Okay. He unwrapped his arms from around her and led her back to her seat. She turned toward the Grangers. Sorry, she sighed. Using Harry this way, it gets under my skin. I know his threats are hollow, but. A man stepped through the doors. They are ready for you. After the groups had settled, the head of the board spoke. Mr. Dix, we have just one question remaining, and I hope that you can answer it to our satisfaction. He pulled off his glasses and looked directly at the man in question. Why did you make the decision to bring this matter before this board? He gestured to the others seated around him. Arrangements had already been made between the student, Harry Potter, his parents, Fairgrove, and the board. As for the absence that set this little discussion into motion, it was excused. A situation came up in reference to his adoption, one that needed to be addressed immediately. And while something of this nature would normally be handled differently, they did their utmost to not only keep you informed, but to have the situation taken care of and Harry back in class as soon as possible. I would like to hear a reasonable explanation for wasting all of our time. Tannum watched as Dix seemed to struggle. He was past the acceptable absence threshold for the semester. The board had cut him off there. That may have well been, but that is a guideline, Mr. Dix. One that is marginally flexible depending on the situation. His grades are exemplary. He is within the top 10% in each of his classes. So he was in no danger of failing any classes. They alerted the school the moment the emergency arose. What else could they have done? Dix seemed to have used the moment provided to gather his wits. However, he is a member of no extracurricular activities, no clubs, or sports. His constant absences cause many disturbances, as well as extra work for my staff. He was cut off by the man again, and those things were taken into account when they and Fairgrove approached us with the proposition initially. Has his schedule been any more disruptive than any other athlete's? Dix was quick to jump on that opening. Of course he is. Those are school sanctioned. School teams. The man at the table nodded. Yes, they are. But if you take into the account the partial and full day absences caused by the sport, as well as related assemblies and work involved, they are much more disruptive. He paused, glancing up and down the row at his fellow members. Each nodded. Our decision is that the agreement stands. He turned to the gathered Fairgrove group. We apologize for the situation, and will be pleased to welcome Harry back. Tanum stood. Thank you. We look forward to our son returning next fall. The man looked confused. He could return immediately if you wish. Tanum nodded. Yes, we understand that. However, we did not know the outcome of this proceeding and have already arranged his education for the remainder of this year. The man smiled. Ah, understandable. He then moved his attention to the young man that sat next to Tanum. Harry, our apologies to you as well. I'm sure this situation was difficult for you. After receiving a small smile from him, the man turned back to Dix. Mr. Dix, you can expect a summons from us shortly to discuss this further. He then broke eye contact and glanced at his notes on the session. Now, unless there is something else. Tanum spoke. Sir, he said, getting the board's attention again. I just wanted to say, we understand Mr. Dix's position and feel that his actions show his dedication not only to his job but to his students as well. We are also glad to know that such a man has a position within our schools. By the time he was finished, Dix was looking at him stunned. The board head nodded. True, he may not have used all of the personal initiative we would have wished in this situation, and in most situations he would have been correct to start this process. We shall endeavor to keep that in mind. That being said, meeting adjourned. As congratulations and hugs were being offered within the Fairgrove group, Tanum kept an eye on Dix, who finally stormed out of the room red-faced. Minerva stepped off the night bus and onto the quiet pavement of a sleepy neighborhood, a thin coating of snow crunching under her feet. Pulling her traveling cloak tighter round her shoulders to ward off the wind, she checked the house number closest to her and began walking. Her talk with Maria had been delayed the day before, first by the discussions with Harry's father, Tanum, and the revelations they had held, then later by the duties of being headmaster of a school in the midst of a major upheaval caused by a large sporting event and 3 visiting schools. She shook her head. It was understandable, however, with so many students in such tight quarters, there were bound to be some misunderstandings. Sometimes, as amusing as they could be, they need to be dealt with before they escalated. Arriving at her destination, she unlatched the small garden gate and stepped onto the walkway of her one-time student's home. It was a 2-story Tudor-style home, and from appearances very well kept, as even the walkway was already cleared of new fallen snow. Her knock on the door was soon answered by a young girl of 8 or 9, if she was any judge of age, dressed in denim pants and a blue jumper. May I help? Maria appeared from someplace behind her. June, sweetheart, I've got this. Go get your brother and turn off the TV. I want to introduce you both and then you and Jay can play upstairs till Daddy gets back. The little girl turned. Okay, Mum, and took off deeper into the house. Please come in, Headmaster, Maria said, swinging the door wider. May I take your cloak? Minerva smiled. Thank you. She stepped into the foyer. She is a lovely girl, she said as she removed her cloak. Maria took it and hung it up. The 2 children soon made an appearance. Headmaster, may I introduce my children, June and Jay. Kids, this is Headmaster McGonagall from Hogwarts. Jay's eyes grew. Do you really have ghosts at the school? Asked the boy. Minerva nodded. Indeed. Several, and one very naughty poltergeist. She looked the young man over. He was younger than his sister by perhaps 2 years, possibly 3. She saw him pale slightly. But they are nothing to fear. They are all quite nice, though they do take a little getting used to. She smiled softly, trying to reassure him. He nodded slowly as his mother knelt next to him. It's okay, Jay. They aren't like the ones at the tower. She hugged him, then leaned back and adjusted his shirt. Listen, why don't you and your sister go watch cartoons upstairs, while Mummy and the headmaster have tea? Then when Daddy gets home, we'll go out and have pizza for dinner. How does that sound? His sister's hand wrapped around his and she tugged him toward the stairs. Come on, Jay. Gargoyles will be on in a few. When she heard the door close upstairs, Maria turned to face her, unshed tears in her eyes. After a deep sigh, she said, "We made the mistake of going to the Tower of London recently. It was a school trip for June. He wanted to go with us, and since it was on a Saturday, instead of leaving him with my mother or Dan's parents, we took him. That was a mistake. He seems to be very sensitive to them, he can even see things." She broke off, and wiped her eyes. Mr. Silverhair said his gift is called ectomancy. He said it is a rare ability, and he has put us in contact with someone that can help, but after the tower, ghosts terrify him. Evidently there is much more there than even a witch can see, and to him they are as clear as day. Minerva felt stunned. I hope that something can be done to help him. I would hate for him to be afraid at Hogwarts. She nodded as she wiped her eyes again. Please, she gestured down the hallway, I have a kettle on. Harry stood at the back of the large metal shipping container. These were the objects from within the Potter vaults, not something he had really wanted to deal with at the moment, but they didn't want to leave a semi-truck container sitting in their yard either. So today, with the help of both the Grangers and more than half of the staff, they had gone through it all, sorting it. Things to keep, things to sell, one group magical, one non, and dangerous objects, so far the smallest group. Out of the other groups, the next smallest was surprisingly the keep pile. It contained so few items that Sirius had expected to find there. He had immediately stormed off toward the portal and back to England, ranting the entire way. Harry had already dealt with the dangerous. Caven was making preparations for each piece, having them checked carefully, then destroyed if necessary, or added to the to be sold group, or in a few cases the to keep group. Unfortunately, at least to Harry's mind, most of what was in the keep pile tended to be furniture. All of it, he had been assured, well made, beautiful and sought after, not that he thought so. He sat on the fainting couch, which he thought was ridiculous and ugly, and began to dig through some of the smaller things. Something had caught his eye earlier, and he thought it had been put in one of these boxes. In short order he had placed the box on the ground and had a carved box on his lap. He ran his fingers across the lid where an old steam train was expertly carved into the aged wood. He slowly opened it to find an amazing golden pocket watch upon a pillow of 4 colors: red, yellow, blue, and green, while inside of the lid was the Hogwarts crest along with a piece of parchment. He set the box and watch to the side and carefully unfolded the parchment. Gifted to Charles Philip Potter, 1877 August 31st. In appreciation of his generous donation of a replacement locomotive for use by Hogwarts. The first having been destroyed by parties unknown just before the end of the school term of 1876. He folded the parchment closed again, replaced it, and lifted the watch from the pillow. It was heavier than he expected. Raised on its golden face cover was a finely crafted locomotive with silver inlaid into the wheels and highlights. Popping it open, he looked at the face. It looked like fine porcelain. A voice broke his thought process. Beautiful, isn't it? Harry swiveled to see Caven sitting down next to him. Your grandmother showed it to me. It's got a couple of enchantments on it. He touched a small rune on the edge of the case and the locomotive leapt into life, chugging along for a few seconds till the whistle finally blew as it came to rest again. The other one I think I'll leave for you to figure out. Harry smiled, as he turned the watch over in his hand and looked at the back. A small frame meant for someone's initials was etched into the gold. It was empty. He shut his eyes and sank into his meditation quickly and opened his eyes to his mage sight. He followed the small tendrils, around and under the watch till he found something inside the back cover. Trying not to drop his meditative state, he asked, "How do you open the back?" Caven reached over, slipping a fingernail into a very thin groove, and pried. With a small pop, the back came open. Harry then studied inside the back. It is some form of alert. It sets off the first enchantment automatically, 4 times a year. He studied each rune set closely. It will go off twice a day on those 4 days. One is in late summer, two in winter, the last, early summer. He dropped his mage sight, and turned to face Caven. The train. It keeps track of the time it leaves and arrives. When they use it for school. Exactly. He ruffled the young man's hair. Good use of deductive reasoning. And I'm glad to see your training progressing so well. Your control of the sight is improving. It won't be long till you can hold it outside the meditation. Your rune knowledge is much better as well. Harry smiled. Once he could hold the sight outside his meditations, he would be ready for the next stage of his training, the use of more wild magics, adding them to his own. As it was, he was restricted to his personal reserves, to keep him from overloading his system and causing himself injury. Though, Caven continued, I don't think that you will be starting the training till after this blasted tournament is over, even if you complete that feat. Harry nodded. He had suspected that would be the case. It would be too distracting to add to an already full schedule. Caven continued, I came to talk with you about your challenge with the boy. Draco. Harry supplied, Draco Malfoy. Yes, Malfoy, he sighed. I have had dealings with the man I suspect is his father since the opening of the bank. A thoroughly unpleasant individual, he has been one of the most outspoken about our endeavor, but that is neither here nor there. I wanted to ask you something. He shifted to face him better. Now, whatever way you decide, I will abide, and support you with, and I do applaud you on your choice of stakes, as he thought to take advantage of the situation. What I want you to think about is the contest. If you do this, you will have a bit of fun, yes, but at what cost? What will he do when he learns he is to be humiliated? He asked. Harry started to answer, but Caven stayed him. He knows nothing of cars, and less about driving. Once he was on the track, what would happen? Would he take the chance to keep either of you from completing the race? Could one of you be injured? Killed? Harry tried to speak again, but Caven continued. What kind of damage could be done to the cars? Or the track? It started to sink in at that point. Harry knew the risks that came with being on the track, and accepted them, but Draco wouldn't. Would he deliberately try something? Harry had to come to the decision that yes, he would. He was more than ready to go after his wand for the smallest of slight. He was as hot-headed as they come and as mean as a snake, a nasty combination at best. Damn it, he said. I accepted the challenge, and set the weapons. What do I do? Caven smiled. I have an idea or two, ones that will keep the odds of one or both of you being hurt down, as well as property damage, and still serve up a hefty dose of humiliation, if you win. Harry looked at him incredulously. I'd never lose too. Never say never, my friend, Caven said, lightly clapping him on the shoulder. Minerva sat at the small kitchen table as her host pottered around the kitchen, putting the final touches on a small tray of food to go with their tea. She thought it was odd that the woman did so without use of her magic. Before her time in the woman's classroom the day before, she would have thought that it had to do with her living in a muggle home and all of the curious things scattered across that home, but today she knew different. As a student had once told her, there are no stupid questions, so she asked. Why not use magic to finish what you are doing? The young woman smiled. There is something to be said for doing it with your own two hands, besides it won't take any longer this way. She placed the final plate on the tray and made her way across the room with it. She sat and served them both, offering food as well before she began. Have you thought about what I asked you yesterday morning? Minerva nodded as she sipped. The tea was excellent and she told her host so before answering. I have, and until you spoke about it I am sad to say I had not given it much thought. Even with the isolation offered by living and working at Hogwarts, I find it odd I have not seen more Muggleborns. Maria shrugged. Most people don't see us at all. I rarely go to the alley, only a handful of times since I left school, and one of those times left me in such a state I had no wish to set foot in the magical world again. Minerva was shocked by what she heard. What happened? The woman chuckled. I went job hunting. Minerva's shocked face contorted to one of confusion. Why would that leave you wishing never to return? She asked. Her host sat her cup back onto her saucer. I was 18, fresh out of Hogwarts, a Ravenclaw with exceptional scores on my NEWTS. Top in not only potions but arithmancy and runes, and yet not only was I turned away multiple times, but on my return trip each position I had applied for had been filled with people who were purebloods or, in a few cases, half-bloods with less than half my grades or ability. She sat back as that settled in. That was when it was explained to me by none other than the bitch, Narcissa Malfoy née Black, that not only was I a mudblood but one that hadn't even managed to catch the eye of a patron, let alone a pureblood husband. That I had no chance at any job I had applied for. She leaned forward. She did give me the address of a job she thought even someone like me would be suitable for. It was for a brothel, as my kind was only good for making a living on my back. She shook her head as she sat back and spoke again. I never wanted to go back after that. I went home and begged my parents for help. Thankfully they did. I started by getting a part-time job at a local grocer, and taking night classes to get my levels. After my second section at night school I was asked to stay behind after one of my classes, and was introduced to someone from the British government. They knew about Hogwarts. Minerva gasped, but she continued. They asked a lot of questions. The state of the government, who was in charge of what my opinions were. Then they asked about other Muggleborns. They wanted to know any names I knew and where they may have been from. Minerva nodded. If they knew that much then, there were 5 of you, if memory serves. Maria shook her head. No, Jason Thomas was killed after my 4th year, the last year of the war. That left us with 4. Allison McKnight, Linda Fields, Malcolm Roberts, and myself, Allison McKnight. She committed suicide the summer after we graduated. Linda moved to Australia 2 years ago. Her daughter had just turned 5 and she refuses to have her go to magical school here. Minerva looked down at her hands. Had it really been so bad for them? How had they all failed to notice? Maria continued. Malcolm joined the military. I get a Christmas card from him every year. The young woman sighed, drawing Minerva's attention back up to her. We kind of have a loose support group. The Muggleborns. We try to keep track as the students graduate, whether that is after their OWLS or NEWTS. In the last few years with the new computerized school records, that is becoming easier as they just need to compare the records of students at the age of 11 when their letter would arrive. That will give them the chance to offer support and education, so no more Allisons happen. That had Minerva's full attention. The Muggle government was figuring out how to track the children through their records. Is that? Her voice trailed off. Of course it was necessary. After looking through the books Harry and the others had been using, she could see that it would have been imperative. 7 years would be a lot to catch up on even with a solid foundation of the basics, and if they need to learn to use one of those computer boxes, have things truly not gotten any better in our world following the war? The other woman shrugged. You would be in a better position to see that than I. Minerva looked down at her cup again, lost in thought. She needed to talk to someone not as isolated as she and her fellow professors. One name sprang to the forefront of her mind. Joe had to laugh as he walked toward the Great Hall. In the years since he had first met Tanim and Shar he had seen and done a lot, but this was only the second time he had seen someone involved in a duel, and wouldn't you know it would be the son of the pair that were involved, on opposite sides, in the last one. Turning as he entered, he scanned the Slytherin table for the boy that had challenged Harry. He was easy enough to spot. Bleach blonde head sitting wedged between 2 mountain-sized, for 14-year-olds anyway, bodyguards. With deliberate strides he began to cross the room. Joe had done some checking around. The boy was a real piece of work. His father was a rich and powerful man, known to be quite the mover and shaker behind the scenes in their government, and that was in spite of his history. At the end of the war that had cost Harry his parents, he had been accused of being a Death Eater. One of the people that had followed the man known as Voldemort, the man that had actually killed Harry's parents. But, in the end he had somehow convinced the courts that he had been controlled by a spell, forced to do the madman's bidding, and was released. Whispers were he bought his way clear. Joe thought Malfoy Sr. and his own father were a lot alike, well if he was more psychopathic. Unfortunately, unlike Joe, Jr. was taking to the indoctrination like a duck to water. He seemed to spout that blood purity crap at a moment's notice. Evidently if you weren't a pure blood magical then you weren't worth the time of day, and if you were non-magical you were fit only to be a South Avenue. He was a bully through and through. Using threats of his father and godfather, Severus Snape, a Hogwarts professor and the head of Slytherin House, as well as his goons, he ran roughshod over almost everyone his age and younger. It worked on a number of older ones as well as they gave him a wide berth to keep their family out of his father's way, not to mention keeping themselves clear of Snape. As he approached he called out, "Malfoy." The blonde turned and glared at him. "My name is Joe Brown. I will be serving as Harry's second. Who will be serving as yours?" The boy looked him over. Joe was dressed in a white button-down shirt, blue jeans, trainers, and a leather jacket. With a sneer on his lips he tossed his head toward the bookend on his right. "Goyle." Joe nodded. "Fine. Mr. Goyle, if you will come with me we will go over the particulars of the contest, then you can talk with Malfoy about them." Without waiting for his reply, Joe turned and strode toward the side door in the meeting room. Goyle looked at Malfoy, only for him to bark, "Well. What are you waiting for? Go." When Goyle entered the room Joe was already seated on the opposite side of a table, back to the wall. "Mr. Goyle, please sit." As he made himself comfortable, Joe continued. "Now, this will be a contest of speed and control. The duelists will compete with identically prepared equipment. Malfoy will have first selection of the pair as per etiquette, then there will be a short time for each duelist to prepare before the start." Goyle just nodded, as Joe continued. "As second it is up to you to ensure Malfoy arrives in the Great Hall no later than 10 a.m. Saturday, February 4th, arrival any later will be considered a forfeit." Again the boy nodded. "The next order of business is the decision of an arbitrator." The boy looked confused. Joe sighed. "A referee, in case of a dispute. This person needs to be agreeable to both parties. The suggestion was given to me that an appropriate choice would be Madame Hooch, as she is impartial in such matters and is comfortable judging sporting events. Do you find her acceptable?" For that question Joe received a shrug and a grunt. "Okay. Then all that remains is a discussion about penalties, specifically the use of magic and any cheating. No magic is to be used, and any cheating will be met with a penalty of detentions as decided by Madame Hooch. Any outside interference, that is not associated directly with the duel, again will be left to her discretion. If these terms are acceptable please sign below." He passed several pages to Goyle, who looked at them blankly for a moment then signed his name at the bottom of each. Joe separated the pages. "These are copies for both yourself and Malfoy. These are mine and Harry's. The last three are for the school's records, Madame Hooch and your government. I'll take care of those. Thank you for your time, Mr. Goyle." Minerva sat stirring her tea as she waited, occasionally waving or speaking with a student from the past. She had arrived early on purpose at the Leaky Cauldron, wanting to watch the crowd pass through to the alley, quietly noting the number of Muggleborns that passed. So far she could count them on one hand, with fingers to spare. Glancing toward the entrance she saw Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, winding her way between the tables to join her. "Minerva," the woman said in greeting as she slid into the booth across from her. "It was a pleasant surprise to see your note. We so rarely get a chance to speak." The elder woman smiled. "Though with the changes at Hogwarts I am finding myself away more often, not as much as Albus was, but more often than I was before." Amelia chuckled. "I often wondered about the amount of time that man was away from the school." She gestured at the bartender, who nodded back. "Now, as pleasant as this is I imagine you want to speak with me about something." Minerva looked down at her cup. "Did you ever meet a witch named Maria Malden?" The woman shook her head. "She was Muggle born. Graduated in," she thought for a moment, "'84 I believe. Anyway, she is a teacher," she sighed. "She is working for the Sandfield School, at the request of the Muggle government." Amelia's eyes grew wide, as the headmaster continued. "I sat in on a day of her classes recently." A small smile blossomed on her face. "She is quite good, enough so that I had been giving some thought to attempting to hire her, though I doubt she would accept." She shook her head. "Anyway, after an eye-opening day of Muggle subjects, she asked me to tea. Maria had asked me to think about one question, one I am ashamed to say I never put much thought into before. How many Muggleborn do you normally see?" Amelia looked at her with a puzzled expression. Minerva's grip tightened on her cup as she continued. "When I started thinking about it I was appalled. There is not a single Muggleborn on staff at Hogwarts, and as far as I know there has not been one for many years. Outside of the school, I was at a loss. For years I have gone to Muggleborn homes, and told them how many amazing opportunities there are in the magical world. Tears began to fall down her cheeks. If what I learned in the last few days is true, I've been lying to them, as well as myself. Amelia sat for a moment and let Minerva gather her composure. Minerva, I won't lie to you, unfortunately the Muggleborn do find things difficult after they graduate. Jobs in our world rely on connections, especially within the ministry, and unfortunately that includes blood status whether they will admit it or not. She sighed sadly. I try to monitor my department for that type of thing, but it is difficult as most of what I discover is after the fact, and when I do find something I discipline them to the best of my ability, and if I dismiss someone because of something, they just turn up in some other department. Minerva looked disturbed by the news. And outside the ministry? Her friend sighed. It's better. She shrugged, but still difficult. Most of the businesses are pressured by certain individuals. She sat back as a smile crept across her face. Though things in the alley do seem to be changing, a couple of new businesses are getting ready to open, and both of those will be Muggleborn owned. Lucius Malfoy was trying to pass some legislation recently because of them. He failed, however. It seems they are working with the new bank and had all of the paperwork not only filed correctly, but also had legal counsel in place to handle any issues that could arise. And while I don't know what those businesses are as of yet, the rumor is they will be dealing with something entirely new. I expect them to shake things up quite a bit. Minerva looked stunned. Really? I think Fortescue's ice cream was the last business to do something like that, and that was only because of the Longbottoms. Augusta's husband, Howard, did enjoy his ice cream. She chuckled. I think he spent more time there than at the manor. Amelia nodded. Indeed. His son, Frank, was almost as bad. He was so bad that when we were deployed to the alley he wasn't permitted to patrol that area. Alice went so far as to drop by on those days to do her shopping to make sure he didn't stop by at lunch or after work. The friends continued to talk as they ate. Harry was surprised when he stepped into the Great Hall. He had expected a few people to show up for this little tiff, but looking at the room it looked like every student from all the schools had turned up. Along with all of the teachers, his family, as well as a few others, and apparently the Ponce's parents, who stood nearby, as both the father and son glared at him. Over the last couple of weeks he had avoided the little ass, as much as possible, although that had been more difficult at the evening meals. The idiot never seemed to learn. He was a constant source of amusement to the Fairgrove group, as his antics, which were meant to be scathing and insulting, really ended up being more embarrassing for him and his ever-present backup. Still, hopefully this would put an end to at least some of the crap, as it was becoming tedious. Harry made his way to the front of the room where several objects stood under tarpaulins. Okay, we're all here. Let's get this show on the road, he said as he took his place next to Madame Hooch. Madame Hooch's hawk-like eyes passed over him in an appraising fashion. Very well. Mr. Potter. Mr. Malfoy, please join me. She stepped up onto the small riser, followed by the two boys. These will be what is used for this contest. She placed a hand on the covered objects, and Harry glanced at Malfoy, who looked decidedly disturbed by that news. I have overseen their procurement, transportation, and placement. I can attest that these items are as identical as possible and no modifications of any kind have been performed. You will both be given 1 hour to familiarize yourself with them, starting when Mr. Malfoy, followed by Mr. Potter, has made his selection. She eyed both boys, making sure they both understood so far. The penalties for either cheating or interference have been agreed upon. Professors Dumbledore, Vector, and Sinestra will be guarding against outside interference while I will oversee those directly involved. She turned to the first boy. Mr. Malfoy, once I have removed the covers you will have 10 minutes to select your equipment, followed immediately by Mr. Potter. Are you ready, Mr. Malfoy? Draco's attention turned from the objects toward Harry. I thought this was going to be a broom race, Potter. Harry grinned. I said, a race, Malfoy. I never said what we would be using. Draco grimaced. You. Harry cut him off. You were the one who challenged me, remember? So it is my choice of weapons. Just be glad I didn't pick something worse. Angry, Draco turned back, as Madame Hooch flipped her wand, uncovering 8 large objects. They were decorated in bright colors, red and blue cabinets sporting a window-like object, showing some other place. In front of the cabinet was a small sitting area containing a wheel and some form of knob, while a large sign across the top stated Daytona, USA. Mr. Malfoy, make your selection, she said, pointing to the 8 identical machines. Draco stood there, stunned, as the games sprang to life, blasting music across the great hall, his eyes flickering from one machine to the next. After standing still for a long time, he moved slowly forward, touching the first one carefully, almost as if he expected it to bite him. Harry's voice came from beside him. Cool. I haven't seen these. Draco looked at Harry, as he inspected the one next to him. I wanted a racing game, but I didn't ask Kevin for anything specific. He went all out. Draco glanced back at the machine next to him, lost in a whirl of confusion. Were these some form of elven things? If they came from Potter's pet elf, then they must be. Madame Hooch's voice came from behind them. I have chosen the course, and it will be set after you have chosen your machine. After that, you will have an hour to familiarize yourself with how they work. They are numbered 1 to 8, and the vehicle you will control in the game will be the same number as the cabinet. You will be in direct competition with each other at that point, and the winner will be the first to complete the race. Draco looked down the row, debating what to do, all the while keeping an eye on Potter. He knew his time was running out quickly. He needed to come up with a plan. He studied his opponent as he looked over the machine marked with the number 6. Was there something different about that one? Better. Had Potter or the elf done something to it? That had to be it. That was how they were going to cheat. They had that one rig to win. He almost moved to claim it, but then had another thought. Maybe that was just what they would want. He's paying more attention to it because he wants me to choose it. He had to figure this out, and quickly. His father was angry enough as it was. And that said nothing about the way his mother had acted when he had seen her. If his father was angry, she had been incensed. Evidently she and Mrs. Parkinson had spoken recently, and when she learned why he had actually left the ball, as well as the aftermath, she had come directly to the school and made him very aware of how displeased she was with his conduct. Then she had found out about the reason for the duel. He shivered involuntarily. Harry spun the wheel, and watched as it cycled through the 3 tracks available. They all looked fun, though he liked the song for Seaside more than the rest. He had to hand it to Kevin. This was a great idea. Not only did it keep someone from being injured on the track, but it showed off what the non-magicals were capable of. Then everyone else would get the chance to try it, if they wished, once they were finished. He may even get in a couple of other good games. Like most teenagers in the US, he had spent his fair share of time in arcades. Between that and having a system to use in the RV or at home, as the case may be, he had a fair idea of how to play most games. However, this one was new, and it looked cool. All 8 machines could be networked together for multiplayer or played separately if desired, and the graphics were some of the best he had ever seen. For a brief moment he wondered if Kevin had bought or rented them. They would be great to have at Fairgrove. But that was for another day. He watched as the screen showed the instructions for play, steering, gas, brake, and shifting. Interesting. You could choose automatic or manual. He idly wondered if the game gave advantages to one or the other. When it cycled through and began showing the driving section, he tried to pay attention for any grooves or lanes favored by the designers, though he figured most of that would come during the practice phase. Still, it didn't hurt to pay attention. Draco groused to himself, damn him. Potter had set this up. He was going to be made a fool of. He just knew he was cheating. He just had to figure out how. Then that advantage would be his. He watched him carefully as he stood there seemingly calm. Then why wouldn't he be? He knew which one to choose. Mr. Malfoy, your time is up. Choose your game, Madame Hooch said from somewhere behind him. He waved her off as he continued to watch Potter. Fine. Mr. Malfoy forfeits first choice. Mr. Potter, please choose. We need to get underway, she said. Harry looked away from the screen. Oh, my choice. He looked around. Ah, this one is. Malfoy cut in. I choose number 6. Harry looked up at the number on the cabinet he was standing next to, number 6. Almost immediately he was shoved aside as Malfoy sat. Shaking his head, he moved down the line, and sat behind the wheel of number 3. He concentrated as the machine ran through the instructions again, slowly mimicking the shift pattern several times to see how it felt. There was no clutch pedal, so that changed the rhythm of the shift. There was little resistance and the gates were indistinct at best. He watched the demo again. It would be too loud to hear a shift point, so he'd need to watch the graphic on the screen if he chose to shift manually. Settling on auto for his first practice round, he began, settling into a quick rhythm and keeping pace right behind the first place car. He was pleased for the most part. The game was a little cheap, as sometimes opponents just seemed to appear next to you and disrupted your line, but it was still fun. Next he did the same using shifts. That had mixed results as he felt he could get back to speed faster, but it wasn't as forgiving when you were tapped by another driver. The third round he did flat out, getting out front and staying there relatively quickly. Then he started searching for his own groove, and seeing how far he could push things before wrecking, which he did several times. Soon enough the hour had passed and they were preparing to start. The start lights on the screen counted down. Red, red, yellow, then green. Harry mashed the pedal down. When the RPM marker reached the red zone, he let his foot off the gas as he began his shift, then slammed both the pedal and shift knob down. Draco watched as the black muggle thing marked as number 3 leapt ahead. He wanted to scream. This game was ridiculous. It was unfair. He tried to move the knob again. The stupid thing didn't seem to do anything. The green one bashed into his side as it tried to get around him. Damn that Potter. Harry came across the finish line in first place. Standing, he stretched for a moment. Then walked toward number 6, where Draco was staring at the screen in 8th place. Harry smiled slightly. Good try, Malfoy. Draco turned to face him. You cheated, he screamed, clawing for his wand. Only to have his mother's hand close around his, keeping it from being drawn. Do not compound your mistakes, Draco. I watched every moment of this contest, as did your father. You have made enough mistakes recently. We will not tolerate any more such foolishness. My apologies, Mr. Potter. Her cold eyes met Harry's. Congratulations on your victory. He smiled at her, with genuine warmth. Thank you, ma'am, Draco, he said as he hopped off the riser. The other students congratulated him and began queuing up to try the games as he headed toward the table where the girls were sitting. He smiled at them. Well, I think that went well. Hermione and Luna both nodded. While you were practicing, Caven explained what they were. I think several people still don't believe these are Muggle games for children, said the bushy-headed girl. Hey, responded Harry, I'll have you know plenty of adults play video games. Just because you beep at Mario, don't go getting all, I'm too old to play those. He said, feigning hurt. She harumphed. It's a stupid game. I have better things to do with my time than to learn where all that hidden junk is. If it is meant to be used, it should be shown on the screen. Fleur had a question, however. Harry, Mr. Silverhair said that while it somewhat simulated driving, that it should not be confused with the actual way an automobile is driven. Are they that different? Harry fought to find an example that she could grasp. The concepts are there. But, well, you can cook right. Fleur nodded. Okay, would you ask someone who could make let's say eggs, that's all they have learned to cook well, eggs. Would you ask them to make something like tiramisu? Or an entire meal? She shook her head. That would be silly, it was entirely different. He continued, it's the same thing here. Worse, driving a real car can be dangerous. Other cars don't just bounce off of you like the game. Anyway, you should try it, it's fun. A smile bloomed on his face. Maybe we can get the champions together, and challenge our headmasters to a game. The challenge race with the headmasters had been quite the eye-opener for Harry. While he had expected the other champions to be competitive with one another, he hadn't expected any of the school heads to display a highly competitive side. But 2 of them proved to be just as competitive as any of the champions. Headmasters McGonagall and Maxime both took to the games with a dogged determination that, in the end, resulted in both of them being able to hold their own against the champions, coming in at respectable 3rd and 4th places, while Crumb's reaction speed gained him a close second to Harry. As time for dinner arrived, McGonagall announced that the games would be available, along with some others, for use each weekend to the end of term in a room being prepared on the second floor. She went on to warn against them disrupting their studies, and that no disciplinary issues would be tolerated. Dinner was another surprise, one that was met with much approval from a number of students, as instead of what they had begun to think of as normal evening fare was replaced with large flat platters stacked with something completely different. A cry of pizza rang out from someone at the Hufflepuff table, but that wasn't all. Platters also contained freshly grilled hamburgers, hot dogs, barbecue pulled pork and ribs, along with baked beans, coleslaw and other salads, all with the compliments of Sirius Black and the Fairgrove group. Sirius sighed as he made his way out of yet another ministry office, leading his small group away from another unhelpful official while trying to get some answers. Bureaucrats or lawyers, he wasn't sure which was worse. It was like trying to navigate a maze in the dark, only in this case you had no idea where the entrance was or where the exit could be. In a word, it was frustrating. Ever since they had finished unloading the container at the compound, he had been trying to find out what had happened to the possessions from within the cottage. None of it had been there. Not Lily's piano. Not their wands. Not even anything from Harry's room. Nothing. It had left him more angry than he had thought possible. At least until now. When the Potters had been recognized as heroes, the cottage had been declared a wizarding monument, and put under the purview of the ministry, along with all the contents. Never had anything like this been done. It was unprecedented. From what he had discovered, the cottage had immediately been placed into governmental control pending the execution of the Potter estate. Then a motion had passed the Wizengamot, within days of the incident, that wrested its control from the estate and placed it under their purview. Permanently. After finding this out, Sirius had began to navigate his way through a mass of paperwork, bureaucracy and worst of all, politicians. It had been trying at best. After an entire week, the only thing he had accomplished was obtaining a list of those in attendance during the vote, most of whom would be of little help. However, one name stood out upon the paper still clutched in his hand: Albus Dumbledore. He led the small group through the ministry to the flows in the atrium. With the smallest of acknowledgments to them, in thanks for their help, he tossed a pinch of powder into the fire and made his way toward Hogwarts via the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade. His anger only increased as he stormed across the small town and up toward the castle. He reached the Transfiguration classroom in record time, bursting through the door, yelling as he did. "What the hell were you playing at, Dumbledore?" He was oblivious as the eyes of the students lifted from their class work and turned to him. Albus looked a little shocked. "Sirius, I'm sorry, but I'm in the middle of a class, all. Do I look like I care?" He stormed between the desks toward the older man. "What in the hell were you thinking? That was Harry's family home. How dare you let the proposition be put forward, let alone support it, something that let the Wizengamot take it from him?" The elder man glanced past the incensed individual approaching him at the students watching. "Sirius, please calm down. Now is not the time," Sirius yelled. "When were you going to tell us that his family home and everything inside had been stolen from him? You are going to help me straighten this mess out. I want everything returned to him. Damn it, Albus. What in the hell were you thinking? The people," he stammered. "They wanted a place to honor their hero. So you decided giving them the cottage was appropriate." Sirius spat at the man. "They turned James and Lily's graves into a tourist attraction." Tears began streaming down his face. "It was our home. I spent most of my Hogwarts years there, Albus. My best friends died there. Now it and their graves are a tourist attraction, and you let it happen." Albus dismissed the class after getting Sirius to go into the adjoining office. He thought the man had already visited Godric's Hollow, and had seen it as the tribute to the Potters it was meant to be. And while he had never personally visited since that fateful night, he did understand the need of their people to have a place to honor their heroes. At the time it seemed the perfect choice. Harry would have no need of it, as it was badly damaged. Potter funds were not available to rebuild it at the time due to the unread disposition of the will, and he was to spend the foreseeable future at his aunt's home. Having the ministry absorb the property seemed to be the appropriate decision. It had also fit with his plans for the future as well. He watched as the last of the students filed out of the room, the whispers among them assuring that the news of Sirius's rant would be all over the school before the evening meal. Shaking his head, Albus moved slowly toward the office, dreading the discussion that would be forthcoming. As he entered, Sirius had one question for him. Why? Why did you let them do this, Albus? James and Lily loved you, trusted you, so did I. Why did you do this to them? To us. To Harry. The question hit him like a physical blow and sent him reeling. He had failed them, all of them. He had let his own ego, his own legend, blind him. He had forgotten the most important thing. These were people. Her piano was their Albus. She would want him to have it, Sirius said quietly. As well as some things that James would have wanted him to have, Charles too, and unless you can help me figure this mess out. Albus nodded. I'll help any way I can, Sirius. I thought it was the right thing to do at the time, but looking back at it now, it was the wrong choice. That home, and contents were Harry's birthright. He seemed to ponder something for a moment. Speaking of birthrights, I have something for Harry. James lent it to me to study, a cloak. Sirius was on his feet in a flash and in the man's face. You have it, he screamed. If James and Lily, if they had had it, they may still be alive. It was supposed to be Lily's last line of defense. To get her and Harry away. He collapsed onto his knees. Why? Why do you have James's cloak? He knelt next to the now crying man. I thought, he amended, I thought that Voldemort would not be able to find them, and it would be safe for me to study that remarkable cloak, but alas, Peter's betrayal, it led him right to their door. It could have saved them, Albus, at least one of them. Harry wouldn't have been alone, Sirius said quietly. Albus sighed. Perhaps, though there is no guarantee of that. He helped the man to his feet. I have it stored with some of my things upstairs. I had originally planned to return it when he arrived at Hogwarts, but like so many things, that changed when he did not appear. Once we have retrieved it, I will accompany you to the ministry and we will see what can be done about the cottage. The Saturday morning of the second task found Harry sitting at the kitchen table of Sirius's home across from a special guest, and old friend. He was a kind little man, with a wide infectious smile, and laugh lines etched deeply on his face. He wore a classic-style herringbone jacket over dark pants and shirt along with a bow tie in the brightest red he could find. I want to thank you again, Doc, Harry said. He patted the young man on the shoulder. Think nothing of it, my young friend. I am happy to help. Besides, I always wanted to see the fabled Hogwarts. This will be a most enlightening day, I am sure. Char stuck her head into the kitchen. Are you two almost done? We need to get going. We are supposed to be there before 9 o'clock. The man nodded. I believe so. Harry has been very attentive, and should have no troubles following my instructions. They both stood and followed his mother toward the portal. As they stepped through, they were met by Professor Flitwick, where Harry waved off going to a changing area, stating he didn't need to, saying what he was wearing was fine for the task. That being the case, the diminutive professor led the Fairgrove group outside and toward the lake. It was a bright, crisp morning, frost still showing in patches across the grounds. Out in the lake stood a large structure, with enough room to hold stands not only for the schools but visiting spectators as well. Harry had to shake his head in wonder. Only these people would arrange a task scheduled for February in a lake, forcing spectators and champions alike to deal with freezing temperatures, wind and water. Not that there was anything to see, as everything the champions needed to do would occur in the very depths of the lake. He pulled his leather jacket tighter around him, to stave off the bite of the morning wind, as he waved to the rest of the group climbing the stairs to their viewing area, and joined the shivering champions next to the podium. Headmaster McGonagall cocked an eyebrow at him, and asked, Mr. Potter, do you not need to change into something more suitable for the task? Harry chuckled. No, ma'am, this'll do me fine. The other champions looked at him in confusion. Ari, did you not decipher the meaning of the egg? Fleur asked with no small amount of nervousness in her voice. Harry winked at Fleur, and gave them a crooked smile. I've got it covered. No worries. Her eyes flashed between him and the water, and he thought this task had her more spooked than he had expected. Minerva cut Fleur's response off. Very well, Mr. Potter. She signaled the man at the podium, who as it turned out was the elusive Mr. Bagman, who was soon done with the champions' introductions. By way of an explanation of the task he remained cryptic. Well, All our champions are ready for the second task, which will start on my whistle. They have precisely an hour to recover what has been taken from them. When the whistle sounded, each champion made for the water. Krung was the first into the lake, as he never paused in his movements, and leapt toward the water, his form blurring just before he entered the water with a diver's splash. Harry was the next to the water, where he knelt on the pier and placed his palm flat on the surface, forcing a pulse of his magic into the lake. Looking over his shoulder, he watched as Fleur removed her thick robe, revealing a silver one-piece bathing suit. She flipped her wand and muttered a spell. A small bubble formed around her mouth and nose, and soon she too dove into the water. As the distracting sight disappeared under the lake's surface, he almost missed the splash of the final competitor, as Cedric dove in as well. Harry smiled as he felt the water under his hand begin to move. Man, it had to be cold to swim all that way, he thought. I'm glad it's not me. He stood as the surface began to boil, as something lifted from below. What in the world is that? Asked a young witch, pointing toward Harry. That, my dear, is a giant pink sea snail, said the man next to her, and she happens to be a very good friend of mine. Young Harry asked for her help in this task, and she was more than happy to oblige. Though it didn't hurt that she wanted to visit her cousin Nessie while she was in the area. The young girl looked up at him, her eyes wide. A sea snail. He nodded. A giant pink sea snail. She is very sweet. If you want, I can introduce you once the contest is complete. Her head swiveled back toward the lake and she watched as Harry Potter stepped off the walkway onto the snail and ducked under the edge of the shell. Within moments, both the snail and its passenger had disappeared into the darkness that was Black Lake. Harry peeled off his coat as he sat cross-legged in the center of the cavernous shell. Letting his mage sight expand, he reached out to place his hand on the soft knob of snail skin that a hole in the shell left exposed. He began directing the snail toward the Mer village with slight changes in pressure as Doc had instructed, glad he had scouted out the depths beforehand as he maneuvered toward his first landmark. His mind wandered as they traveled. It was an odd feeling riding along within the magical creature. Not unpleasant, just odd. Even after working with the Doc, and spending a week with him near his island last year, he had never figured out how she got around as fast as she did. Once he was within the village, he was able to find the objectives quite easily. What he found made his blood boil. Tied to 4 boulders were hostages. 1 for each of them. Harry had to clamp down on his feelings, as his sight began to waver. He took a deep breath and it began to settle. Nudging his hand forward, to direct the snail, he approached the first hostage, focusing his sight entirely on the person to make out the facial features. It was someone he didn't know, a girl a couple of years older than him. He didn't like doing it, but he moved on. The second was another girl, Asian, again a little older than him. The third was a young girl. She looked a lot like Fleur. He cursed under his breath and had to take a moment to try and calm himself. The last was the girl from the Yule Ball, Pansy Parkinson. Okay, that was weird. Why would she be what he would miss most? He sighed, as he maneuvered the snail over her floating body, slowly sinking until she broke the surface of the small pool at the base of Snail's shell. Her eyes flew open, as he cut her loose and began to pull her up. P. Potter. What? Where am I? You're safe, he said slowly, struggling to keep his sight active. You're in a shell, it's a long story. I'll have us back to the surface in a few minutes, just sit tight, and try to get yourself warm. And please don't distract me, this is harder than it looks. Turning his back on the shivering Pansy, he started directing the snail back toward the stands. He hadn't lied to her, this was a lot harder than he had expected. Keeping his sight running at the extended range he needed to identify landmarks along the bottom was getting increasingly taxing, especially without the use of his normal meditative state. He was going to be exhausted before this thing was over. A short time later he saw a flare in his sight nearby, one that was repeated several times in quick succession. He pushed his senses to the limit only to find a familiar magical signature, Fleur fighting some form of tiny octopuses. Each blast from her wand was becoming weaker. Groaning, he changed direction. Sorry, Pansy. You're going to need to hold on a little longer. In short order he was above his distressed friend. Plunging his arm into the freezing water, he let his magic reach out and guide his hand. Moments later, he was hauling the gasping blonde inside. Breathe, I'll have us up as quick as I can. Akyun. No. Please, Harry. My sister is down there. She cried. I need to get to her. Fleur, you're exhausted and in no shape to continue, he said, indicating the angry looking welts covering her legs and arms. Besides, I don't think they would actually let your cyst. She was struggling to her knees, ignoring the pain, pleading. Please, Harry. She is Vila, like me. We are creatures of fire and air. The water, the longer she is down there, the more dangerous it is for her. I've got to get to her. She began to push her way back toward the water. He grabbed hold of her and pulled her close, stopping her. I'll get her. I promise. He whispered, urgently. But I need to finish my part in this competition first. I don't have any choice because of the damn contract. He placed a hand on the side of her face and whispered something, and she slumped bonelessly in his arms. I'm sorry, Pansy. Please watch her. If she begins to wake, let me know, he said, laying the unconscious blonde next to her. Returning to his driving position, he then urged the snail back into motion toward the surface. He tried his best to ignore the feelings nagging at him, wanting him to go back, all the while praying that he could keep that promise in time to save her. As soon as he broke the surface of the lake, he was at Fleur's side, waking her and pushing both girls out of the shell toward the pier. If I'm going to do this, I need you both out of here. Fleur, I want you to tell my headmaster what is going on. He grabbed her face and made her look him in the eye. Repeat it. Her tear-clouded eyes met his. Tell your headmaster what is going on. Good. Now, out. He led them out, returning to where he had been sitting as he reached out with his sight again, watching the silent animated conversation that was beginning on the pier as he guided the snail back into the depths. The minutes seemed to tick by with an agonizing slowness, as they sank. No matter what, he was going to be cutting it close. As he arrived in the village, he could see the merfolk begin to swarm around them, several of them brandishing spears ineffectively. As he expected, they seemed not to want to cause any harm, just scare them, as they began to descend over Fleur's sister. Again he plunged his arm into the freezing water, and when she was free he hauled her in. Unlike Pansy, her eyes didn't snap open, instead she immediately began to shiver. When he touched her skin, it was like ice. He did the only thing he could think of, wrap her in his coat and set her in his lap to share his body heat. He checked his watch, only 5 minutes remained in the contest. He expanded his sight again, it was getting harder to keep working. He knew he was running on fumes. The other boulders were empty and he smiled at that. At least the others had made it that far. This was the longest he had ever kept the sight up outside of meditation. It was a lot harder this way, but necessary so he could move. He felt the snail begin to slide forward through the water again. Checking the direction, he let the sight drift away, to rest for a moment. He felt the young girl begin to squirm, arms wrapping around him, as if seeking warmth. Looking down, he watched as her eye fluttered open. She began asking something in French and he touched the girl's chin, moving it so she was looking at him. He smiled and gave her a thumbs up. I don't know if you can understand me, he said softly, but your sister speaks English well enough. I'll have you back to Fleur soon. The girl perked up at the name. He pointed at his watch and held up an outstretched hand, hoping she would understand. His grin widened when she finally nodded, her head then settled again against his chest. Char stood at the edge of the pier, straining her mage sight as she tried to find any sign of the snail's return with her son while pulling nervously at her coat. A voice from next to her made her jump. He will be fine. While within Alice's shell, he is as safe as he is wrapped in your arms, my dear. She exhaled a breath she didn't know she had been holding as the snail came back into view. A smile grew across her face as she answered the man. While that may be true, doctor, that does nothing to keep me from worrying, Alice. I wasn't aware that she had a name. Indeed, most of the creatures I speak with have other ways to identify themselves or each other. The names I use are mostly for me, a way to keep track of them within my own mind. It is something that has been passed down much like my family's gift, he supplied. Ah, she is almost here. Char's head swiveled toward him. How did you know that? She asked. Where you can see her. I, on the other hand, he tapped his ear, can hear her. Your son is quite all right, however the girl will need to be seen to. She seems to be quite cold, far more so than any of the others that have been brought back. Margot is ready, as is their healer, she said. I wanted to thank you again, Doctor. We are most grateful for your help over the years. The man nodded. Not at all. Your family's visits have been most welcome. I have learned much traveling with Chintlis and Thomas. For the first time since my grandfather's time, the Doolittles are going out on adventures again. Underhill is a treasure, and there is so much to explore and document. Furhold alone will take more than my lifetime or my grandchildren's lifetime. Documenting all the people and their stories is a dream come true. Bubbles began to surface, causing the water to appear to boil, and moments later the snail came to a halt next to the pier. Margot had appeared by that time, arms filled with a large red bag. Good. I made it. Shar, keep everyone out till I call. There is only so much room in there. Doctor, if you would be so kind as to thank her for her help, and tell her I'll try to be as quick as I can. Not waiting for a response, she stepped forward quickly, dipped her head and disappeared into the shell. Inside she found Harry with a young girl wrapped tightly in his arms. To her eyes she looked to be 8 or 9 years old. He looked up at her. She's still really cold, and sluggish. I didn't know what else to do. His voice trailed off. Dropping the red bag next to him, she knelt, talking as she did. You did your best, Harry. She felt the young blonde girl's face. He wasn't kidding. Her skin was cold to the touch. How are you feeling? She asked Harry as she began to open the bag. Tired, cold, but I'm all right, he replied quietly. How's Fleur? She was hurt. She pulled a heavy wool blanket, a twin to the ones Tannum kept in the trunk of his car. They may have been military surplus, and scratchy as hell, but by God they were warm, wrapping them both in it to contain their body heat. She's being tended to, she said, continuing to dig into the bag and pulling out a pair of oblong plastic pouches and small towels. Taking the first one, she wrapped it in the towel, grasped it firmly with both hands and bent it in half. After hearing a quiet crunch, she shook it briskly. Put this one between you. If it feels like it's getting too warm, move it around. Repeating the actions, she handed him the second one. Hold this one on her back. I don't want her core temperature any lower. Do you think you are up to carrying her? There is a medical area under the grandstand. We'll take her there so I can get a better look at her. Harry nodded. I think I can, if you can help me keep steady as I step onto the pier. All right, let's get her out of here. I want you both out of those wet things ASAP. Margot stood leaving the bag till last, and helped him stand. It was quite a struggle. The shouting match was reaching a fever pitch as Margot helped him onto the pier, the booming voice of the headmaster of Beauxbatons, Madame Maxime, cutting directly to the quick of the matter. How dare you place one of my first years in that lake? The man, dressed in black, facing her already had his wand in hand, and pointing toward the fuming Amazon of a woman. And you would have had me do what? It was agreed that for this task they would need to rescue a hostage, as is traditional, and those hostages would be the champion's escorts from the ball. The woman loomed over him menacingly. Her sister did not escort her to the ball. She growled. The man didn't seem fazed. When I went to collect the boy that did, I found him in the hospital wing. He is ill with dragon pox. I needed to find a substitute quickly. And you decided a first-year student was acceptable. She screamed. It needed to be someone that fit the riddle as well. She needed one with a connection to her to be able to figure out who to rescue, he said in his defense. The only other people that she seems to have any relationships with are Potter and his sycophants. Harry ignored them and continued on, led away by Margot and his mother. You idiot man, she yelled. That girl is a Vila. One that has not even reached her first maturity. Do you not know what that means? She yelled. He scoffed at her. She was in no danger. You left her unconscious in the depths of the lake, cutting her off from her elemental magics. You will be lucky if she does not die from this. She yelled. Dumbledore stepped between them. My dear, now is not the time for this. You have 2 students that have need of you at the moment. You have my word that I will look into this. The door clicked closed behind them, cutting off the sound from outside. Harry stumbled as he approached the examining table, Margot and his mother keeping him from falling. He was exhausted. Setting the young girl on the table, he began to pull away, trying to leave her with his jacket, the warm packs and blanket, but she wasn't letting go. A soft voice from beside him gathered the girl's attention. It was Fleur's voice. Whatever she said, in French, had the girl holding onto him tighter. A shuffling came from behind him as Fleur moved closer. Reaching around him, she touched her sister's face, bringing the girl's eyes to meet her own. Speaking softly, she began to move the young girl's arms, and motioned for Harry to step away as she took his place, allowing her arms to become entwined with her sister's. Harry stumbled away, his legs feeling like jello, and for some reason the next table looked so far away. He felt his mother's arms wrap around him as she helped him across the room and behind the screen. No sooner was he changed and wrapped in his own blanket, than he was asleep. Albus sighed as he looked around what had once been his office. Today had almost been a fiasco, and it had taken most of his considerable skill to keep it from escalating further. Severus had completed his orders to the best of his understanding. He had been asked to gather the group that would be posing as hostages for the tournament, while the other headmasters saw to their guests, and he himself indulged in some much-needed rest after accompanying Sirius in the attempt to dig their way through the bureaucracy surrounding the cottage. The problem did not stem from the choice of personnel to complete the task, in his opinion, but rather a lack of proper education about magical beings on the part of young Severus. He had chosen a different path when he had chosen to pursue his dream of becoming a potion master. There were no Veela colonies within the confines of the British Isles, therefore little time was given to them during the care of magical creatures class, even when they were discussed during the 7th year. It was more of an overview, if he remembered correctly. So, it was understandable that the young man would not be aware of the danger he had accidentally placed the young Veela in, due to her unfortunate elemental affinities. He would need to have a long talk with him and reassure him that he had done nothing wrong and still had his full trust. It had taken most of the day for Albus to soothe the ruffled feathers of those involved. In the end, Madame Maxime had gone to check on her students and returned to her coach, though he did expect a visit from someone at the French ministry as well as the ICW in the next few days. Minerva stepped into the room from the small sitting area just off the main office, her lips pursed in anger. She moved quickly behind her desk, before turning to face the man she was seriously thinking about firing at the moment. Albus. What were you thinking? Giving that task to Severus? Albus waved her concern away as he perused one of the books he had pulled from the shelves, going over some small tidbit of information held within. It was just a misunderstanding, Minerva. I trust Severus implicitly. Albus, she said slowly, her Scottish brogue becoming thicker. I dinna believe you fully understand what exactly that man has done. Albus turned toward her with a raised eyebrow. He placed a first-year Veela student, one that as of today had not begun her first maturation, at the bottom of an exceedingly deep lake, cutting her off from her affinity magics. Her magic was literally burning itself out trying to keep her alive. He knew all of this, of course. Who did this woman think she was speaking with, some form of imbecile? He gave her his best grandfatherly smile, but before he could speak she began again. That little girl was almost dead when Mr. Potter reached her, and would have most likely died if he had been any slower. As it is their healer, an expert on Veela magics that they had to call in because of the emergency, doesn't believe she will be able to complete the rest of the term. Making her repeat the entire year again. Now, Min, he began, only to be set back on his heels as the woman stood and yelled at him. Don't you? Now Minerva me, Albus Dumbledore. That little girl has lost an entire year of education because you deemed it necessary to pass your responsibilities to someone else. She drew a deep breath and continued, then there is the fact that he put Pansy Parkinson down there as well. I flowed over to speak with her parents, and ended up sitting with her mother for over a half an hour trying to reassure her that her daughter is fine and no harm came to her in any way before I could get her calmed down enough to flow her husband. Iris is absolutely fuming, Albus, and Merlin only knows about the girl's father, Damon. He came home and spoke with Iris briefly, yelled at me to get out and then apparated away. She flung her arms in the air in exasperation. And what do I find here when I get back? She asked, producing a stack of parchment. Messages from not only the Delacour family wanting to know how such a thing happened, but ones from a half a dozen French ministry officials, and another 5 from Bulgarian officials. Even the ICW Education Department has sent me a message that I am to expect a representative from them that will have questions about how something like this was allowed to occur. Albus's brows rose. It wasn't that he hadn't expected something like this, but he was surprised it had happened this quickly. Never fear, my dear, I will be with you very step. It will be simple to show them this was nothing more than a mere oversight, he said, going back to his book. Minerva looked at the man, mouth agape, stunned by his cavalier attitude. Her mind had been made up. It was time for her to make some changes. Albus, I have work to do. If you would. After waiting a couple of minutes, she grew tired of waiting. I'll see you in the morning. Was the only response she received as she passed him by, leaving him standing next to the shelf of books, reading. Harry opened his eyes slowly and his head began to throb. A groan leaked from his lips as he looked around and the light stabbed into his eyes from the window. Oh, good, you're awake, said a voice from across the room. It was his doctor. He wondered if she was trying to kill him. As she finished opening the blinds, her smile wide. He put a hand over his eyes, and groaned a little louder. Aspirin, he requested in a quavering voice. Nope, she said, popping the pea. Not till I give you the once over, and you tell me what happened down there so we don't miss anything, then we'll talk. Sadist, he replied. What time is it? Only when it comes to you, my dear, only when it comes to you. She placed the pressure cuff on his arm, and the head of the stethoscope at the crook of his elbow. Almost 2, on Sunday afternoon. He groaned again as he realized he had been asleep over 26 hours. A short time later she had finished her cursory examination, then she sat on the edge of the bed and listened to him tell the story of what had happened during the task. Occasionally she would make a note on her clipboard. That's about what we thought. She patted him on the arm, and gave him a glass of water and some aspirin. You did the right thing, Harry. When you got the girl, her name is Gabrielle by the way, up to the surface her core temperature was dangerously low, and for Avila that is even more dangerous than it is for most. Harry looked worried. Will she be okay? He asked. Margot nodded. The healer that Madame Maxime contacted believes she will, but she probably won't be able to continue classes this term at her school. Her magic's recovery will take too long. Harry sighed in relief. Well, at least it's nothing permanent. She nodded. Though you had a little to do with that. He looked at her puzzled. Margot moved his arms, the sheet, and lifted his shirt. Looking down at his chest he could see the skin was an odd brown color, an odd shadow where her body had been pressed to him. She was drawing warmth directly from your body, she said softly. Think of it as a mild case of frostbite. Nothing dangerous, you'll be fine, and that will be gone in a few days. Wow, he said, still looking at it. If she had kept hold of me. If she had been older, past her first maturation and without taking certain precautions, it would have been much worse, or if she had been a fully mature Vila. In that situation something like this would have most certainly been fatal, she said. You have quite a number of people that wish to see you, but I want you to eat something first. I'll send your parents in with something. I think you can handle them and food at the same time. Any preferences? Soup, tomato, grilled cheese. He looked up at her. Is that good enough? I'm not all that hungry. She nodded. That's fine, but I want you to eat dinner tonight, something with a good bit of protein. Then take it easy for the next week or so, only the light workout routine till I say so. Harry nodded again, as he laid his head back against the pillow. He was glad Fleur's sister, Gabrielle, he reminded himself, was going to be okay. If all it was going to cost him was a little fatigue and soreness, then he figured it was worth it. Monday morning began as many of the others had since January for the contingent from Fairgrove, albeit a little slower. Starting with a brisk run, for most, around the grounds of the school, followed by an abbreviated workout, compared to what they normally did, a quick shower utilizing the Quidditch facilities, then a hearty breakfast. Even the girls had begun to join in, although to them what they had done today seemed strenuous. Breakfast had become, very much, a family affair, full of laughter and occasionally even a song or two. There was even talk of trying to continue this, at least once or twice a week, once they returned to Fairgrove. However, this morning's revelry was cut short about the time the other schools began to arrive for their morning meal, as discussion started at the head table and then several of the staff stood, including the headmaster and Dumbledore, and made their way out of the great room and toward the castle entrance. Hermione leaned forward. "What do you think that was about?" she asked. Harry shrugged. "Don't know. Could have something to do with what went on during the last task. Somebody has got to be in trouble after that," he said. Then pausing, he thought about it for a moment. "Though, not much has come from the investigation of how I was included in this farce." Hermione chuckled. "Well, what did you expect? These are the same people that thought a student being used a hostage was perfectly acceptable." Harry nodded. "Isn't that the truth?" he said, taking another bite of toast. "I thought they'd just ask my parents for something, a guitar, or the keys to my car, not put people down there." A harumph came from behind them, followed by the voice of Fleur. "Especially when they decided to use someone as young as my sister. It is inexcusable." Her arm protectively around the young girl in question, she greeted each of them as they made room for the pair to join them, Gabrielle commandeering the seat between Harry and Fleur. "My sister wished to thank you in person, Harry." She motioned to the small girl, and Gabrielle immediately wrapped her arms around him, saying something in French as she did so. She has not started her secondary language classes as of yet, though I suspect she may have recently settled on her choice when the time comes. Her eyes were filled with mirth as she took in Harry's discomfort in the situation. "My sister seems quite taken with you, Harry. I think I shall need to inform my father of your intentions, or at least hers." She began to chuckle softly. Harry gave her a sidelong glare. Even if I was available, she would be a little young for me to take on a date. Fleur sat straight, almost as if she had been slapped. Harry wasn't available. It wasn't a reaction she was alone with at the table either. Keeping her emotions in check, she tried to continue the conversation. "And why would that be? Gabrielle will be 13 this winter." Harry looked up from the babbling girl. "You can't be serious. She can't be 12, she." Her sister chuckled again. "We are not human, Harry. We'll age differently. She will have a." She looked at Hermione and said something to her in French. Hermione's face bloomed in understanding. "Puberty," she said softly, turning to Harry. "Her first maturation will come when she starts puberty." She looked back at Fleur, and asked a question in French. Once she received an answer, she turned back to Harry. "Evidently at that point she will grow very quickly. Within a few weeks she will begin to look like her actual age. Fleur says it is likely to happen sometime later in the spring, or early summer." Yes, Fleur said, "that is correct, just as I will gain final maturity in the late summer." Harry nodded. "So your maturity includes physical as well as magical changes?" She nodded. "Yes, though our final maturation is much like your own, only with the potential for us to attain our avian form if sufficiently threatened or angered. Our aging has generally settled by that time, although it is not unheard of to have some physical changes accompany the final stage." He nodded. "Okay then." He smiled at the girl that was still hugging him. "Tell her she is welcome." He thought for a moment. "Ask her if she would like to try something we have for breakfast in the States." Fleur passed on his question, receiving an enthusiastic nod in response from the girl. Harry chuckled. "Luna, give me the salsa, please." Luna's eyes widened, then narrowed as she glared at him. "It's my last jar." He shook his head. "No, it's my last jar. You didn't think I'd figure out that you had slipped it out of my room, did you?" Her lip turned down in an exaggerated pout. "But you wouldn't take my salsa away, would you?" "If it was yours," he said, leaning across the table. "But that is my jar. You're just holding it for me. Right?" Making a show of her pout, she dug into her bag and eventually handed him the jar. "Fine," she said with no real anger in her voice, "but don't waste any of it." Harry then dipped some scrambled eggs onto Gabrielle's plate and spooned some of the red mixture over them. Handing her a fork, he gestured. "Dig in." After Fleur's translation, the girl looked the concoction over carefully and even smelled it, causing her nose to crinkle cutely. Seeing her hesitation, Harry dipped himself another helping, taking a big bite and savoring the rich flavors as well as the slight spicy burn that he associated with his favorite brand of salsa. The girl watched him closely and then took her own bite. It wasn't long before the plate was empty and she was gesturing for another serving. Luna growled at him. Great, we won't have enough to last another meal. Snatching the jar out of his hand after the new plate had been made, she said, I'll just keep this safe. Pushing it deep inside her book bag. Minerva dabbed the towel over her face to dry it after one of the longest mornings of her life. It had started the moment the wards had alerted her that there was someone at the front gates of Hogwarts. She had expected a number of angry people to arrive over the course of the day wishing to revisit the events of the second task in minute detail. What she hadn't expected, however, was that a group of over 20 people would be standing at the gateway first thing on this Monday morning, the majority glaring at the group of professors walking down the path toward them. From the very first moment the gates had opened, it had been an absolute whirlwind of charged emotions and screaming voices. Not the least of which had come from two pairs of parents, the Delacours and the Parkinsons. The Delacours and Parkinsons. Anger she understood at the most basic of levels. Their underage children had been placed in mortal danger by one of her staff during Saturday's task. Albus had tried his best to defuse the situation involving them, as well as the representatives of both, their own and the French ministries. As a girl she had heard terrifying stories about the avian transformation of an enraged Veela. The idea of a half-woman half-bird-like creature hurling elemental fire magic, with wings widespread, had somehow captivated her mind like no other story had managed. Now she had seen it with her own two eyes. Albus had immediately tried to calm the two angry parents that had charged in ahead of the others. However, when he began speaking, he had somehow made the mistake of focusing upon Mrs. Delacour, and she had flown into a rage. Her face had elongated, a beak emerging from her beautiful features as wings sprouted from her back made of iridescent silver feathers covered her skin. Fireballs had appeared in her hands in the blink of an eye, and she reared back and began hurling one after another at the aged wizard, all the while screaming at him to stay out of her mind. Albus, thankfully for him, had lived up to the reputation he had earned years earlier during the war with Grindelwald. He spun away from the initial attack, his wand suddenly appearing in his hand and instantly conjuring large blocks of granite to float in the air, blocking each new blast of fire. For his part, Mr. Delacour was trying his best to gather his wife's attention and calm her, and if nothing else to keep her from doing the man serious harm, while Madame Bones tried to keep the situation from getting further out of hand by shielding the others. Minerva shook her head as she looked at herself in the mirror and sighed. She looked tired, but not nearly as tired as she felt. What had possessed the man to do that? She thought to herself. She chuckled slightly. That was a foolish question. Albus thinks he is infallible. Even with all we have been through this year. To think it was wise to use legilimency like that. It makes me wonder how often he has done it before. After Mrs. Delacour had calmed and reverted to her normal form, she had begun yelling at the elder man in earnest. How dare you invade my mind? She screamed, as she surged forward against the arms of her husband, fingers curled into claws. My daughter has been attacked, and then left for dead in the depths of your lake, and when we come to find out how this happened, you decide to try and invade my mind. At that point, Amelia, who had been tied up with the others, had made her way over to the yelling woman. Albus, she grumbled, I have warned you about trying that. The last time Headmaster Chintless and I were nice enough to write it off as your concern for your students, considering two of them had chosen to leave Hogwarts to attend a different school with a man you knew nothing about. But it now seems that that was a mistake. Consider yourself detained. You will be accompanying me back to the DMLE after we have sorted through this mess, do you understand? We'll just find out how often you have chosen to do something like this. She then turned to Mrs. Delacour. I will of course need your statement as well. I assume you wish to press charges. The angry woman nodded sharply. Of course I wish to press charges. He has no business doing such a thing. Who knows what he has learned from others that do not have my training. She turned back toward Dumbledore. I will also be filing grievance through the ICW, the French Ministry, and the Veela Council. How dare you attack anyone in such a way? Minerva wished she had a camera at that moment. The look of confusion on the man's face was something to behold. It also cemented her decision on a course of action concerning his future as well as that of the man that held his utmost confidence. Minerva made sure her hair was straight before turning away from the mirror and making her way downstairs, still thinking about the day. The investigation into the part that Severus had played in the events went rather quickly, and just thinking about it still left a bad taste in her mouth. It had been true that the young man who escorted the eldest Delacour to the ball was in the infirmary ill, but his choice for a replacement had been irresponsible at best. Even a fully human child of the same age would have been in serious danger under those conditions, even before they could have been returned by the mer people, according to both Poppy and the healer the Delacours had obtained. Severus, however, stood by his decision, stating again that his choices had been limited, especially within the short time he had at his disposal, ignoring the fact that, given the circumstances, it would have been best to approach Madame Maxime for another option. Albus had sat through his questioning with his normal aplomb, appearing to be nothing but calm at any time, weaving a tale of his needing to be elsewhere in the days prior to the task due to one of his many roles outside the school, and a law that had been passed that had some unintended adverse effects requiring quite a bit of his time. He had chosen Severus to carry out his duties due to his own exhaustion afterward, and the other heads of the schools needing to see to their guests. And while Severus still had his utmost confidence, Albus admitted his choice of substitute tournament hostage had been most unfortunate. However, his testimony had fallen on deaf ears, as all involved had questions about why he thought the youngest Delacour had been a suitable replacement at all. Again they pointed out he should have contacted Madame Maxime, and discussed the issue with her. These were her students after all. In the end it had come down to a discussion between the representative from the ICW's education department and herself, not that it had been much of a discussion. Severus would be dismissed immediately, being responsible for endangerment of a visiting student, and the ICW would supply a new potions professor till the end of term. By the time dinner arrived he and his things would no longer be in the castle. Any further action against him would lay in the hands of the Amelia, the Delacours and, eventually, the courts. That had been the first shoe to drop in what turned out to be a very long day. The next had been entirely her decision, as she removed all remaining authority within the castle's grounds, excluding those to do directly with the tournament as those were the preview of the ministry, from the man she had once thought of as not only a hero, but mentor and friend, Albus Dumbledore. His face had contorted almost as if in pain as she did so, citing failure after failure during not only this year but for the last few years. She went on at that point, stating that his unauthorized use of legilimency, on anyone outside a court-authorized procedure, could not be tolerated. If he was found to be innocent by the DMLE, then he may be reinstated, to teach only, but given the circumstances she doubted that would be the case. Otherwise he was to consider himself retired. He had been crushed by that announcement, and even more so as he was led away by a pair of oars, to be taken back to the ministry building that housed the DMLE. The Parkinsons became the next order of business, when they approached her with a stack of papers. She had startled when she began to read them. They were withdrawing their daughter from Hogwarts. That had been a surprise, to say the least. She thought, making her way toward her desk and settling in behind a mound of paperwork. Hogwarts had seen the Parkinsons attending for generations. What Minerva had read in the paperwork had made her blood boil. Severus, she had grumbled under her breath, when she saw the list of grievances. Evidently since her falling out with young Malfoy, Pansy had been under siege by the members of her own house. While she had taken precautions, the young woman had lived in a constant state of fear. Homework had been destroyed, things stolen, threats made, the only thing that was missing was actual violence. She had taken the time at that point, to speak with them in private, after asking their daughter to join them. Wanting a clearer picture of what had been happening within the Slytherin house, she had asked several questions, the answers to which boiled down to one thing. Malfoy ran the dungeons like his own personal kingdom. Between his family's money and contacts, and his godfather's blessing, something she had been unaware of, the fact that Severus Snape was the boy's godparent, he wielded immense amounts of power. Power that he not only used within the walls of Slytherin, but also extended into the other houses as well. This revelation had led her to make a decision she was certain would cause shockwaves throughout the school and beyond. She had closed the Slytherin common room, suspended all of the Slytherin prefects pending full investigation, placed bed checks in place at random intervals by several of the castle ghosts as well as the other heads of house after curfew, and was even considering the closing of Slytherin House altogether. Unless she could find a trustworthy person to take over as head of house and keep this sort of things from happening. However, a person like that was hard to come by, and only one person she knew of might be capable of such a feat. Till she heard from them, her final decision would need to wait. Unfortunately, even the changes she was planning to implement had not swayed the Parkinsons, and as of the noon meal their daughter's things had been transferred to her new headmaster along with her transcripts. She was now a student of Stanfield Primary. Hermione stirred her warm milk as she tried to read the chapter on titration for her chemistry class the next day. The creaking of the stairs brought her attention to the elegant red-headed woman making her way down the stairs and into the kitchen. The woman smiled at the girl sitting at the kitchen table. "I see you could not sleep either," she said, making her way over to the refrigerator, pulling out a pitcher of cold water and pouring herself a glass. Hermione nodded. "I thought I'd go over tomorrow's lab again, since I'm up." Lady Akko sat next to her. "Chemistry. Not one of my grandson's favorites. He disliked memorizing the periodic chart at the beginning of the year. I believe it soured him somewhat toward the subject." Hermione chuckled. "I can see that happening to a lot of people. Thankfully that type of thing comes easy to me, so that wasn't an issue." Lady Akko took a sip of her water. "You are lucky to have such a skill. It will serve you well in the future if you keep using it." Hermione smiled at the woman, and after a moment she asked, "See, can I ask you something? About Harry?" A small smile pulled at the corners of the woman's mouth. "If you wish, but I may not answer if it is something I feel is too personal or about his magical training." The girl shook her head. "And no, I don't think it is something like that, and he told us why he doesn't train with us during some of our magical classes." Lady Akko's brow rose. "What explanation did my grandson give? If you do not mind my asking," she asked, cutting off Hermione's question. Hermione shrugged. "He said it was handled differently, because his is more of an apprenticeship, though he did need to attend class pertaining to government, the laws, things that he would be tested on that didn't directly deal with the type of magic he uses." Lady Akko thought about it for a moment. That did cover the mortal side of things while not going into the other reason his magic education was being handled the way it was. She nodded. "That covers it about as well as can be expected. What is your question, my dear?" Her face reddened. "Harry said something at breakfast. Fleur made a joke about her sister's intentions, wanting to date Harry." She paused, looking for a better way to ask the question, a less embarrassing way. Realizing there was no easy way, she just blurted it out. "He said he wasn't available." "Does Harry have a girlfriend?" He hasn't said anything." Her voice trailed off. Lady Akko chuckled. "Harry have a girlfriend? No, not to my knowledge." She watched as the girl's shoulders dropped in relief, tension that her body had been unintentionally holding slipping away into the night. She placed her hand on top of the younger girl's. "Hermione, I do not think that my grandson meant that he had a girlfriend." Hermione's eyes lifted to hers, relief at those words evident. "Harry is a special young man. His early life was very hard. When my daughter and Tanim took him in, I believe they became the standard that he holds a couple to." Confusion spread over the younger girl's face and Lady Akko continued her explanation. "They are very close, closer than most couples you will ever meet. Apart they are very good people, but together they are extraordinary. They are a perfect complement, a team. They work together, play together, and rarely are they out of each other's sphere of influence. I believe that is what Harry wishes for. Not only that type of connection, but being able to have the time to spend with that person as well. He feels that with his schedule, between school, racing, magical training, his music and at the moment, this tournament, he has insufficient time to dedicate to such a relationship. Something like a girlfriend requires time, a lot more than he feels he has available to give." Understanding bloomed across the young girl's face, as Lady Akko went on. "And shortly another demand on his schedule will be here, one that I know he is excited about, the birth of a little brother or sister." Hermione nodded. She hadn't thought about that. He will be hard pressed over the summer, between wanting to be with his family, the baby and his other pursuits. I guess I never thought about it like that." She sagged slightly. "He always seems like he's got everything under control, he's always prepared for anything." This time the chuckle from Lady Akko was louder. That, my dear, is a gift that he has come by through years of dealing with a most unique life. My daughter and I are both planners by nature. As for Tanim and Chintlis, one thing can be said about either of them, that they are absolutely cool when the pressure is on. Throw in his racing and the influence of the elves with their vast patience and different outlook on life. He has taken each of those things to heart, and mixed it with his own will to become an extraordinary young man, one I am honored to say is not only a most treasured student, but my grandson. She patted the young girl's hand. I understand that you are anxious to grow up, but you need not be in a hurry. Be his friend. If those feelings grow into more, then you are blessed. If they do not, you will never find a truer friend. She finished her glass of water and stood, replacing the pitcher and placing the glass in the sink. As she walked out the door, leaving the bushy-headed girl to think about what she had learned, she offered one final thought. I hope all of the others eventually understand the same thing. Such good friends are something to be treasured. Pansy sat bolt upright as her ears were assaulted by unfamiliar music. Fumbling, she reached for the alarm clock she had been loaned the night before by Luna, who said she could use it as long as she needed since she and her sister were sharing a room and only need the one. She groaned when she saw the time. She didn't think she had ever been up this early. While she got dressed, she wondered what her parents had been thinking when they did this. Why couldn't they have sent her to Beauxbatons? She spoke French, and they didn't get up at such a ridiculous hour. Though the clothes that she and her mother had gone out to buy with one of the women here, Sarah she thought her name was, were much more comfortable than she expected and definitely warmer than her old robes. Stepping out into the hallway, she almost bumped into Harry as he walked past, deep in conversation about something with his godfather, Sirius Black. Both of them offered a good morning and continued on down the central staircase. She shook off her hesitation just as the other girls appeared from their rooms. They were dressed a lot like Harry had been, in some form of gray outfit she had never seen before. Hermione smiled. Good morning, Pansy. Hope you don't mind me calling you that. We don't stand on many formalities here. Pansy shook her head, while stifling a yawn. No, it's fine, I guess. It's something I'll need to get used to. Why are you dressed like that? She asked. Luna answered in a much too cheerful for her liking tone, spinning around so Pansy could get a good look. They are our exercise clothes. We join Harry and the others every weekday morning. Somehow Pansy just knew the odd blonde-headed girl would be the bane of her existence. A morning person. Hermione smiled. Luna, why don't you head on down to the portal? I'll stay with Pansy and make sure she doesn't get left behind. Okay. The little blonde skipped away, and down the stairs humming. Pansy sagged against the doorway, as Hermione chuckled. She takes a little getting used to, especially in the mornings. Pansy wanted to groan. Was I that obvious? She asked. I'm not much on mornings. Hermione shook her head. No, not really. She shrugged. It tends to work that way though. She drove my mother nuts over the first Christmas she stayed with us. She is always up at about 4, and the TV was new to her at the time, so she had it on almost the moment she woke. My mum is a light sleeper and didn't want to say anything. It took 2 weeks before it became too much. She ended up begging her not to turn on anything that made noise before her first cup of coffee. Now Luna uses the time to read, or work on something quiet. She loves the fact everyone here is up not long after her. A pregnant pause floated momentarily between them before Pansy spoke. You're both handling my being here better than I expected. Hermione cut her off with a sigh. Now was as good a time as any, she decided. Tanim and Chintlis came down to the classroom yesterday, and told us you would be joining us. He told us some things had changed because of the duel, and you weren't welcome in your old house anymore. Pansy chuckled darkly. That's if there is a Slytherin house anymore, after what McGonagall was going to do last night. It was Hermione's turn, a confused look on her face. Then you know why she asked for only her school to attend dinner last night. The dark smile on Pansy's face grew. I think that is something that you'll need to see for yourself. So you'll just have to wait till we get back to Hogwarts. Pansy continued to grin, as she began walking down the hallway. So that is why we are up so early. To exercise? She asked, changing the subject. Part of the reason, Hermione replied, slightly perturbed by the girl keeping whatever it was quiet. Harry needs to keep up with his physical training. Starting now keeps our schedule the same as his would be when he's at home. And since we all need to use the portal as a group, and none of us had any desire to stay every night at Hogwarts, this turned out to be the easiest way to do things. Besides, you don't have to exercise, but after speaking with Margot, the Fairgrove healer, you may want to join us. From what she says, there is a correlation between physical health and our magic. The better shape we are in, the better connected we are to our magic. Pansy's eyes widened. Truly. Hermione nodded again. Yeah, but until you have had your physical, you won't be allowed to join us. Margot will sit you down and go over things with you. Trust me, she's good at her job, and you can trust her. She helped me a lot. She led the girl down the stairs as they continued to talk. When they entered the portal room, Pansy was handed a dark brown backpack. Char smiled at the confused girl. Inside you'll find the basic necessities for your classes, notebooks, pens, stuff like that. We'll go shopping for more permanent versions this weekend, so you can pick out the styles and colors you like. Till then, please do your best with these. Margot will be expecting you after breakfast. Just walk down with Harry and the girls and she'll meet you down at the classroom building. Then after lunch the men from the Department of Education will be there. Nothing to worry about. They just want to see where your education stands compared to others your age. Hermione and Luna went through the same thing, and if they are any form of comparison, it won't be too bad. Pansy glanced over at the girls in question, both of whom were speaking with her new headmaster, asking about something and gesturing to something in one of their books. The girl nodded her understanding, and then asked, "Is it true I can go home over the weekend?" Char returned the nod. Of course. If that is what you and your parents want to do. The Grangers, Hermione and Luna's parents, stay here most weekends and they are welcome to do that if they wish. It's up to you. She looked over the rest of the room. All right, it looks like everyone is here. Tannum. The man in question made a couple of gestures in front of a stone box. The portal flared to life, and the group began to pass through, leaving a silent home behind them. Albus sat in the small room that had been rented for him in the Leaky Cauldron, pondering the past few days after eating the meager fare arranged for downstairs. It had been a long day, to say the least. It all unraveled so quickly. He mused as he worked his way through the day again. It had been a mistake, in retrospect, to use passive legilimency on any of those that had been present, but he had not meant any harm with its use. Rather, he wished to ascertain their emotional state, and perhaps gain a few precious seconds to formulate an appropriate response. One crafted to help quell those emotions, calm them, allowing for a more productive use of their time. That wasted time was something, he knew from experience, could tip the scales in one direction or another in any argument. He grimaced as he remembered Madame Bones's rant upon her arrival in the DMLE's office. She had not been pleased when she found him, alone in her office. "Albus," said an outraged voice coming from the woman walking in the door. "Why, in Merlin's name, are you in my office?" She turned back toward the outer office. "Shacklebolt. Get your ass in here." She turned back toward the aged man. "And you, get out from behind my desk." Albus stood slowly, as he began rolling the parchment he had been writing into a tube. "Now, leave it," she yelled, brandishing her wand in his direction. "Whatever it is you were writing, leave it right where it is." Albus looked at her a moment, a confused expression on his face. "The parchment," she supplied. "Leave it right where it is." Slowly he let the parchment slip from his fingers and settle on the desk. At that moment a large black man in a multicolored robe entered the office. "You needed something, ma'am?" he asked. She glared at the man, and growled. "What I want, or, is one good reason this," she pointed at Albus, "prisoner is in my office. Unsupervised no less." Shaq's eyes widened. I didn't think you would want him in a holding cell, so I thought." She cut him off. "What part of prisoner did you not understand? Was he brought here, under guard?" The man nodded. "Was a report filed for his charges?" Again the man nodded. "Then that is exactly where he should have gone, or at the very least an interrogation room. He was not to be left alone, in the office of the head of the department. Get him out of here, and down to interrogation." She stalked closer to the man. He will be treated just as any other prisoner. Searched. His belongings catalogued, his wand checked. Be at ease, the man began. Accused of a Class 2 crime. One that he has shown a propensity toward in the past. To make the situation worse, he did it to a visiting diplomat's wife. And while not stationed here, the Delacours have every right to expect that that position will be respected. He has created yet another situation that may well become an international incident. So we are going to handle this with the utmost care. I will not have our professionalism questioned. Do you understand? The man quickly nodded. Good. See that you don't do something like this again. After the mess with Scrimgeour and his demotion and suspension following that false report he filed, I'd hate to need to replace my second in command again so soon. Now get him out of here. I'll be down after checking things here and speaking with the minister. Albus sighed. She had been right, of course. He never should have asked for nor accepted preferential treatment, despite the fact he felt it necessary to write a formal apology to Mrs. Delacour as soon as possible. Perhaps allowing her some time to calm had been in order at any rate. Sitting alone in the interrogation room had been an odd feeling, however. The rooms were new, well new in the fact that they had yet to be put into use during the war with Tom. Questioning had been handled in the judgment chamber on level 10. They were very plain. Walls made of smooth tan stone and the only furniture present 2 wooden chairs and a small table. He had sat there for what felt like a very long time, waiting for someone to come in and begin his questioning. That event had made the day seem even longer. Albus stood and started getting ready for bed, recalling how his explanation for his actions was not met with the reaction he had hoped for. Not only had he been interrogated by the head of the DMLE but the representative from the ICW as well, both of which left more agitated than he had wished. It was almost dark when they had concluded. A trial date had been set within the Wizengamot for late the next day. Fortunately for him, he was not placed in the ministry holding facilities as it was a Class 2 offense. That in a combination with the danger he could be in if placed there, defenseless without his wand among some of those who may have held a grudge against him, and the fact he had never been held for a crime before, caused them to allow for the courtesy of him being placed here, at the Leaky Cauldron, under guard. In the morning he would see about obtaining counsel and preparing his defense, as well as completing his apology letter. Albus sat in the bed, and removed his glasses, laying them on the bedside table as he continued to ponder what he needed to do to salvage his situation. He never noticed he had, once again, begun to rub his left arm. Minerva grumbled to herself as she rose from her desk and stomped toward the fireplace. Who in the world could be calling at this hour? Sticking her head into the green glowing flames, she smiled. Oh, it's you. I didn't expect to hear from you till morning. The person on the other end of the flow responded, well, I could have waited, but your missive said it was important. I'm sorry about not getting back to you sooner, but you know how I am once I am in the middle of something. Of course, Minerva said. The person nodded. Indeed, but enough about that. What can I help you with, my dear? Minerva sighed. There was so much to explain. I need your help. I'm desperate. Albus. I had to let Albus and Severus go. After what happened this weekend and another problem today, there was little choice in the matter. The figure's eyes grew wide. Severus, that arrogant toad, I can understand. But Albus, you know we never got on very well, but I would not have expected him to do anything that would require you to do something like that. Especially after he stepped down as headmaster. He used passive legilimency on a visitor to the castle today. He was arrested by Amelia Bones. It will most likely be in the Prophet tomorrow or soon after. Minerva said quietly. Oh, was the person's only reply. And it wasn't the first time. We know for a fact he's used it against one of the visiting headmasters, Chintless, but I suspect it has been more often than that. Minerva paused, took a deep breath, then continued. But that isn't the reason I chose to contact you. I need your help with my Slytherins. Severus has let Malfoy's son Draco have the run of the place. I didn't know, but he's the boy's godfather. He's running the place like his own private kingdom. She paused, taking in another large gulp of air. I've done all I can think of short of shutting down the Slytherin dorm completely, but I don't have the staff to keep the current schedule one am being forced to use. I need someone that can get them to fall in line, and isn't afraid to butt heads with Malfoy, the elder. The person on the other end of the call looked thoughtful. Then at this point you are also down 2 professors. Minerva shook her head. No, only one at the moment. The ICW is sending someone to teach the potions class until the end of term. I'd like you to take the transfiguration classes. The figure chuckled. Transfiguration and head of house, I believe that is acceptable, at least until the end of the term. I shall arrive before noon, as I will need to gather a few things and close up the manor. I'll expect you then. How do you think your grandson will take you being here? Minerva asked. Oh, he should be fine, he knows his family history. It is a few of the others that will have problems adjusting, especially Malfoy. I think many forget my maiden name was Burke before I married my Philip, not to mention who was the first Slytherin Ice Queen. She said with a smirk. Augusta Longbottom, Ice Queen, doesn't have quite the same ring of fear you finally brought to the title, Minerva chuckled. Though, I could tell Neville the real reason you are called that, she said, returning the woman's smirk. Oh, don't you start. Firsty. The woman smiled warmly. I'll see you for lunch tomorrow, headmaster. Good night, Professor, Minerva said, pulling her head back as she chuckled darkly. Yes, many things were going to be different come the morning. Tannum was the last person to sit at the table. All right, we're all here, said Chintless. Let's go over things with Sandfield first. How is our newest student settling in? Char shrugged slightly, as she took a sip of her coffee. A little worse than Luna did. All the non-magical things at the house are a little overwhelming at the moment, but as long as we enforce the no magic rule when there, she'll pick it up in a few days. He nodded, and made a note as she continued. She will be joining Hermione in the focus classes as she wanted to stick with a wand. Margot is with her now, so we will have a complete physical workup before morning. Margot has arranged for all of her lab work to be done this afternoon. Her testing for her academic level will start after lunch. Chintless nodded again. All right, how is the new school coming? He asked, turning to Tannum. Hogwarts will have a definite lack of first gens, starting next year. Chintless chuckled. We plan to announce the existence of a permanent Sandfield just before the third task, and Harry will wear a sponsor suit during the task as advertisement. Caven went next. That will coincide with the second wave of new stores opening in the alley owned and operated by First Gens. The first wave is scheduled to begin opening at the end of the week, Friday for Mazzoli Pizza and Pasta and Saturday for First Tech and its sister business Whizgrade. Char shook her head. Those places are going to cause a huge stir. Caven nodded. We're taking precautions. First Tech will have a lot of easily broken electronics on hand, so we are supplying around-the-clock protection until such time as we have a solid idea of how people will react. As for Whizgrade, it is more just an office. All of the equipment they will use to bring Wizarding homes up to date with electricity, or any other improvements, will be stored off-site. They have rented one of the other warehouses from me, in a non-magical area. Tannum picked up again from there. We also have a clothing store, one that specializes in making sure their customers are ready for the non-magical world, and one restaurant that will open in 2 weeks that is higher end, and not a counter-serve location like the pizza place. Lady Akko was next. As for the bank, our deposits are meeting our projections, though the addition of the Parkinson account will throw future projections off slightly. We were not expecting one of the old guard families to move into our facility this soon. Caven chuckled. That man is no dummy. He has spent a significant amount of time in the alley since our announced arrival, always watching and asking questions. I think he used this issue with the Malfoys to reposition himself. Ever since he came in the first time and saw we had working electronics within magical wards, he has wanted to make the move. He saw the winds of change and he is preparing for the future. He has even asked about buying shares in any of the new businesses. The man is very shrewd. Char looked a little apprehensive. Should we be concerned about him and his family if they visit the house? The elf shook his head. No, he is driven by the challenge. Profit is the way he keeps score, an excellent trait in a businessman. I expect him to become a major player when we pull back from our larger initial investments, one who will help keep new businesses and owners coming into the alley. Lady Akko nodded. I have spoken with him a couple of times as well. I have dealt with many like him in the past. He is playing the long game at the moment, as well as learning the changing playing field. trying to position himself advantageously in the burgeoning economic arena. Shar was relieved but would keep a watch nonetheless. Chinthless then leaned forward. Now with that out of the way, let's discuss the other issues. FX is monitoring the situation within the castle, however the departure of Snape and Dumbledore does change the dynamic. Minerva is pushing for several advancements and changes to the curriculum, however these changes may not come as quickly as she hopes, as she is sure to run into difficulty with the Board of Governors. As for the other things, most of us have been quite busy keeping an eye on things within the castle, and as well as helping the good doctor while he visits, he continued. Tandem interrupted. Something he wishes to convey his most heartfelt thanks for. He found a kindred spirit here in the groundskeeper Hagrid, and the pair have several trips planned, including transporting a colony of giant spiders to some place or other. He's as happy as a clam. Chinthless glared at the man. At any rate, that being said, FX was concerned by the actions of several individuals of late, the headmaster from Durmstrang being one of them. He had a discussion with the now ex-Professor Snape about someone returning. That someone had the man quite flummoxed and deathly afraid. He also reports that someone has been coming or going through two of the secret passages, the one from the candy store as well as the one under the Whomping Willow they warned us of. Lady Akko looked annoyed. And he has not caught this someone as of yet. Chinthless shook his head. No, at the moment he has not. Although he is doing his best to get to the area as soon as the alarm he has set sounds, he has found no one present. Sirius leaned back in his chair. Then it is someone who knows a lot about the castle, or Wormtail. He spat. It has to be him. He could do it and FX would never see him. The group looked at him in confusion and he explained. He's like me, an animagus. A rat, to be exact. He could get in like that. He'd need to be in human form to get in past the one-eyed witch, but could be back in his rat form quickly. Chinthless pondered the thought. Well, it is something to check on at least, but we need to not fixate on that as the only solution. I'll have FX keep a closer eye out for that. Does this rat have any distinguishing features? Sirius nodded. He's missing his little finger on his left hand. It is the same in his rat form. Chinthless nodded. Very well. I will inform FX as soon as possible. Tandem, I want you to inform Harry that an old enemy of his parents may wish him harm. We need to be sure he is not left alone while at the castle. Tandem nodded. All right, I'll tell him to keep a lookout for the rat as well. Lady Akko spoke next. Daughter, I think the time has come for you to start staying in London. Shar glared at her mother. You will not be able to defend yourself adequately if you are threatened. We cannot risk you and the baby being used as a hostage. Shar grimaced at the thought. She didn't like it, but her mother had a point. Fine. I just don't like the idea of being tucked away. Tandem leaned over and wrapped his arms around her. You're not being tucked away. She glared at him, and he sighed, defeated. Fine, you are, but it is for the good of our children. She sagged slightly. All right, but I want ice cream, the good stuff. And my feet rubbed. Chuckles came from those gathered, as the list continued to grow. Augusta Longbottom did not like what she saw upon her arrival at Hogwarts, not at all. Unfortunately, she did not have time to do more than observe the Slytherins' interactions, both between themselves, and with the other houses as well as the visiting schools. Her opinion further deteriorated as she watched and listened to the interaction of the Malfoy boy with those around him. She had arrived, as far as the majority of students were concerned, to have a discussion with their headmaster as a member of the Board of Governors about the dismissal of two of their professors. In addition was the fact that one of those dismissals was Dumbledore, plus the ramifications that could still come from the accusations that had been in the Morning Prophet. In part that was true, but there were other things to be learned as well. She leaned closer to Minerva and spoke quietly. I do not think now is the time for the announcement of my taking up the role of their head of house, or as a professor. With the calling of a special session of the Wizengamot, I think the best course of action is for that to take place this evening. Is it possible to arrange separate meals for our visiting friends? This is something that should not be done in front of others, if it can be helped. Minerva nodded. That is most likely for the best. I had expected Lucius Malfoy to arrive before now. I assume his son sent him an owl immediately after the announcements yesterday. Augusta shrugged. He has other concerns at the moment, I'm sure. He is probably already at the Ministry building trying to use Dumbledore's mess to further his own goals. I wish him the best of luck with that, she said as she chuckled. Minerva frowned at her. Gussie, she hissed. Augusta rolled her eyes at her old friend, then explained. What? The most he's going to accomplish, even with his connections, is a fine. Yes, it will be rather large, given the circumstances, but this is Dumbledore we're talking about. He has more political capital and favors owed to him than any 20 other members. Other than that, Malfoy may, and I stress, may, be able to get a vote of no confidence called against him as the head warlock. It will fail in the end, however. This is nothing Dumbledore won't be able to survive. He has too many people that still see him as a shining example of the light. She sighed, and continued, he'll make it through this, a little charred but none the worse for wear, though I do expect him to lose Supreme Mugwump, but he will still be our representative to the ICW. No one else in the Ministry even seems interested in attending those meetings, sad really. You could, Minerva began. Augusta shook her head. No, Minerva, I'm getting too old. I would never have agreed to this much, but that it is only until the end of the term. I just hope I have impressed on Neville how important being a part of our Wizengamot is. A sad look crossed the elderly woman's face. I believe I have made many mistakes raising him. I look at him and see so much of Frank, but he is also his mother's child. He is so like her in temperament I can scarcely believe it. He would be content to spend all day in the greenhouse. Don't get me wrong. He shows much promise, and we'll see that part of her legacy continues, but she was also a strong-willed person. One that would push back if someone stood against her. It is what made her a great orar during the war despite that not being the occupation of her choice. I have tried everything I could think of to bring that part of him out, hoping he would show the same fire and conviction, and in the end I feel I have only driven him further away. Minerva studied her long-time friend for a moment. For whatever reason, she had bared a large piece of her soul in that moment, her hopes and fears for the person she held most dear in her life, but did not seem to understand. She placed her hand over her friend's. Gus, he's Frank's son too, who was the only person Frank never figured out how to say no to. He loves you, and never goes against you, and he is brave, as well as compassionate, very much so. He was the one that led us to find young Ms. Granger when she was injured during her first year, the only one in Gryffindor to notice she was missing. He has guarded the younger Gryffindors every year from the Weasley twins and their pranks. Even if he ended up in the line of fire instead, he will be a fine man sooner than you think. Augusta smiled at her weakly. I hope you are right. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she shook her head. At any rate, I must be going within the hour. Even though the verdict is almost a foregone conclusion, there are a few discussions I wish to have prior to the session. Do you really believe he will only be fined? Minerva asked. Augusta nodded sagely. I do. Dumbledore is just too well connected politically. Though this will hamper him in further endeavors, and being dismissed from his position here will discolor him further. Minerva sighed. I just hope dismissing him was the correct thing to do. Augusta shrugged. It was the only thing you could do. He had already been caught doing the same thing once before, in front of the head of the DMLE no less, even if he did offer up a reasonable situation. By dismissing him, pending the outcome of the trial, you took the only course you had available, if only to protect the school. As it is Hogwarts' reputation has been tarnished by his action. Your quick decisions to release both Snape and Dumbledore will have mitigated some of the recent damage and you are taking steps toward fixing others. She gestured toward the table to her far right. Minerva sighed in relief. I do hope that you are right, my friend. Augusta stood, retrieving her purse from next to her feet as she did so. I would like to speak with Neville before I go, if you do not mind. Please, be my guest. Minerva smiled as the woman made her way toward the far left of the room. Tandem made his way to the front of the classroom, and sat on the stool. All right, today I want to talk to you all about a few things before we get on with our normal class. As you know, Albus Dumbledore has been removed from the school citing misuse of the mind magic spell legilimency, also known as telepathy. He waited a moment for them to give him their undivided attention, and when he got a confused look from one of the students he explained. Telepathy, for those who don't know, has the same effect as legilimency, only without the use of a wand or spell. It is the ability to read someone's thoughts. Pansy nodded slowly. She had read about it, of course, as well as its defense occlumency, but it was considered one of the most difficult forms of magic to master as well as illegal to use under most conditions. He continued, the first thing I want to talk to you about is the morality of using such a skill. The group nodded. Yes, Pansy. The girl with her hand raised asked, is this something you have seen before? Because from what I read it is very difficult to master, and it's rare to find anyone that can do it. Tandem shrugged. I was going to talk about that in a minute, but we can start there as well. He stood and started writing on the board. There are several races in Underhill, and a few groups on this side that are known to use telepathy or its sister skills, in one form or another. This includes the elves. The way they do it varies greatly. For some it is a natural skill, uncontrolled, they are often seeking training to help control the ability. For others it is hereditary but takes some training to be able to use it, and for a few it is something they can learn and master like any other discipline. He drew a large Y on the board. On the left side of the Y he wrote Seelie Court, on the right Unseelie Court, in the valley of the Y he wrote neutrals. What separates them is why they use those skills. Most of the people and races fall within one of these, he gestured to board. Other than the royals, Oberon and his family. The main difference. Oberon is real, said Pansy, rather loudly. Tandem nodded. Yes, and he is all the stories say he is, and more. Thankfully he has a great deal of patience, and even then rarely takes notice of the affairs of mortals, or much else for that matter. Pansy slumped in her chair, embarrassed at her outburst as well as stunned by the revelation. Tandem continued, the Seelie will follow the accepted morality, as will the majority of neutrals. The Unseelie, they on the other hand have few compunctions against gathering information in such a way, but generally only use it in cases where they are protected and can do so unseen, such as in their own lands or if you have been captured and are being held for some reason. He put the pen down. This means that in most cases you are perfectly safe without having some form of passive mental defense, which you can learn at a later time if you feel it is something you wish to know. However, there are more ways to use a telepathic power than just to read a person's mind that you need to be aware of. It can also be used for something much like an illusion, or to heighten fear or anxiety, or even to calm a person or group. Any number of things, but as you say, it is a rare ability. He sat again. Now what I wanted to talk to you about was the morality of using that power. When is it appropriate to use it? Hermione was the first to raise her hand. If someone is injured, or poisoned, or something with a need to figure out what happened and they can't answer. Tandem smiled. Right, and just to save time, the most accepted reason is in instances of life or death. Now, Mr. Dumbledore has been caught misusing his ability by delving into the most private of a person's possessions, their mind. This was an inexcusable breach of the person's trust. Your thoughts are yours and yours alone. I trust you keep this in mind if you decide to pursue the study of such a skill in the future, as most find it an egregious breach to do so, and in some cases it could be seen as an act of war. He took a deep breath, then clapped his hands together. In conjunction with this, I want to show you a way to protect yourself if you suspect someone is trying to look into your mind. Now this is what is known as an active defense, and it does work in most cases, so it will do until you have been trained further. An active defense means that your mind is so busy that it becomes difficult for the attacker to find information within the torrent of activity. Reaching over to the table next to him, he pushed play on the CD player. Once you have listened to this, and committed it to memory, you will be able to stop them from actively probing your mind. By keeping it so busy, the only thing they can read is this. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you, They Might Be Giants. Now for those of you reading, go listen to the They Might Be Giants. Flood, I think you will figure out the way the defense works before the third song is over. Harry, I'll meet you down at the shop, in 10 minutes. We have a lot of work to do. Harry groaned. The next morning the Fairgrove group was just making their way toward the doorway out of the Great Hall after breakfast, when an unusual sight greeted them. Slytherin students walking in two lines, one line of boys, one line of girls, side by side, each person in line linked at the hand to the person in front of them, and being led by a stern-looking older woman in black robes. Pansy stumbled to a stop, as did Hermione and Luna, and stared as the group walked past, with their eyes downcast and faces red from embarrassment. The four of them followed in the wake left by the passing students, if nothing more than to see the reaction of the rest of the school as well as those of the visitors. A stunned silence passed over the hall as the lines were led between the wall and the Gryffindor table, in front of the staff table, finally arriving at their normal table. The severe woman motioned them to line up, boys on one side, girls on the other, where they all stood in silence. She then conjured herself a comfortable wing-back chair which she placed at the end of the table and sat, finally motioning them to follow suit after she had filled her plate for breakfast. When they finished filling their plates, the extra food disappeared and the headmaster stood, rapping out, "Attention! Your attention please." She waited a moment till the focus had moved from the group of students to gather on her. Due to unforeseen circumstances, 2 professors from Hogwarts have been dismissed recently, our potions professor, as well as our transfiguration professor. For both of which there are, I have no doubt, many rumors circulating. Murmurs came from around the room. As you will most likely read in the morning's paper, Albus Dumbledore pleaded guilty to the use of legilimency upon an unwilling individual, and as such will not be returning to this institution. The sound increased to the point the headmaster was forced to use a cannon charm to quiet them. Professor Snape was also dismissed at that time, due to his decision of not clearing his choice of secondary hostage for the second task, placing a visiting student at risk, his appeal being rejected by the Board of Governors yesterday as well. She knew this second announcement was not news to the Hogwarts students, as they had learned of Snape's fate the night before, but all of it was news to the other gathered schools. To those that were placed at risk or injured by their actions, the staff of Hogwarts and I offer a sincere apology. She paused to take a deep breath, before starting again. Our new potions professor will arrive sometime this afternoon, and classes will resume as soon as he or she deems possible. As for our new transfiguration professor, and Slytherin head of house, may I present Augusta Longbottom. The severe woman stood, and bowed slightly toward the room. I think you will find that Slytherin house will shortly be a very different house from what it was under Mr. Snape. I wish to invite you all to visit us at your leisure. Our door will be open to all from 7 a.m. to first curfew at 8 p.m. Please feel free to drop by any time, she said, a pleasant smile gracing her face as she returned to her chair and her meal. Eyes around the room widened, while many at the table she presided over gritted their teeth. The group standing at the door looked at each other and made their way toward the door and out of the castle as fast as their feet would take them. Each knew whatever happened next they didn't want any part of. Pansy broke out into roars of laughter the moment they stepped outside, and ended up leaning against the castle holding her sides and gasping for air. I bloody love it, she finally gasped out. The Dowager Longbottom is in charge of Slytherin. I would have never believed it. And did you see the way she had them enter the Great Hall? She broke out in laughter again. While the others thought it was funny, and laughed, they didn't quite understand her point of view. As they waited for Pansy to gather herself, Luna tapped Harry on the shoulder, and pointed down toward the gate that led towards Hogsmeade. Harry, I think we need to go. Harry followed her gesture, to see several people standing outside the gate, led by Lucius Malfoy. So the Elder One is here, all right, let's get to class. We don't need to waste our time by being drawn into Hogwarts drama. Minerva and 3 of the 4 heads of house met the group who had been led in by Hagrid, on their way up from the front gate. Minister, Mr. Malfoy, Madam Umbridge, what brings all of you to Hogwarts at such an early hour? The minister removed his hat as he stepped inside, his aggravation evident, but it was Madam Umbridge that spoke first. We are here to discuss your evident lack of ability to oversee Hogwarts. The fact that Albus Dumbledore has been convicted of a crime has cast a large shadow over his appointment of you as his replacement. As has your decision to remove Professor Snape from his position as potions instructor as well as head of Slytherin, for nothing more than a misunderstanding. Minerva bristled with anger. Madam, while I respect your opinion on the matter, my decision will stand. It was presented to the Board of Governors last night and it was determined that no appeal on the matter would occur. The minister cleared his throat before the woman dressed in pink could continue. Ahem, be that as it may, you are in need of 2 positions at present, and ministry has made a decision on how to proceed. From the hallway to their right, a new voice joined the conversation. Oh, the Ministry has made the decision. Or was it actually Malfoy whispering in your ear? Augusta Longbottom walked up to stand next to Minerva. Hello, Cornelius, Dolores, Lucius. She spat the last name out almost like a curse. Madam Longbottom. The minister stuttered. I wasn't expecting you to be here this morning. Well, that much is evident. Otherwise you would not have tried this ill-advised attempt at interfering with the way Hogwarts is run, she said, as she glared at the man. You know that the Ministry only has jurisdiction over OWL and NEWT testing, or in the event that the headmaster is under investigation for a Class 1 crime, none of which is the case here. Granted, Minerva could have contacted the Ministry if she ran into issues finding someone to fill those positions, but that has not proved to be so. The minister's head snapped back, stunned by the news. The positions. They have both been filled. A vicious smile curled Augusta's lips. Indeed they have, Minister. She gave a knowing look at Malfoy. The first was filled before Snape's bags were packed. I would have thought you were made aware of that. Her eyes moved back to the smaller man. The ICW was nice enough to help with that, as their representative was present at both incidents, and knew of several qualified instructors. She paused for a moment, and let him absorb the idea that the information he had was incorrect. As for the Transfiguration professor, that position has been filled as well. Though, if she had chosen, I'm sure she could have managed to teach those classes herself if it had come to that. Malfoy's face darkened. And what of the head of Slytherin? He asked in a growl. That has been sorted as well, and the professor has already taken the house firmly in hand, Minerva replied. And the things my son told me about in his recent letter. How does their head of house feel about the indignities they have been forced to endure since the dismissal of Professor Snape? I trust they have voiced their displeasure. Augusta spoke before Minerva had the chance. Oh, they have made their feelings abundantly clear about the situation the house has found itself in. And now the Slytherin students are being treated just as they have earned, she said smoothly, all the while keeping a pleasant smile on her face. I am pleased that, as a parent, you are showing interest in the way Hogwarts is being run, but in the future may I suggest contacting the headmaster directly if you have further concerns, or if necessary the Board of Governors holds an open meeting every 3 months and the date is posted in the Prophet each week for the month prior to the meeting. I'm certain the minister has more important things he could be seeing to rather than concerning himself with the day-to-day workings of Hogwarts. The minister nodded in agreement. If there was one thing the man was, it was a political animal, and he knew to take the out he had been presented with. Yes, well, I was just offering ministry assistance in the case that it was needed, but it seems you have things well in hand, along with Madam Longbottom. Minerva smiled politely. Thank you for your concern, Minister. It is nice to know the ministry was prepared to help if necessary. Now if you will excuse us, we have a day of classes to finish preparing for. The minister nodded, and motioned to the now fuming Umbridge and Malfoy to head back out of the reception hall door just as Malfoy spoke again. And these replacements, might I know their names? As well as the person that has taken over as head of Slytherin? Minerva nodded. The potions position will be taken over by a Mr. Ambrose. He is currently head of potions for the Wizarding Hospital in Brussels, the center for the ICW. He is taking a leave of absence to do so. As for the person taking over Transfiguration, Augusta said, deciding she wished to deliver this blow personally, as well as Slytherin, I have consented to accept both positions. Her face never wavered from the pleasant smile she had adopted. Malfoy blanched at the news. But, you're. Augusta's eyes twinkled with mirth. I was a Slytherin, she said with a small chuckle. She wanted each moment of this burned into her memory. Maybe she would even show it to Neville, she thought. Didn't you know? My maiden name was Burke. So you can trust me to treat everyone within my house with exactly the respect they deserve, as Slytherin. With that, the gathered teachers turned and made their way deeper into the castle, leaving the now defeated Malfoy just outside the outer door. The remainder of the week would have been trying for any man, but to one of the advanced age of Albus Dumbledore it had been exhausting in the most extreme definition of the word. Meeting after meeting had been held by both the Wizengamot and the ICW discussing the way he was to be disciplined as well as the accusations that he may have used the skill elsewhere. At each meeting he had attended, He had admitted his errors in judgment and offered explanations of his actions as well as a heartfelt apology for those actions. He knew his reputation had been tarnished by his lack of discretion, but in the end he knew that this was the best course of action to salvage the remaining goodwill of those within the wizarding world. He had easily agreed to pay the restitution handed down by the court, despite the fact that it would come close to ruining him, especially with the further payments owed to Fairgrove. Monetary concerns had never been of much concern to him. He wanted the best for his people. That was what drove him to do everything possible to keep everyone happy with their lot in life. Big or small, they all have their place to uphold in the greater good. However, this Saturday morning greeted him with something other than the solitude and much needed rest he so desperately wished, as a knock upon his door pulled him away from his breakfast. Outside he found the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, accompanied by a group of people that seemed to be ever present at his side as of late, his Under-Secretary, Dolores Umbridge, ex-Hogwarts board member and member of the Wizengamot Lucius Malfoy, and Percy Weasley. The man wringing his hands and wearing a green bowler hat never offered an explanation, just a brusque, "Come with us." Moments later they were whisked away by Portkey to Diagon Alley. When they arrived it was in the middle of a standing room only crowd. "What in Merlin's name?" Albus asked. A dark-skinned Auror spoke before he could get an answer. "Dumbledore. Minister." His eyes moved from one to another. "You need to move. It seems everyone is coming to the alley." He had barely pushed them out of the way before someone else appeared with a pop. Looking out over the people crowded shoulder to shoulder in the alley, Albus shook his head. "My word. Auror Shacklebolt, what seems to be going on here?" As the large man started clearing a path for his new charges he glanced over his shoulder and began to explain. "Several new business opened this morning, and well, excuse me. Dumbledore and the minister need to get through. You need to see it to believe it." Moments later the remaining crowd parted, and there in the window of a new business sat several different-sized cabinets, each holding some form of charmed window showing different moving pictures. Dumbledore's eyes flipped from one to the next in rapid succession. None of them seemed to repeat like a magical photo would. Finally his eyes settled on one to the far right. In it he saw himself as well as the others. Slowly he moved his hand, and his likeness did likewise. "Remarkable. Truly remarkable," he said, gesturing to the window he was observing. "This one even seems to show events as they happen. The charms to accomplish this are very impressive." He heard a chuckle from just behind him, and when he turned he saw Caven Silverhair, who proceeded to explain, "Not a bit of magic was used to make any of those work. It's called television. It's a non-magical invention." He walked over next to the window and pointed. "That's a news broadcast from here in London. It's happening right now." His hand moved to one with some form of moving drawings. "Children's cartoons. They are meant to be funny." His hand pointed again. "Music video. Something Harry is particularly fond of. As for the one you were looking at, it is from a video camera, a device that not only sends to a television but records what it sees to be watched again later." The odd-looking woman in pink bristled. "Or, arrest them all, including the elf. Minister, I warned you about this. These creatures are making fools of us. Ignoring the laws of the ministry. Just look at this muggle junk, staining the beauty of Diagon Alley. They should all rot in Azkaban." Caven smiled widely. "And my dear woman, what laws have we or the good owners of this business broken?" he asked. She whirled on him, spitting with rage, her face a darker pink than her clothing. "We can start right here with this junk. Enchanting muggle items is illegal. There is no way any of this is legal. Just like that bank of yours. Before this is over, you and your kind will be just like all the other creatures, registered with the ministry and back in the woods where you belong, in Azkaban, are destroyed." Caven continued to smile. "I assure you that there is not a single enchanted item in that business, not a single one. As for your other statements, every form required by your ministry has been followed, as has every law, and as for any authority your ministry has over my people, you need to read your own laws. Those dating back to the beginning of your community, those laid down by my people and the original Merlin himself. We are the elder race here. Our place in those treaties still stands. We gave up nothing when we left these shores." He turned toward the minister. We have taken great pains to not violate any of your laws, Minister. I would suggest you keep your hound on a shorter leash. He then turned to Dumbledore. If you wish, I can introduce you to the owners. They are very nice people, though I suspect you already know them, first-generation magic users both of them. Then I'll even treat you all to lunch. Have you ever tried pizza? Damien Parkinson watched the scene unfold down in the alley from the second-story window of the savings and loan, a smile wide on his face. It was a small indulgence, the smile, but one he felt was well earned. He could stand there and watch that toad of a woman yell all day, let alone the look on Malfoy's face. He had never liked the man, or his self-righteous spawn. Tolerate him. Yes, for the sake of his wife's friendship with Narcissa, and for business reasons as well. At least until recent events had begun to unfold. The first indication that things for them were going to change had been the way Harry Potter had arrived at Hogwarts, in a mug, non-magical vehicle. Then came the realization that the boy had been raised not only across the ocean, but in the domain of elves. He could almost see the changes beginning to ripple through things at that point. Only to see that ripple become a wave when those same elves took over possession of the Potter estates and began their savings and loan, with not only the support and blessing of the Muggle government but connections to one of their largest financial institutions. Thus allowing a number of individuals who had never been able to secure loans or financial backing, to do so, allowing them to bypass the old families and their biased practice of supporting only those of pure blood. They even supplied barristers, as well as their status, to facilitate navigation of the ministry bureaucracy, also meant to prevent such things. Damien had watched as these things began, his mind boggled at the amount of precision he observed. Each move was calculated, each law strictly observed. Not a single move was made with haste, or without due thought and diligence. Even the Potter boy seemed to do the same. Though the majority of his observation of the child was from the distance during the tournament, even from there he could see that the boy was deliberate in everything he did. During the first task, which no one was sure how he accomplished, he had used misdirection to cover his actions and then gone on to complete the task at a remarkable speed. Then, after a surprising change of date for the Yule Ball, due once again to the boy and his people, as well as his actions when dealing with the Malfoy spawn afterward, came the second task. One he accomplished in a way that had stunned not only the crowd but the professors and visiting dignitaries as well. The speculations had run wild during the time he was indisposed after rescuing not only his hostage, his own only daughter, but another champion and her younger sibling, until an interview with a squib named Doolittle had appeared in the Quibbler detailing his family's history and gift. Reluctant as they were, even the prophet had to eventually run the story after it had appeared in not only the French and Bulgarian papers but several others on the continent as well. Kind of fun to watch, isn't it? Said a voice from next to him. Their world is changing, and it is about time too, the man said. Startled from his musings, Damien nodded. Indeed. I believe this is just the start as well, if your people have their way. Tannum shrugged. We just gave things a push. They will make the changes from now on their own. Some of it won't be pleasant, and some will be downright painful, but it had to happen. Your people won't be able to hide like this forever. The way you were going about hiding was already placing a strain on your relations with the non-magical government, and with the advances in technology it would have continued to make things harder and harder for both sides. Damien sighed. Yes, I began to see that when Caven showed me the recording he had you make of the Yule Ball. We have always been told that non-magical devices would not work in a magical environment, and just believed it. It makes me wonder what else we have been wrong about. At any rate, I believe you wished to meet with me about something other than just allowing me to witness this. Tannum nodded. I did. He gestured toward the table. Let's sit down. I'm afraid my knee is bothering me quite badly today. It seems to do that a lot more here in England. It must have something to do with the difference in weather. As they sat, Damien decided it wouldn't be too rude to ask. If you do not mind my asking. My daughter said that you are magical. Why have you not had your knee magically repaired? Tannum sighed. No, it's fine. Unfortunately, there are some injuries that just cannot be fixed by magic. I was bitten by a particularly nasty, and very angry, creature from Underhill. The man across from him winced. I was lucky the leg was able to be saved. Damien nodded. I trust that type of thing doesn't happen often. Tanem nodded. It is rare, but just like any place, Underhill can have its dangers, like making a wrong turn and going down Nocturne Alley. The other man chuckled as Tanem continued, in just over a week we will be heading back to the United States for a short time. Harry and Caven have some business commitments that need to be seen to over there. And while it is possible for Pansy to stay here and continue her classes, we would like for her to accompany us, as well as your wife and yourself if you have the time. Damien was slightly taken aback by the invitation. What dates are you discussing? And I suspect you will be traveling by portal? He asked. Tanem slid a paper from his pocket and opened it. Well, we would like to leave Wednesday the 22nd, after the kids finish their classes, then return 2 weeks later on Wednesday, April the 5th. Their classes will continue during that time only. From Friday to Monday we will need to do a bit of traveling. So you would have that time to look around, or, if you wish, you are free to join us. The Grangers have already expressed an interest in going with us on those days. And what would these trips entail? The man asked. Tanem folded the paper back up. A trip by auto, just a couple of hours, then 3 days in different cities. Harry needs to make appearances, due to a couple of contracts. During 2 of those days you will be free to do as you wish. We will even have someone drive you around to see the sights. Then on Sunday we will attend the race, and head home. And yes, we will take the portal back to the States, he added. Racing. You mean like the vehicle Dumbledore vanished? Damien asked. Tanem nodded. For the most part, yes. They are a little different, but the concept is the same. The 2 races we will be attending are close enough to be called home tracks to Harry, and he is pretty well known around both of them. He already had to skip one appearance in Charlotte due to the second task, so missing one of these just isn't an option. Damien nodded. I imagine the other party of those contracts would be quite displeased by the fact he has missed one engagement. Tanem shrugged. A little, but it has more to do with keeping him fresh in the mind of the team owners of NASCAR. Harry has already impressed them. He just needs to keep his presence out there, keep their interest. He wants to be in the Busch Grand National races in just over a year, and he wants to earn that ride, place with them, and that is the best way to do it along with his accomplishments with Sarah. Damien sat back, a large smile on his face. Such ambition from someone so young. He continues to impress me. He paused for a moment, thinking, then nodded. Yes, I believe we can arrange to accompany you. It will do all of us good to see a glimpse of what our future may hold. Tanem smiled. Excellent. I believe you will find the trip quite enlightening. Now, before we leave, we will need to take you and your family shopping for more non-magical clothing. When would you be available to go out into London for a few hours? They sat making plans for several more minutes. You wanted to see me, Dad? Harry asked, stepping into the kitchen. He sat down at the table and looked around at the others. Tanem nodded. Yes. Sirius has some things for you. He nodded toward Harry's godfather. Sirius pushed a bundle wrapped in brown paper across the table to him. This was your birth father's. It was a family heirloom. Your fath, James never said how old it was, but I think it has been in your family a very long time. Tears glistened, unshed in the man's eyes. Harry sat there staring at the package, then he slowly looked at each of his parents, then Sirius. Pulling on the string holding the package closed, he began to unfold the paper, to find a silvery cloth, an invisibility cloak. Why wasn't this in the sea container with everything else? Sirius sighed. For a couple of reasons, both of them leading back to Albus Dumbledore. He borrowed this from your parents. He wanted to study it. Most of those only last a few years, but that one has lasted who knows how long. Harry's shoulders slumped. If they had had this. Char leaned over and gathered the boy in her arms. Harry, please, you can't think like that. There is no way to know if they could have survived, even with something like this. Harry leaned into her, crying. But they would have had the chance, and he took that chance away from them. Sirius looked at Tanem, who had said much the same thing when he had told them about the cloak. He dreaded having to tell him what else had been done with the headmaster's consent. Sirius steeled himself, then began again. Harry, that isn't the only thing your parents would have wanted you to have that wasn't in the vault. Harry looked up, his eyes red and puffy from tears. When they died, Sirius took a deep breath and let it out. The ministry decided they wanted to do something. A memorial, a place for them to gather and remember their sacrifice. He trailed off, unable to force his voice to form the words. He looked to Tannum, wordlessly begging him to explain it for him. Tannum nodded, then spoke. Harry, they sealed your family home, exactly the way it was, and made it into that memorial, that in your parents' graves, they are buried in a small graveyard nearby. Harry's face contorted with confusion, then anger. They took my parents' home. Sirius nodded. And everything in it. Again the man nodded. I want it. All of it. And once the house is empty, I want it burned to the ground. I want my parents moved. I want to take them back to Fairgrove. I won't leave anything of my family's here. Nothing. If I need to spend every dime I ever make, I will get it all. Whoa. Whoa. Easy, Harry. Sirius said, kneeling in front of the young man as Shar held on to him tighter. I've been working to straighten this out now for a couple of weeks, pup. And I promise I'll take care of everything. But you need to calm down. Please. Harry glared into his eyes. He was shaking in rage as his magic flared. I want them out. I don't want the ministry or anyone else in their house. All right, I've already gotten them to agree that the things inside should have been placed in the Potter vaults. I'll keep working on everything else. Sirius paused, and took a deep breath. But before we do anything with the house or move your parents, I need you to think about things, really think about things. This is your family home, one that you were meant to grow up in, and your parents, they are buried in the family plots, where the Potters have been buried for generations right next to your grandparents. Harry's eyes widened at that. He had never known his birth parents were buried in family plots. Hell, Petunia didn't even know the name of the town they had lived in. Harry nodded slowly. All right, I'll think about it. I want to see it though. Visit their graves, maybe after we get back from home. Sirius nodded. I'll make sure that everything is ready. He looked at Tannum. I'll talk to Amelia. Arrange for oars to keep the people away. Tannum nodded. I'll have Caven arrange something as well. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. He's right. This is something you need to think through. Once you have, we will help you do whatever you think is right. Harry smiled weakly, then hugged him. Thanks, Dad. Cedric Diggory, for the first time in his Hogwarts career, was nervous about being summoned by his head of house, Professor Sprout. Usually he had an indication about what she wanted, good or bad, not that he had ever been in that much trouble, but today, he had no clue. Between the upcoming third task, his prefect duties, and studying for his NEWT's nastily exhausting wizard test, he hadn't had much time for anything else, even spending time with his girlfriend Cho. He grimaced at that thought. He knew he had been neglecting her and he felt awful about it, but after seeing what the first task was going to be, by accident, he had redoubled his efforts just to survive. This had reduced their time together to the barest of minimums. Just before he reached her office door, Professor Sprout stepped out of it into the hall. Ah, Mr. Diggory. Right on time, I see. She then gestured down the hall. Please come with me. We are expected to be in the headmaster's office in just a few minutes. Cedric arched his eyebrow, confused. Do you know why the headmaster wishes to see us? He asked. She shrugged as they began to walk. I do not know the details, but she has asked for all of the champions to be there. He nodded, thinking, it must be the results of the second task or something about the third task. A short time later they walked into the headmaster's office. He was surprised to see it was quite crowded, and before he knew it he had been gathered into a hug. Mum, he said in surprise. A hand clapped him on the shoulder as she released him and his father shook his hand. Good to see you, son. His father said, a large smile on his face. What are you doing here? He asked. Not that it's not good to see you, but did something happen? His father chuckled. No, nothing bad happened. Your mother and I received an owl from your headmaster, asking if we wished to be here for the official awarding of points for the second task. Cedric grinned. He figured they would eventually get around to awarding the points from the task, but with all the things going on lately between the Ministry, Dumbledore and Diagon Alley's new businesses, he wasn't surprised it had taken this long. She also wanted to pass on an invitation. Amos never finished his thought as another voice cut him off. Excellent, we are all here. The voice said with jovial attitude. These results will be made public in tomorrow morning's Daily Prophet, as well as others. We do apologize for the delay, but things have been hectic as of late. The man chuckled at his own joke. Now then, he waved his wand in an intricate pattern and a parchment unrolled itself on the wall. We will begin with fourth place. He looked sadly toward Fleur. Unfortunately, you did not complete the task personally, however, you were awarded a total of 20 bonus points, 5 from each professor, for acceptable charms work with your choice of the Bubblehead charm. Tough luck on running across such a large population of Grindylows. Madame Maxime laid her hand on the girl's shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile, which she returned, just before her father, mother and little sister gathered her into a hug, as a smattering of applause sounded. Next we have Victor Crumb. Bagman turned toward the young man standing next to his headmaster, the only one not joined by his parents. Mr. Crumb will receive third place. Unfortunately, he exceeded the time limit by just over 5 minutes, therefore he receives no points for the task itself. However, he does receive bonus points for the use of a particularly difficult attempt of self-transfiguration into a shark. However, as this attempt was unsuccessful, leaving him only partially transformed, the scores were not as high as they could have been, resulting in an award of 36 points. While Crumb nodded his head once, anger filled his headmaster's eyes during the polite applause from the others. Now on to the Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory. The man said, as the name for second place appeared. Not only did he complete the task within the allotted time, he also showed his able use of charms during the task. So he receives 30 points as well as an additional 20, bringing him to a total of 50 points. Cedric nodded, as congratulations were offered to him from around the room, including a hug from not only his mother but his head of house as well. And finally, in first place, finishing in just over a half an hour, Harry Potter. The man announced, not only earning himself 50 points for arriving first, but also a handsome 42 points for his amazing knowledge of magical creatures in his use of the giant pink sea snail, a creature thought to be lost to the ages. Applause once again sounded in the room. Harry for his part just acknowledged the win with a small movement of his head. This brings us to our current standings, Bagman continued. Mr. Crumb is in fourth place, while second is shared between Mr. Diggory and Ms. Delacour, leaving Mr. Potter in first place. Alright, the announcement of what the final task will entail will be on May 25th, while the task itself will be held June 24th. Till then, I wish you all the best of luck with your preparations, he concluded, and headed toward the fireplace. Only to be intercepted by a pair of people blocking his path intent on having a discussion with him. Mr. Bagman, may we have a word with you, outside? Said the smiling man he only knew as Tannum. Standing next to him was the headmaster of the young Potter's school, Chintlis. I would normally, but I am afraid I am quite busy at the moment, if you contact, he began. Chintlis's smile faded as he turned grim. We have been in contact with your office, several times trying to speak with you through official channels. You may choose to speak with us now, or next time our paths cross it will not be under such amiable circumstances. Is that a threat? The man asked. All have. Yes, Chintlis said. You are high in the ministry, and I am sure you have many highly placed friends. This, however, has nothing to do with them. This has to do with how, and why you did things as you did with the contract over this tournament. You have already been questioned by the DMLE, however we have a few other questions we wished answered. So if you please, he gestured toward the door at the front of the room and the stairway down that lay beyond. I assure you it will only take a few minutes, then you can be on your way and quit wasting both of our time. Bagman thought for a moment about just pushing past the pair of men, but then thought better of it as the face of Amelia Bones swam to the front of his mind, and her anger at the situation as well as her warning that the people from Potter's family may wish to speak about it as well. She had gone so far as adding a warning of her own that if they came to her and she found out he had been avoiding speaking with them, then her men would drag him back to the DMLE in chains if necessary. Slowly he nodded and turned, making his way down and out of the headmaster's office. As congratulations were being passed around between the champions, Headmaster McGonagall asked for their attention. Before we adjourn, and celebrate the accomplishments of our champions. Mr. Silverhair of Fairgrove, in conjunction with Headmaster Chintlis, wishes to extend an offer to the champions, their headmasters, and families. She gestured toward the elf. Mr. Silverhair. Thank you, Headmaster. Caven stepped forward, looking every bit the business professional, dressed in his finely tailored dark blue suit, crisp white shirt and dark red tie. In the spirit of these games, building ties between our schools and countries, we would like to offer each of your champions, their headmasters or a chosen school representative, their families as well a guest of their choice, a chance to accompany us for a period of 2 weeks to the United States. Murmurs circulated around the room. This would of course be at our expense, as you would be our guests for the length of your stay. He continued, once there, 2 different itineraries would be available to you. He then gestured to the small screen that had been set up behind the headmaster's desk, as pictures of different buildings and landscapes began to appear, showing the beauties of spring around the Charlotte area. We will also make arrangements for each of the champions, as well as any student guest, if they so chose, to continue their studies during this time, no matter which itinerary they choose. The picture changed, showing several historic sites and parks. The first will give you a chance to tour both magical and non-magical areas more in depth, as well as spend more significant time exploring those areas. The other will be traveling a bit farther, and spend more time in the non-magical areas. Each school that chooses to attend will have their own escorts at all times. They are not on the Fairgrove properties, to help make your stay as pleasant as possible. He began passing out folders filled with information. These will give you a better idea of what will be happening while we are there. Please feel free to approach any of us if you have further questions. Headmaster Karkaroff found his student, Victor Crumb, looking through the pages of the folder. He scoffed as he joined the young man at the table. I cannot believe you are honestly entertaining their offer. Believe what you wish, Igor, Victor replied, slightly annoyed by the man's tone. I have watched Potter. He trains harder than any team of Quidditch players, and according to what I have learned about his school, it is more than comparable with our own. If I am going to assure a win against him for the cup, I must learn more about what he is capable of. He has gone through 2 trials that I had more than a little trouble with, without so much as a scratch. And to add insult to injury, he did the first without any prior knowledge or preparation. I had benefit of both and still struggled. The boy was nothing more than lucky, the elder man assured him. As for the second task, he needed the help of a squib to even complete it. As foe. Enough. The young man growled. I am not interested in your assessment of his skills. Our deal was, you allowed me the ability to play and train with my team for the World Cup, in exchange for me staying at the school this year for this tournament. When we made that agreement, it was with the intention of winning both of them. It was you that assured me that the information you had about the schools and the tournament itself was enough to guarantee my win. His eyes hardened as he continued. You were wrong. On all accounts. I now find myself in last place in a tournament that I knew every task of before I began. All of your contacts have amounted to nothing. Potter will be the person I need to beat in the last task. So, I need to see more of what he is capable of, both physically as well as magically, of which I know nothing at the moment. Therefore, I am planning on going to this Fairgrove, and I intend on staying as close to him and learning as much as I possibly can about him before the next task. I will be made a fool of by losing to a 14-year-old. He growled. As well you should, Igor replied. Your position in this tournament is of your own doing. You were the one that decided to forego the plan that had been put in place and try and put on a show rather than accomplish the goal. Then you went with the more spectacular option again, rather than with something you knew you were capable of during the second task. Do not try to blame me for your failures. Those decisions were yours. My contact's reasons may have changed, after the appearance of that boy, but mine have not. Victor grimaced. He was right. If he had just done the task and not tried, I already know what the third task is, and have made preparations. One way or another I will be victorious. He growled. Igor smiled darkly. I will hold you to that, he said as he stood and stormed away and out of the room. Cedric sat down next to his girlfriend, Cho Chong, and slid the folder in between them, flipping it open. It looks really beautiful, and Mum and Dad think it is a great opportunity. Not only would we get to see the Elvish lands but travel by portal. She looked up from the glossy photos. His smile widened. Yeah. Well, I didn't want to say anything before I talked with my parents, but Mr. Silverhair said we could ask a guest to accompany us. He paused a moment, trying to figure out how to ask the question. I wanted to make sure it was okay to ask you to come with us. Her eyes widened, tears forming in the corners of her eyes as they did, before she seemed to teleport into his lap, arms wrapped around him. As they slid a small distance apart, so he could look her in the eye, he continued, "We'll need to talk to your parents, but I talked to Mr. Silverhair after I spoke with my dad and he said there is plenty of room for you to have a separate room." It was at that point she keyed him, her hands running through his hair as she did. She would have been happy for him at any rate, but to know that he cared enough to check on the arrangements if she went, that just proved he was every bit the guy she believed he was. Harry led the group of joggers around the corner of the building they had set up near Hagrid's hut and inside. "All right, team. Today we start getting back in race-ready form. Anyone else that wants to join in, feel free, but please give priority to the pit team and myself. We already have our programs mapped out. Margot will help you figure out a rotation if you wish." With that announcement made, he headed toward one of the large weight machines that had recently been added along the back wall, along with Sirius and the other pit team members. Hermione walked over to Margot, who was sitting on a tall stool at one of the work benches sipping a cup of coffee. "Margot, what is that silver suit they are wearing over their workout clothes?" she asked, pointing toward the team. "Those are meant to hold their body heat in." She paused, deciding a better explanation would be necessary. During the races this summer, all of them will need to wear full suits of fire retardant gear. It will cover all of their bodies and be quite warm. Those will help their bodies acclimate somewhat, so they can better cope with the temperatures, she explained. Some days, she continued, it could be over 100 degrees, 38 Celsius. Imagine what it would be like wearing your winter clothing in that heat, and you'll be close to how they will feel. "Isn't that dangerous?" she asked, before Margot could continue. Margot sighed. "We watch them closely. I'm nearby, and make sure they have plenty of fluids. That is one of the reasons we monitor their health in the off-season as closely as we do, and have them undergo training like this. It is something they are willing to endure for the sport they love." Hermione shook her head. "Why does he love it like he does?" Margot let out a chuckle. "Just go with them when we get home. You'll need to be around him when he is in his element. That is where he truly comes into his own." Tanim dropped into the overstuffed chair, letting out a loud grumble. "I can't believe that man is in charge of anything. He's an idiot." Char looked up from her book. "I take it you had a chance to corner Bagman?" she asked, with a slight smile curling the corners of her lips up. Tanim replied as he rubbed his eyes. "And he was everything you would expect of an ex-sports star put in his position because of his name, useless." He pushed himself forward, placing his elbows on his knees. He was given general guidelines for the tournament, but no direct direction. He was left on his own for the majority of the work, even though he had assurances that Dumbledore would be available to oversee the preparations. "That was what Amelia found out as well. Did he tell you anything else?" she asked as she shifted slightly. "Just the extent of the old man's efforts to avoid him." Tanim shrugged. "It was just about as we thought. It looks like he wanted the final contract to be deliberately wide open, and what he did help with guided the sections he wanted included. So Dumbledore was the one behind Harry being entered into this farce." She growled. Tanim placed a hand on her leg, his eyes urging her to relax. "He had a hand in it, of that much Chinthless and I are sure, but he has insulated himself with plausible deniability. He has gone to great lengths not to be directly responsible for much of anything, and I don't think he was lying when he said he did not know who put Harry's name in the goblet. I do believe, however, he has a strong idea of who did. The man is a game player and manipulator. I've asked a couple of people to take a look a little deeper into his history." Tanim shifted Char's feet enough to allow him to sit next to her on the couch and rub her feet. "What we were able to learn about him, from official channels and the books we found in the alley, paint the picture of a benevolent leader of the light, as it were. He seems to have been on an academic track for the majority of his life, other than his brief pursuit of a man named Grindelwald during the tail end of World War II." Char sighed, her tension evaporating under his hands as he continued. From what we have surmised, this Grindelwald person was claiming the damage done by the Nazi bombing as an example of his power. While he was quite powerful in his own right, he never gathered sufficient numbers to be a true threat during his rise to power within the United Kingdom. Tanem switched feet. When the bombing slowed due to the Blitz coming to an end, he pulled up stakes here and moved his campaign to the mainland and began again. It was there he found his greatest success using the same tactics. Months later he was tracked down by Dumbledore and get this, they dueled in an epic struggle lasting on and off for several days ending with Grindelwald being captured. It reads like something Tolkien would have written. He concentrated on her ankle as he continued. It was after that Dumbledore began to dabble in politics. He was soon elected the leader of their governmental congress, the Wizengamot, and head of the ICW, International Confederation of Wizards, which seems to be more of a social meeting rather than a place to iron out problems, though they do deal with the occasional issue. Both of which he has held ever since, along with being headmaster of Hogwarts. Char moved her book, placing it on the coffee table. So he is held in high regard both in Britain and the rest of Europe. Tanem nodded. Not as high outside Britain as he is here, but he is respected. Several of those countries have been speaking with the magical UN over the years but have dealt more with the ICW. Tanem chuckled. If Dumbledore had wanted, he could have even been Minister for Magic. Several times. He could have had complete control of their government from the early 50s on. Char sighed. You said he captured this Grindelwald. Tanem changed ankles. Yeah, evidently he had started running his little power scheme again against the backdrop of World War II, using the destruction caused by Allied bombing and troops to help terrorize much of their magical populace. He would claim the damage done in Muggle areas as his own, forcing their own policing forces out of position, then attack magical communities with explosive spells. It was quite effective. Char chewed on the inside of her mouth. So why did Dumbledore decide to go after him? Tanem shrugged. We haven't found a good answer for that yet. All we know is just about the time the school year ended in 1945, he left for the mainland, then hunted the man down. Char pondered this as Tanem continued his ministrations. I agree we are missing something, she sighed. We'll figure it out eventually. At any rate, how are the preparations coming for our trip home? Tanem smiled. Well, I believe Cedric and his parents the Diggories will be joining us, along with his girlfriend Cho Chong. I think Cavan is planning on inviting her parents as well, just to keep everything on the up and up. Fleur and her family of course, as well as the Grangers, and the Parkinsons, and Victor Crumb. He paused for a moment, thinking. As for professors, Cedric's head of house is going to accompany him, Professor Sprout, and while Cho's head of house would like to as well, he is busy helping Minerva in the capacity of interim deputy headmaster, so Professor Babbling, their runes professor, will be accompanying us instead. Char replied, tapping her finger on the back of the couch. We need to invite some press as well. That woman, what was her name? The one that wrote the pieces in The Prophet, Skeeter, Rita Skeeter. She's a touch melodramatic, but I think for this type of opportunity she may be able to curb those tendencies. Tanem nodded in agreement. That's a good thought. Maybe one or two others as well, one from France, and one from Bulgaria, and one photographer between them. I'll talk to the others about it. Are you about ready to head home? Char's shoulders sagged. Yes, but I'm still not happy about it. Tanem chuckled. I never thought you would be, but we talked about this, we don't want the baby born here. If something went wrong, our only choice would be to go to St. Mungo's for the birth, and that just isn't an option after reading some of the half-breed laws that are on the books. Even if they don't recognize you as a kitsune, they will see you as non-human. I don't want our child to be seen as anything other than what he or she is, a blessing. Tears formed in the corners of Char's eyes. I know. I just don't like the idea of not being here for Harry. We included him in the discussion about this, sweetheart. Tanem reached over and wiped away the tear that had begun to fall down her cheek. He understands and wants what's best for you and the baby. Besides, your mother has promised to stay with you, day and night while we are gone, and Cavan got Harry, Chintlis and I, home. Tickets from Grand Central including emergency routing to the spot at the hospital, just in case. Shar smiled widely at that, then grasped his hand in both of hers. Just make sure you bring our son home, when this is over. Count on it, he said, capturing her lips with his. The weeks came and went quickly for everyone. Weekdays were spent in class or answering the myriad of questions posed to them by their soon-to-be traveling companions. While the weekends were spent arranging small shopping trips for the same groups for them to obtain more suitable attire for the trip abroad. The nights, however, now seemed longer for the divided family, despite nightly calls and assurances that they would soon be home. Finally, they were all gathered at the portal out of Britain into Grand Central. Several faces showed nervous energy and apprehension about this form of travel, as they made their way to the Leaky Cauldron separately, then rode to their departure point by private bus supplied with the compliments of the British government. Caven gathered his group's attention after exit stamps had been placed on each passport. Now, for those of you that have not traveled via portal before, there is nothing to fear, just a couple of small things to remember. First, as you step through, expect a small down step. It is less than an inch, but more than one person has taken a nasty tumble when they forgot. Second, Grand Central, where we will be just on the other side of the portal, is neutral territory. This is strictly enforced by the guards there, so no matter what, take no offensive action. If something does occur, allow them to deal with the situation, they are more than capable. Other than that, please stick together and follow me to the Fairgrove portal. We will arrange a visit to the duty-free shopping area for you on our return to Great Britain if you wish. Duty-free? Asked Mr. Diggory. Tanham nodded, and answered as Caven prepared the gate. Tax-free purchases, usually not the best deals though, unless you are looking for something very expensive. Mr. Tanham, Victor began. It's just Tanham. No, Mr. Crumb, he replied as Mr. Diggory talked excitedly with his wife. Then I insist that you call me Victor, the stern-looking boy said. Where, exactly, is this Grand Central? Tanham chuckled. In Underhill. Underhill? Victor asked. Tanham nodded. It is a realm inhabited by many magical creatures, elves, many others as well. I would recommend visiting many of the areas. They are quite beautiful, but you would best be accompanied by a guide, at least until you learn more about traveling there. The young man nodded, and stepped away to take his place in line toward the portal. Once he was out of earshot, Tanham turned to Harry. Did anyone come with Victor? He asked. Harry shook his head. No, he came on his own. Tanham nodded. He's been watching us exercise in the mornings. I've seen him on the deck of their ship. Has he asked about training with us? No, Harry replied. Evidently he is a professional Quidditch player, and even played in their World Cup series over the summer. Tanham shrugged. He might bear watching while we are at home. Spring had already begun to visit the hills around Charlotte, North Carolina. Green buds filled the trees, and fresh grass had begun to grow. After arriving in the early afternoon, the travelers were given a brief tour of the grounds, then shown to their guest quarters. Harry quickly went back to his normal routine, including helping stock the motor home for the weekend. However, there were a few changes, as the Grangers, Delacours and Victor Crumb had decided to accompany them on their trek as well. Harry swung himself onto the highest step of his car hauler. Al, you in here? He asked, trying to look around the pair of cars in his way, stacked one above another on their lifts. I'll be out in a minute, Harry. Just making a final count of things before I send the hauler out, said a disembodied voice from somewhere toward the front. All right, Harry called back. I'll be at the sales truck when you're ready. After an affirmative response, Harry jumped down and slammed the door shut, making sure it locked, and made his way toward the other semi sitting in the parking lot. Hey Deke, he said to the man with a clipboard at the back of the truck. This train about ready to head out? The man nodded. Just about, Harry. We want these two to travel as a pair. We need to make sure they both make it to the vendor area as a pair so we don't spend too much time shuffling them around in the vendor alley. Deke looked up from his work. We want to use the pair of new cars as part of the display to show off the new lines. Then use the hauler for storage and a break room. Harry nodded. Will you need me there to help set up? Deke shook his head. Not at first. You can help get our guests and the team RVs set up at the park. I'll have someone bring over one of the golf carts as soon as they are unloaded so you and Tanem can come over when things are finished there. Harry nodded, and adjusted his cap to block more of the morning sun. All right. Al is finishing his final count now. He said it would just be a couple of minutes, he said. Good. I want these on the road as soon as possible. I'm trying to leave with them. I don't want to have the same issues as last year. If there is a dispute about our vendor area, I want to be there to handle it. Besides, we want to be set up as soon as possible, better chance to adjust things if I don't like what I see. At that point, Al made his presence known, and handed Deke a stack of papers. Hauler is loaded and locked up. Harry, could you head up to the office and send the drivers down? Good. Al, you're with me. Harry, we'll see you later tonight, Deke said, clapping his hand on the younger man's shoulder. Right. See you two tonight, Harry said, waving as he headed toward the main building. On his way, he spotted a figure watching him from the window of the cafeteria, Victor Crumb. Later that evening, after getting their camp set up and everyone settled, Harry joined his parents in the RV's living room just before heading to bed for the night. I tell you, it's creepy, Harry said, waving his arms. Everywhere I go he shows up, it's like he's stalking me. Tanem chuckled. I think he is just trying to get a read on his competition. That's all. Harry sighed. I don't care. It's creepy. The way he just stands there. We've made offers to all the champions to train with us in the mornings. Fleur was even there with her sister, Gabby, this morning. But did he come to with us? No, he just stood off at a distance and watched. Char had to agree with her son. That's true. He could have joined them, and you must admit it is rather odd. Tanem sighed. I'll try and talk with him tomorrow. He turned toward Harry. You better enjoy the next couple of weekends in the RV, Harry. These will be the last couple of trips for her with us. Harry looked at his father, confused. Why? Tanem smiled and grasped Char's hand. The baby, Harry. Your mother and I decided that we could probably use a little more space. The new RV will be quite a bit bigger, built on a bus frame, like the ones built for Greyhound, so mechanical breakdowns won't be as much of an issue. Caven talked to several of the NASCAR owners and helped us find someone to build it. Char spoke next. It will have enough room for the baby to be able to stay with us, after he or she can sleep through the night. Though there will be a few new things we'll need to get used to, I think it will be a good change. Harry looked around him, almost able to see the ghosts of his history that surrounded him, the victories as well as the defeats. He could see their point though. Between all of their things, his race gear, and the things they carried for the team, it would be really tight if they added even a quarter of the things they had already began putting in the baby's room at home. Still, it would be sad to see the old girl go. What's going to happen to her? Harry asked. Tanem smiled. There is a family at one of the other Fairgrove compounds that is interested in buying her. Once we get done next weekend, she'll be unloaded, cleaned up, and the boys will go over her good and make sure she is in great shape mechanically, then it will be sold to them. She'll have a lot of good years yet with them. Harry nodded, glad that she was going to take another family out on adventures like she had done with his. Fleur made her way toward the area that had been set up between the Fairgrove motor homes to serve as a gathering and meal area. Her legs felt wobbly and muscles she never knew she had ached. She had been told by the Fairgrove doctor, Margot, that she could expect some discomfort after joining in with the team's exercises, and that it would be worse if she didn't take her time and overworked herself, but did she stop when she reached the goal the trainer had set? No, she tried to keep going. She only had herself to blame. After filling her plate, she had been pleasantly surprised by the fare provided, as it was substantially lighter than what was normally served at Hogwarts. Though the sheer amount seemed close to the same, she headed toward where her sister was sitting with Hermione and Luna. She sat down and greeted each of them again, letting a soft groan escape from her throat as she did. Luna's lips curled slightly at the ends as she asked, "Overdid a bit, did you?" Fleur nodded, willing to admit her mistake. "I did. Where is Harry? Did he finish breakfast already?" she asked. She had taken the time to shower but had been delayed briefly by the fact her mother was still using the shower in the motor home after getting Gabrielle ready for the day. Apparently, Hermione and Luna had also stopped to shower, as their hair was still damp. Maybe it had been longer than she had thought. Hermione shrugged. He was gone when we got to breakfast. Char was here, with our mothers, indicating all four of them. She said he left for the race track with the group that was going to run their sales truck, something about walking the track before the drivers start their practice and that he wanted to leave before Victor found him again. She said he will be there all day, and that they brought an extra golf cart, and left it here for us, if we wanted to go over later, or we can go with them down to Myrtle Beach for the day. The older girl seemed to ponder it for a moment. So Harry will be busy working all day? She asked, receiving nods from both girls. Do either of you know what will be going on at the race track? Or what this Myrtle Beach is? A voice from behind them answered as Lady Akko joined them. All of the teams that will be involved in the races this weekend will have arrived during the night. Today will be practice for them. 2 of the classes will hold races here this weekend, the Winston Cup, the Premier League, and the Bush Cup, their second tier. Lady Akko sipped her tea, then continued. Each class will have 2 blocks of time, of about 4 hours, to test and prepare their cars. Harry will try to watch as much as he can, and listen to the teams if he has the chance, but the majority of his time will be spent at the Fairgrove display. He is one of the most knowledgeable about some of the products as he has used or is using them at the moment. Luna sighed. It sounds like he will be working hard. Lady Akko smiled. Today, tomorrow, and Friday. Yes, he will be quite busy, as many of the teams will have their people out looking at new products during the day, and he will be attending the receptions hosted in the evenings by groups of vendors. You may attend those as well if you wish. Fleur smiled at that. They might be interesting. And what about Myrtle Beach? She asked. It is an oceanfront community, one that many U.S. tourists visit. It has a beautiful white sand beach, some nice restaurants, some fun shopping, and a few attractions. It is a pleasant way to spend the day. She watched the group of girls with a gentle smile on her lips, as they tried to decide how to spend the day. Harry swung himself into the back of the sales hauler, and took mental stock of the day. It had started off really good when he met a couple of other drivers doing the same thing he was, walking the track. He paid special attention to them, especially Jeff Gordon, one of the up-and-comers of the sport. In only his second year of the Winston, and only 4 from when he started the Busch Series, he had come in 8th place overall last year. After watching as long as he could, he had returned to the display area and set to work. They had set up 2 of his new cars, on either end of the area, and he was put in charge of showing off the new lines of race equipment they had installed, as well as holding on to one of the lists of racing associations that had already signed off on their use in their races. While not his favorite part of these trips, in fact it ranked just above cleaning the team RV bathroom after one of their race weekends, he had come to grips with and understood his responsibility. Even once he was a Winston Cup driver, he would need to make appearances and do meet and greets. It came with the territory. Al, Harry asked, stepping toward the man working on his laptop. How did we do today? Al glanced up at the door, then back to the screen. Just finishing the final order entry now. He flipped the page of the small order book. We've had a lot of sales of the new seat design, as well as some of the new suspension pieces, but our big seller is still the performance engine parts. Harry nodded. That figures. Most of the people I talked to today, that is what they were interested in, though they were checking out the suspension parts. Do you need me for anything else? Al looked at his watch. Harry, you should have already headed back. You need to rest a little before the reception tonight. He looked at the young man standing silhouetted in the doorway, looking downcast. Harry, why don't you want to go back? Harry walked to the stool next to his crew chief and sat down heavily, his shoulders slumped. I won't be able to get any peace there, he said, eyes downcast. Too many people are waiting for me, his voice trailed off. Al quirked an eyebrow in confusion, and waited for his driver to continue. Harry sat for a moment thinking, then took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Hermione, Luna, Fleur, Gabrielle, he grimaced, then spit out, Victor. Al sighed, placed the order forms back in the folder and started shutting down the computer, then turned toward Harry. Okay, why does that bother you? Harry stood and paced for a moment before turning toward Al. Why did they even come? He asked. I would have thought they would have loved to go see the sights. Not come here, he said, louder than he meant to. I mean, what are they going to do? Just hang out in the RV park. They can't use magic, and we're miles from anything. Al shrugged. They're your friends, Harry, he said. They want to know more about you, and you've got to admit this is the best place to do that. Not when you were at that school. Besides, I imagine your parents have something planned. They knew that at the very least the Grangers would probably choose to come. Harry turned to him, an exasperated look on his face. But why? They don't even know anything about racing. And why did Victor come? That guy is just creepy. He's everywhere. Al laughed. Harry, those girls like you. Harry looked at his crew chief in confusion. Slowly his face changed as that news sunk in. What? He asked in surprise. Why would they? How do you know? Al shook his head. Harry, it's written all over the older two's faces every time they look at you. As for Gabrielle, she thinks you hung the moon. You saved both her and her sister. Hell, you saved all four of them, in one way or another. Harry stood quickly. I was just trying to help. He began to pace. I don't. You've got to be wrong. They don't think of me like that. They're just my friends. Al chuckled at the denial and shook his head as Harry continued. They would just want to do something when I get back, go swimming or something. He plopped back down on the stool. The real problem is Victor. Dad said he was going to talk to him about what he was doing, but. Al nodded. It's keeping you on edge, and you can't relax. He asked. Yeah, Harry sighed. I'll need to go back and change, but could I? His eyes flickered to the right. Al shrugged. If you want to sleep in one of your cars for an hour or so, that's fine, but you need to remember to be back to your RV early enough to shower and change. We're planning on eating a little something before we head over to the reception, too. Harry nodded, looked at his watch and fiddled with it for a minute, then thanked the man and headed to one of his cars and crawled in through the window. He was asleep within seconds. The steady stutter of the Harley-Davidson shovelhead rattled to a stop, as the person atop it pushed the kickstand down and sat back overlooking the grounds of a small group of cabins. Reaching up, the leather-clad rider tugged at her helmet and dragged it off, shaking her head after she did. Long auburn hair cascaded around the woman's shoulders, as she pulled the rubber band out of her low-hung ponytail, that till moments earlier, had been tucked into her jacket. Damn it, she muttered under her breath. Why in the hell did I let my brother talk me into coming out here? She asked herself quietly, as she removed her gloves and shoved them into her helmet. Ms. Volk, said a man stepping out of a cabin near where she parked. You're late. Philip assured me that you would arrive first thing this morning. She turned toward the man, her steel gray eyes glaring at him. He says a lot of things. This was supposed to be my time off. I was almost to New Mexico last night. She growled as she swung her leg over the seat and stepped away from her pride and joy, a 1968 Harley shovelhead she had personally built in the bobber style. She smiled widely as she looked back at it. It was low, black as night, and fast. It had taken her most of her high school years to finish it, and now 4 months after her early graduation, she was finally taking her much-deserved walkabout. It had been a family tradition for generations, and while the name had changed, the tradition was still the same. Get out and see what the world had to offer. Or at least that had been the plan. However, once again, something had happened that delayed her start. She reached up and scrubbed her fingers through her hair, breaking up her tight head of helmet hair. My brother asked me to come in his place, and I have. She turned and glared at him. And I know that I could have flown, but I was not about to leave my bike out there. She headed toward the cabin the man had come from. I didn't miss anything that important. Volk Oil doesn't even sponsor any events until tomorrow night. That may be true, Allison, but you are expected to make an appearance tonight, he said, following her inside. Your brother is trusting you to be the face of the company at these events. Our racing contracts are an important part of our company image and advertising. And you think I don't know that? She said back angrily. I have been part of this business ever since I could walk. What I need right now is to know where my dear brother has sent whatever I am supposed to be wearing. As she stepped inside, she tossed her helmet into a chair next to the door, shucked off her jacket and hung it on one of the pegs next to the door, and headed toward the room he pointed to. Moments later, a loud scream of, "Oh, hell no," echoed outside. Tanem stepped from the golf cart and headed toward the common area between the RVs. During the day he had taken over for Harry several times, allowing him a chance to watch about an hour of each of the Bush practice rounds and 2 of both of the Winston. Other than that, he had spent the remainder of the time watching over the merchandise hauler, as well as keeping an eye on Victor Krum when he came around. Though that had not proved that difficult, he did show up at the track about a half an hour after Harry, and spent about 3 hours watching him, both as he worked and as he watched the first practice. However, after they had taken a break for lunch, Victor had disappeared, not to be seen for the length of the afternoon. He had kept an eye out for the boy, just in case. When he stepped into the shared area, his eyes found him in seconds. He was sitting at one of the corner tables, watching the direction Tanem had come from expectantly. Tanem sighed deeply and made his way to the line of coolers that lined the edge of the tent, and grabbed a Pepsi on the way to joining him. He sat at the table with the young Bulgarian, popping the top of his drink open as he did. "Victor," he said with a nod. "I hope you are enjoying yourself." The young man slowly closed the book he had been reading. "It is interesting, but quite loud." Tanem chuckled. "Yes, it is that. It's important that you use the hearing protection we provided." Victor nodded. "So I understand now." They sat in an awkward silence for a few moments, till Tanem asked, "Victor, may I ask why you seem to have developed such an interest in my son?" Victor didn't look like the question surprised him in the least. He just set the book he had been reading to the side, and clasped his hands loosely in front of him. "Ah, this is where you try and intimidate me, and tell me I am no longer welcome here." Tanem tilted his head to the side slightly and studied the young man. "And if it is, I will ignore you," the man said simply. "At least until you tell your friends to send me back. Then I will bide my time, and wait for your return and continue as I am at Hogwarts, where you hold little such power." Tanem chuckled. "Then it is a good thing I have no such plans." Victor turned so he could look the man in the eye. "You don't?" he asked, surprised. "No, of course not. I'm just wondering why you are going about it like this," he asked. "You've been invited to join Harry for his morning exercises. His classes at Hogwarts, as well as here, are open for anyone that wishes to observe. You are welcome to join them. In fact, that is what we hope for. We want the other contestants to join in. We hope you learn something, and become friends." Victor's brow crinkled and Tanem could see the young man was struggling with the idea. "But this is a competition. Why would you wish to help his competition?" A wide grin appeared on Tanem's face. "That's simple. This is a friendly competition. And competition like that is an amazing catalyst to improvement." If anything, Victor looked more confused. "Think about it. Because Harry seems to have some form of edge, you are trying to figure out how to improve yourself to match or exceed him, and he will keep working harder as you do to keep that edge. Now, in a professional sport, you hide your training, plays, or new equipment until game day, but this is supposed to be a friendly competition, one meant to promote cooperation and understanding. If you never interact with each other and spend all of your time alone, or with only those from your own school, then the meaning of the tournament is lost." Victor's eyes grew wide. Was this the way they really felt? Surely not. But then again, he had seen the Vila girl join them this morning, and he heard the same offer being made to the Hogwarts champion. "You truly have no issue with me training with your people?" "No, not at all," he said. "The physical training Harry and the others are doing can be learned easily, and they are in use all over the world. As is what they are being taught in the classroom." Victor looked shocked. It took a moment before he gathered himself enough to ask a question. "And if I wanted to learn more about how he uses magic?" Tanem took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Unfortunately, I cannot help you with that." Victor looked at him with a smirk. "I thought you said I could join his training." Tanem nodded. "Physical and class work, yes. But when it comes to his magic, Victor, are you familiar with how an apprenticeship works?" The corner of his mouth fell. Of course he was familiar with it. It was one of the most sought after, and guarded, forms of teaching. If Potter was already an apprentice, why yes. "I apologize, I did not know that he had been accepted as an apprentice, and understand that what he is taught is not to be shared without his master's consent." "You must be very proud. May I ask who his master is?" Tanem smiled. "The same as mine was, Headmaster Chintanless." Allison Volk stepped into the reception flanked on one side by the Volk Oil Advertising VP, Vice President Raymond Marr, and on the other by their Director of Racing Relations, Jason Peel. Scanning the room quickly, she pointed off to the side, at an area less congested. "Ray," she said to the balding middle-aged man wearing a gray suit and looking a little overdressed as most of those present were dressed more business casual than professional, "why don't you get us some drinks while Jay gives me the lay of the land?" The balding man looked irritated. "Philip assured me." She cut him off before he could start. "I'm sure he did." She spun toward him and glared at him. "First, I do know the business, but Philip is almost 20 years older than me. He knows all of the players while I am still learning them. Second, I was always more interested in bikes over cars. Third, I am supposed to be on my walkabout until the end of the summer. Not here," she hissed, trying not to draw any more attention than she had, and realizing she was poking the man in the chest. She stepped back and drew in a deep breath, and let it out slowly. "Look, I know you are worried about the business. Dad's death was hard on all of us, and we didn't expect it, not anytime soon anyway." She sighed a little, then straightened her back, her eyes locking onto his. "We can do this. Philip knows his stuff. Alan was practically born on a rig and can drill anything, and Mark is the best geologist we could beg, borrow, or buy when it comes to hunting up oil. As for me, I'm still learning. But Dad wanted me to go on the walkabout, just like my brothers did. I need to do it too, both to honor his memory and for myself. I'll be there if I'm needed, but I still have things I need to do before I am at Volk full-time. College springs to mind." Ray opened his mouth to say something, but stopped, the words dying in his throat before they made it out. He sighed. "You're right, Allie, I just forget how young you are sometimes. Your brothers are all so much older." She smiled softly. "Mom still says I'm the best surprise she ever had." Ray chucked. "Of that I have no doubt. Though, I do believe she would have liked you to wear something closer to what your brother sent." Her eyes hardened. "I'm sure she would have, but I'm 17, not 70. She said, waving her arms. "A pinstriped pantsuit. Really? And did you see that gaudy thing she had him send for me to wear? That hideous brooch. Who would wear something like that?" She shuddered. "Mom has horrible taste in jewelry. And if she ever hears that I said that, the least of your concerns will be that you have been fired." Both men chuckled. Marina Volk had a reputation of dressing gaudy. Not that anyone would ever tell her that. "All right, I'll get us something to drink," Ray said as he started to walk away. "Jay, you get her up to speed." Harry finally had a moment to breathe, one that he took advantage of as he made his escape outside for a couple of minutes, for some fresh air and a little quiet. He took a sip from his drink, finding the cola inside warm and flat. He realized it was the same drink he had been handed over an hour ago when they first came in. "Blia," he said under his breath, then drank the rest in a single long gulp, trying to relieve his parched throat. The camp had been different than he had expected when he returned from the track, quieter. Oh, it had been by no means quiet with people coming and going preparing for dinner, but it had been a much different feeling from the way it was when he left. The major difference was the absence of one Victor Crumb. He did not lay eyes on the man until he was almost finished with dinner, and even then he didn't approach and seemed to have lost interest in stalking his every move. The other noticeable difference, though not as relieving, was the absence of the girls. Unfortunately, this was also accompanied by the absence of his mother and Lady Akko, both of whom he felt he had not spent as much time with as he would have liked during the off-season. Harry sighed as he looked around for a place to throw his cup away. This stupid tournament has disrupted so many things over the last few months, he thought. I'll be glad when it's over and everything gets back on track. A voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "Hey, Harry." A man with straw-colored hair, and a wide smile, was walking toward him along with a dark-haired woman he knew to be the man's wife. "Martin. Ginger," he said as a smile tugged on his lips. "It's good to see you both." The man clasped his hand, and as soon as he was done he found himself wrapped in a firm hug from the woman. "It's good to see you too, kid. Missed you up in Charlotte. We expected to see you there, seeing as it's so close to home for you." Harry nodded. "I would have liked to have been there too, but I had to fly back to England. I've had to spend a lot of time there since right before our last race. Some of my birth parents' friends found me, and it turns out they were. He paused for a moment thinking how to say it. They didn't want me to stay with my aunt. Ginger looked horrified, and hugged him again. So, they weren't anything like what your aunt and uncle told you? She asked quietly. Harry sank into the feeling. She and her husband had been friends with his family for several years, and after a particularly bad incident one night at the track they had been told about some of Harry's past. No, he said after a moment, and stood back so he could see them both. I even went and saw my aunt, she apologized. Ginger's eyes seemed to darken with anger. No, it's all right, she explained some things, about herself, her family, and Vernon. He spat the name out like a particularly nasty taste. She was afraid of him, and didn't know where to go. Ginger nodded slowly, seeing that whatever the woman had told him had eased some small part of the hurt he felt. He shook his head then smiled at the pair. Anyway, what have you two been up to? He asked. Martin smiled. Not much, finishing up the work on the cars for the new season. Even put one of the first of those newfangled seats in, along with some of the new suspension components. I'm not planning on letting you run off with the championship this year. Harry laughed. Good. I can always use someone behind me in second place, to keep the riffraff at bay, and off my back bumper. Martin gave a good-natured bark of laughter, but sobered quickly. Just how many girls do you need, Mr. Hefner? Harry looked at him confused till Ginger began to speak. We were down at your campsite not too long ago, talking to your mother, and saw several girls rushing to the RVs. Harry groaned, as she continued. I must say, they were all quite pretty, and if I am not mistaken, two of them were speaking French, she said with a sly grin. Yeah, agreed her husband. I think you may have missed it, kid. I think they spent the day down at Myrtle Beach. That oldest blonde, she was still wearing her bikini top when she ran by headed for their RV. Harry's face reddened as he had the mental image of Fleur running in such a state. So, they're back? He asked, without thinking about it. Ginger decided to see if she could add a little fuel to the fire. They just pulled in not long before we said our goodbyes. 4 teenage girls, all dressed in swimsuits and shorts, came running past us. Harry's blush darkened a little, while talking about what they were planning to wear tonight to the reception. They won't be far behind us, I'm sure, as we talked with your mother for a while. She wanted me to tell you or your father she's not coming tonight. Her feet are hurting and her ankles are swollen. I didn't know she was pregnant. Harry nodded. She didn't tell us until the season end party for the team. Then with all of the travailing we had to do for my parents' estate and all, we just didn't end up telling much of anyone. Harry looked at his watch. I'd love to stay and talk more, but I'd better head back in. They'll be looking for me. Martin nodded. We need to get in there too. I had a sponsor back out on me, so I need to try to find someone interested in filling the spot. Harry shrugged. I'll keep an ear open. I hope it wasn't your main sponsor. The man shook his head. No, one of the quarters. I'd just like to have someone in place to be sure all my expenses are covered, so not so much comes out of our pockets, he said as they made their way in. So, are you going to tell us about those girls, Harry? Ginger asked, as she wrapped her arm through his. Harry sighed. A lot has happened since I saw you last, at the banquet, he said, as they walked and talked. You met Hermione then, but her sister, Luna, couldn't join us that night. The oldest of them is Fleur, she's 17, and is from France. She and her sister, the youngest of them Gabrielle, are traveling with their families, and are staying at Fairgrove for a couple of weeks. He gestured toward the drinks, and they headed that way. I ran into some trouble at school. He saw both of his friends look at him disbelievingly. Not with my classes or anything. They both nodded. It was with my principal, Mr. Dix. When my parents' friends found me, I had to make an unscheduled trip to England to deal with some legal matters. Truth, sort of. Between that and the days I had either taken off or had scheduled off for Sarah events and things like this, I would have ended up being absent too many days. He handed both of them a drink and took one for himself. So, he cancelled the agreement with Fairgrove, and used it as an excuse to try and force me to give up my racing for them. Martin shook his head. Wasn't the time necessary to deal with your family issues in England something that could be excused? Harry nodded. Usually, he said, as he waved at someone across the room. But, well, he wanted to make an object lesson, but that didn't go over so well with my parents, let alone Mr. Silverhair, so they withdrew me for the rest of the year to be homeschooled. But Mom has been insisting that I need time with some others my own age, so she arranged a visit from some of the international families she has met, and they thought this could be something fun to do on their visit. Ginger looked at him, skeptical. So, you want me to believe that 4 teenage girls have decided that they want to spend part of their trip to the United States here? At a NASCAR race? Harry looked confused by her question and Martin clapped him on his shoulder. Kid, they didn't come here for the race, he said, a big smile across his face. They came here to spend time with you. Harry looked at him incredulously, but Ginger agreed with her husband. Harry, your name was the first thing out of those girls' mouths. They wanted to know where you were, and if you had already left for the reception. I think they were all looking forward to showing off their new swimwear, before they got ready to come over here. They wanted to come here to be with you. Harry somehow looked nervous. That's what Al said, but, his voice trailed off. Ginger looked at her husband. Why don't you go find Tanim? I'd like to talk to Harry a minute. Martin nodded and moved off into the crowd as Ginger led Harry toward one of the small tables. After they sat down, she asked him a question. Harry, have you ever gone on a date? Harry sighed. He paused, thinking about it. Sort of. There was a dance, for the international students. I took Luna, she wouldn't have been able to go otherwise. I danced with, well, I don't think it counts as a date if you dance with several girls. Ginger smiled. So you danced with all of them? At this dance? She asked. He nodded. All except Gabrielle, she wasn't there. Ginger nodded. All right. I hope you were a gentleman. Harry raised an eyebrow at her. Yeah, I figured as much. Your grandmother wouldn't be at all pleased if you hadn't been. That's an understatement, Harry said under his breath. What was that? She asked. Nothing, he said. I was just saying you were right. She smiled at him softly. I know this is a strange question, but do you want to ask one of them out on a date? Harry sagged a little. It doesn't matter, one way or another. I just don't have the time, between school, the track, my. Harry, she said, leaning across the table and patting his hand. Those are excuses. Besides, you need to take some time off, be a kid, have some fun, and if you want to go on a date, then go. But, he began. She cut him off. Harry, I have heard your mother tell you that you need to broaden your horizons. Harry groaned. This is some of what she meant. Friends, maybe a girlfriend, being a teenager, those years will be gone before you know it, and someday you may regret not doing some of these things. Harry looked down at his hands. I'll think about it. Ginger patted his hand. That's all I can ask. She pointed toward the far side of the tent where his father was standing next to Martin and motioning toward Harry. But you had better do that thinking later, it appears we are being paged. Harry looked over his shoulder. No rest for the weary, he said, as he stood up and offered her his arm. She looked him over. You do look a little tired, she said, taking his arm. He sighed. It's been a long day. A chuckle came from Ginger, as she gestured toward the main entrance. And it looks like it will be a little longer, Harry. Wondering what she meant, he looked over. All 4 girls were just entering, and while 3 of them weren't dressed in the finery that they had been wearing at the Yule Ball, he liked the way they were dressed now much better. Fleur stood to the far right, her hands gently resting on the shoulders of Gabrielle, who was dressed in a cute flowered sundress. Fleur was smiling brightly and talking with the 2 older girls, dressed in a yellow sleeveless top and light tan slacks, her hair pulled back by a matching yellow headband. Laughing at something the older girl had said, Luna stood in the middle, wearing a white and blue dress pulled in at the waist with a thin dark-colored belt, but, once again, she had refused to give up her favorite new shoes. A pair of gray tennis shoes, with small pouches on the outside, called kangaroos. On the left stood Hermione, her eyes scanning the room as she chewed on the edge of her lower lip. Unlike the others, she had chosen darker colors, a dark blue short-sleeved top, and dark slacks. Maybe they were right. Maybe, he thought, but he shook those thoughts away. Now was not the time for worrying about those sorts of things, he had responsibilities. Those had to take priority for right now. If one thing could be said about Allison Volk, it was that she was a quick study. It didn't take long for her to start noticing the patterns in how the crowd in attendance moved, or that it was a very small number of people that caused it to move the way it did. The most noticeable of them were the ones she labeled as lunkers, or trophy-sized fish. They were the owners of the larger teams, or even multiple teams in some cases, those that were secure in their deals and had a firm handle on the next few years at the least. They rarely moved, and the other groups flowed around them as if they were going to eat them, only pausing to offer pleasantries at most. If one of them did move, almost every eye in the place followed them, watching them for an opening, a need that could be filled, or perhaps a weakness that could be used. Around them orbited their school. There were two types of these: the drivers, each of whom had someone that stuck close to them, usually some form of press agent, and the team manager, the man that coordinated the team, driver, and sponsorships. They stuck close to the owners both as a show of status, as well as being gatekeepers to those that wished to approach the lunker. The smaller teams were next. She labeled them as feeders, bouncing between each Baldur's orbit, trying to be in the right place to be noticed by the lunkers, or the other group sharing these waters with them, the anglers, otherwise known as the sponsors. She had watched each of these groups intently as Jay spoke about each one in turn. She knew the next few years would be pivotal for Volk Oil. While not exactly a small company, they had been poised to expand their market share substantially under the leadership of her father, Roger Volk. Plans had been made, and contracts signed that assured them that the capital as well as the assets would be in line to do so. Unfortunately, her father's untimely death had upset those plans somewhat, and while she knew her brothers were up to the task of running Volk, the Board of Regents had doubts. This had forced her brothers to spend the majority of their time dealing with the fires left in their wake, leaving it up to her to become the face of the company at these events, and make sure that there were no questions about their ability to uphold their part of those contracts, and if they were lucky, arrange for a few more to be signed. She had made her preliminary rounds for the weekend, and been introduced to several of the owners as well as other sponsors, all of which seemed a little stuffy for her taste. The owners, at least, had been polite, if a little standoffish, she supposed. They had kindly offered their condolences on her father's passing, and then sniffed around, again politely, wondering if her company had made a decision about continuing their new sponsorships with NASCAR. They never asked about it directly, not wishing to offend her. She had assured them that, yes, they did intend to continue their burgeoning relationship with NASCAR and its teams, and even looked forward to expanding those roles in the future. All in all, she felt that at least the first part of the evening had accomplished exactly what her brothers had wanted, and the appropriate assurances had been given, and apologies made for their inability to attend tonight. It was the other part of the evening that had begun to annoy her. The constant cooing over her by the hangers-on around the team owners, their patronizing tones saying, "Aren't you sweet?" And, "What is a delicate girl like you doing a job like this? You don't know anything about it," sickened her. Just because she was a girl didn't mean that she didn't like something. She didn't come with her father last year because she was spending all her time trying to graduate early. And what free time she had rather been around motorcycles instead of cars. If she had to listen to one more fawning person tell her that she was dong well representing her brothers and not Volk Oil, she'd likely rip the idiot's head off. Allison shut her eyes, and took a deep breath. No, she wouldn't do that. She knew this was going to happen before she ever got here. Doing something like that would only cause trouble. Ray had stayed next to her for most of the night, telling her who each of these individuals were, as well as their associations. He was very good at his job, and seemed to have good relations with several of the people here, other than the group from Shell Oil, but that could be expected as Volk had been quietly gobbling up some of their less profitable fields and then showing that they could garner a worthwhile return where the larger, more ponderous company couldn't. There was only one oddity within the room, one she was having a hard time grasping, a young man that seemed to move within the room at will. She had watched him not only hold conversations with several lunkers, but also drivers, engineers, managers, sponsors, and then to her eternal bafflement, could even hold a conversation with lawyers. Curiosity had almost gotten the best of her when Ray pointed toward the young man in question. The kid with the dark hair and green eyes, his name is Harry Potter. He drives for Fairgrove, in the Sarah Unlimited class. She watched the boy for a moment. He wore a white polo shirt with a logo on the left B. East, a stylized F making up the trunk of a tree, dark slacks and comfortable-looking loafers. As she watched, he introduced a sandy-haired man and the dark-haired woman with him to one of the newer sponsor's representatives, Lion Foods if she remembered correctly. Once introductions were done, she watched him closely. He only dawdled within hearing range for a moment, then walked away, a large smile appearing as he did. Evidently pleased with himself about something. He hadn't made it 10 feet before 3 young women and 1 young girl approached him. The first girl was possibly her own age with silver blonde hair and striking blue eyes. She was unbelievably beautiful and carried herself with an almost regal air. Almost every eye in the room tracked her movement toward the now named Harry Potter. The other 2, while still attractive, didn't command near the attention that the first did. The one on the right had a deep honey highlights in her brunette hair and eyes to match. She looked pleasant, and quite happy to see the young man in question, as she stepped forward and hugged him. That action was immediately followed up by the blonde girl on her right, then not to be left out, the first girl did the same. The youngest, however, took his hand in both of hers, and turned to stand next to him, as if staking her claim to him. It was cute actually. Is he any good? She asked, without really thinking about it. Ray nodded. Yeah, it was only his second year in the Unlimited, using second-hand hardware Fairgrove bought for him to use, and he came in second in their overall points last year. He took a sip from a drink. He's odds-on favorite this year, now that he will be driving a car designed from the ground up by Fairgrove. She was taken aback by that statement. Designed an entire car. She paused for a moment thinking. Fairgrove, are they someone I should have heard of? He shrugged. Been racing Sarah for years, one of the founding groups. They've done a lot of work using aluminum for racing applications, and have a great reputation for both on-track and on-road use. She acknowledged. Popular, too. She watched as the girls dragged him toward the front of the tent and the band. Harry chuckled lightly as he was dragged across the tent by Gabrielle toward the sound of the band playing. What did she say, Fleur? Fleur laughed at her sister's antics and the scrunched-up look of aggravation on her face. She says, you danced with all of us at the Yule Ball, and tonight it is her turn. Harry rolled his eyes. Don't I even get the chance to ask if she'd like to dance? Fleur quickly translated the question to her sister, who came to a stop with a jerk and appeared to be thinking the question over for a moment, before shaking her head. Non, she said, then said something in French quickly, then pulled Harry onto the dance floor without letting her sister translate, leaving Hermione, Luna and Fleur standing at the edge. Hermione looked at the older girl standing next to them. I caught some of that, but I think I may have misunderstood some of it, she said. Non, Fleur said, her eyes twinkling with mirth. I think you understood all too well, Hermione. She has never been one to not say something succinctly. Luna, at this point, began laughing. I do think she is right, Hermione. If either one of you two had your way and she waited for her maturity, she would never even get the chance to dance with Harry, let alone get him to notice her. So she is taking her chance now so she at least gets to dance with him. Hermione's face turned a deep red, as she tried to sputter out a denial. Fleur on the other hand looked pleased. I think my sister is becoming very observant. Do you not agree, Hermione? She asked. Hermione swallowed hard and forced herself to relax. I don't know what you're talking about, she said, turning away from the sight of Harry with his arms around the young girl as they began to dance. I'm thirsty. Anyone else want something to drink? She asked, looking at each of them in turn. Both girls shook their heads, indicating they were fine. All right, I'll bring something back for Harry, just in case, she said, as she began to make her way toward the bar along the side wall. As soon as she had turned, Fleur's face fell slightly. She cares for him greatly, she said to her remaining companion. Luna's eyes never left the adorable sight of the dancing couple in the middle of the dance floor. She does, but she has come to understand, like you will as well, that Harry has responsibilities that have a claim on much of his time. For the moment, she will content herself with learning more about him, and being his friend. Fleur looked at the young blonde, mouth agape. Slowly her mouth closed as she thought about the girl's statement. While it was true she didn't understand everything Harry was doing, it did seem to keep him busy. Between his schooling, both magical and not, his racing, his music and all the training he did, she had been amazed that he had time to sleep. Her head turned until she could watch the young man dance with her sister. Even with all of the demands his life placed on him, there he was taking time out to make Gabrielle happy by dancing with her. He was kind and generous, a true gentleman in every sense. A smile spread across her face. I think Hermione is very wise, she said. Luna smiled and nodded. I like to think she gets it from me, but Mother is a more likely source. Allison grumbled as she walked away from yet another idiot that had all but dismissed her as just a girl. Here is a placeholder for her older brother. God, she hated that type of condescending prick. Storming around a table as she glared at Ray, who had abandoned her during the man's introduction of his wife, locking him in her sights, she all but ended up flat on her face, tripping over the young girl she had seen step onto the dance floor earlier. The young blonde sat looking at her, blue eyes wide, cola soaking into her beautiful hair and dress, as the ice was forming a twinkling tiara in her hair. Allison glared at the girl. Watch where you're going, girl, she hissed, only to see the young girl's expression change from surprise to confusion. What's the matter? She asked. Don't you speak English? A male voice answered for Gabrielle from just to Allison's right. As a matter of fact, she doesn't, it supplied. Two slender arms helped the girl stand as the older blonde, her sister presumably, helped her back to her feet and began dusting ice from her hair. The dark-haired Harry Potter stepped between the sisters and Allison, as the pair began speaking quietly in another language. She only knows a few words of English so far, he said, his eyes boring in on hers, as he offered her a hand up. She shouldn't be here. Allison spat as she stood, ignoring his hand. This reception is a party, Harry said, cutting her off. Look, I don't know what has you in such a snit, but there are just as many people here to enjoy this party as there are here for business. I am not, she started. You are in a snit, he said, aggravated. Gabrielle was getting ready to sit down. He pointed at the chair lying on its side next to the table. You were the one charging across the room like a bull. Allison looked down at the chair, her eyes widening as she glanced around. She had been weaving through the tables on her way to yell at Ray. She hadn't even considered. She sighed, and leaned to the side so she could see the little girl, who was now being comforted by her elder sister. Crap, she said softly. Look, Harry Potter, he supplied. Right, look, Mr. Potter, she said, straightening her back as she opened her small clutch purse and pulled out a business card. My name is Allison Volk, of Volk Oil. Could you apologize? He smiled a lopsided grin, and shook his head, as he cut her off yet again. Ah, sorry, I don't speak French. You'll need to talk to her sister, and ask her to translate, he said, stepping to the side and allowing her to be hit fully by Fleur's angry glare. Not one to be intimidated, Allison stepped forward, offering the card. I wish to convey my apologies to your sister, she said, looking down at the girl as she spoke. I am very sorry, I was not paying attention to where I was going, and my attitude following the incident was inexcusable. She looked back up to Fleur. My name is Allison Volk, of Volk Oil. If you will call this number tomorrow morning and tell me where you are staying, I will make arrangements for her dress to be picked up, dry cleaned and returned as soon as possible, at my expense of course. Fleur looked at Harry, who smiled at her and nodded. She turned back to the woman. That would be acceptable. I will make your apology to my sister, but she may continue to hold it against you. Allison looked confused by the statement. She was quite looking forward to dancing with Harry this evening, Fleur said, her lips curling up slightly at the ends. I am afraid this may end her evening prematurely. Allison looked down at the girl, who was now glaring at her, then to a chuckling Harry, who gave Allison a quick good night and began leading the group toward the nearest exit. Allison stepped off her motorcycle as she tugged her helmet loose and drew in a deep breath. She had been somewhat surprised by the amount of activity around the campground at such an early hour, let alone that her own telephone had rung at 10 minutes after 8. The woman on the phone, she assumed it was the older sister of the young girl, had told her the campsite number, then told her that someone would be at the common area they shared with the others and she should follow the path towards the tent. Tucking her gloves into her helmet as she walked, she passed the large motor coach and made her way toward the sound of music. Given the hour, just a touch after 9, she had expected the area to be busy with people finishing breakfast and getting ready for the day. However, what she found was something quite different. The pair of blonde girls, the French pair, sat together at one of the tables with several old books stacked around them, studying apparently. While nearby the other pair seemed to be doing much the same, while they were watched over by a group of 4 adult women sitting at a third table. It looked peaceful. As she stepped into the tent, the older group's head swiveled towards her and Allison smiled at them. "Good morning," she said, walking toward them. "My name is Allison Volk. I'm here to pick up the dress that needs to be cleaned. I want to apologize again for the accident last night, as well as my behavior. I shouldn't have acted like that," she finished, glancing toward where the girls were sitting. An older blonde woman sitting in the adult group spoke as she stood. "I was the one that you talked with this morning. My name is Apolline Delacour," she said as he moved toward the 2 blondes studying. "These are my daughters. My eldest Fleur," she placed a hand on her shoulder, "and this is Gabrielle. From our discussions last night, I do not believe introductions were made." Allison nodded. "Nice to meet you both," she said slowly. "No." Between the accident and my reaction, she paused for a moment and took in a deep breath. "No, we were never introduced properly." The brunette from the elder group had made her way towards the other girls, stopping behind them. "And I'm Lisa Granger, and these are my daughters, Hermione and Luna," she said, placing a hand on each in turn. Allison nodded again toward each of them. "Good morning," she said, then turned toward the remaining pair. The dark-haired one of what she presumed to be a pair of sisters spoke. "My name is Shar, and this is my mother, the Lady Akko," she said, gesturing toward the red-headed woman sipping her morning coffee. "My son has already headed for the race track, but I think you met him last night as well. His name is Harry." Allison was taken a little aback by the fact that they were mother and daughter and not sisters, but recovered quickly. "Ah, yes. We spoke briefly last night. If you would pass on my apologies to him again, as well," she asked. The woman nodded. "I will. It is nice to see that you are handling this personally, rather than sending someone to pick up Gabrielle's dress." Allison let out a breath she hadn't realized she had been holding. "My father taught us, my brothers and I, to take responsibility for our mistakes, and last night was definitely my fault. I had allowed myself to become distracted and aggravated, and I ended up ruining Gabrielle's, as well as the others, evening." Apolline chuckled. "I think the only real casualty of the evening was the dress, my dear," she said as a smile shone on her face. "In the end, I think my dear little Gabrielle may have much preferred the way things turned out." "We," the elder sister said. "As it was, she ended up not only getting to dance with Harry when we returned here, but to have him sing and play his guitar for her as well." She hugged the now blushing girl. "Well, I'm happy to have helped then," Allison said in a joking tone. "Though I'm sure we could have figured out how to get the same results without getting your dress wet." Still smiling, she looked at the girl's mother. "If I could get the dress, I'll take it into town and have it cleaned. I'll bring it back as soon as I can." Apolline nodded. "I will be right back. Girls, back to your studies. You need to be done with today's lessons if you wish to see the participants qualify with Harry," she said, as she made her way toward one of the RVs. The woman that had been introduced as Lady Akko waved her toward one of the seats. "Please have a seat. Would you like to have some tea? Or coffee perhaps? My daughter will get you one. I would offer breakfast, but I am afraid that it has all been put away. I apologize," she said. "No, thank you though," Allison replied, gesturing for Shar to remain seated. "I was planning on getting breakfast while I was in town anyway. I'm surprised to see them studying. I figured they were on break from school." Shar shook her head. "No, this is a working vacation for all of them, including my son, though his obligations do tend to keep him elsewhere." Thankfully, much of what they are studying is reviewed to him at the moment, as he has made sure to study ahead because of it. Allison smiled at that. I did something much the same, so I could graduate from high school early. I wanted to take some time off before I start college in the fall, at Duke University. Congratulations, Shar said, with a smile. That is a fine school. What do you hope to study? She asked. I'm not sure, she replied, feeling less comfortable now that she was on the subject of her future. I want to find something I'm good at, something that will help my family business, but I'm not sure what that will be yet. That sounds like a good goal to work towards, Shar said. Wanting to guide the discussion away from herself, Allison said, I heard that your group, Fairgrove, designed an entirely new car for one of your drivers. That's amazing. Shar's smile widened. My son drove one of the prototypes in the last race of the season last year. If you wish, you could speak with him about it. He'll be at the qualifying rounds this afternoon. Allison was about to agree when Apolline returned. She soon had said her goodbyes and headed towards her bike and into town. Pansy flopped on her bed, and pushed the button on the plastic wand that would turn on the television. She still could hardly believe that the mug, non-magicals, she reminded herself, had made a wand to do something like that. She thumbed the button to change the channel as she thought, I should have gone with Harry and the others. But no, I had to come with Mother and Father to see what the magical world looks like. She groused internally, as she finally settled on MTV and music filled the room. Merlin, that was stupid, she thought. I should have known Father would be more interested in the way the government and investments would be handled, and Mother isn't much better as all she wants to do is learn about history. She punched her pillow. I wanted to go shopping and explore, not end up sitting in the hotel room, bored out of my mind. As she lay there looking at the desk on the other side of the room, a smile bloomed across her face, as she saw a leather-bound book laying in the middle of it next to one of the telephones. Mr. Silverhair did say I could feel free to order anything from room service, Fairgrove's treat, she said to herself as she got up and headed toward the menu. Allison sighed as she steered the Taurus she borrowed from Ray toward the campsite she had visited earlier. Pulling in next to the RV, she stepped out and opened the back door, unclipping the dress from the hook inside. Can I help you with something? A voice asked from nearby. She answered without looking up from her task. No, I've got it. I just need to return something to one of the people staying here with Fairgrove, she said, slamming the door closed and looking at the person that had addressed her for the first time. It was him, the guy from the night before. His deep forest green eyes glittered in the afternoon sun. She blushed in spite of herself. Oh, it's you. I didn't recognize your voice, she said as she brushed a stray strand of hair back behind her ear. I brought your friend's dress back, after having it cleaned. That's good, he replied, as he walked closer. Nice car. She huffed a little internally. It wasn't like the ugly thing was hers. Just like a boy to make. That's when she noticed he had never even looked at her. All of his attention had been focused on the car the entire time. Her eyes narrowed. You think this is a nice car? She asked, amazed. He looked up at her for the first time. You don't. He looked at her shocked. God no, she exclaimed. I like something a little more. The look on his face grew more confused. It's a 1995 Taurus show. How much more do you want than one of the fabled Shoguns? He asked. She glanced between him and the car. Shogun. Oh, for God's sake. He snatched the keys from her hand and pointed toward the passenger door. Get in. Before she could as much as utter a word, he had slid behind the wheel of the car and had the engine running, waiting for her to make up her mind with a wide challenging grin plastered on his face. You coming? He asked. He straightened the wheel, as he made the turn onto the road just outside the RV park. Show stands for super high output, Harry said, smile genuine as he offered her a lesson about the car she had been driving. The engine in this car was designed by Yamaha, and the same team designed the car that did the work on the Mustang SVT Cobra. It's got a hell of a pedigree. He took a quick right, one she didn't think he would make, and had her reaching for her seatbelt and clicking it in place. He didn't even look fazed by her apparent distress, as he continued to speak. It may not be the most flashy thing on the road, but it is definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing. He grabbed the shift knob and slammed it down. The engine growled as the car leapt forward, slewing gravel up behind them, and he began shifting through the gears as he gained speed. Her eyes widened as the corner appeared when they crested the small hill. It's so close. She thought, he's got to slow down. She felt the engine stop pulling briefly, as he reached for the gearshift in a blur of motion. She stifled a scream as he downshifted and rammed the gas to the floor. She watched, horrified, as he turned hard to the left, and the car's tires slid over the gravel trying to gain purchase. Suddenly the back end broke loose, and began to swing around. That stifled scream she had been holding tore its way from her throat, as Harry's hands became a blur of motion dragging the wheel the opposite direction, putting the car into a slide. As the car straightened out and accelerated down the road, the scream became a giggle then a laugh. Harry stepped out of the car and flipped the keys towards her. Like I said, she may not look like much to the untrained eye, but she's a hell of a car. Top speed in 5th gear is over a 140. He said, patting the hood. She plucked the keys out of the air, then looked from the car to him. Maybe you're just a great driver. He chuckled. Equipment's still got to be good. You said you were bringing something back. He asked. It took her a moment to remember why she had come here in the first place. Yeah, I've got Gabrielle's dress. She opened the rear passenger door only to find the dress laying in a small pile in the floorboard. Oh crap, she said, picking up the wrinkled garment. Harry winced. Ah, well, let me have it, he said, holding out his hand. This one's my fault. I shouldn't have talked you into taking a drive. The least I can do is take the blame for Gabby's wrinkled dress. Oh, you'll be doing much more than just taking the blame for that, said a male voice from behind him. Harry hung his head. Well, how much of that? His voice trailed off, grimacing as his bass player, rear tire man, spoke again. Enough to guarantee that I get no arguments from you about how we do things for the band, said the man with no small amount of glee in his voice. I may even get to choose some songs for the set list this year. His grin widened. Unless you want me to tell Shar, of course. Harry groaned. If I even see one disco song on that list, I'll let you tell her. Damn the consequences. He smiled then. Otherwise, deal. Will Franklin meet Allison Volk, my partner in silence? Allison shook the older man's hand. Set list? She asked. Yeah, Will responded. The kid's lead guitar in our band, Gas Canali. He's good too, just has no respect for real. Disco is not real music, Harry said, cutting him off. No matter what you may think. Get your head out of the 70s, man. I'll remind you of that in a few years, when some kid is talking crap about the music you listen to, and mine is back on the radio as classic disco, he said with a dramatic flourish that had both of the teens laughing. You just keep thinking that, Mr. Travolta, Harry said between laughs. In the meantime, as long as it isn't disco, you've got a deal. Good, said the man, turning toward the RVs. I'm thinking, maybe some bread, or maybe, Velvet Underground. He mumbled, walking away. Harry's eyes widened. Dear God, what have I done? He said, hanging his head. The girl standing next to him laughed harder. Hermione groaned as the lights came on in the room she shared with Luna. You're done already. You just went in, she said blearily as she sat up. Her sister laughed. I was in there almost 20 minutes. You'd better hurry. Harry will be waiting on us. Hermione nodded as she swung her legs out from under the covers and stood up. I won't be long. I don't know how you can be so chipper this morning, Luna, she said, making her way to the restroom they shared. I feel like we barely had time to breathe this weekend, between studying, the receptions, our workouts, the race, then packing up and coming home. I'm exhausted. Luna shrugged as she straightened her sister's bed. I am a little tired, but in comparison to what it was like at Hogwarts when I started, even what it was like after I met you, this is nothing, she said. Hermione made an angry sound from behind the door. God, I'm glad that is over, said her disembodied voice. I guess you still have trouble sleeping. Luna sat on the now-made bed. The meditation Chintless and his brother, Thomas, are teaching me helps me get settled at night easier, but I still find myself waking at the smallest of things during the night, even though I know I'm safe here, she replied, her voice small. Hermione appeared in the doorway before the girl's voice could die, and gathered her sister in a hug. What happened was their fault. She whispered in Luna's ear. The professors were supposed to be there for you, but weren't. You shouldn't have been afraid of what those girls were going to do, let alone Malfoy and his goons. God, what a bunch of. The rest of her thoughts were drowned out by Luna's laughter. I know, she said, regaining her composure. But, for the record, I was never concerned about what they would do to me, that I could deal with. I was more concerned about what they may have done to you, or what you may have done to them because of me. I couldn't bear it, she said as she hugged her sister tighter. After a moment they separated and Hermione had returned to the bathroom to finish up, when Luna asked a question. Hermione, I just noticed something. You're not using Merlin as an expletive anymore. A snort came from behind the door. I've been purposely trying to keep from using it, especially after our discussion with Thomas about how he would have felt about being turned into some form of deity by English wizards. Luna smiled softly. It wasn't that. I was just thinking it sounded more natural, I guess, not as forced. I suppose that is because you aren't trying to change yourself to fit in, but because you want to. Came from inside the bathroom. Could be. Luna, what did you think of the races? She asked. Luna pondered the question for a couple of minutes. They were exciting, and very loud. The people were very nice. It was good to see Harry so relaxed. While I don't completely understand them, they were quite fun. Though when the accidents happened it worried me. They looked horrific. Not as scary, or dangerous, as facing the dragon at the tournament, mind you, but dangerous nonetheless, she replied. Hermione opened the door, now dressed in her workout clothes with her hair pulled back in a bushy ponytail. That's what worries me, she said softly. I don't know if I could handle watching Harry race. The thought of him being in one of those cars, it scares me to death. Luna smiled as she approached her sister and tucked a stray tuft into Hermione's tightly pulled hair, to keep it out of her eyes. It scares me too, but you heard them. While there have been deaths during races, they are few, and he would more likely be killed off the track while driving rather than during a race. Not only that, but they are constantly looking for ways to improve the safety, not only for the drivers but for everyone involved. Hermione sighed. I know, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to handle it, if. Luna placed her finger across her sister's lips. Then you had best learn that now. He said they were going to go test one of his cars tomorrow. I think you need to go see how it feels. She took her finger away from her lips and spoke again. You need to figure out whether or not you can handle Harry's life before you become involved with him any further and cause you both pain. Hermione looked at her with a worried expression, as Luna continued, a touch exasperated at her sister's lack of understanding. Racing is as much a part of Harry as breathing, Hermione. If you were to get involved with him as a girlfriend, and then couldn't handle it, she sighed. No matter how much it tore him up inside, he would choose racing. Hermione nodded slowly. I know. Luna watched, as Hermione chewed on her lower lip, lost in thought. I've got to find out, one way or another, she said softly. Luna, come with me this afternoon to the test. Luna smiled at her sister. Of course, what else would a good sister do? I can't leave you to face it all alone, at least the first time. Harry pushed the door of his locker closed and started pulling on his boots. Just toss your towel in the hamper by the door, and your workout clothes in ones next to it. They're labeled so they will be ready for you tomorrow. Victor grunted an affirmative sound as he continued to dry his hair. So, what do you think about our workouts? Harry asked. I believe I will be quite stiff later, after I have sat to work on my studies, he replied from under the towel. How you and your people can talk and joke while you do such things is quite impressive. Harry shrugged. We do this 6 days a week. Each day is a little different granted, but still just as intense. You'll get used to it. It just takes time. Victor tossed the wet towel on the bench next to him and started pulling on his shirt. I have been practicing for Quidditch since I was 5. My father he played when he was younger, not professionally but when he went to school. We trained physically, but nothing like this. I wish to thank you for allowing me to join you. Not a problem, Vic. The older boy's eye quirked up at the use of the shortened name. The more the merrier. Victor picked up his gear and followed Harry toward the exit. Now, What else can you tell me about these sponsorships you and your team use? He asked. Hermione rubbed her arms as she watched the scene below them through the window, as the team prepared the car for Harry. Char chuckled softly as she approached and offered the younger girl a drink. Soda? She asked. The girl replied without taking her eyes of the group of men standing around the car, silently wondering what they were talking about. Char shook her head, and tried again. Hermione, she asked, trying to get the girl's attention. Do you want something to drink? Hermione looked over her shoulder, a surprised look on her face. WHO. Yes, thank you, she said, taking the can of Pepsi. Char, can I ask you a question? Of course, my dear, she said, as she took a sip of her own drink and let her eyes settle on the crew working outside. Hermione paused for a moment to think before deciding to just ask. Do you ever get used to it? Char's eyebrow quirked up as she turned to face the girl. Get used to what? She asked. The girl huffed a bit, as she waved her arm toward the window. The racing. When he ran off the track down into the gravel next to that wall, my heart stopped. He could have been hurt. Char smiled softly. And you wonder how I can stand the thought of my son being hurt or worse. Hermione nodded, as Fleur joined them. I have also wondered how you keep yourself so calm. Char sighed and went back to looking out the window. After a few moments she spoke. Did you know that Tanem used to race as well? She asked. She watched the girl's reflection in the window, as each glanced at the other then shook their heads. Sarah Class 1. More stock versions of the car Harry drives with a smaller engine. They call it racing on a budget. She paused as her thoughts drifted to the past for a moment, then she took a deep breath, bringing her back to the present. That was before I met him. She turned to face them. He loved to build, drive, and race those cars, but that all came to an end because of me. Now all of the people gathered were listening to her tale, even though some of them already knew the story. My father was named Charcoal, and had allied himself with the Unsully Lord, Maddox Skeen. She turned away from the eyes in the room back to the window. I had made some bad choices in the past, and dealt with many less than savory people, including my father and his friends. She took a deep breath, trying to center herself, and keep tears from forming in her eyes. Skeen enlisted me to help with a scheme that would discredit Fairgrove in the eyes of the royal family, possibly seeing it destroyed, and Tanem killed. I held no ill will to either of them, but I was somewhat beholden to Skeen through my father, so I was forced to go along with the plan, though I was able to delay his original plan and eventually help Tanem escape his stronghold. She sighed and turned back to them, a tear falling down her cheek. In the end it didn't matter though. Charcoal showed up before we were able to make it out of Underhill. He ended up almost killing Tanem, she told them, as she wiped her eyes. He lost a big part of a lung, and spent months recovering, and that wasn't the first time he had been injured doing something because of his involvement with the elves. Char dug in her pocket, pulling out a Kleenex. One of his loves died that day, but luckily he had friends and family to help him deal with that loss, and forgive me for the part one played in it. She sniffed and blew her nose. What I'm trying to say is that no matter what he was doing, even if he wasn't magical or racing, it could potentially be dangerous. If I tried to keep him safe from everything, he would end up hating me for it. So, the best thing I can do is make sure he is prepared, and understands the risks he is taking as well as what can be done to mitigate that danger. Char could see that Hermione, while understanding somewhat, was still having some difficulties. Hermione, she began again. When you returned from Hogwarts after your accident first year, did you have a discussion with your parents about the risks of your returning? She asked, already knowing the answer, having discussed the issue before with her parents. Of course, she said. We spent most of the summer talking about it, both about the risks of my going back as well as the risks of what would happen if I didn't. Char nodded. And you accepted the risks in returning? Hermione nodded again. I think the risks were more in my not returning, she shivered. Having my memory altered, that scares me, horribly. Char smiled. And it should. That is something that would scare most sane people. The point is, either choice was a risk and could lead to long-lasting consequences, or perhaps even death. She shrugged. No matter what, it is a part of life. Would it be better if he washed widows on a high-rise? Statistics say it is more dangerous. Hermione looked out the window towards the car, watching it pull away from the pit stall and towards the first turn. I guess not, as long as he loves what he does. Fleur stepped forward to stand next to her younger friend, and wrapped an arm around her. Faith. You need to have faith in him, Hermione. You have watched him train, and have seen him drive. He takes his racing seriously. If something were to happen, while tragic, it would be doing something he loved. We cannot deny him that, just like he would not deny us the pursuit of our dreams. Hermione huffed. Of course not, but that still doesn't make it any easier. Char shook her head. No, it doesn't, she agreed. Instead of dwelling on ifs, I try and content myself with knowing he is happy, and will always fight to come home and stay with his family, just like Tannum did. Pansy had never been so glad to get out of a vehicle in her life. Merlin. Those two, she thought as she made her way toward the main building. I've never seen anything so sickening in my life. I don't think they came up for air the entire ride back. What that pretty boy, Diggory, sees in that know-it-all, Claw besides how she rides a broomstick is beyond me. Miss Parkinson, welcome back, said the woman behind the reception desk as she entered. I hope you had a pleasant visit. She said as her brain dug itself from the hole it had fallen into. Yes it was, interesting, thank you for asking. My parents decided to stay a day or two more, and I came home for classes tomorrow, with Cedric Diggory and the fish he had attached to his face all the way home. The woman behind the desk chuckled. It's good they found something interesting then, planning on having dinner in the cafeteria. It's Italian night. You need to try the lasagna. The chef who makes it has been perfecting it for almost 40 years, it's amazing. Pansy paused as she passed by. Okay, are the others back? She asked hopefully. The woman smiled. They made it back last night, rather late. Harry had a test at the local track scheduled for this afternoon. She looked at the clock. They'll be back in about an hour. Pansy smiled. Thank you. Have a good evening. You too. The woman replied. When she entered the cafeteria, Pansy found Victor Krum working on something behind a pile of heavy, leather-bound books in a nearly empty, quiet room. Victor? She asked, as she passed close by and began making herself a cup of tea. When he looked up, she continued. After I heard that Harry went to do some type of test, I thought you would have gone as well, just in case it was something you could learn about him for the tournament. Victor eyed her for a moment, then shook his head, figuring he was not as surreptitious as he had believed. No, while seeing the race was interesting, I believe my time is better spent here, in study. She nodded, picked up her cup and sat across from him. So, did you learn anything? She asked, as she waited for her tea to steep. He nodded. Did you know Harry is in an apprenticeship to Headmaster Chintlis? Her eyes grew wide. His father was his apprentice as well. He told her. Her mind had begun to race, as Victor had spoken. She had thought Harry's father, Tannum, had been a muggle. And as far as anyone knew, Harry didn't know any magic. Though, she thought, as Victor continued to talk, he did, somehow, complete the first task, and got the egg from a nesting mother dragon. No one had been paying him any attention during the event. Rumor had it that he had just been lucky and took advantage of the situation when the dragon had become distracted by the crowd's noisy outrage. Her thoughts then ran to the second task. Again, no visible magic had been used. The rumor on that had been he only succeeded because of the connections of the elves and them knowing the Squib Doolittle, and his strange ability to speak with animals. But this revelation, handed to her by Krum, had thrown both of those rumors into the rubbish. An apprentice. That would come as a surprise to many people, but it also meant he was more than just the boy who lived, as those that offered apprenticeships were known to wield unusual, as well as powerful magics. This was interesting. Yes, interesting indeed. Chintlis walked through the small hamlet of Hogsmeade, counting each home as he went. Finding someplace would be so much easier if these people had actual addresses, he mumbled under his breath. Finally finding what he hoped was his destination, he shook his head at the sight of the small rundown cottage. How the mighty have fallen, he said before walking towards the front door. It didn't take long for the door to swing open, revealing a tired-looking older man in bright multicolored robes and long white beard with small half-moon glasses perched on his nose. Dumbledore's eyes widened when he saw his visitor. Headmaster Chintless. Gathering himself quickly, he continued, I'm afraid I was not expecting visitors. He swung the door open and gestured for the man to enter. Please, come in. Dumbledore, he said, stepping inside, after carefully wiping his immaculately clean loafers on the threadbare mat just inside. I wanted to meet with you outside some of the normal areas we would encounter each other. He gestured to the room down the short hallway. Some place we would not be overheard. Albus's brow wrinkled in concern, as he led the way toward the sitting area. I believe you have made your position abundantly clear on the majority of matters where it concerned me. Do not take me for a fool. Chintless said in an angry growl, allowing his magic to flare and his eyes to glow, and causing Albus to spin in his direction, wand in hand. And put that damn stick away. He growled, stepping forward. Your ability with that toy may scare most of these idiots you call wizards, but all of your vaunted power and ability mean nothing to me. He said, letting more of his power roll off him and crash into the room, smoke pushing out of his mouth as he spoke, raising the temperature till Albus was sweating profusely. An elemental, Albus said in a hushed tone. But that's. Chintless smirked. While I am capable of their form of magic, I am no elemental wizard, I am something far worse. Now sit down before you collapse. I am not here to do you any harm. He said, pointing toward the chair next to the window. Albus sat with a glazed look in his eye and rubbing his arm while Chintless moved to the window and opened it slightly, letting the now overheated air escape into the cool evening. You really need to take better care of yourself, Mr. Dumbledore, if something like that little display of power has you in such a state. Albus took a deep breath. I am fully aware of my health issues, he said, his voice still quiet, and due to recent unfortunate events I find myself in a position to focus almost exclusively on the matter, though thank you for your concern. Chintless waved this off. As you may have surmised by this time, Harry is much more to me than just a student of the school. He is the son of my apprentice and also my apprentice in his own right. Albus nodded. At any rate, that is not the issue at the moment. I am here to speak with you not about your future, but rather your past. Albus quirked his eyebrow as his visitor sat in the large wingback chair across from him. My past? Albus asked, confused. Chintless nodded. Yes, and not the stories written in those so-called history books you no doubt vetted yourself, but your real history. Albus's eyes widened. You see, we have been researching you and your government for some time. Granted, most of it was background just in case something happened and we needed to deal with your people, but once we were forced to return due to this tournament, that research took a higher priority. Albus nodded slowly. I can see the wisdom of that, but what effect would my personal history have on such information? Chintless shrugged. Everyone is driven by something, Mr. Dumbledore, even the most basic of creatures. Unfortunately, those possessed of full awareness and intelligence are driven by far more ethereal things than just food, shelter, and mating. Things such as your greater good. True enough, Albus admitted. People are very complex. He adjusted his half-moon glasses. Very well, ask what you wish. Chintless leaned forward, placing his elbows on his knees. Why did you choose to leave Harry with Lily's sister? Albus sighed. Again, he asked, only to have Chintless look at him with no small amount of anger. She was the only blood relative known to us at the time. All of the remaining Potters had passed prior to James, as had Lily's parents. I believed it to be the best of limited choices. Chintless began to speak but was cut off by Albus's raised hand and continuing voice. You must understand, it was a time of war, Albus said, and unfortunately, even with their master gone, the Death Eaters were still very much a threat. If he had not been placed there, many of those families may have tried to claim him, as he is blood kin to them at some level, so I did as I felt was necessary at the time. Chintless studied the man for a moment. But that is not the only reason that you placed him there, is it? Albus sighed. No, he finally admitted. Using his blood connection with his aunt, I was able to construct a set of blood wards that would protect Harry from being found by those wizards wishing to do him, as well as his family, harm. His family harm? Chintless asked, growing angry. Is that the way you constructed the ward? He asked. It was, Albus replied. Chintless tossed up his hands. I suppose you tied them to the location as well? He asked. Albus nodded. So not only did you trap Harry in there with an abusive ass, but you trapped Petunia and her son the same way. Albus waved his hand, trying to deflect the man's anger. I'll admit that I underestimated Vernon's reaction and anger, but I had no reason to suspect the level of physical violence that occurred. Shinthelis became deadly still. Underestima. You knew. Power once again radiated off him. You knew what Vernon was. Lily told you what he was like. You knew how much she disliked him, and what he thought of her. He growled as the temperature again increased. Gathering in his emotions, Shinthelis asked one further question. Why? Albus sank deeper into the chair, as if somehow broken. I wanted him to be the new champion of the light, to be my successor, my legacy. Shinthelis looked at the now much older-looking man, stunned. Then why leave him there? Surely. Albus' face sagged into his hands. Could not raise him myself. There was still so much more to do, and I couldn't take the chance that a wizarding family I chose could raise him properly. He would have been seen as a savior, a hero, and become arrogant. No, he needed to be raised away from magic, come to Hogwarts humble, and see magic as the amazing gift that it is. Some hardship, while unfortunate, could be overcome, helping to build his character. Shinthelis sat there for a time stunned by the person across from him. So you wanted him there to be raised like that, so he would come to you, humble. It pained the dragon to use the word, but he needed to learn more. Albus looked up at him, eyes glassy again. Yes, I wanted him wide-eyed and in wonder at the amazing things magic was capable of. For him to see Hogwarts as his new home, I would then oversee his education, making sure he applied himself, and got passable grades, but still had time to be a child and have friends. During the summers he would need to return to his family, of course, to help keep him grounded, but only until he graduated. Next, I would arrange for him to have an appropriate job with one of my contacts while helping him gain masteries in at least 2 subjects. Then after a short time I would offer him a place here, perhaps taking over for Flitwick or Minerva so she could focus on being deputy headmaster. All the while he would be in an apprenticeship with me, by then he would be ready. The man's voice trailed off, wistful, as he became lost in his own fantasy. He could have made up for so much, allowed time for the dream I have for the magical world to come to fruition. Shinthelis could not believe what he was hearing. What do you need to make up for? Dumbledore shrugged. Gellert, Tom, I lost them both. I still don't understand why, he said looking out the window. Gellert? Shinthelis asked. Gellert Grindelwald. Albus said nodding his head. We were friends once. Perhaps we may yet be again. He came to England when I lived in Godric's Hollow. Such a fine, strapping figure he was. Intelligent too, almost my equal. He was on a quest to find some objects thought lost to history, and his search had led him there. Albus sat for a short time lost in thought. He loved magic, even after he had been expelled from Durmstrang. In the end I had to go and find him in Europe. He had lost his way and fallen into the lure of dark magics. I bested him and placed him in prison where he can be kept safe and will eventually learn the error of his ways so he can return to his place in society. Shinthelis sat there, slack-jawed. He had researched the man, and while no Hitler, he had been a dangerous individual, using the horrors of the war and his own abilities to great effect to bolster his own reputation and support. He would have come to the forefront of the war effort in short order after the magicals involved in World War II completed their struggle with those entrenched with the Nazis, but for some reason Dumbledore had dropped everything to go after him. Albus, why did you go after Gellert? The old man sighed and a tear ran down his face. It was originally nothing more than an academic exercise. One of our discussions that led to an argument and his belief that he could mold society into the image we wished through force. He was planning to move things to involve the Muggles. He would have exposed our society. Shinthelis thought. And how did you think this molding should be done? Through the government itself, Albus replied without taking his eyes off the darkening skies outside. I told him that was the best way to proceed, and if done correctly, the people would be on our side. I was so sad that he would not see reason, just like Tom. Shinthelis was almost afraid to listen to the answer. Albus smiled softly. Such a nice, intelligent and handsome young man. Did you know he was an orphan and head boy in 1945? Such an amazing mind he had. He went through magic classes with such ease, even with the fact he had to return to the orphanage each summer, but that was for the best. He needed to spend time in a place that would keep him grounded, I so wanted him to become my successor, but alas, it wasn't to be. When he returned and took the name Voldemort, I tried my best to help him, reason with him, and return him to the path of light. Good God. The man was insane. He had been instrumental in the rise of two of the individuals that had brought the wizarding community of Britain to its knees. He was at the center of it all. Standing, he turned toward the door. I'm sorry, Albus, but I didn't realize it had gotten so late. We will need to continue this discussion another time. Only when he turned around at the door did he realize that Dumbledore had never risen from his chair, and was still watching the night fall across the small village. Opening the door quickly, he stepped outside, wondering just how they were going to deal with this information. Harry stepped out of the motor home and headed for the common area they were using for meals. It had started out as a productive weekend. Then his father had been approached by the crew chief for Dale Jarrett's number 32 Bush Series car. Mr. Jarrett had been held up due to some sponsorship duties, and they needed a driver to put some laps on their new car. Nothing fancy, just let them see the setup on the track and keep the fenders on, and someone had suggested Harry. From that point on, he had been on cloud nine. While he was still too young to race a Bush event, he was getting real seat time in one of their cars and working with a race-winning team. Harry entered the open area and drew in a deep breath. The smell of bacon and sausage was thick in the air, along with that of freshly baked bread. Moving to the serving table, he quickly filled his plate and made his way toward a table to sit, where he was soon joined by their newest traveling companion, Pansy. Good morning, Harry, she said, placing her own plate on the table and sitting down. Are you going to be taking the place of that other driver again today? She asked. He nodded, as he placed strips of bacon on his biscuit, along with a heaping pile of eggs, making a small sandwich. Just for an hour or two. Mr. Jarrett's flight will be here about 10, and after talking with him and the team, I'll be done. We went and watched you drive yesterday, and Al told us you were fast. Did you enjoy it? He smiled, nodding as he chewed and swallowed. It was amazing. I even got to spend a few laps in the pack with the other drivers. Not much, just a few laps. The team didn't want me to risk the car too much, but I got to feel what it was like. Pansy smiled as well. That's good. She paused and took a bit of her own meal, allowing him to focus a moment on his own. Are you planning on going tonight? To the reception, I mean. He nodded again as he made a second biscuit and wrapped it in a napkin to eat on the way to the track. Yeah, I've got to make an appearance and meet with the sponsors for a bit. Her smile widened. Do you think we will have a chance to dance again tonight? He shrugged and put his can of Pepsi in his jacket pocket. I don't see why not. I'll tell you what, I'll make sure yours is the first dance tonight. Okay. A predatory grin broke out on her face as he turned away and headed toward his golf cart. Thank you, Harry. I would like that, she replied. Pansy drummed her fingers on the table as she watched Harry, flanked on either side by team members of the people he had been helping during the week. This is taking longer than I expected, she thought. It has been just my luck, she thought. If I had just known what I do now, I would have been with them last week instead of wasting my time with sightseeing. She grumbled internally. To think that not only is he already an apprentice, but his little obsession, racing, can easily outstrip all of the gold old families were capable of generating in the course of a single year. The scope of many of these people's wealth would make the Malfoys' fortune pale in comparison. She continued, thinking to herself, glancing to her right for the briefest of moments to acknowledge the dark-haired woman that had sat down at the table next to her. Have you decided how you are going to cook that hunk of meat you were looking at so intently? She asked with a small smile as she observed the younger woman. Tugged away from her thought, Pansy moved her gaze back to the woman, her brain wrestling with the statement, trying to make sense of it. Failing, she gave her a confused look. The woman held out her open hand. Ginger Grayson. Pansy shook her hand automatically. I saw you looking at Harry, she gestured to the boy in question. Martin, the one in the hat he's talking to, he belongs to me. The look of confusion never left the girl. HNNN, excuse me. I'm afraid I don't understand. The woman's eyes brightened. Oh, my, you're British. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you. She said. Are you visiting Fairgov as well? Pansy nodded slowly, wondering how this person knew anyone was visiting. Till the middle of the week. My name is Pansy, Pansy Parkinson. She nodded. Oh, that's nice. I do hope you are enjoying yourself. The girl smiled. It has been educational. Things are much different here than I first believed. The older woman chuckled. I would expect so. Anyway, welcome, and I hope you continue to enjoy your visit. Pansy nodded again. Thank you. The woman's eyes glittered as a smile spread across her lips. I see you have set your sights on young Harry, she said in a conspiratorial tone of voice. It seems he has become quite popular as of late. Really? She asked, her head swiveling toward him once more. Ginger's smile widened. Oh, this is too good. She thought. I believe I may just stir the pot a bit. I'd say so. Last week he was dancing with 4 beautiful young ladies, and I saw him out on a drive with another just the day after. Her words brought the younger girl's gaze back to Harry. Dancing, you say? So there will be a chance for something other than business tonight? She asked, hopeful. The woman nodded. Of course, she said simply. The shop talk is normally done just before 7 or so. They will announce the band then, and people will try to wrap up most of their business for the night, or move someplace else if it is too important. Pansy nodded again. Then it is not too much different from the business functions I have attended with my father, other than a meal being served, just not as formal. Ginger shrugged. Most likely, the early part of the evening is for networking, and discussion of potential business. After that, it is mostly about having the guests of the teams and owners enjoy themselves. Oh, look, there are the other girls that he was dancing with. Pansy's head turned toward the entrance, where Hermione, Luna and the 2 French girls were talking to another girl that Pansy had seen walking around the room earlier, speaking with several men. A scowl passed across the young girl's face for the barest of moments, as Ginger watched. Oh, this may just end up being the most interesting night I have seen at one of these things in years. The woman thought, wishing Char could come tonight, she'd get a kick out of this. Allison, Hermione said, with a wide smile. It's good to see you again. I see you all figured out how to skip the torture part of the evening, she responded as she gestured toward the stage. They'll be announcing the band any time. She knelt next to the smaller blonde. No worries, Munchkin, I won't be spilling anything on you tonight. I've learned my lesson. A smile grew across Gabrielle's face as her sister translated. Once done, Allison offered a hug to the girl, which she took, and stood. Let's find you all some drinks and a table near the dance floor. Harry's over by the guys from RCR, still talking business, or cars, she said, shrugging. I'm sure he'll find you in a few minutes, when the music starts. Ginger stifled a chuckle as she watched Pansy's eyes narrow, watching the group cross to one of the refreshment stations. Waiting till they had picked up their drinks and turned in their direction, she lifted her hand and waved at them. When Hermione's and Luna's hands lifted in response, Pansy's head swiveled toward the woman, a flash of aggravation flittering across the young woman's face. Ignoring it, and stifling another giggle, Ginger stood as they approached. It's nice to see you girls again. I do hope you are having fun, she asked, as the girls circled the table. Ginger, Luna said, hopping over to give the woman a hug. We were hoping you would visit this afternoon. Char was so grumpy. I think she would have enjoyed someone else to talk to today. Ginger smiled as she wrapped her arms around the blonde girl she had begun to grow so fond of. I'll be sure to drop by tomorrow, sweetie. I thought tomorrow would be a better day to help keep her preoccupied, as she is usually the one in charge of the Fairgrove Bash, and it's tomorrow. As she broke away from the hug, she looked at each girl in turn. She's going to need all of your help tomorrow. She will need to be well rested for the event, because you know she will insist on being there for at least part of it. Fleur nodded. Yes, Lady Akko will be taking over for her, and has spoken to us about helping out tomorrow. We will be doing so in shifts, as well as trying to keep Char distracted and resting in the motor home. Hermione continued. Harry and his dad made sure there are lots of books, magazines, movies, and even games. They even packed the paint samples and fabric splotches for the baby's room, in case she changes her mind again. Ginger broke out in laughter. How many times have they painted that room now? She asked. Twice more this week, Hermione supplied, so that will make 8. The butterscotch yellow was too yellowy, and she just hated the lavender. They didn't even finish the first wall before she was yelling at them to stop. That sounds about right, Ginger muttered. I may love her to death, but the woman is an absolute control freak. Everything has got to be pre-planned and perfect, and this pregnancy has really brought that out of her in a big way. She sighed. But then again, with all the things she has had to deal with this year, it may be one of the few things she feels like she is in control of, what with Harry's trouble with the school and all. Their conversation was cut short by the sound of the band moving to the stage and picking up their instruments, and beginning to do their final sound check. Well, that's my cue, Ginger said. Time to collect my husband. It was nice seeing you girls. Have fun tonight, she finished, gathering up her things. Pansy looked at her confused. You are not staying. Ginger shook her head. Oh, no, not tonight at any rate. This is our home track, and our house is only about a half-hour drive from here, so we're headed home. Martin needs to do some work in his office tomorrow, and this way we get to spend some more time alone together before the season starts. Their goodbyes said, the girls' attention turned toward a certain green-eyed individual, as they waited for him to join them at their table. Pansy sat down heavily on the bed, and drew her feet up in front of her and started rubbing them. Merlin. It had been such fun. Not only had she danced with Harry, but she had enjoyed the company of the other girls as well. Fleur had proved to be much more than just her looks and Vila background had led her to believe. She had found that the woman had a fierce determination and drive, a drive that at one time had her seeking employment within the walls of Gringotts to become a cursebreaker, though that had begun to change of recent date. Now she wished to gain her Muggle equivalency, and go on to further her education at a university. Her sister had also been quite the surprise, and while her actual age had been part of that, it was her pleasant disposition, and smiling face hiding both a biting wit and awareness that had surprised her the most. It was well beyond her years. Even more impressive was her willingness to use it to gain an advantage. She would have done the name Slytherin proud. Then there were Hermione and Luna. If they had been related by blood, they could not have been closer. Truth be told, they were closer than most true sisters were. She had heard the stories, of course. Stories of how if you so much as looked at the young blonde, you were messing with the wrong witch. Especially after the time that Cho Chang and several other Ravenclaws spent the better part of a month in the hospital wing after their attempt at Christmas of third year. Whatever it had been, every point the Ravenclaws had earned that year had been lost, and Cho was removed from the Quidditch team, permanently. That had led to much speculation about the pair, including some thinking that they were witches. Not that any such thing had ever been proven. Hermione and Luna were a team. That much was undeniable. Whatever had happened while they were attending Hogwarts had made sure of it. They always made sure that they sat in a way to watch over each other, and in a position to at least alert, if not protect, the other. It made her wonder just how dangerous attending the school had been for the pair. If it had been anything like her situation had been after her breakaway from Malfoy, which she didn't doubt, seeing that Malfoy and his cronies would have been an issue for them as well, it had definitely been bad. She sagged back into the bed, and stared blankly at the ceiling. The one that had confused her the most had been Alison Volk. The girl was the same age as Fleur and was there representing her family's business, Volk Oil, something that would have been unheard of in a wizarding business. At first she had assumed that her position was just as a pretty face, but this had soon been proven wrong when a man from one of the race companies had come by the table to discuss the changes that were being made and when they could get together to sign the contracts. Her mind had boggled at the concept. At that point her focus had shifted slightly. Besides pursuing her original objective of spending time dancing with Harry, she also began questioning Alison on what kinds of responsibility and education she had to hold such a position. The fact that she and her three brothers were working together to run their father's business after his death in an accident didn't much surprise her. What did, however, was the idea that they were doing so as a team. In her experience, the lion's share would have gone to the eldest son and the others would have been left with nothing but scraps. Infighting would be the order of the day, and not without the occasional bout of violence ending in one of the siblings' deaths. However, that was not the case within most Muggle companies any longer, she learned, as they were now less about the family involvement and more about assuring the health and survival of the company. Case in point was Volk Oil. A board was already in place to oversee investors' interests, and the siblings were accountable to them. Not only that, but the oldest sibling was not the president. That was the position of the youngest of three brothers, the oldest being content with his position overseeing the drilling operations, whatever those are, and the middle one overseeing something called oil exploration. Each dealing with things that were their strong suit, including Allison. As her father had declared, she had the gift of the gab, and could read a situation with a glance. Her brothers trusted her implicitly when dealing with contracts like those that she was working with here. Allison had also stressed how important her father had felt getting the proper education was, to help when she was ready to take over the position full time. Hence her decision to continue on to university in the fall. That had her thinking. Perhaps that would be something to look into. According to Hermione, once she graduated from the new school, she would be fully prepared to do so. She sighed, and rolled over, pulling the sheet over her. Those were questions she'd think about in the morning. For now she would sleep, and dream about a kind green-eyed young man that had shown her so much more than just a dance at her first ball. Harry stepped out of his motor home carrying a pair of guitar cases with a third strapped across his back and headed toward the common area, where he had placed his tuning amp, to find Fleur looking at him curiously. "I understand the one guitar, but why do you need so many?" she asked. He smiled, continued toward the small amplifier on the table, and sat next to it. "Each one is tuned different, for different styles." He unslung the one from his back and placed it on his knee. "These are the ones I play most often on stage. They may look the same." He patted the case on the left, "other than the paint job, but the way it is tuned and played is completely different." He plugged in the one on his lap. "This one is strung tighter and tuned for a quicker response and harsher tone and has a distortion bar, common to most modern rock and roll." He connected his electronic tuner and strummed through several chords and made a few adjustments on the neck. "Something like this," he said, disconnecting the tuner and laying into the sunburst painted guitar, playing the guitar solo from Van Halen, Hot for Teacher, not that Fleur recognized it. Satisfied, he placed the guitar to the side and opened the second case. "This one is tuned a little different, a little looser, giving it a more gravely sound more suitable for music from southern rock, most country, or blues," he said, pulling the deep red-colored guitar from the case. He started plugging it in and attached the tuner as he continued. "While I could use the other one for those songs, the way this one is tuned is more authentic and it doesn't take much time to change guitars on stage." Harry strummed a few chords, unhooked the tuner, and began to play the guitar solo from Lynyrd Skynyrd, Sweet Home Alabama. Again she could only listen. He placed the guitar back in the case, to open the last case. "This one," he said, as he picked up a cream-colored guitar to get it ready to tune, "this one is tuned someplace in between, and has the bar, just in case something goes wrong with one or the other, as a backup, or if I get to play something a little closer to my heart." He shifted and got a bit more comfortable, but it didn't take him long to finish tuning it and begin to play from Stevie Ray Vaughan's guitar solo, Rude Mood, well, the entire thing actually. He shrugged. "I have a few more at home, one even tuned to be played with a slide, but for tonight this is all I'll need," he said, placing the guitar back in the case and zipping it shut. She nodded. "Harry, could I ask you a personal question?" He shrugged, as he replaced the other guitars and began rolling up the chords for the amplifier. "Sure. What do you want to know? You seem much more relaxed here, more personable. Why were you not like this when you were at Hogwarts?" she asked. He sighed, and sat on the table, his feet next to her. "The short answer is I don't like it there," he said, with a small shrug. "The long answer, everyone wants something from me there. Things I have no intention of giving or being." He took a deep breath. "Dumbledore wants the next leader of the light, whatever that is. The Ministry wants the Potter heir and a poster boy. The people want their boy who lived, and hero. Hell, the remaining Death Eaters even want something, my death." He shook his head in disgust. "All I want is for my life to be mine. To go to school, race, play music, not live up to their stupid wishes," he said, getting agitated. She placed her hand on his. "I understand now. You don't want to let them believe you will be what they want." He smiled softly. I need to keep on guard all of the time. Here I'm just Harry Potter, racer, student, part-time musician and mage." He paused, then chuckled for a moment. That reminds me, I need to remember to apologize to Headmaster McGonagall before the school year is over. Fleur looked at him oddly, till he spoke again. One of the things my family does is to deal with ghosts that are locked into a repetitive loop after their deaths. She looked even more confused, so he began again. Sometimes when a person passes away, their spirit will get locked into a repetitive loop. We don't know exactly how it happens, but it does seem to happen more often when violence or the unexpected is involved. He shook his head. Anyway, when they are in that loop, they have no sense of time and have no idea that they are even dead. This usually doesn't amount to much, just some form of apparition someplace that lasts between a few seconds to an hour or two, and only visible to those that are sensitive to such things, and can be ended by simply talking to the spirit and them realizing they have passed and can move on in peace. Though those are only guidelines, he said, patting her hand, there are exceptions, such as guardian spirits, but in this case it was one particular ghost. He took a breath. Professor Binns taught there in the late 1800s and passed away quietly one night in his bedroom there in the castle. When the next morning came, his spirit just stood up and kept doing what he had done in life for almost 35 years, teaching history. His loop was by far the largest I have ever heard of outside of Underhill. It must have something to do with the castle itself, I don't know. He was a nice man. I enjoyed talking with him for the couple of hours I had with him. He was sad to be leaving, but was ready to go. All he needed was someone to tell him he had passed and it was okay to pass on. Harry shrugged, a small tear in his eye. Fleur was amazed. This was one of the things his family did. They helped ghosts and spirits pass over. For no other reason than it was the right thing to do. How long has your family been doing this? She asked. Dad's done it for years. Zeke got him started on it. There are a lot of deaths on the highways, and whenever they saw one that resulted in a ghost, or heard about a ghost sighting, they would try and take care of it. It's kind grown from that. And you helped this Professor Binns pass over? She asked. Harry nodded. He wasn't a guardian spirit like the others, ones that wanted to stay and help protect the school and the students. He was just locked in a year-long loop, unable to even notice the changing years. Fleur nodded. Such a sad fate. I am glad you were able to help him, she said, standing and hugging him. I am too, Fleur, I am too, Harry said. Harry stepped off the stage, still wiping the sweat from his brow. It had been a great night. The crowd had been responsive and seemed to have had nothing other than fun the entire night. He had seen all of the girls out on the dance floor a number of times, sometimes alone, often together, and once or twice with one of the other guests. He was happy they had had a good time. Harry, a voice called as he started putting his guitar back in the case. He smiled as he turned, seeing his father approach. Hey Dad. You played great tonight, Tanem said, clapping his hand on his son's shoulder. Thanks. How long did Mom make it tonight? He asked. She left just after the first set. Your grandmother took her back to the RV so the girls could keep dancing and Ginger could stay and give her a complete report, he said. Harry chuckled. Good. She shouldn't overdo it. He finished zipping the cases closed around the guitars, and looked at his father. Why would Ginger need to give her a report about anything? Was something wrong with the catering or something? Tanem laughed. You're kidding, right? She doesn't want to know about the party, she wants to know about them. He said, pointing out toward the dance floor. A confused Harry looked toward where his father was pointing, to a group of nicely dressed young women standing around a small table talking. Harry groaned. Not her too. Is there some kind of betting pool or something? He asked. Tanem smiled. Not that I know of, but it might not be a bad idea. Tanem picked up the guitar cases. I'll take these back to the RV, and leave your acoustic near the door. You go get something to eat and drink, and have some fun. I'll get the guys to take care of breaking things down. You go have fun with our guests. Harry nodded as his dad continued. Just remember to get some sleep tonight. The race starts at noon, so we need to head over no later than 9:30. Okay. Harry nodded again. No problem. It didn't take Harry long to find the plate his mother had arranged to be placed aside for him to eat after the party, knowing that he rarely ate much beforehand. He then grabbed 2 of the remaining sodas out of the ice chest and headed toward the table the girls had staked out, where they were chatting. Hey, Harry said, sitting down and receiving greetings from around the table as he took the first bite of his sandwich. Hungry? Allison asked. Yeah, Harry said, wiping his mouth. I'm always hungry after a night like this. It's fun though. It looks like you enjoy it, she said, the others agreeing. You play well. Thanks, he said, taking another bite. Gaskin plays 3 or 4 of these a year, but most of the other times it is less formal, out in the RV area on Saturday night after Sarah events, more like a potluck thing attended mostly by drivers, their teams and families. No hobnobbing, no deals, just blowing off steam after the race. Sounds like fun, she said. Are you all going to be at the race next weekend? Allison then asked. Harry shook his head. I'd like to be, but no. They're headed back to Europe, and I've got school and some other things to take care of so I can get ready for the Sarah season when it starts in 6 weeks, he said, omitting the fact that he would be doing most of it in England. She nodded. I've only promised my brother that I would do this for another couple of weeks, then I'm going back on my vacation till the fall term starts. Where can I get a Sarah schedule? Maybe I'll try to catch one of your races, and possibly another concert. Harry smiled. If you stop by the RV park when we head back, I can get you one, or if you could stop by the Fairgrove sales truck or the Sarah booth at the race tomorrow, they'll have them as well. Her smile widened. I wouldn't want to impose, and keep you up tonight, I'll just pick one up tomorrow. No imposition. I won't be able to sleep for at least a couple of more hours after this, Harry said, waving off her statement. I usually need some time to unwind after we play, and who knows, I may just play something else. He smiled as Gabrielle's eyes lit up when her sister translated. Jason Ambrose had worked with potions for nearly 50 years, and had been the head of the potions department of St. Gresmans in Brussels for the last 10 of those years. Yet he had learned more about potions in the last month than he had in all of that time. The woman he had been introduced to, Dr. Margot Bright, had shown him exactly the heights to which others around the world had taken his art form, using non-magical equipment to do so. In the colonies, it was a closely monitored business, one that had given great dividends to their way of life, to their overall wellness as a whole. It was truly amazing. They didn't need to limit themselves with locally grown things when they need fresh, they could have it in their hands from anywhere in the world within a few hours. Their new potions and drugs were even being made available to the non-magical community. He sat a moment longer, pondering how he was going to explain his findings to his contemporaries. Would they even believe it when he did? After much thought, he decided he had little chance of convincing them on his word alone. Standing, he made his way to Margot's office. Knocking, he stuck his head in. May I speak with you a moment, doctor? She motioned him in. Of course. What can I help you with? He sat across from her. How hard would it be to arrange a tour for several people to one of the drug production facilities? She smiled. Caven had already arranged that very thing, but they didn't need to know that. Not too hard. How many people would you like to bring? Tannum sat at the table, pondering what Chinthless had learned about Albus Dumbledore. Caven, do you think that releasing this information would have much of an effect? Caven sighed and rubbed his face. No, I don't. It would actually do more harm to their people than good at this point. He sat back in his chair and looked toward the ceiling in thought. His reputation is already in tatters, and any influence he had is long since spent. Our efforts at this point are better aimed at dealing with Umbridge, Malfoy, and those ridiculous laws they keep pushing. Sirius nodded. They are getting more and more desperate. We need to keep the pressure on them if we hope to keep the changes you have started moving forward. Caven chuckled. By the end of the tournament it will be all over but the shouting. The non-magical government is arranging for a permanent protected sideband broadcast BBCM1, England's first magical-focused station, later this week. They will be able to pick up the new charmed antennas starting this week, and the first test broadcast will be a week from Saturday, the Wimborne Wasps versus the Holyhead Harpies. They will be broadcasting the finals of the tournament as well. Sirius broke out in laughter. It was a stroke of genius. Using the love of Quidditch against them. When Sirius had calmed down, Caven dropped the other shoe. To top it off, the government has arranged several gifts. The 3 broomsticks, the Leaky Cauldron, Hogwarts Great Hall, and a few other public venues are getting electrical upgrades and televisions as we speak. The broomsticks will be on a generator for the short term, as will Hogwarts Great Hall, but power lines will make it to Hogsmeade by the summer, with a little magical help. The government is picking up the tab on the generators till then. This brought on another round of laughter from Sirius. They will be broadcasting other things as well, he said once Sirius had quieted again. A couple of child-oriented educational programs in the morning and cartoons, a call-in, or flow-in, question show, focusing on the non-magical world, even a cooking show is planned. Sirius's eyes were still twinkling with mirth. They'll be falling all over themselves to be able to watch Quidditch in the pubs, see some of the other things and want it for their homes. Tandem nodded. Add in the fact that those sets are perfectly capable of receiving normal stations as well, something shown to them when the televisions are set up, along with a complementary radio. Cavan nodded. The other major selling point will be the lights. Hogwarts is a priority there. We have arranged for all of the common rooms to have full lighting and heat as soon as possible, along with the Great Hall and library. When the kids see how much easier it is to study with better light, they'll want it everywhere else and at home as well, Sirius said. How long have you been planning this? He asked. I mean, this wasn't all put together on the fly, someone has been planning this for years. Cavan smiled. You're right. But it wasn't us, he said. The British government has had plans in place for some time but never had the ability to implement them, no way to force a foothold within the magical economy. Our bank proved to be that foothold. Sirius nodded slowly. I see. With the bank giving them access to galleons, they could start putting those plans into effect. Tandem shrugged. Yes. The private economy, with only the barest of ability to buy in by the first generations, was one of the major pillars of their isolation, something that would only last for the next 20 years at the most. Sirius looked confused by that statement. Why? Cavan shrugged. England is just too small for it to last much longer, he said, his voice soft. Europe as well, and your population interacts in too many places to stay unnoticed for much longer. Photos and video will make sure of it. Tandem nodded his agreement. Even now, electronic video surveillance is fairly commonplace in places like King's Cross, and if it wasn't for the first generations being placed in security on those days by the Brits, it would already be done. Even hiding the Express as it travels has had help. Sirius nodded. All right, so what is next? Cavan sat forward and put his elbows on the table. Now we prepare for violence, especially during and after the final task. FX saw your ex-friend on his way out from his last trip into Hogwarts. He was using the Shrieking Shack tunnel. We believe he was meeting with someone on the grounds. Who that was is still under investigation. Tandem looked less than pleased. That little pecker is as slippery as they come, and the fact that he looks like a common brown rat when in his other form just makes it worse. We would love to capture him, but it wouldn't do to miss and let them know we are on to them. Yeah. The rat was always good at avoiding things, Sirius said dejectedly. Especially in his rat form, he proved as much by not being eaten over our school years by Remus. Cavan snorted. He would have most likely ended up with a stomach ache. Anyway, we are taking every precaution we can, and I am arranging for several Elvensteeds to be moved to Hogwarts along with a number of my kin to do a survey of the Forbidden Forest. Do either of you wish to join us? I am looking forward to meeting with the tribe of centaurs. It will prove to be interesting, I'm sure. Sirius looked a bit uncomfortable. No, I don't think my accompanying you would be a good idea. Well, we, the Marauders, are persona non grata with them. I think Bane, their chieftain's son, would kill us on sight after the last time. The last time I looked back, a male unicorn was trying to mount him. In our defense, we didn't know the urine we sprayed on him was from a unicorn in season, he said with a small smile. Tandem chuckled. You were real terrors, weren't you? Sirius shrugged. I like to think almost every gray hair on McGonagall's head came from us, he said. Their first morning back at Hogwarts had started normally. They arrived early, exercised, showered and headed toward the Great Hall for breakfast. It was then that Pansy noticed the first changes. The most evident change was the pair of large screens that were in the process of being fitted along the back wall, measuring some 20 feet across each, a projection system as it was explained. The other was that several Slytherins were already seated at their table, a pair of whom stood and began to approach, almost as soon as the Fairgrove group entered. What really confused her was that they weren't approaching Tanim or Headmaster Chintlis, but her. Parkinson, may we speak with you for a moment? In private. The blonde girl asked. Of course, she replied, looking over the pair of girls with a critical eye. She led them to a quiet corner away from the others. What do you wish to speak with me about Greengrass? Surprisingly, it was her companion that spoke first. Pansy, the large girl looked down at her feet. I'm sorry. I should have stood with you and not backed down when Malfoy started tormenting you. You've been a good friend to me and. Millie, stop, Pansy said. I understand why you did what you did. You have nothing to apologize for. I made my choice the moment I accepted the dance with Harry. Millicent smiled. Thank you. She quirked an eyebrow at her friend. So it's Harry, and not Potter, now. Pansy chuckled. To everyone, he only answers to Harry, he's nice too. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that, she said with a gesture towards the table where Harry was sitting on the table with his guitar on his lap, playing. Pansy shook her head. Anyway, what do you need Greengrass? We felt you should know, and possibly pass along a few pieces of information, replied the blonde. Malfoy is most likely going to try something soon. Ever since the new bank opened, his family has lost a lot of its influence. A lot of people have taken advantage of the loans they are offering, and his father is losing their stranglehold over them as they do, including in our house. Pansy smiled. And you think that dear Draco is going to try something to stem losing any more of his control within the school? Daphne Greengrass nodded. I do. He has been working on something, planning, since your group left 2 weeks ago. I heard him talking with one of the 7th years, telling him that everything was in place and that he would see the power of the Malfoys soon. Pansy rolled her eyes. Draco and his mouth are going to get him killed before he graduates. Look, whatever it is, I'm sure Harry can handle it. Daphne and Millicent looked skeptical. I'm serious. Trust me, he can handle it, she said again. He is in better shape than any 10 Quidditch players, and she paused for a moment. If he wanted the fact he was Chintlis's apprentice known, he would have said something. He won't have any trouble with the likes of Draco. Daphne still looked unconvinced. I'll tell him, as well as our headmaster. I'm sure they will take precautions. Okay. Both of the girls nodded. Good, thank you for the warning. Millie stepped a little closer, and whispered, so, what did you do after you left? I saw you when you came in, talking with him. Are you setting your sights on the Potter fortune? Pansy chuckled. Oh, I'm planning much more than just that, she said with a wide grin and twinkle in her eye. You two need to come down and visit the new classroom. I think it could be very enlightening. The two girls looked at each other, briefly, before Pansy added, I have learned something that may just change your plans for the future as well. Harry made his way back from the Quidditch pitch, the weight of his crowbar looped through leather ties on his backpack a reassuring feeling. It had been almost a week since the warning from the pair of Slytherin girls, and as of yet there had been little movement from Draco. When Harry had been told to make his way here, alone, to hear about the final task just a few minutes before he was due to arrive, he had decided carrying his weapon of choice would be prudent. He was in a quandary at the moment, wrestling between his thoughts on the third task, a maze filled with magical creatures and obstacles, and trying to stay alert on his way back. So, asked a voice from next to the door. What did you think? Harry chuckled. Dad, that, he gestured toward the pitch, is just insane. If they would put a student up against a dragon, just what in the world are they going to put in that maze? He shook his head. Then you add the fact that the maze is going to be able to change while we are in it. It could take days to make it to the center. That's what Chintlis told them, Tanim said, turning to walk with his son. We'll think of. Don't worry about it, Pop, Harry laughed. I've got this one, all on my own. You keep an eye on everything else, and I'll handle this task. Tanim's eyes widened, as he paused and looked at his son. He looked like he had a plan. You're sure? You already know what you're going to do? Harry nodded. Yep. No worries. I've got this, and I got them to agree to my carrying my crowbar, since I don't have a wand. Tanim's eye quirked. Did they look it over? They glanced at it, but nothing else, Harry replied. Good, Tanim said. All right, he went on with a shrug. If you're sure, or if you have any questions. I know, Dad, Harry said. If I need it, I'll ask, but I know my idea will work. You'll see. Caven ran his finger across the surface of the table that stood along the wall just inside the front door of the cottage, staring in wonder at the sheer amount of dust and grime accumulated over the last 12-odd years that now stained his finger, and shook his head. And I thought Harry would be angry about the state of things outside, he said, with no small amount of disgust, as he turned toward his traveling companions. Director Bones sighed. I haven't been here in over 5 years myself, and I only saw the outside then, not since I brought Susie, after she borrowed one of the Harry Potter books from one of her friends. I wanted her to know the real story, not the one that is popular, or the crap that is in those books, but the real story, even if we don't understand what happened that night. Caven shook his head. Well, him seeing the outside in a shambles, not to mention the giant hole, and the dedication to his parents covered in graffiti won't go over well. I'm glad he went to the church first. Hopefully what he finds there will be better than this, and he will be able to handle what he finds here. Amelia shrugged. I hope so as well. I'll admit, I too am disappointed with the state of things here. She stepped into the main room, looking around absently. I visited them here several times, once before they were even married. Well, not them, James's father actually. It was just after I graduated Auror training. I had to deliver some paperwork from the DMLE one night. The war was still new then. James was just getting ready to start 7th year, and Lily was visiting. She smiled softly. I don't think they had been going out long, but you could already see the love they shared, especially when James looked at her. She broke off her thoughts, with a small sniff. Anyway, they were all sitting around that very table. She gestured towards a beautiful burled oak table covered in dust, laughing. I can still hear them, just like I can still hear Harry laughing as he rode his toy broom around the house chasing the cat, as James and Sirius cheered him on and Lily tried to catch him. Susie was fussing, wanting to get down off my lap and play with the kitty too. I had only had her about a month at the time. Caven smiled. It was a house filled with love. You can still almost feel it, despite how it ended, he said, his voice sour at the last. I still don't understand how this happened, she said quietly, as she took another step into the house. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked around at the ruined furniture. The wards on the house, they should have kept this from happening. Caven sighed again as he followed her. This is mostly rot, he said as he pushed on what once had been a cushion from the couch, or at least he thought that the fabric matched. 12 years is a long time with this much moisture in the air, and the curtains open. Mold is going to be a problem on anything we find here. Amelia drew her wand and began to make intricate patterns in the air, her sad voice finally speaking a few moments later. The normal housekeeping wards must have been destroyed when the attack happened. The wards that are here now, they aren't as comprehensive as they should be. They stop the worst of things like rain, but any standing moisture isn't shed. I'm sorry, I'll find out who did this. And Caven knelt down and picked up the remains of a book that had fallen next to a chair. Charles Dickens, David Copperfield. Looks like a first printing, he said quietly. He looked up. This book was worth a small fortune. It's very rare, he said, cutting her off. He looked up at her with sad eyes. There are only 3 explanations, he began, letting the book fall from his fingers back to the ground. One is, whoever did the spell casting had some form of grudge against the Potters as a whole, or Harry's parents and or Harry personally, wanting to see everything here rot away slowly over time. Possibly a Death Eater, one of the more extreme cases, or someone that felt slighted some way or another, or possibly owed them a debt of some form. 2. It was someone sent by the ministry that was in a hurry, assumed the measures were temporary, or just didn't care, he said, rubbing his fingers free of grime on a handkerchief he had produced from a pocket as he stood. Amelia nodded. So far both explanations had merit. Third, it was Dumbledore, and if he did it, it was done on purpose. She looked stunned at this accusation. He held up a hand to keep her from speaking. Think about it logically, he said as he slowly approached the one thing he knew Sirius wanted retrieved from here for Harry above all others, his mother's piano. He is the one that pushed for the Wizengamot to seal the house as a historical monument. He was the one that sealed the Potter will. He was the one that placed him with the Dursleys, then refused to check on him for 5 years or more. Makes you wonder if he even wanted him to know anything about his family, as it is difficult to find anything out about what it meant to be a Potter, especially with the kind of drivel that we have found with his name plastered on it in the alley. Cavan began looking over the instrument with a careful eye. He has been at the root of so many things over the years that have hurt people, more than you can possibly know, he said softly. The blood on his hands. Cavan shook his head. It wasn't until years later, when he had run out of options, and the first cracks in his stories began to show, that he even considered telling someone the truth. The lamination is shot. I don't think the wood can be salvaged. Amelia had made her way to the stairway while he looked at the piano. She was standing looking at the hole in the wall of floor above her when he stood. Hopefully the frame is still intact. She said, then continued quietly. This is horrible. It was just left this way. I don't understand how we never saw it. When Susie's parents, my brother and his wife, were killed, we saved everything, even the papers Edgar had left out on his desk. She sighed. This is yet another way we have failed them. Cavan shook his head. I'll admit there is plenty of blame to go around, but some of it is understandable, he said as he started checking the stairs to see if they were safe enough to use to look around upstairs. You had just survived a nasty bit of fighting, he continued, with an insurgent group of terrorists. Something you were ill-equipped to deal with, given that many of their key members were, and in some cases still are, high-ranking officials within the standing government. Add that to the widespread corruption, and he shrugged. Everyone just wanted to put it behind them, especially those Death Eaters still in power, as some power is better than none. And Dumbledore. Her eyes grew wide. Why would Dumbledore be included in that? Cavan sighed again as he turned from the staircase. Seriously, he said incredulously. Use your brain for a minute. Think, why would he want it over quickly, without much of a fuss? To put it behind. She watched as his brow furrowed in aggravation, so she paused, sinking into thought. She ran through her memories, the conversations with Dumbledore, Cavan and even Harry himself, as he went back to inspecting the staircase. He's hiding something, she watched as Cavan nodded. But what? She asked quietly. He turned to face her again. Some of it you already know, or at least suspect. He eyed her even as he continued. He accepts things as they are, and wants to keep them that way, anything to protect his greater good, or rather his plan for how things should be. She looked confused, so he elaborated. He has been trying to create a new leader of the light, for years, generations actually, someone he can pass the reins of the wizarding world to, even as it collapses around his ears. And he's failed more than just with Harry. He let her think about that as he went back to inspecting the stairs. He failed before, said a quiet voice behind him, and he nodded. He knew about Voldemort? She asked, her voice catching on the name. Cavan nodded again as he turned back to her. He does. He's known much more about him than he has made public for years, including his real name, Tom Riddle. He then told the stories of Gellert Grindelwald and Tom Riddle to an increasingly angry woman. Harry felt numb as he made his way down the road from the small church and its quaint graveyard. His parents' graves were peaceful, and truth be told quite beautiful. He had sat next to them at first not knowing how he felt, but at his mother's prompting began to tell them about his new life and family. The words came haltingly at first, then suddenly they began to pour out of him as if a dam had burst inside him. In the end leaving him with a tear-streaked face and feeling exhausted. Afterwards they had walked into the small village of Godric's Hollow and eaten a meal in the small pub, and spoken with the minister, or vicar as he was called here. They had told him he didn't need to visit the cottage today, but he wanted this all done as soon as possible, and Sirius didn't know how long he could keep Fudge's toadies at bay even with Madam Bones's help. So today it was. He stood just feet from the garden gate of the property and took a deep breath, trying to center himself, and stepped forward. Only for his progress to be stopped by the form of Madam Bones, who stormed out of the cottage, an angry fire in her eyes. Seeing him at the gate, she stumbled to a halt. Harry, she breathed. I'm so sorry. She paused, took a deep breath and began again. We should have never listened to Dumbledore. She glanced over her shoulder. Let me deal with this. I want. She took another deep breath. You shouldn't. Her shoulders slumped. You don't want to see this the way it is, I'm sorry. We owed you and your family so much more than we could ever repay, and you don't deserve this. Please let me handle this. I'll make sure you get everything. She took a deep breath, and blew it out, saying something she never wanted to believe she would say. I'll arrange for your parents, James and Lily, to be prepared to move as well if that is what you decide. Harry glanced between her and Caven standing in the doorway behind her, then to his parents, who were both watching closely. I need to see it, he said softly. I need to see where it happened, where I could have grown up. I need to see it. She looked at him, with tears in her eyes. He knew she wanted him not to, but when her eyes met his, she saw the determination in them. This was something he had to do. Slowly she nodded and stepped aside. Saturday afternoon was usually used for free time by most of the students in the castle, but today it found several girls from Hogwarts down in the Sandfield classrooms talking to one another. You can't be serious, yelled a young blonde girl, standing next to a larger version of herself. I assure you I am, Greengrass, Pansy said. I have seen it with my own eyes. Not only do they command more wealth than any of the families, they do so on things many would consider little more than hobbies. She said, waving her arms for emphasis. I saw teams of racers, dozens of them, spending more on one race than any family could make in a year. And they didn't even blink. The winner at both of those races took more home as his purse than the ministry budget for a month. And these aren't even the owner's main businesses. Nor are they that large of a business in the non-magical world. A smirk grew over her face as she said the next thing. And some of those companies have women in their upper echelon. Gasps came from around the room. With the right education, at one of their colleges, it is possible, she said with a grin. Millicent asked the question on all of their minds. And how do we get into one of these colleges? By sitting something called a levels here in Britain. Something Sandfield is more than willing to help us do, she said with a small smile. Tannum adjusted the bag that hung across his back, concealing his crowbar laced through its loops within easy arm's reach. Do you really think all of this is necessary? He asked. Caven shrugged. Better to have it and not need it, he said simply. Chinthless nodded his agreement. While I do not personally fear him, he is still quite formidable, and I do not believe I could defend you both adequately if he proves to be volatile. Tannum moved his shoulders around, making sure the bag didn't move from the position he had placed it in. Fine. I just find it hard to believe that he did all of this. And for what? Just to raise a leader of the light, in his own image. It doesn't make any sense. Caven understood his friend's confusion all too well. That's why we are doing this. We need those answers, just as much as Harry. The trio fell into an uneasy silence as they made their way towards the small cottage on the outside of the town. Caven knocked on the door, but it was Tannum who spoke when the ancient wizard opened the door. Mr. Dumbledore, we would like to speak with you. Albus looked at each of the men in turn, then nodded slowly. I've already seen this morning's prophet. Such a shame that Harry. Don't. Tannum growled loudly. Just don't, he said, stepping forward and jabbing 2 fingers into the man's chest. Harry is not the one that has something to answer for here. You do. Albus's eyes were wide as he stepped back into the entryway and the 3 angry men entered, and the door shut behind them. Chinthless gestured toward the sitting area. I believe we should all sit, and endeavor to remain calm during this discussion, he said, allowing some of his power to drift to his eyes, causing them to change to a copper color. If you would lead the way, Mr. Dumbledore. Slowly the agitated elderly man turned and made his way to an overstuffed chair, sitting slowly as the others found places to sit and face him. Caven studied the man as they moved. Despite his age he moved well, and he could tell from the man's aura that he was still quite powerful. He was not someone to underestimate. We have come for some answers, Mr. Dumbledore, said the elf, as he casually laid the case containing his sword across his knees, his hand only a scant few inches from the hidden hilt. Answers? The old man asked, a confused look on his face. Cut the games, snarled Tannum. What you have done is inexcusable. Dumbledore's head snapped back as if he had been slapped. I did what was necessary, young man. It was for the greater good. He answered automatically. And just whose greater good is that, Mr. Dumbledore? Asked Chinthless. It was certainly not Harry's. Albus waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. The greater good of the wizarding world. Of course. None of you can even imagine how important being a leader of. Caven was on his feet in a flash, sword drawn, tip at the older man's throat. I am Lord Caven Silverhair of the Elven people. You dare to say that I do not understand the sacrifices that must be made for my people. I have been the Lord of Fairgrove for over 300 years. I have sent my people to battle on more than one occasion, and stood with them as they died around me many times. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. You know nothing of war. He hissed, as his sword began to glow a golden color. Your gravest threats, Grindelwald and Voldemort, were nothing more than thugs. Thugs that you allowed to flourish. His sword flickered and Dumbledore's robes made a ripping sound as his wand clattered to the floor and rolled to Tannum's feet. He bent over and picked the knobbed piece of wood up and placed it on the table beside him. At the height of his influence in Europe, Grindelwald was hardly a boil on the A.S. of the things that were threatening the world. The Thule Brotherhood was embedded deep within the SS, and they had spanned the globe in search of magical power. They hunted us, stole our heritage. We fought, Sele and Unsele alike, side by side with humans, wares and even vampires. I was here, in this country, leading my people into the midst of war. And where were you? Chasing your old chum around as he tried to take advantage of the chaos. The elf snarled. Only to capture him just as everything ended, and take the accolades of your people for ending a war you never were a part of. He smirked as Albus's eyes grew wide. Then there is Voldemort. He leaned closer. Or should I call him Tom Riddle? He asked. Not only did you know him, but you taught him. You could have helped stop him before his Death Eaters had fully formed. Led your law enforcement to him. But did you? He asked rhetorically. No. You didn't even support your own head or a man you may well have handpicked yourself for the job, when he wanted to take off the kid gloves and face the Death Eaters on an equal footing, spell-wise, he continued. His men were dying, yelled the elf. Your people. Because all they could use were non-lethal spells. Because you wanted to give those damn Death Eaters a chance to see the light. How many more died after they bought or lied their way out? How many of them are still plaguing your society today? He asked. He had at his height 60 or so people. Yet they killed hundreds. Then, after his defeat, he began again. Did you take the initiative and try to make sure something like that couldn't happen again? Take the chance offered to rebuild afterwards? He shook his head. No. It was business as usual. He swished his sword away from the frozen man's neck. You were intent on keeping things the way you liked them. And your world locked away, lost in time. Caven returned to his chair, sitting heavily, with his sword tipped down and both hands resting lightly on the hilt. You are not a leader, and you insult those of us that are every time you call yourself one. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I live for my people. Their well-being is everything to me. They are the first thing I think of when I wake, and the last thing I think of every night. How can I make their lives better? He shook his head slowly. A wise man once said, a government works for the people do not work for the government. Ask yourself, Dumbledore, do you work for your people? All of them. Is it their greater good you are working for? Does it help them grow and prosper? Learn new things. Broaden their perception of the world. Chinthless sighed. Enough, Caven. This is not the reason we are here. Caven turned to glare at the dragon in human form, his face slowly relaxing till he nodded. Of course you are correct, my friend. He turned back towards the aged wizard. We are here to discuss what happened in Godric's Hollow. Why there is now further damage done to the one remaining Potter home. And why one of the finest young men it has ever been my good fortune to know is now back in Charlotte being watched around the clock by his mother, grandmother, and Margot. And what possessed a supposed great man to be the source of such pain throughout his life. Chinthless sighed as he stood, placing a hand on the elf's shoulder. Calm yourself, my friend. Your rage is doing none of us any good, especially young Harry. Caven took a deep cleansing breath, and tugged his sword tip from the floorboards, returning it to its sheath. Very well, I'll let you handle things from here. Chinthless stepped forward, looking out the window. As you know, we took Harry to Godric's Hollow yesterday, to visit his family's graves as well as their cottage, he said sadly. We now wish we had more time to look in on those before we took him, but due to the restrictions placed in our way by the Ministry for Magic, the window of time we had to enter the cottage was limited at best, especially if we wanted to do it without Fudge and his toadies underfoot. He turned to face the old wizard. So we bundled up, and arrived in the early morning hours, Harry and the rest of us going to the cemetery first, as Caven went to check over the cottage accompanied by Madam Bones. Do you know what they found when they entered? If he had not been looking at the man when he asked, studying his every move, he may have missed it, a slight change in the pallor of his skin and a hitch in his breathing. Of course you do, he chided, as you were the one that said he would oversee their son. Arrange for him to be raised by his loving family, after you sealed away everything. He said, slapping a thick stack of papers onto the table next to the man. Bureaucracy. If it can do one thing well as preserve paperwork. He said, glaring down at the old man, eyes glowing copper and smoke wafting from his mouth and nostrils as he spoke. You were a busy man right after the attack on the Potters, overseeing their son. Less than 24 hours and everything to do with his life had been sealed away. From his parents' Hogwarts records to securing his trust vault key for him. Not to mention making sure he was delivered to his new home. Personally, I've talked at length with both Hagrid and McGonagall. He continued. They were both there when you left him. McGonagall is livid, and doesn't understand why she let you leave him there. At night, in November, outside. But she trusted your judgment. She believed in you. As a friend, a colleague, and as a mentor. You spat on that. He stood up straight. As for Hagrid, that poor man is more child than adult. Something you allowed to happen. To him you were a god among men. I saw the name of the man that accused him all those years ago on the paperwork, it was Tom Riddle. He used him as a scapegoat for whatever he was doing that cost that poor girl her life. All the while you just stood aside and let him be expelled. You stole his future from him. He took a deep breath. Just like you did Sirius Black. He accused. You could have advocated for the man. He deserved a trial. Just like the others. Strange how Harry's godfather ended up in that place. You even knew he had been around Harry after the attack. Hagrid told you as much. He borrowed his motorcycle. He stared at the man accusingly. Sirius remembers it now, Dumbledore. It was lost in the haze of anger and Dementors before, but now he remembers. Harry's scar looked horrible and he was covered in blood. Head wounds bleed so freely. When he met Hagrid at the healer's house in Godric's Hollow, and offered him his motorbike to help transport Harry, as he was too young for apparition, and the healer advised against taking him through the flow with a head injury. He even cast the warming charm himself. Albus's eyes went wide. Hagrid never made the connection. After he was jailed for Pettigrew's murder, and Sirius holds no grudge against him, but you, I'd stay away from him and Harry if I were you. Chinthless sighed. But again we are drifting away from the questions we have remaining, and one is the most central, why? Why Harry? He asked. We saw your family name in the graveyard where the Potters were buried, did you hate them? Albus immediately shook his head. No, of course not. I considered them some of my dearest students. Then why has any memory of them been nearly destroyed? He asked. Their Hogwarts records were kept under lock and key in your personal files. Their every accomplishment and picture hidden from view. Their possessions left to rot in their damaged home after the attack. Albus cringed internally, only the barest hint of his discomfort evident at the edges of his eyes. I did my best. Things were so. Tannum was on his feet in a flash and across the room in a single hop on his stiff leg. No more. I will not listen to another one of your half-truths. I want to know why the Potters were so important. There were only two families that rated your personal protection, the Potters, and the Longbottoms. Both of them were attacked. And we want to know why. Albus sagged. How had they figured out so much? He thought. How? Chinthless placed a hand on his protégé's shoulder and pulled him away lightly. We have let you play your games long enough while we work to uncover as many of your machinations as possible. The final question we have is why those two families? We know they were close friends, both fighters against Voldemort, and both boys were born within hours of one another, Neville on the 30th and Harry on the 31st of July, but what we don't know is why them. He stepped closer. What was so special about those dates? Why those boys? What made them so different from all the others? And you are going to tell us one way or another, he said as he allowed wisps of smoke and fire to curl out of his mouth. Albus sat transfixed by the sight, then slowly he nodded, as his right hand moved to rub his left arm. A prophecy, he said softly, there was a prophecy. Harry sank deeper into the seat of his Mustang, as the radio played Nobody's Child by the Traveling Wilburys. Go listen to it then come back. A solid sounding thunk came from the passenger side of his car, along with the sound of someone sliding into the seat next to him. The sound of the radio clicked off before the song ended, and the sound of his mother's voice filled the silence moments later. Harry, she began, then pausing. Harry, it will be okay. I promise, she said, taking his hand in hers. We'll figure something out. Sirius and Remus are looking into things, we'll get what we can fixed, and learn as much about them both as we can, she said softly. I just don't understand, he said, curling up against her shoulder. She sighed. Neither do I, sweetheart. Neither do I. I didn't mean to, he said, I was just so. Shish, she said, cradling his head. No one is mad at you. But I lost control, he said dejectedly. I could have hurt you, Tandem, or the bee baby, he cried softly. Harry, she pulled his head up so she could look him in the eyes. Nothing happened to us. Your father, Chintless, Caven and your grandmother were all there. What happened was an accident. It had been a trying day already. We should have done things differently, not tried to do it all in one day despite what the ministry was pushing us to do. Seeing what was left of your birth parents' home and what had been allowed to happen to it was just too much, she said earnestly. She smiled at him and drew him back into her embrace. You lost control of your magic. It happens sometimes. You're still young, learning, and this was an extreme. You can't blame yourself for this, she said, praying he would listen to her. She felt him relax slightly in her arms. Taking it as a good sign, she continued to hold him as he fell asleep. Prophecy, Tandem said in disbelief. What kind of bullshit? Chintless placed his hand on Tandem's shoulder. Perhaps we should allow him to elaborate before we jump to any conclusions. Tandem's head snapped towards the dragon in human form. Are you buying any of this crap? Chintless shook his head. That is not the point. He evidently does, he said, gesturing towards Dumbledore. Whether we lend this prophecy any credence remains to be seen. Tandem scowled at him but finally backed away and returned to his chair. Now, the dragon said, turning back to the aged wizard. What exactly did this prophecy say? And who gave it? Dumbledore shook his head. I am afraid that I cannot reveal. Chintless took a step forward. We told you there would be no more of your games, he said angrily, heat radiating from him as smoke curled from his mouth. Your games have cost too many too much. Do you not understand the damage you have inflicted over your life? Have we not shown you that much? Dumbledore looked up at him, still rubbing his left arm, in a mixture of horror, confusion and fear. Look at your world. It has scarcely progressed at all in 100 years. And even less after you ascended to your gilded thrones of power. Dumbledore looked down. My good man, your people can hardly even think of surviving outside their cloister. Chintless stood straight. Harry is our responsibility, not yours. Whether or not this prophecy has any relevance is for us to decide. And if you try to dodge our question about it once more, the consequences will be dire. Dumbledore's head snapped up at that pronouncement and he looked at each man in turn, before nodding slowly. Perhaps you are right, but I must insist on a magical oath of secrecy from each of you. This information must be protected. Caven laughed. Do you believe us unable to protect this information? Dumbledore looked agitated. Be that as it may, no chances may be taken with this information. It is of the utmost importance. So you say, Dumbledore, replied Chintless, but this information would be safer with us than any place you know of. Now talk. Dumbledore sighed. Why couldn't they just understand? He thought. Very well, but I trust you will understand my point shortly. I was interviewing a new professor to teach divination at Hogwarts when she gave it, and unfortunately one of his minions heard part of the prophecy and reported it to him. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies, he said in a quiet voice. Tannum and the others sat for a moment, mulling over the prophecy. Tannum was the first to speak. Okay. And do you not see, young man? Asked the aged wizard. The prophecy was about young Harry. His parents defied Voldemort and fought against him. He was born on the 31st of July, as the month died. His scar, the one on his brow, it was given to him by Voldemort, marking him and his destruction of Voldemort. He has a destiny yet to fulfill. Tannum shook his head. No, even if that was a prophecy was about him, it has been completed, he said sarcastically. Caven shook his head. Tannum, I think he believes he is still alive. Albus nodded. I am now more sure of it than ever, he said with conviction. And what makes you believe that? Chinthless asked. My spy's dark mark has returned, he replied. Dark mark? Asked Tannum. A tattoo, Albus said, of sorts. In actuality a modified protean charm, given to the members of his group, the Death Eaters. After his attack on the Potters it faded but never completely disappeared as one would expect. Chinthless looked upward and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Depending on how it was created, it is possible that your hypothesis is correct. His eyes drifted back to Albus. But that is just supposition, you will need better proof than that to convince me that your theory has merit. The elderly man nodded and stood, slowly crossing the room and tugging on the frame of the picture of a young blonde woman, behind which was a safe. 2 years ago an item was found by one of my students, he said as he opened the safe. Thankfully she heeded her father's warnings about such things and brought it to me. He pulled out a thin leather-bound book and went to pass it to Chinthless, only to find it being flipped from his hand by the tip of a sword. Tannum! Cried Caven. Destroy it with your bar. No sooner were the words out of the elf's mouth than Tannum was in motion, drawing the heavy bar of cold iron from where it rested among the straps of his pack and bringing it down, using the pry bar end to transfer his strength and weight into the blow along with his magic, burying the chisel end almost 4 inches, through the thin book first, then the wood of the floor and into the ground below. Black ichors like ink erupted from the book, as did a muffled cry of some form. What the hell was that? Tannum asked, as he watched the dark energy dissipate with his mage sight. One of the most disturbing perversion of pure of magic I have ever encountered, said Chinthless. A soul jar. It uses death magic to bind a soul to this plane. A Horcrux, corrected Dumbledore, his voice shifting slightly as he spoke. Then I was correct, he is still alive. He turned towards Chinthless. Harry's destiny is still not complete. I have reason to believe that he has made multiple such abominations. Chinthless sighed. If he did he was more the fool. But Herpo the foul, Albus began. Oh, yes, said the dragon man. Let's quote that idiot again. Did it ever occur to you that his writings were wrong? That the man was just being strung along by those that were baiting him? Albus's eyes grew wide. The man had one of the Unseelie whispering in his ear the entire time he was developing it. Chinthless continued. Caven nodded. Immortality is a lie. There is no such thing, not in reality. Time can be bent, twisted, even split if one knows how, but eventually death comes for everyone. The soul jar, or Horcrux as you called it, is nothing more than a way to keep death at bay for a time, and not a very good one at that. Albus looked stunned. Is this knowledge well known in Underhill? Caven looked at Chinthless briefly, then back to Albus. In a way, it is a perversion of a particular power wielded by some in the royal family. A way that they are able to share their magic, their very life force with another, and while not truly immortal, as they are vulnerable to each other, they are close enough due to their nature. When they use this power it is a drain on them, enough so that they may well sleep some time while their soul repairs the section they have used. Albus stood in place dumbstruck. If they must pay such a toll, then. Chinthless nodded. Oberon and his family can do this without the use of a spell, but the price they extract for their benevolence can be quite high. As for the spell to form a soul jar, it has many other drawbacks. Once complete, a feat that would take someone with no regard for life, the individual's soul will be held here on this plane as a formless wraith. As I remember, Corrigan thought it quite humorous when he taught the priests of Egypt, and they used their own deaths to deny themselves passing on, all to watch over their pharaohs, rotting tombs. This is just a more malignant form of the same art. In most cases, he continued, the wraith is harmless, incapable of interacting with anyone, even using possession, a skill powerful ghosts can achieve if only for a short time. It would take a willing participant to gain a foothold in a living human body, or prepare one for him. Shinthlis paused in thought. Do you think one of his Death Eaters has found him? And that is why the mark is reappearing? Asked Dumbledore. He nodded slowly. It is possible, he said. We know that one of his people can become a rat, and has been spotted several times, possibly to meet with someone. Then we must go to Harry immediately. Dumbledore said. He must be protected, so he can fulfill his destiny. He said, trying to head for the door. He is perfectly safe where he is, said Tannum, stopping him. But Voldemort, he began. I said he is fine where he is, said Tannum again, loudly. Besides, even if we believed all of this crap, his part would most likely be over. But only he can vanquish Voldemort, said Dumbledore urgently. And if your information is correct, he has, replied Caven. Think about it, man. He did vanquish him. Or rather, one of his parents did. He has been gone 14 years. And until this stupid tournament, Harry was living quite happily. Besides, it could mean you as much as Voldemort. Especially after the things you have arranged to bring him back to your world and deny him the life he wishes to lead. Dumbledore stepped back as if slapped. Is that true? He thought, as his mind began running a mile a minute. Running through what he had learned of Harry's life up to this point. He had been the one to convince the boy's parents, along with the Longbottoms, that they were the focus of the prophecy. It had been him that convinced them to use the Fidelius charm rather than hiding in the Muggle world like Lily had wanted. He condemned Sirius to Azkaban, when he decided that Harry would need to lead a simple, quiet life until he was ready to be trained for his destiny. He left Harry with his relatives. He never found the time to check on him. While he did not actively participate in the boy's entry into the tournament, he had let certain things transpire. He had tried to forcibly remove him from his adoptive parents. And make him into the new leader of the light. Dear Merlin, what have I done? He thought, his mind whirling. Sweat poured down the elderly wizard's brow, and his breaths came in gasps. Dumbledore? Shinthlis asked, noticing the now sallow-looking color on the man, as he collapsed onto the floor. Harry's right hand flashed from the steering wheel to the shifter, as he pushed the clutch to the floor, and turned into pit road. 3, 2, 1, said a voice in his ear. He hit the brakes as the voice said, 1, and slid the last 2 feet as he came to a stop, the nose of his car just touching the marker board for the end of his pit stall. How did it feel? The voice asked. Tight going into 3, 6 and 7. I don't think the air pressure helped. He said. All right, Harry, I'm giving you 1 round on the left rear, a full set of rubber and a tank, but this is the last one. You've been out here almost 3 hours. Harry didn't say anything, and as soon as the front tire changer waved, he tore out of the pit box and back onto the track. Al sat back in his chair, as he watched the back end of the Mustang exit to the track, and shook his head. He pulled his headset off and handed it to the man next to him. Keep an eye on his times. If he gets better than a 2:24, pull him in and get him out of that car. I won't let him crack my car up because he's pushing too hard. The man nodded, as he placed the earphones on and adjusted the microphone. Jumping down, Al made his way towards the infield care center, where he found Margot sitting with a very pregnant Char. Well? Char asked. I told him this is the last run of the day, and Barry is watching his times, just in case, he said as he sat next to the women. Damn it. What the hell happened over there? I haven't seen him like this since that first trial, when Dursley was still in the courtroom. Char sighed. He lost control of his magic. When he saw his birth parents' home, he blew a hole the size of his car through the back wall. Al shook his head. Damn. The house had been left to rot, with all of his family's possessions still inside. It was just too much for him. Al took his hat off and rolled the bill in his hands. Could anything be saved? Caven and Tannum are looking into it. Cavan is hopeful that he and Tannum can use Keening to repair the frame of Harry's birth mother's piano, but the wood can't be saved. Her voice fell silent. The older elf nodded. If the metal isn't too far gone, then they may be able to knit it back together, he said softly. That's what they're hoping, she said, wiping away a tear. Sirius wanted to do something, and since magical repair would eventually fade, he is going around to the Potter's friends, and gathering pictures, and asking them to write their memories of them down for Harry. That's nice of him, Al said, a small smile playing on his face. Too bad things turned out this way. She nodded, as Margot's hand wrapped around hers and squeezed in support. I'm going to go. Margot can drive me. Don't tell Harry I was here. Al nodded. Yeah, no problem. If he knew you were here checking up on him. He let his voice die away. The boys and I will keep an eye on him, take him out for dinner, give you a chance to rest a bit. Thanks, Al. She smiled a sad smile at him. You're a good friend. Not friend, sweetheart, he said, leaning over to wrap his arms around her. Family. Fleur looked across the tent towards the young brooding man. Harry just hadn't been the same since the trip to Godric's Hollow. Not that she could blame him. It had struck her, like most of the people that bothered to put some thought into the article written by that reporter, Rita Skeeter, that in his place their reaction may have been just as volatile. Well, possibly not that volatile. There just were not that many magicals powerful enough to cause that kind of destruction without any form of focus or design. She watched a while longer as he sat, leaning forward in the chair with his elbows on his knees and his head resting on the curve of his crowbar. She had never seen someone so tightly wound, though he did look some better than the last time she had seen him, as he passed through on his way back to Fairgrove, but he still looked as if the tiniest of things could see him lashing out again, like he had at the cottage. Our young friend, said a deep voice from her right, he will be okay. You will see, said Victor. The competition is just what he needs. I have seen it before. She looked at him questioningly, and he chuckled. He needs competition as much as food, or air. It defines him, gives him focus. Then release. There are many athletes that are much the same. He will put all of the aggression and anger he has and use it for fuel during the final task. He will be a great competitor tonight. And it will be our honor to stand with him on that field. She stared at him, confusion evident. You make it sound like some kind of war. He chuckled darkly. That is exactly what it is. Every time I set foot on a Quidditch pitch, it is as if I am going to war with the other team. No quarter. No surrender. And tonight will be no different. He will be great competition tonight, he said, gesturing towards the young man dressed in deep red, and I intend to be worthy as well. Smiling, he stood and made his way towards another chair and sank into his own preparations. Shaking her head, she sighed. So many things had happened in such a short amount of time, including the near death of Albus Dumbledore. Though she still couldn't believe that Tannum had saved the man's life, or the fact that he was now resting comfortably in a non-magical hospital after life-saving surgery. A surgery that, according to Margot, was quite commonplace and had a very high success rate in the non-magical world, allowing the patient a long healthy life after the device, something called a pacemaker, was placed. Margot had written an entire explanation of what had happened, that had appeared in the Prophet. Dumbledore had suffered for several years, possibly his entire life, with something the non-magicals called arrhythmia, a defect of the heart that could cause it to beat in the wrong rhythms. It was also something that non-magicals could correct with a small surgery and the help of the pacemaking device. Evidently the elder statesman had collapsed during a discussion with Tannum, Headmaster Chintless and Mr. Silverhair, and Tannum had saved his life by doing something called CPR on the man, while Chintless made preparations to transport him. By the next morning his prognosis was good, and after 2 days of recovery, while still weak, he had been more than able to say hello and have a small discussion with the minister about the life-saving events, which also appeared in the Prophet. Then had come the first countrywide broadcast of a Quidditch match. Every pub that had one of the devices installed was filled to the brim as people gathered and watched in awe. Rosmerta, the woman that owned the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade, had completely sold out her stock of food and beverages before the match had even begun to heat up. In the end it had proven to be a smashing success. Things were changing, not in small stops and starts but in wide sweeping ways. Champions. said a voice from near the tent flap. They are ready for you. The small group of champions stood close together as the explanation of the night's event was given to the gathered crowd. You all right there, Harry? Cedric asked. I mean, with all you. His voice trailed off, as he was unsure of how to phrase the rest of the question. Harry was quiet for a moment, then shrugged. Yeah, I'm good. I just want to get this thing over and go home. No offense, he said quietly, but I don't like it here. Cedric nodded. Yeah, I can see how that may be the case, the older Hogwarts student said in reply. But I hope you can remember not to paint all of us with the same color here. If we had known, he began. Harry cut him off. I know, and I do understand, but you need to understand as well. This place, he gestured around him, is filled with bad memories, memories I would just as soon forget. Fleur sighed. I would hope that not all of your memories from this year are bad. Harry chuckled, shaking off some of the gloom he had felt as he remembered his new friends. No, I didn't mean to imply that. The good just doesn't seem to outweigh the bad. He shrugged. So I hope you don't mid that I'm planning on finishing this quick. Victor laughed out loud. Do not presume to count the rest of us out, my young friend. I imagine you will face stiff competition tonight. Right, said Cedric, clasping the other man's shoulder. I plan to see you all from the top of the winner's box. Fleur looked at each of them in turn and chuckled. Well, I have no intention of just laying over. I'll see you each on the podium. Champions, said the voice of Ludo Bagman. If you will please take your places. Mr. Potter will enter the maze first, followed by Ms. Delacour and Mr. Diggory, after a 2-minute head start. Then finally Mr. Crumb, after another 2 minutes. He smiled brightly at each in turn as they lined up. Remember, shoot up red sparks if you feel you can no longer continue. Good luck. He took a long step back, raised his wand and set off a cannon blast, signaling the start of the competition. Harry glanced back over his shoulder, a wide feral grin on his face. Sorry, but I promised Dad that I had this and it would be quick, so, I'm sorry I've got to do it this way. He turned back and tore off into the maze at a run. Is everything ready? Tannum asked Shintless. The dragon in human form sighed. For the 100th time, yes. He said exasperatedly. Al and Caven are just behind the stands, along with extra elven steeds, ready to take you, while I travel by other means once the location settles in the Diviner, and FX is waiting for him at the center of the maze where the Tri-Wizard Cup is located. He will accompany him when the portkey activates, whether that is to the winner's stand as was arranged by Mr. Bagman or elsewhere. We will be there as soon as possible. Fine. The man spat, as he adjusted the crowbar hidden under his leather jacket to ride more comfortably. I hate this. Shar is going to kill me in the first place for this, let alone if he gets hurt. The dragon man nodded. And I, as well as Caven and Akko, will be in her sights as well, but this is the only course of action available at the moment. FX will be with him and they will be fine. Tannum fidgeted as the announcements continued and the champions lined up. And who was watching the person Peter was speaking with? My brother, Thomas, the dragon said with a small smirk curling the corner of his mouth. Tannum gaped at him, before his head slowly turned back towards the field. Oh, okay. Harry made a hard right as soon as he stepped into the maze and stopped. In a way he felt bad about what he was about to do. It felt a lot like cheating. He took a deep breath and centered himself and began to cast. In front of him formed an inclined plane, glittering gold in color in his mage sight, its top edge even with the height of the hedges. Chuckling maniacally, he began running up the magical construct. These magical planes were the first type of magic Harry ever learned. Harry had been with Tannum at the garage one day and seen him use the spell repeatedly to help them move boxes on forklifts and cars over the softened ground outside after a water main break. It was simple, didn't use much magic, and was versatile. At the end of the day they found Harry sitting happily on one of the desks racing his Hot Wheels down one force plane ramp and up another in the form of a jump that sailed his toy cars out the front door and onto a puddle outside. He had been 7 at the time. Once he could see over the edge he cast the same spell again, causing another plane of magical force to form stretching from one hedge to another across the gap in between. Harry looked down into the gaps as he continued to run. This was definitely the best way to reach the center, he thought as he passed over some form of crab-like creature that belched fire from one end and flew down the pathway. When they had called them down to the Quidditch pitch for the explanation of the task, they said once entering the maze they were to go to the center as quickly as possible while avoiding or traversing the obstacles contained. Harry continued to run, even as he heard several cries of disbelief and anger coming from the crowd. Seconds later he stood overlooking the center of the maze. It was a clearing about 20 feet across with a different path leading out at each compass point and the cup sitting on a large ebony stand in the center. Standing next to it was a frantically pointing FX. Glancing in the direction FX was pointing, he spotted the trouble. "Holy hell!" he exclaimed, as his eyes widened. "If that thing is an example of what else is in this stupid maze, I'm glad I did it this way." There in the corner, hidden deep in what would have been the shadows of the hedge had it not been for his mage sight, was a spider the size of a Buick. Quickly deciding on a course of action, he circled away from the creature as far as possible, then signaled FX to be ready. Taking a deep breath, he cast the Force Plane spell for a final time, ending it just at the base of the pedestal, and made his way down. FX clasped hands with him just before they both reached for the goblet, and with a swirl of color they both disappeared, leaving behind a silent maze. Chinthelus stood up quickly. "The portkey activated," he said as his eyes scanned the sky in the direction of center of the maze. "Too much power. It's going somewhere else. Go. I will meet you there." Tandem twisted in his seat and dropped down so he could slip under the bench and into the wooden structure of the stands below, dodging supports as he went. Caven impatiently shifted from one foot to the other, waiting for all hell to break loose. "Do you have them?" he asked, trying to keep his voice from showing the agitation and anger he felt. Al nodded. "The tracking charms are working perfectly, as are the electronic ones. He's almost to the center of the maze as we speak." Caven nodded. "Don't lose them, Al. You gave me this job for a reason, Kev," the elf said as he watched the objects on the small table in front of him. "That's it. They're gone. Get ready." Caven turned and vaulted onto the white steed next to him, and patted its neck. "Are you ready to hunt Velafor?" The elven steed tossed its head in an affirmative nature. Tandem appeared from under the stands, moving in a rapid hopping motion. "Well?" he asked as he moved next to one of the other steeds. "Just a few more seconds," Al said, as he worked. "Northern England," he said as the pendant in his hand moved over the map. "Little Hangleton." He dropped the pendant and vaulted onto his own steed. "We'll use the electronic tracker from there." The three men wheeled their mounts to the south and took off in a swirl of dust and blinding speed. Chinthelus turned quickly and made his way across the platform, advancing quickly on the arguing judges along with the other headmasters. "He should be disqualified," yelled one of the men. Ludo Bagman flipped through the pages of his notebook. I don't think that is possible," stuttered the man. "There is nothing in the rules about how he reaches the center of the maze, just that he enter, and then makes his way towards the cup." One of the other judges harumphed. "Either way, we must reach a decision before Mr. Potter reaches the cup. Otherwise the event will be over." Chinthelus spoke at that point. "It is too late for that. Harry has reached the cup and the portkey has activated." Minister Fudge glanced toward the podium. "I believe you are wrong, Headmaster. We still have. Believe what you will, Minister, but the portkey has activated. Have one of your Aurors verify it if you do not believe me," he said, trying to remain calm. Sighing, he nodded towards a tall black man standing next to him. "Auror, if you would." The man's wand appeared in his hand and he began casting detection spells. "Minister, there has been a portkey activation recently, and I detect no humans inside the maze. Harry Potter is gone." Harry sat up and shook his head, hissing in pain. "That's it. No more portkeys. No more flow travel. They can keep them," he snarled in a whisper. FX chuckled as he offered a hand to help his young friend to his feet, and spoke just as quietly. "I told you when to step, you're the one that didn't listen." Grimacing as he stood, Harry began to look around. On the hill stood what looked like an old church. The white paint had turned gray with age or peeled off completely in large sections, the wooden shutters hung loose, gently swaying in the breeze. The church's neglected state matched with the grounds of the small graveyard surrounding them. Weeds had taken over, reaching up to cover several of the tombstones. A cemetery, Harry whispered. Oh joy. Just perfect. FX nodded in agreement and sniffed the air. Someone is close by, he said finally, pointing down the hill. I can smell something else as well, something acidic, and blood. I think we're early. Harry nodded. No way they were expecting me to make it to the center that quickly, he said, pulling his crowbar loose. Feeling its reassuring weight in his hand, he pointed towards the church. What do you think? Take cover and wait for the cavalry. FX glanced around. Yes, but not there. Too obvious, he pointed down the hill towards an old overgrown mausoleum. There, he began only to stop speaking suddenly and drag Harry to the ground. Gone, yelled the minister. What do you mean gone? He's not in the maze, minister, said the Auror as he did the spell again for verification. There is no one inside. As I said, minister, said Chintless, Harry is no longer here. Your portkey has been directed elsewhere. Impossible, the minister shouted. You must have done the charm wrong. Enough, Chintless yelled. This is getting us nowhere. If all you are going to do is stand here and argue, Thomas. Now. An explosion of motion happened all at once as a nondescript man that had been standing in the crowd seemed to blur momentarily, then burst into motion, covering the distance between the group and a single individual that stood near the maze. An unconscious Alistair Moody soon lay at his feet. What? The minister turned. Auror. Do something. Chintless stepped between the Auror in question and his brother. Young man, I suggest you hold off on that order for a moment while I speak to your boss, he said, gesturing to the short-haired woman pushing her way to the center of the now gathering crowd. Madam Bones, I believe you will wish to speak with the man my brother is detaining, and you will most likely find the location of the real Mr. Moody during that interrogation, he told her, pointing down towards the maze. Her eyes widened as her head pivoted back and forth. I don't know what is going on here, but until I do, Auror, take Moody into custody, like he says, constant vigilance. Take his wand, and place him in suppression cuffs. And search him just to be on the safe side. The Auror nodded and moved away. I'm giving you and your people a lot of leeway here, headmaster. And I appreciate it, my good woman, he said, cutting her off. Unfortunately, I fear, explanations will need to wait at the moment. Harry is no longer in the maze. The portkey that was meant to bring the winner to the winner's platform has been redirected elsewhere. She looked surprised. Only a few people can authorize portkey travel within Hogwarts grounds. How did she turn to face the minister? I didn't authorize this, and I doubt Headmaster McGonagall or Madame Pomfrey would classify this as an emergency. The minister looked nervous, clasping his hat tightly. It was just a little thing. No harm. Ludo wanted a big finish, and Dolores assured me that it was perfectly safe. Minister, she yelled. That authorization was to help facilitate your protection. Not for any other reason. And just who did you get to cast the portkey? She asked, glowering at the now shrinking man. He looked down at his shuffling feet and rolled the brim of his hat in his hands. Dolores said Moody helped arrange it, he said softly. Harry rolled with the impact of his best friend, coming to a knee as they stopped. Holy hell, he spat, as he took in the sight of the monster his eldest friend had saved him from. A snake, a big A.S. snake. It had to be 15 feet long if it was a foot. And its head was bigger around than he was. On your guard, said FX. This is no ordinary serpent. No shit, Harry quipped as he pivoted for a better angle. You mean giant vipers aren't native to Britain? That thing is as big as an anaconda. Stop being a smartass and fight. FX snarled, balls of iridescent red energy covering his hands, on two. As a pair they sprang forward, one to each side, both trying to draw the animal's attention before it could gather itself to strike a second time. Come on, you stupid, Harry began, before dodging a lunge from the snake. Whoa. In the flash of an eye, FX was on the beast's back, his claws now sheathed in glowing red spectral flames as he tore into the creature. Harry, he hissed, now, as the creature focused solely on him, trying to remove the source of pain. Harry spun the crowbar in his hands, bringing the hooked end up in a golf-like swing, impacting the beast in the soft spot under its head and up into its skull. 4. The creature bucked under FX, then let out an ear-piercing shriek as the head exploded. What the hell? Harry asked, wiping ichor from his face. FX looked over the creature a little more closely and said, "Somebody's going to be pissed. I think this thing was some sort of enchanted familiar." FX's head swiveled suddenly, his ears twitching wildly. "We've got to go. Someone's coming." "What about the snake?" Harry asked. "No choice. Leave it." FX replied. "Come on, Harry. We've got to find some cover till the others can get here." "Right," he said as they both began to head towards the mausoleum. "Let me get this straight," said the head of the DMLE. "You personally authorized one of my orders." "Orders," said the minister, as if in defense of his position. She glared at the man and he looked down again. "To direct the portkey through some of the most potent wards in the Isles, on the assurance of safety by Ministry Under Secretary. An action that, by our own laws, has been illegal since the invention of the portkey because of safety concerns. All for something as trivial as a good show." The man had the good sense not to say anything. "Merlin," she said, "I'll deal with you after this crisis is over." Turning to Chintless, "I'm sorry about this, what do you need?" she asked. "I'd like you to stay with my brother Thomas, and the prisoner, personally. Our family is already on the way to Harry, and I wish to join them as soon as possible." She nodded, looking towards where the man she now identified as Thomas stood. "So you have some way to track the portkey?" The dragon in man form nodded, but didn't explain. "And you say that man is not the real Moody?" He smiled. "His disguise will fail within the hour, I believe." "Do you know where the real Moody is?" she asked, "or if he is still alive?" Chintless nodded. "I believe he is alive, as the potion the person has been using would have been rendered inert after his death when the magical connection was lost." "Polyjuice then," she said softly. "Good. Do you have any idea who he is?" "We only have a first name. Barty, that's what Pettigrew called him," replied Chintless. "Bart?" She shook her head. "All right, I'll stay with him. You join your family. I'll have a unit of oars dispatched as soon as we hear from you. Can you take 2 others with you?" He nodded. "Tonks. Shacklebolt. You're going with the headmaster. He's going after Harry Potter. You are to render all possible assistance." "Understood." The pair both nodded, and fell into step with Chintless as he rushed down the stairs and into the darkness of the forest. The mountains had given way to hills with a startling speed as the elven steeds had carried their riders away from Hogwarts. Tannum had always been somewhat in awe of these incredible animals. Their beauty, grace and intelligence were astounding, but their sheer speed was something all of its own. "We should be approaching the border into England proper soon," said the disembodied voice of Caven over the helmet speaker. "How long till we are in range of the electronic tracker?" Tannum asked. "Not long. The town wasn't that far from the border," Al said. "They'll be fine, Tannum. Have faith." Tannum leaned forward, and urged his steed to go faster. "I don't know who he is, but he looks like a rat," Harry said, ducking behind a large grave marker adorned with a weeping angel statue, which was soon missing an arm as a splash of purple light connected with it, well above him. "And his aim beeps." "Peter Pettigrew," said FX as he peeked out from behind his own tombstone, to get a better look at their pursuer. "That's Peter Pettigrew. HNH. Makes sense then," Harry said, chuckling, as another part of the angel exploded. "Okay, this is going to get old quick," he said, dusting crushed stone out of his hair. "What are we going to do about this moron?" "Well, we have limited options," FX said. "Run and hide, or fight. Your mom would say run and hide, your dad too. We could veil, and try to." The remainder of the angel exploded. "Won't work. He's intent on me. I'd need him to be distracted long enough to construct the veil." "You did it for the dragon," said FX. "And it took me over a half an hour," replied Harry. "What did you think I was doing during the time up until I walked out into the stadium? I centered myself and constructed the spell. All I had to do was finish it once I had gotten inside." "Potter, come out, my master wishes to make use of you," yelled Peter. "Well, good for him," Harry yelled back. "Sorry, but I don't believe that would be good for my health." Harry was glancing around as he spoke. Pulling up a clump of weeds, he rubbed it between his fingers, it crumbled. A wide smile bloomed across his face. "Rule 2, he said quietly. FX, I think we need to break Rule 2. The Kitsune's face twisted in confusion, then he began to laugh. All right, Harry, let's do this. Interlude. Once upon a time there had been a young magical boy. Now, this young boy was quite intelligent and had a talent for picking up the odd magical skill here and there from those around him. The first time this happened, everyone was happy, and it was very cute watching him make glowing magical constructs to play with his toys. The second time, it was less cute, and almost led to the destruction of one of the Fairgrove buildings. This gave rise to the first and second of a new list of rules. It began as follows. No magic without supervision. No fire of any kind. No, etc. But tonight all the rules were out the window. End. Amelia Bones had never been under the illusion that everyone in her employ was competent. No, there was too much evidence to the contrary. However, the man at her feet showed exactly how deep the problems within her own department ran. Bartemius Crouch Jr., she said with a disgusted tone. He's supposed to be dead. Thomas chuckled. Lot of that happened here. She shook her head. No. How long will he be unconscious? Thomas shrugged. I can wake him anytime you wish. She nodded. All right. Let me get a court scribe and a healer in here, then I'll seal the room, she said, opening the door and calling out to someone. As they came to a halt, Tannum's head turned to Al, who was looking at the box he had been carrying on a strap. That way. He pointed. Signal's good. We're not too far. They disappeared again in a clatter of hooves. Peter Pettigrew had never been a brave man. Cowardly, petty and jealous would have been much more apt descriptions. However, one thing could motivate him into something that was much akin to bravery, and that was self-preservation. That particular trait was creating war within him at the moment. On one hand he had the raging inferno that was before him, sweeping its way across the graveyard. And on the other was the fear of what his master would do if he failed. As he backed another step away from the heat, his mind raced, trying to come to grips with what he had seen the son of his one-time friends do. He had been firing towards the large mausoleum, keeping the brat pinned behind a particularly ugly weeping angel, when a spout of fire leapt from behind the statue, streaming like water from a hose. At first he had thought Albus Dumbledore had somehow found them and was using his famed fire whip spell, one he had seen on a few occasions during the last rise of his master and lord, Voldemort. However, it had quickly become apparent that was not the case, as the stream didn't cut through the stones it hit, but rather flowed over them, again like water. Every place the stream touched was instantly set ablaze, smoke soon filling the air. The stream suddenly stopped, only to appear again spouting in the opposite direction, once more setting fire to everything it found. He was now gasping for breath, as he choked on the smoke rolling off the burning brush, his eyes widening despite the burning and watering they were doing, as the boy stood from behind the statue and walked into the deepest flames. He was wearing some odd form of close-fitting clothing, deep red in color, with small multicolored patches. Even his hands were covered by the same material. Then he did something that unnerved the man even more. He smiled. Tonks had thought she understood magic. Her mother had been born into one of the oldest of wizarding lines, the Blacks, a lineage that had gifted her with the extraordinary gift of being a metamorphagus, with the ability to shift her appearance at will. She had attended Hogwarts, for 7 years, honing her skill with both her body and magic, gotten good grades as well, even from that bloody A.S. of a potions instructor, Snape, then gone on to become a trained Auror. She had seen all kinds of strange things, ghosts, monsters, spells. But this was well beyond anything she had ever seen before. She and her partner, Kingsley Shacklebolt, had both run off the Champions dais hot on the heels of the visiting headmaster from the United States, Chintless. He had surprised them by not hurrying towards the castle or the gates to the grounds, but into the Forbidden Forest. When she had asked where they were going, he had just waved his hand and said, "No time, this is the shortest distance out of the wards." In a way that had made sense, but it was the Forbidden Forest, filled with who knew what, including centaurs and all forms of magical beasts. They were suddenly in a large clearing, and Chintless turned back to them. "Are either of you afraid of heights?" he asked. The pair of Aurors glanced at one another. The elder, a large dark-skinned man, shook his head. "We both can fly brooms." The headmaster nodded quickly, and cut the man off before he could continue. We will be traveling by a different means, however. Please stand back. He paused momentarily, from his path towards the center of the clearing. Don't be afraid. I've been told this can be unnerving if you're not expecting it, and I'm afraid I do not have time for explanations. The partners nodded as they stopped walking at the edge of the clearing. What she saw next she would remember in vivid detail till her dying breath, and while she had seen something like it before, it had in no way prepared her for what she saw in those few moments. Headmaster Chinthless stopped again once he reached the center, then his outline began to blur and expand. She wasn't quite sure if it had been her that said it out loud. He's an animagus. They both had stared in wonder, as the headmaster shifted into his new form. This time she was sure she said it. He's a bloody dragon. He was unlike any dragon she had ever seen, at least half again as large as the Horntail, or the others from the tournament, and he had 4 full limbs, with wings sprouting from his back rather than being a part of his forelimbs. The bronze dragon's head swiveled to easily see them, as he placed his front paw next to the pair. Climb into my claw, rumbled the great beast. We must be quick. Use your magic to hold yourselves in place, we will be moving fast from here on. Tonks glanced at Kingsley. You first, boss. Hermione and the others had made their way to the champion's pedestal and joined Fleur and her family. Did you hear anything? She asked the older French girl. Just that your minister for magic is a fool. She said angrily. He used his authority as minister to have the Tri-Wizard Cup made into an emergency portkey. One that could go through the Hogwarts wards. Hermione face-palmed. What a moron, she said into her hand. Anything else? She asked, looking up. No, the blonde beauty said. Not about Harry at any rate, but it seems as if Headmaster Chinthless and his father had been expecting something to happen. They are. Before she could continue, a deafening roar filled the night, drawing their eyes to the sky. Where they spotted a bronze-colored dragon wheeling in the air, each beat of its wings lifting it higher. Once it was higher than the mountains surrounding Hogwarts, a gout of flame burst from its mouth, the flames forming a ring in the sky in front of it. As it passed through the ring, the behemoth disappeared from view. What in the? Asked Fleur in shock. Oh, exclaimed the young blonde-headed girl standing next to Hermione. That was just our headmaster, he must have been in quite a hurry. Several heads in the crowd slowly turned towards the girl, their mouths wide. Tannum pulled the reins of his Elvensteed, bringing it to a halt, and glanced toward Al. There. The man pointed, looking up from the device in his hands. Towards that glow. A moment later the hill was empty once again. Harry watched as the transformed FX, now looking like Harry, stood in the midst of the flames and tried to keep from laughing. While it was quite the visual, the flames posed no threat to FX, especially in his phased state, as he was more akin to a ghost in that form, visible if he wished but not much else. It had originally been a hindrance to him before he earned his 5th tail, but now it, along with his shape-shifting, was among his greatest assets. Harry Judd hoped it kept the man distracted for a moment. Peeking around the far edge of the tombstone, Harry chanced a quick look. Peter finally reached a decision, after glancing down at the bundle in his arm. Raising his wand he attacked. Stupefy. He could only stare in amazement as the bolt of red energy passed through the young man. What? How? He cried as he tried again. Stupefy. When it failed again, the foe Harry began to stalk forward, his smile widening. It's not possible. The man yelled, as he then tried more destructive spells. Defodio. Defindo. Expulso. Harry smirked as the spells passed through his friend without effect. Only another Kitsune could even attempt to cause him harm in this state. Once he was sure that Peter's attention was solidly on FX, Harry began casting. A glowing plane formed above the man, and once he was satisfied with its size, Harry dropped it right on the rat man's head. Tannum shook his head as they brought the steeds to a stop. Harry, he growled, as they looked down on the scene just in time to watch Harry take care of Pettigrew. Al was laughing at that point. What is it with that boy and setting things on fire? Tannum sighed. Let's get down there and get it contained before it gets too large. Harry stood up and trotted toward his friend, who waved him back. No, Harry, something else is under there with him. Just keep it pressing down. Harry stopped moving and nodded, as a flash of green came from under the sheet of force. His father's voice startled him. Harry, get back. Go to Al, he'll get you out of here. Harry spun to see the three men close by, one still sitting astride his steed. But Tandem, get up here, yelled FX as another flash of green appeared and the force plane shattered. Al, get him out of here. Tandem screamed, as he skipped his way towards FX. Caven, that thing looks like the diary. Before Harry could turn to get a good look, Al's hand grabbed him by the arm and hoisted him onto the Elvensteed behind him and set it into motion. Harry twisted to watch, as whatever was going on receded into the distance behind them. FX stared in horror at the creature struggling its way loose of the now limp form of Peter Pettigrew. It was a disgusting deformed baby-like form, its head too large and lacking a nose and ears, with dark blood-red eyes and pale white skin. Its aura was dark, black with streaks of red and green. Another blast of green erupted from the wand held in the creature's hand, missing him by mere inches. FX. Get away from it, yelled Tandem as he rushed forward, Caven at his side. The thing turned its wand their way. Avada Kedavra, it yelled. Both elf and man dodged away from the powerful blast. Caven became a blur of movement as he shot forward, recovering and covering the intervening distance in the blink of an eye, slashing with his sword as he did. The thing screamed in frustration as its tiny arm was separated from its body along with its wand. Kicking the wand away, he looked down in disgust. The mighty Lord Voldemort, I take it. Elf. The creature snarled back. I had scarcely believed my servant when he told me of you. How dare. Oh, do shut up, Caven said. Tandem, if you please. Tandem nodded, and raised his crowbar above his head preparing to drive the chisel point down, just as he had when he destroyed the diary. You will not be done with me this easily, elf. Screamed Voldemort. I am immortal, it may take time but I shall have my revenge. On you as well as Potter. Caven just chuckled. You think your little trinkets are going to save you? He asked. Voldemort's eyes widened. Oh yes, we know about your little Horcruxes, the problem is you don't know everything we do about them. At that point Tandem smashed the crowbar down, driving the tip deep into the ground through the thing's body. They watched as the iron bar disrupted the magic that held the shade form of Voldemort inside the body of what had once been an infant. Both of them felt saddened by the waste of such a young life just so a monster could hold on to its supposed life. As the magic broke, the tiny body shriveled into an unidentifiable husk that then crumbled away, leaving only the wraith still pinned in place by the cold iron bar. Caven knelt beside Peter. He's dead. I suspect Riddle was using the killing curse. Tandem nodded. I wish there was a way to find out who the parents were, or if they are still alive, he said softly. Someone should at least remember the child's name. Perhaps the man inside Hogwarts knows, the elf said as he stood, turning to address his longtime friend. Go with FX and help him put out these fires. I wish to speak to the spirit. Tandem nodded and went to join FX. Tom Riddle, the elf said as he knelt again. I know you can understand me, Shade. The inky thing pinned to the ground by the crowbar slithered along the ground slowly, almost as if it were in pain. You were a monster in life, by your own decision and actions, he said, and now, because of those same types of decisions, in death you will face the darkness of oblivion. The elf shook his head. Death comes to all things that live, no matter who or what they are, and by using your magic for something so foul you have only doomed yourself all the more. He stood again looking down at the now shivering blob. I hope that you enjoy your new home, Tom. This is where you will spend the rest of your miserable existence. Once Tandem is finished and Chintalis has arrived, that very rod will be driven deep into the ground here and be covered over. He took a deep breath and continued. Over the next 100 years, give or take, your soul will slowly dissipate till you are no more. With your wraith held here by cold iron, your other pieces, if you have more, will be rendered inert, useless. The elf chuckled. Poetic justice, I guess. You who took a name that meant flight from death, and reveled in the death of others, have found a fate far worse than any death and will pass through that threshold as your remaining years tick by, surrounded by the dead. He then turned and walked away, leaving the inky blob tugging with all its might against the hunk of cold iron. Tonks screamed as the flames surrounded them briefly, then broke into nervous laughter as they re-emerged into the nighttime sky. What in Merlin's name was that? She yelled as she regained control. Flame tunnel, replied a booming voice from the dragon carrying them. It is a quick way for my kind to travel, it is akin to your apparition, he said, spiraling down towards a smoldering area of ground. Good of you to join us, old friend, said Caven as the dragon dropped off his passengers and landed, shrinking to human form as he did. I take it Harry is okay. And on his way back to Hogwarts? He asked, looking over the scene. Harry's work. Tandem chuckled. Yeah, the kid did good. Nice bit of distraction and bait and switch, according to FX. Excellent. The dragon man said. And the perpetrator? Tandem pointed to the body lying on the small roadway just below the church. Dead. The older Orr looked towards the body. Who was he? Peter Pettigrew, said Tandem, as he looked around for more embers. And just how did he die? He asked. Don't really know, Tandem said, rubbing his foot across some still smoldering grass. Harry's bodyguard said it was some kind of green spell under the shield they had him trapped with. The elder Orr nodded. The killing curse, maybe he hit himself somehow, we'll go look him over. Tonks. The younger woman was quickly in step with her trainer, and walking up the hill. Harry slid to the ground, off the back of the Elvensteed. Thanks Al, he said. No problem, his friend responded. It was a nice evening ride. Harry shrugged, and smiled as he spoke. Glad you enjoyed it then. Right, the elf chuckled back. Off with you, go see your friends and tell that DMLE lady that it's done. You got it, Harry said as the elf wheeled his mount around and set off the way they had come. You hear FX, he said to the night air. His oldest friend faded into view. You know my orders as well as I do, Harry. You are not to be out of my sight tonight for any reason or I key my tails goodbye. Yeah, well, nobody said you needed to be hidden any longer, did they? He said with a cheeky grin. You know, you're right. The fox said, morphing into his James Dean look. It will be nice to walk around visible in this place for a change. The pair stepped out of the Forbidden Forest and began the walk towards Hogwarts. So, how do you feel now it's over? FX asked as they approached the doorway. Harry shrugged. I'm glad it's done, but I'm also sorry it had to end the way it did. The others never even got a chance to enter the maze, it kind of feels like I cheated. FX could understand his young friend's feelings, but he tried to offer a positive perspective. It wasn't cheating, your skill set and experience is just different than theirs, he said. You used your abilities to their fullest, as well as your ability to think outside the box. Harry shrugged. It doesn't feel that way, I just hope they understand why I did it the way I did. FX smiled. I don't think that will be a problem, especially after they hear the entire story, he said, pointing to the group of nervous individuals just outside the Great Hall. Harry, yelled the eldest girl in the group when she spotted them. In seconds he was surrounded by his friends and the other competitors, all of them sporting wide smiles and looking relieved. Shacklebolt knelt next to the body of Peter Pettigrew. It's him, he fits the description, he then retrieved the wand from next to the body. I've got a wand here, said Tonks, leaning down. Tandem grabbed her wrist before she could pick it up. That one has several malignant curses on it. It will need to be handled carefully. She pulled her hand away slowly. Why, you're sure? The man nodded. Thank you. Not a problem, he said, turning towards his mentor. It's over here, he said. Chinthless nodded as he joined them, looking not at the wand but the crowbar standing upright embedded in the ground. So that is what remains? The dragon asked. Yes, his ex-student said simply. Tonks lifted her eyes away from the wand at her feet, confused as they were not looking at the wand, and slowly looked towards the area where the men were peering. She saw movement of something small and dark in what remained of the grass. Chinthless knelt, studying the quivering mass. Such a sad thing, he said softly. So twisted, so damaged, a fitting end. What is that thing? Tonks asked as Shacklebolt joined them. Something that will never hurt anyone again, the dragon man said as he stood. What is about to happen will never be spoken of again. He turned towards the pair of oars. I will explain everything to Madame Bones fully, and she will make the final determination of how much she wishes you to know and how this secret is to be protected, but this place and what we are going to do must never be learned of outside a select few, not only for your safety, but for that of the people you are sworn to protect. Is that understood? They looked at each other, then at the inky stain on the ground, and nodded slowly. Neither of you is to be out of our field of vision for any reason until then. Is that understood? They nodded again. Satisfied, the dragon and his student ushered the pair to stand next to the elf lord, and took up places, one on either side of the crowbar. Deep? Tannum asked, as he began to center himself. Quite, I do believe, replied Chintless. Sitting, the pair of them held out their hands. For a moment nothing happened, then the crowbar began to sink into the ground, till it entirely disappeared and the soil behind it filled in, leaving not a trace. What are they doing? The Auror asked. Making sure no one is ever able to attempt this again, he said, turning towards the wand that had destroyed so many lives. I will help you deal with the wand. I believe it will offer the proof your Madame Bones will wish to have. It hadn't taken long for Madame Bones to find out Harry had returned and have him escorted to the room she was currently working in. It's good to see you, Mr. Potter. We were quite concerned for your safety, she said, gesturing towards the chair to her right. Your friend will need to. I will be staying with my charge while he speaks with you, or we will be waiting outside for his father, our headmaster Chintless, to return, said FX, his hands still in the pockets of his jacket. And you are? She asked. That's FX, Harry said, sitting down. Just ignore him. Everybody does. A bloody knife appeared sticking out of his chest, and FX stumbled forward into the room. Gah! He cried, grasping at the blade and collapsing on the ground. Madame Bones' eyes went wide and she leapt to her feet. Harry, get down! She yelled, wand in hand, casting spells around the room, searching for an unseen enemy. Meanwhile Harry rolled his eyes. Cut the act, Fox, now is not the time, he said in an aggravated tone. The face of the blond man lying on the floor covered in blood, broke out in a wide grin as the blood and knife vanished. Sorry, force of habit, he said, standing and brushing himself off. Harry scoffed at his friend. Yeah, whatever. Sorry about that, he still forgets people can see him sometimes. Madame Bones' eyes darted between the pair, her eyes wide. Who? What? She said, her wand still in hand. Harry sighed. Madame Bones, may I present FX, he said, gesturing to the young James Dean lookalike. Friend, confidant, and in this case bodyguard. More like babysitter, the fox said. More like pain in my ass, Harry said, glaring at him. Anyway, he's not supposed to leave me alone till my father returns. How did he do that? She asked, keeping her wand trained on him. He specializes in illusions, Harry said, waving the entire thing off. He does that type of thing all the time. FX nodded. I apologize, I didn't think about what I was doing, he said. I won't do anything like that again tonight, he added, making an X mark over his heart with his right index finger. Cross my heart. She lowered her wand slowly. You have unusual friends, Mr. Potter. Harry smiled. I know. Great, aren't they? She shook her head and sat again. After she satisfied herself there was no one else in the room. Mr. Potter. Harry, he said. She smiled softly. Harry, I need to hear your side of how things went tonight, and everything you did. Harry nodded and began his story. It was almost midnight when the group returned to Hogwarts and found Harry outside, sitting on a short wall playing his guitar, in front of a fairly large group that were listening and in some cases, dancing. When he spotted them, he stopped playing and set his guitar to the side. Leaping up he moved to greet them. Dad, he yelled, hugging the man. After a moment he pulled back. You're all right then? Tannum nodded. We're fine, son. Did you call your mother? Sirius called while I was talking to Madame Bones, he replied. Good, he said. Go back to your friends and have fun. We're going to go talk to Madame Bones, it may be a while, then we'll go back to London and get some sleep. Harry nodded. All right, I'm glad you're all okay, he said to the group, then headed back. Tannum gestured to FX that he should stick close to Harry and walked into Hogwarts. The group settled into the room with the head of the DMLE. She spoke first. I'd like to apologize for the poor decision of Minister Fudge. This is something that never should have happened. Chinthalis spoke before Tanum could. I'm sure we would all like to know what form of action will be taken because of his decision. She nodded her understanding. The Undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge, will undoubtedly take the brunt of the blame, as she was the one placed in charge of security arrangements for the minister. I doubt she will be in that position by morning, despite young Harry's safe return. And the minister? Chinthalis asked. He will be publicly reprimanded, she said with a sigh, and he has agreed that the security arrangements for his office will be made by the DMLE from now on. He will no longer have the authority to grant portkey usage, of any form. We are also looking into any others he may have authorized in the past. Chinthalis nodded. Most likely the best we could hope for, he said, giving a stern look to Tanum, who acknowledged his old teacher with an aggravated shrug, as he looked away. Now, she said, I would like to hear your story, and what happened. Chinthalis looked at the two Aurors that had been with them in the graveyard. How much of this do you wish them to hear? He asked. Some of the information I am about to pass on could be quite dangerous, especially in the wrong hands. She studied the dragon man's face intently for a moment, then turned to the pair. You are not to speak with anyone about what you witnessed tonight until I have spoken with you. This is classified at the highest level. Understood. The pair nodded. Good. Now wait outside and guard the door until we are done. I'll speak with you shortly. When the door closed and locked, Chinthalis waved his hand and turned towards her. The room is now secure, and we are the only ones here, he said. Now will you tell me what this is all about? She asked. First, may I ask you who, exactly, Barty was? Chinthalis questioned. Bartemius Crouch Jr., she said, looking sad. His father was the head of the DMLE during the war with Voldemort. He oversaw his own son's trial, Crouch Jr., and saw him sent to Azkaban for the attack against the Longbottoms. He was sentenced to life. How he got out remains to be seen, but we cannot seem to locate his father, and his mother passed some time ago. He has apparently been doing much of his job by owl of late. Due to illness, we suspect he had something to do with it. I will know more shortly. We plan to use Veritaserum on his son as soon as time permits. We found Alistair Moody held captive in his own trunk, here in the castle, in the room he was using. He will recover, but it will take time. Chinthalis nodded. That is another piece to the puzzle then, he said softly. He took a deep breath and blew it out. As to your question, he began, that begins with something Albus Dumbledore seemed to believe to be true. Dumb. She looked gobsmacked. What does he have to do with Harry's abduction from the last task? More, I think, than he will ever admit to, he said in reply, especially as most of his sins are those of omission rather than those of action. She looked at him confused. We need to begin even before Harry's birth, when Dumbledore became privy to a prophecy. PFTT, she scoffed. Woolly things, they never are clear till after they have come to pass, if then. Granted, he said with a smile. I never put much stock in such things, but for some reason Albus Dumbledore seems to. Now this prophecy was given to him by someone that he was interviewing for a position, and who is employed currently here, at Hogwarts. Trelawney, she asked, sitting up in surprise. Why would he trust a prophecy from that woman? That I cannot answer. I only know that he does, said Chinthalis with a shrug. Do you know the actual prophecy? She asked. I do, he said before reciting it. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. I also know his interpretation as well. She pondered the prophecy for a moment. Harry was born at the end of July. Chinthalis nodded. As was Neville Longbottom, he added. She thought a moment more. It could have been either of them. My thoughts exactly, he said. However, after the attack on the Potters, I do not think that he ever considered the other possibility. He then took Harry and placed him in a home where he knew Harry would not be welcome, Chinthalis continued. While he did not know the extent to which Vernon's temper could reach, he did expect it to be an unpleasant experience. He did this to ensure that he would be prepared to see him as a hero, removing him from those experiences and delivering him to a world of wonder, where he would eventually become his successor. However, he said, leaning forward, that was derailed by his disappearance. He spent much of his limited spare time searching for Harry after that. At least until 3 years ago. At that point he became much more desperate. This is when Professor Quirrell was possessed and later killed, here in the castle. She grunted and shook her head. She was aware that the man had disappeared about that time, but they had been unable to find any trace of him. That appeared to be yet another of Albus's secrets. He reached into a pocket and pulled out a small leather-bound book. We retrieved this from his possession. He handed it to her. A destroyed diary, she asked. A diary that was once owned by a very notorious individual, he said. T.M. Riddle, she asked, looking at the name embossed in gold. Tom Marvolo Riddle. He blew out a stream of flame that formed into the name. It then broke apart and reformed into something different. I am Lord Voldemort. She beeped in a breath and looked at it in horror. Where did this come from? A new student 2 years ago, who will remain nameless, brought it to him as their father had told them to never trust a spelled object. In this case it likely saved several lives. So it was cursed? She asked. In a sense, yes, he admitted. If they had used it as it was intended, it would have most likely, in the end, caused a possession of the student by drawing the remaining free part of his soul to them, and a weakening their will over an extended time. Her eyes widened at that statement. Possess, remaining. She looked down at the object still in her hand, and laid it gently on the desk beside her. She then rubbed her hand on her robes as if trying to remove a stain from her hand. But it is destroyed now. There is no chance of that happening. Tannum did so several days ago. So no, that diary is no longer a threat, he said. However, she groaned. She didn't like the sound of that. However, we are getting ahead of the story, he continued, with a smirk. After finding that diary, he became convinced that the destruction of Voldemort was not complete, and we believe that he began planning a way to force Harry's return, and he did so with the Triwizard Tournament. He put Harry's name in the goblet. She asked. No, Chintlis said, sitting back and shaking his head. Not directly. We believe he allowed certain events to transpire, as well as certain information fall into hands of those who would do so. Crouch, she said. Moody was Albus's friend for years. He would have known the difference. He nodded. That is what we believe as well. He had help, however, Peter Pettigrew. He was at the Portkey destination. Thankfully Harry arrived earlier than expected, therefore he was unprepared. And we had taken the precaution of having FX in a position to accompany him. She nodded. That was understandable, especially as they were already on to the pair of Death Eaters. Please tell me this was just a case of them wanting revenge. She asked, glancing at the diary nervously. I would if I could, Madam Bones, however that was unfortunately not the case. He reached into another pocket and produced a stack of pages. The notes, he handed her the stack, reference a ritual that had been prepared nearby. She glanced through, grimacing at the pages. This is sick. These ingredients, Noondew, and unicorn blood, the infant, she looked up at Chintlis, a little green. Oh, Merlin, please tell me they didn't use this. Chintlis shook his head. They never had a chance to complete it. Do you know what this does? She asked, not sure she wanted an answer. We believe it would have created a new, fully aged body for Riddle. Unfortunately, the first half of the ritual had been done some time ago, he said calmly. She choked. He's alive. Chintlis shrugged. He has been reduced to a shade once again. As it is, he will not be troubling anyone again. She looked at him, eyes wide. Why you stopped him? Harry and FX held Peter off long enough for Tannum and Caven to arrive, Chintlis said. Then Tannum and I took care of the rest. He reached into his pocket for the last time and withdrew a wand and handed it to her. Not to worry, he said, we broke the enchantments, it is safe to touch. She gingerly reached forward and grasped the handle. This wand, through its owner, had caused so much pain and destruction. It had even taken the life of her brother and his wife. We thought it best to bring it to you as proof, he said. She nodded, slowly. Thank you. She placed the wand next to the diary. Madam Bones, he said, drawing her thoughts away from the wand and her memories. We will leave it to you how you wish to handle your two ores, but you must understand, the danger is not completely past, and it will not be past for a number of years. While I am quite confident it is not within their ability to do so, if one of his followers were to find out what transpired there and could undo our precautions to recreate that ritual, or find another that did something similar, it could prove to be disastrous. As it is, we six are the only ones that know that anything happened beyond the fight with Pettigrew. What do you wish to do? She looked at the wand in her hand. Then in a sudden move she took it by either end and snapped it cleanly in half. Could you please see that these are destroyed completely, sir? She asked. He took the pieces in his hand and exhaled gently. They watched as the flames consumed the wand. Standing, she went to the door, and once Chintless had dropped the privacy wards, she asked the pair of ores to enter. She would offer them a choice, a magical vow never to speak about what they had observed other than Peter Pettigrew being there waiting to avenge his master, or having the information removed through a spell. If it was her, she would have chosen to have it removed, but that would never be a choice for her, as she would need to keep an eye on the area, just in case. She looked up as the men stood. You must prepare yourself, as well as your ore force, Madam Bones, Chintless said as they began to walk towards the door. Your world will be changing, and while we will be around at times, it will be up to you and yours to see your people through the turbulence to come. The world is a wondrous place. It is time that your people join us, he said with a smile as he followed his friends out the door. Harry woke to someone slamming his bedroom door open. Up, Harry, said the voice of his father, as Harry worked to free himself from his covers. Tannum grabbed his hand and pulled, causing Harry to stumble out of bed. We've got to go. It's time. Harry's mind began to clear. Time. The baby. It's coming. He asked, scrambling for his clothes. Yes. The baby. Tannum yelled. They're already at the hospital. We need to go. As the pair rushed out the door and down the stairs, several other doors were beginning to open and sleepy, confused people peered out, woken by the yells. Harry, what's going on? Luna asked, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. He pulled her into a hug and spun her around. It's time, he said, laughing, then dropping her, causing her to stumble. I'm about to be a brother. Tannum paused on the stairs. Come on, Harry. Your mother will kill us if we miss this. Luna smiled and shoved him towards the stairs. I'll tell the others, we'll be right behind you. Nodding, he stormed down the stairs, hot on his father's heels. Harry looked up when the pair of chatting voices entered the waiting room. Grandma. Grandpa. You made it. He smiled as he stood, and hugged them. Hey kiddo. Trevor said, as he let his hug go. Your Mr. Silverhair must have had things already organized. When we were just about ready to head out, a car he had arranged arrived and took us to a private airstrip. We rode here in a private jet. I could get used to air travel if it was all like that. Maybe that Mr. Silverhair wouldn't mind if. His grandmother, Janet, swatted his arm. Hush. He was nice enough to send a plane for us. You will not bother him further. Besides, we have other things to think about at the moment. She said with a chuckle. Harry, have they said anything? Harry shook his head. No, not recently. The last time the doctor came past was a couple of hours ago. He said it may be a while yet. His grandmother sighed and nodded. I was in labor with your father for almost 11 hours. It can take a long time. Have you eaten anything? Harry shook his head. No, but some of my friends will be here soon. They said they would bring me something. Good, she said. And how have things been? It seems like it has been a busy year for you. I'm glad you were here for this. We were concerned that between the troubles you had with the school this year and getting involved with your temporary studies, your racing, and the problems with your birth parents' estates, that you wouldn't make it here. Harry chuckled. No way that could happen. Mom would have found a way to hold off till we were here. She's kind of single-minded like that, and she wanted everyone here. So your grandma Akko, she made it? Trevor asked. Yeah, she wanted some of her tea from Fairgrove. One of the guys brought it over. She's making a cup, Harry said. And I brought you one as well. I saw the face you made when you saw their selection, said a voice from behind him. Turning, he smiled and accepted the heavy paper cup. Thank you, but you didn't need to. She waved his concerns off. It will help you relax, she said, then spoke to the others. Trevor, Janet, it's good to see you. Before they could answer, a nurse entered. Harry, she said, trying to be polite with her interruption. You can come back now. Harry stood still, staring at the woman in the door to the hallway, till his grandfather took his cup of tea and pushed him gently towards the door. Go, son. Your mother and father are waiting. I think they want to introduce you to someone. Harry nodded numbly and made his way out of the room, following the nurse. Any bets? Trevor asked. Boy or girl? Both of the grandmothers said, girl, in tandem, then looked at each other, then him with a smirk. Woman's intuition, said Janet. Harry fidgeted, uncomfortable as the champions prepared to enter the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Easy there, Harry, said Cedric. It will be over soon. Da, said Victor, agreeing with his friend. We all know you are anxious to be home with your new sister, but this is the price that must be paid if you are to live in the public eye. You should know this. Knowing and living are entirely two different things, the young man grumbled. Oh, yeah, I didn't think to ask, how did the next broadcast of the Quidditch matches go? He asked Victor. They are getting better at following the quick action. More practice is needed though, and they now have one person that does nothing but keep the seeker in view, he said. One of my friends told me, they are already seeing dividends. More people watching means more team merchandise sales, and the excitement generated means full stadiums in the future, if ticket sales are any indication. Good, Harry replied. And how are you doing securing your sponsorships? Victor chuckled. I will make more galleons in my first game next month than I did in half a season. I have even become something called a spokesman for Mazzoli Pizza and Pasta. They have set up a store in our stadium as well. Harry laughed at that. I take it they are doing well then. Victor nodded. Da, they have something they are calling Pizza Key, where once your account has been arranged, a pizza can be port keyed directly to your door when you flow or at a set time, and a draft for the cost is taken from your account. It is very popular. Harry looked dumbstruck. It's brilliant. They'll make a fortune. A short man addressed them from near the door, as they continued to chat. Champions. They are ready for you. Harry stopped them just outside the doors. Guys, Fleur, I just wanted to apologize again, for. Harry, Fleur said, cutting him off. We have been over this. You won fairly. A little quicker than we may have liked, but fairly. Never mind what occurred after. I shudder to think what could have happened if your family had not figured out someone was attempting to kidnap and kill you in time, or if one of us had somehow beaten you to the cup. She is correct, my young friend, Victor said. In a way, you protected us all and opened our eyes to the possibilities in our future at the same time. Cedric nodded. I was headed to a dull job at the ministry right after graduation, but now. Well, I just signed on to the first magical television production. I'm going to try my hand at acting. And I, said Fleur, have decided to continue my education. I will be taking my equivalency exams in the spring, and hopefully attending a university soon after. I believe I may wish to become a teacher. And as for me, Victor said, I have already begun plans to not only be a spokesman for Mazzoli but an owner as well, as I will need something to do after Quidditch. I cannot play forever, he said with a shrug. Harry smiled. Well, if you're all fine with it, he asked, checking each of their smiling faces. Then I guess it's okay. Harry, Fleur asked as they began walking again. What do you plan to do with the prize money? He shrugged. Charity. I have a speech written, basically encouraging people to give to a foundation I had set up at Fairgrove Savings, hopefully through its connections in the DMLE, Fairgrove, Sandfield, Hogwarts and St. Mungo's. It can help other children that are in a bad situation because of their abilities, like I was, or Luna was. Caven is helping arrange things. I put some of my birth parents' money in as well. Fleur grabbed him and pulled him into a hug. They would be very proud of you, Harry, she said as she let go and dabbed under her eye. I hope so, Fleur. I hope so, he said as they walked into the room that was filled with the sound of thunderous applause. Harry stepped out of the RV and stretched, as a voice called out, Hey, you. Harry turned in time for a pair of arms to wrap around him and squeeze. Hey, Hermione, Luna, he said, accepting both girls' hugs. What are you doing here? I thought you would still be getting settled in your new house. Hermione smirked. I am a witch, you know. And there are no laws here about me using my wand to speed things along as long as we weren't seen. No, Mum and Dad are at the office, getting it squared away. They start seeing patients Wednesday. Harry scowled. Don't remind me, I'm their first appointment. Hermione chuckled. It won't be so bad, it's just a cleaning right. He nodded. Yeah, and I remember to floss, most of the time. So, how did it go? Luna asked. Harry frowned. I had a tire issue late in the race, and spun out, but still ended up with a top 10, barely. So 10th? Hermione asked. Harry nodded again. 10th. How's your sister? Hermione asked. Growing like a weed, said Char, stepping down out of the RV and passing the now 3-month-old to her brother. Can you take Anne inside? She asked. I'm still looking for her woofy where it fell behind the crib and she won't go down without it. Sure. He replied. All right with you, Anne. To which he got a gurgling burp sound. I'll take that as a yes then. Woofy? Asked Hermione. Harry sighed. Her stuffed dog toy. Sirius gave it to her. It looks like his animagus form. He said I had one too, and called it Woofy. The name stuck. So, she's taking after her brother? She asked. So it seems, he said, tickling the baby's chin. I didn't realize that you were taking Anne with you to the track now, Hermione said once they were inside. It was her first trip. He said proudly. And she even slept through most of the night Saturday. That's great, Harry, she said in return. So are you ready to go back to school? He nodded. It will be nice to have you both there as well. I guess I kind of missed it last year, even with being so busy. I'm just glad that that mess is all over, he said, shaking his head. I think we all are. It will be nice for things to be less hectic this year, she said. Agreed, said Tannum, coming in with a pair of bags. I take it your mother is having trouble with the woofy. He said, eyeing his daughter. It's behind the crib again, Harry said. His father sighed. Gonna need to fix that this week. That little hole is just too much trouble. Harry nodded. It won't take long. I have an idea or two. Tannum smiled. Then how about I let you handle it? I'll just look it over to make sure it's not dangerous for Anne. Harry nodded. Sure, I'll take care of it after our workout in the morning. Are you two going to be joining us now that you live nearby? Hermione nodded. We'd like that, but how would we get here? We'll talk to my crew, he said, shifting his sister a bit. A couple of my guys live outside the compound and in that direction. I'm sure they wouldn't mind picking you up. Harry stood up from the chair as the woman finished the last of her work. Glad I don't need to do that every day, he said with a wide smile. The woman just rolled her eyes. They're ready for you. Just go through that door and hang a left. All right, thanks, he replied, heading in the direction she had pointed. He walked down the brightly lit hallway, looking at each picture on the wall in turn. There was a lot of history here, he thought. Opening the door at the end of the hall, he smiled when he saw who was waiting inside. Jeff. Good to see you, he said, sticking out his hand as he crossed the soundstage to sit opposite a man he had admired then later raced against for years, Jeff Gordon. Harry, nice to see you too, he replied, taking his hand. The girls wanted me to thank you for the horse. Personally, I wanted to punch you in the mouth. Harry smirked. Hey, I couldn't be outdone by Burton when he had those 2 ponies given to you in Texas at your last race there. I had to do something bigger for the little angels. Just you wait, Jeff said back in jest. I've got my eye on something that will make your little one just as happy, but it will need to be when he is a little older than 2. Harry looked him in mock horror. How much were those stable fees again? Maybe we can work something out. Chicken, he said with a chuckle. You bet. Harry laughed. We've barely gotten moved into the new place. I don't want anything destroyed before I get a chance to spend more time there. He smiled. Seriously though, if I'd known they. It's fine, Harry, Jeff said, leaning back and trying to get comfortable for the interview. Ingrid loves it. She and the girls are spending a lot of time riding together, and there is plenty of space. Harry nodded. Good. I always believed every woman should be able to ride a horse, at least that's what my grandfather always told me. Jeff chuckled. You believe everyone should be able to drive a Mustang. That does sound more like me. He agreed, rubbing his chin in a thoughtful manner as he settled into the seat. Ready? Jeff asked. As I'll ever be, Harry said with a shrug. So Harry, how does it feel to be the sprint champion for the third time? Jeff asked as his first question. Harry shook the man's hand again after their makeup had been removed and headed towards the door where his press agent was waiting. Okay, that's it for today, Harry. You can head out, said the dark-haired girl standing next to Pansy. Harry finished fishing the microphone power pack from his pocket and handed it to the tech next to the door. Thanks, and you'll send us a copy, and one to Volk Oil, for their archives. He said to the young man. Yes, he said. We're planning on airing most of the interview during the pre-race for Daytona next month, the rest is for different bumpers. Harry nodded. Good. Have a good night, he said as the pair walked out towards the parking lot. Can I go home now? He asked with an exaggerated whine, once they were out of earshot. Not yet, Pansy said with a smirk, as she flipped through his appointments on her phone. We have one more stop to make, then we can go back to the compound. Harry gave her a disgusted look as he sank into his Mustang's seat and buckled up. Great, he groused. Let me guess, a smile and nod function. She said, as she followed suit. I would expect it's something like that. Pansy, he said dejectedly. It's Jay's birthday, and Anne is coming home for it. He said, I wanted to be there when she got home from college. I still can't believe Mom and Dad agreed to let her go to Berkeley. We never see her unless we are on the western part of the circuit. Pansy smirked at him again. Then you best get a move on. She'll be landing in less than an hour, and you're supposed to pick her up. Luna was going to, but she thought you'd rather do it if you were done in time, and I just sent her a text saying you were done. His eyes widened and his face broke out in a grin. Why didn't you just say so? Let's go get my baby sister. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.